Chapter 161 White Tiger Warrior Huang Yan. Why is this the crazy blade sword technique? It's not the scimitar sword technique you just used. Suddenly, Yu Ji shouted. After returning, he couldn't wait to unfold the scroll, but he was dumbfounded when he unfolded it. The characters used in it were not the common characters of today, but the square Chinese characters that he had just started to study yesterday. He had no choice but to take out the Xinhua dictionary he had been carrying with him to look up the translation. But when he found the first few big characters, he was dumbfounded again. This doesn't match. This is not over yet. Ting Shui and Black Panther on the other side also hurriedly opened the scroll and used the Xinhua dictionary they carried with them to look up, and then their faces turned black. This is the scimitar sword technique. This is the hard sword technique. Hey! Blinking a little confusedly, Shimura Gento looked back at the only 2 scrolls left on the back of Big Mouth's father. He remembered that he had arranged them in order, so there was no way he could make a mistake. At this time, Tsunade turned her eyes to the side with a guilty conscience. She sneaked into the bedroom of the little pervert last night to look at the scrolls, and she might have messed up the order. But the little pervert was too careless and didn't even know to check. Yes, I'm right. It's all because of the little pervert's carelessness. Instantly hypnotizing herself, Tsunade's previous guilty conscience instantly disappeared, and she adjusted her eyes again. Ahem. There was a small mistake, I'll change it for you now. With a dry cough, Shimura Xianding used the Immortal Force silk thread to take down the remaining 2 scrolls, and found that they were indeed soft sword swordsmanship and tang sword swordsmanship. After exchanging these 2 scrolls with Black Panther Ting Shui, Yukichi also got the scroll of curved swordsmanship from Black Panther. After this episode, the Blade Sword Master and the Blazing Sword Master all looked at the Iron Sword Master of the Land of Earth. The Water Breaking Sword Master, the Cloud Slashing Sword Master, and the Purple Lightning Sword Master also looked over. The 3 of us have all suffered losses, do you want to stay out of it? If I don't let you suffer losses today, how can I and others feel balanced? Huang Yan. The Iron Sword Master, who was stared at by everyone, smiled bitterly helplessly and waved his hand to signal his disciple and grandson Huang Yan to fight. Yes, Grandpa. Kneeling in the back, Huang Yan, who was extremely burly, nodded and stood up, carrying a huge naginata and walked out. The naginata is the longest type of sword, generally over 1.8 meters long, but the naginata held by Huang Yan reached an astonishing 2.5 meters, flush with his body. That's right, this is a super giant man who is 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, like an iron tower, full of power. I don't like to fight with others one-on-one. Looking at the long sword that is more than 1 meter long, Huang Yan said sullenly. He is a pure power-type warrior, and he is not good at dealing with enemies who fight with short weapons. Once he is close to them, he will be very passive. In comparison, the warriors of their iron country are better at coordinating group operations. All warriors stand in a row and advance layer by layer, giving the opponent no chance to fight close. It's a pity that now is the kind of fighting he dislikes the most, and it's still one-on-one. Now the opponent has used 3 of the 5 sets of swords he brought. Among the remaining 2, he will definitely choose the light long sword to fight with him. That is his least favorite sword style. However, the next scene surprised Huang Yan. He saw that Shimura Xianding did not choose the light long sword, but chose the 9-ring broadsword. It was a super large sword with a blade of 90 centimeters and a handle of 1.2 meters. This kind of weapon is only suitable for head-on confrontation. Could it be that Ziken Xianding was going to fight Huang Yan head-on? I wanted to make a gift for my cousin, but it seems that I can only use it in advance. Gently stroking the blade of the 9-ring sword, Ziken Xianding used the Immortal Force thread to pull a heavy gold long stick from his wise father. This is not an ordinary heavy gold long stick. The reason why it is extraordinary is not because of the dragon pattern on it, but because of the dragon head at one end. Lifting the 9-ring sword, inserting the handle into the dragon mouth of the dragon-patterned long stick, and locking it with the mechanism buckle inside, a super large guandao with a total length of 2.5 meters appeared. This is a long weapon used for cavalry warfare. Do you mind if I add a mount? After struggling to wave the assembled super large guandao in his hand, Ziken Xianding looked up at Huang Yan opposite and asked with a smile. No problem. Huang Yan shook his head blankly to show that he didn't mind, and then asked in confusion, do you really want to use this sword to spar with me? He was not bragging. In terms of physical strength alone, except for his grandfather, the Iron Sword Master. No one else was his opponent, including all the sword masters present. Originally, I thought that Shimura Xianding would use that long sword, but who would have thought that he would use this big sword to fight with me? Even with a mount, he was far from being his opponent. After all, the size of both sides was there, and adding a mount could not make up for it. I will only use one sword. If you can take it, you win. Without saying much, Shimura Xianding entered the sage mode again, dragged the heavy gold guandao and jumped onto the back of Dazhui's father, signaling the big guy to run away first. Dazhui's father understood, and he carried Shimura Gentoi around the lake and ran wildly. After running 3 laps in a row, his speed and strength reached a peak, and then he turned and rushed towards Huang Yan. Bang, bang, bang. The dull footsteps continued to come, and Huang Yan tightly grasped the naginata in his hand, ready to fight back. Cut. Just before the collision, Shimura Gentoi suddenly opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu, opened the 7th gate in one breath, and his strength and speed increased dramatically, swinging the sword and slashing down wildly. The explosive power of himself plus the terrible momentum accumulated by Dazhui's father, the power contained in the sword moved the flame blade swordsman and others. Cut. Huang Yan roared, swung the huge naginata in his hand to meet him, and unleashed his peak power. Their sword skills from the Kingdom of Earth don't have any bells and whistles. They have pure power, crushing all enemies and all offensives with absolute power. When the sound of gold and iron clashing like a bell and a bell rippled out, the ground shook violently, and a cloud of smoke and dust was stirred up. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the scene revealed shocked everyone even more. I saw Big Mouth's father lying on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, obviously shocked by the blow just now. Suin Shimura stood on his back, panting heavily, and the sword of the Daguandao in his hand sank into the ground. Although the 8-gate Dunjia was only activated for 3 seconds just now, it did not cause any injuries, but it consumed a lot of money. On the opposite side, Huanjun stood tall and seemed to have the upper hand, but in fact it was in very bad shape. The blade of the naginata in his hand was cut off, and a slant wound appeared on his body, extending from his right rib to his waist and abdomen, with blood oozing out from it. This is because the wound was sewn up in time with silk threads, otherwise the intestines would have to come out for a ride. Tsunade-sensei, come here and help. After calming his breathing for a while, Suin Shimura quickly called for help. Not calling for help for himself, but for his opponent Huang Yan this time. The injuries caused to the opponent this time were not minor, and even injured internal organs. The first time she heard the call, Tsunade jumped out and used the teleportation technique to come to the two of them immediately. After a brief inspection, her wonderful eyes were fixed on the wounds on Huang Yan's body. What's going on? Looking at the huge wound that cut open the entire abdomen, Tsunade asked solemnly. This is no minor injury. It should have injured a little bit of the liver, and then the large and small intestines. However, I sutured it up immediately and prevented the intestinal contents from flowing out and contaminating the abdominal cavity. Now I need you, Tsunade-sensei, to use Yang Escape Chakra to speed up the healing of his wounds. Suin Shimura hurriedly explained the injury. It was really not a minor injury. Yanbian swordsman and others also rushed over and looked seriously at the wound on Huang Yan's abdomen. On the other hand, Tishi swordsman, who was Huang Yan's grandfather, picked up the Daguandao and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and at the same time he felt that his position was smaller. Although the naginata used in the past were good, the blades were only as wide as my palm, which was far inferior to the Ozeki sword in front of me. The most important thing is that this thing is made of heavy gold. The weight is quite scary. It is estimated to weigh 3 tons. It is an absolute killer. Taekwondo, your grandson is injured like this. You just don't care. Why are you still in the mood to see the knife? Duan Shui Jianhao looked at the obsessed Tishi Jianhao strangely, and felt that Huang Yan was not worth it. With such a grandpa, Ida Euro trademark s not easy for the kid to grow up so big. You know Dandan, we warriors of the Kingdom of Earth are never afraid of getting hurt and bleeding, pain will only make us stronger. In the past, there were many more serious injuries than this during cultivation, and it was no big deal. Moreover, swords have no eyes, so it is normal to get injured during a sparring match. Casting a contemptuous look, Tai Shijianhao knew very well about his grandson's physical condition, and the kind of injury that could lead to his death. However, he was soon slapped in the face, and Huang Yan said with a pale face, Grandpa, I feel that this injury is really serious and fatal. How deadly? he asked casually while picking his nostrils. Tai Shijianhao could sense the strong vitality and very active vitality in his grandson's body, and it was obvious that the injury was not fatal. I was hurt down there. With a mournful face, Huang Yan's inner sadness almost turned into a river. What? Shocked, Tai Shijianhao directly poked his finger into his nostril, looked down blankly, his eyes fell on the end of the stab wound, and his expression gradually became serious. It's indeed quite fatal, but it's not a big problem. You still have several brothers anyway. Tai Shijianhao is a cheerful and optimistic person by nature, and he quickly recovered and said that I don't have many other people, but I have many grandchildren to carry on the family line. These words shocked everyone around him and made Huang Yan look even paler. He felt like a bitter man inside. Little pervert, I don't care about the injuries there, you can take care of it yourself. Putting her palm on Huang Yan's abdominal wound, Tsunade said angrily while instilling her yang escape chakra into it. She was only responsible for this part of the wound on the abdomen, leaving the kid to deal with the rest on his own. Grandpa, do we have a surgeon here? Looking at the area under Huang Yan's lower abdomen, Shimura Xianding was a little reluctant to do anything, so he could only ask the cheap grandfather next to him for help. Their level is not as good as yours. After glaring at him angrily, the flame blade swordsman urged, stop the ink stains and treat their injuries as quickly as possible. Don't leave any hidden dangers. In desperation, Xianding Shimura could only tear Huang Yan's pants open. This was the first time in his life that he had torn the pants of a grown man, and he was still a 2.5 meter tall man. What a shame! Help me shave this place clean. Looking sideways, Shimura Xianding gestured for help. Chiang! I'll do it, I have experience. The blazing swordsman excitedly pulled out the sword from his waist and expressed that he could do it for him. These words made Shimura Xianding's face darken as he recalled that dark history. Get out of here! With one kick, the blazing swordsman who was about to strike was kicked away. The iron and stone swordsman stepped forward with the heavy gold sword, and a burst of sword light flashed past, completing the move. Cleaning steps before the operation. The golden knife light made everyone tremble with fear, and Huang Yan was even more frightened, fearing that this grandfather would slip and castrate him directly. Fortunately, the iron stone swordsman, the first swordsman of the land of earth, was not in vain. Even with a 3-ton heavy gold guandao, he still showed extremely delicate knife skills. Not only did he shave very cleanly, but he didn't hurt the slightest bit. Let Huang Yan successfully change his job to become a glorious white tiger warrior. 163. Chapter 162 Silent Confrontation. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect you to be so big, but only this small. It's really too small, seriously inconsistent with your body. You can't judge a person by his appearance. After the cover was removed, the flame blade swordsman and the others commented on it and expressed their disappointment, making Huang Yan wish he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What he couldn't stand the most was that Shihuahuahu, the only woman present, actually shook her head with regret and gave him a look of contempt. Originally, Shihuahuahu had a good impression of Huang Yan, who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, but who would have thought that he was a fake. Fortunately, Huang Yan was lucky this time. Although he was injured in the vitals, the injury was not deep. After Hiken Xianding used the immortal energy thread to perform a remote surgery, he was basically fine. It is unlikely to recover as before, but at most a scar will be left. Huang Yan was quickly carried away, but the competition had to continue because Shihuahuahu's fighting spirit was also aroused. Just as Shihuahuahu was about to fight, he was stopped by Shihuajianhao. Saint Blade, don't you Iron Country show your skills. Laughing, Shihuajianhao was ready to drag this old guy into the water. Duan Shuijianhao and others looked at the Iron Country general again. Don't mention the name of the Holy Blade anymore. I don't deserve that name in my life. The Iron Country general shook his head slightly and said sadly. The Holy Blade is the title of the swordsman who protects the country in their lineage, and it is also the strongest lineage of swordsmanship in the 6 major countries of the Warring States period. It's a pity that he didn't protect the daimyo well back then, and even the daimyo's direct lineage was not preserved. Since then, he has deprived himself of the name of the Holy Blade. Even if someone succeeds him as the Iron Country general in the future, as long as the 2 separated territories of Taki Country and Tien Country are not recovered, he will not be able to get back that name. Mifyun, go and try his swordsmanship. With a serious expression, the Iron Country general signaled the young man who had been kneeling behind him to go to battle, and when he heard the name of Mifune, Shimura Gentoi's heart jumped. If this Mifune is the Mifune he knows, it would be too coincidental. Didn't they say that none of the disciples of the Iron Country General are called Mifune? Muttered to himself, this was inconsistent with the information the family had obtained at the beginning. Yes, General. Mifune, wearing armor, nodded in response, stood up and walked out, and stood in front of Shimura Gento. Clang! The name of the sword is Broken Steel Cutting. I collected many minerals and made it myself. The blade is 80 centimeters and weighs 8 kilograms. Holding the saber horizontally in front of him, Mifune introduced his favorite sword devoutly. Shimura Gento, who was opposite, thought about the sword schools related to the Iron Country, and extended a thread of immortal energy to wrap around the hilt of the last long sword, pulling it out of the sheath and falling into his hand. The sword is called Eight-Sided. It was forged by Zisha, the first sword-making master of the Fire Country, with heavy gold. The sword has a blade of 95 centimeters and weighs 36 kilograms. Holding the sword horizontally in front of him, Shimura Gento also showed a pious expression. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, he thinks that he is a gentleman who is loyal to the sword and to people. And this sword is the shape of the eight-sided Han sword in the previous life. The blade is 95 centimeters and the total length is 1.2 meters, which is very suitable for his current 1.88 meters body. Mifune on the opposite side did not say anything and put on a posture of iai/. That is not the iai/ of your lineage. The Flame Blade Sword Master looked at the Iron Country General in confusion. As the 6 great sword masters who protected the country in the Warring States period, they knew each other well and could see at a glance that the iai/ used by Mifune was not from the lineage of the Holy Blade Sword Master. Mifune is not my disciple. Our lineage has been tainted by me. The Iron Country needs a brand new sword master who protects the country. He spoke indifferently and explained briefly. The Iron Country General couldn't help but think of his disciples. Although he established the General's Mansion after the destruction of the Daimyo Mansion and reorganized the Iron Country, there were also many hidden dangers. The temptation of power is too great for ordinary people to resist. His disciples have already fallen. Even if they become the generals of the Iron Country after him in the future, it will be a disaster rather than a blessing for the Iron Country. He needs a warrior with a strong will to revitalize the Iron Country and find a new way out for the Iron Country. You have high expectations for that kid. After hearing this, the Iron Swordsman carefully looked at the 3 ships in the field and heard his old friend's expectations for the young man. Not aggressive enough, but more than enough to maintain the status quo. Helplessly speaking out an evaluation, the general of the Iron Country felt powerless at the moment, and really saw no hope of recovering the land of Taki and the land of Field, especially the land of Field. The land of Field was originally the largest grain-producing area of their Iron Country. After it was split off, it directly caused a food crisis in the Iron Country, making the domestic situation worse. If the land of Field cannot be recovered, the Iron Country will never rise and become the 6th largest country again. However, the land of rice has always been watched by Konoha, and when the ninja village system was established, Konoha also drove away many ninja forces that were unwilling to join Konoha, making the situation inside complicated and difficult to capture. Moreover, most of those ninjas are good at sound ninjutsu, which is hard to defend against. Katsunobu, it restrains their warriors too much. The Takigakure country is even more difficult. Not only there is a Takigakure village, but also a tailed beast, and the opposite Iwagakure village is eyeing it covetously. It is very difficult to take back these 2 pieces of land, almost impossible. The most important thing is that he is old, and his disciples have been eroded by power and are not enough to revive the Iron Country. He has been looking for a suitable successor for these years until he met Mifune a few months ago. Although it is still far from the perfect successor in his mind, it is not bad. As long as his will is not shaken, at least the Iron Country can be maintained. The confrontation in the field is still going on. Shimura Gento stands with a sword, and it seems that he does not intend to take the initiative to attack. Mifune on the opposite side still maintains the posture of iai/. The 2 of them confronted each other like this, and finally Mifune took the lead. The solace of his feet stepped hard on the ground, driving his body to rush forward quickly. The speed was so fast that it even left a residual image. This extreme speed made Hitaki Sakumo, who was watching the battle, feel a chill in his heart, and he found that the warrior's burst speed was not worse than his own Thunder Flash body technique. This is a swordsman who can rival the shadow-level strongman. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and the dazzling sword light flashed, slashing towards Shimuragendo, but the sword light stopped abruptly before it really bloomed. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing was heard, and everyone looked and found that Shimuragendo had drawn his sword, and the tip of the sword accurately stabbed the broken steel blade. What a precise vision! Shocked in his heart, Sanchuan decisively chose to change his sword moves, but before he could change his moves, Shimuragendo's empty right palm slammed hard on the end of the hilt of the eight-sided Han sword. The second level of power directly raised the long sword in Sanchuan's hand high, and it almost flew out of his hand. This move was beyond everyone's expectation. It was really sudden and exquisite to attack when the opponent's old strength was exhausted and new strength was not yet generated. Why does it feel like the blunt sword of the Hidden Mist Village? Broken Water Swordsman's eyes condensed slightly, and he thought of the ninja sword of the Hidden Mist Village. The battle in the field continued. Mifune was worthy of being a rising star valued by the general of the Iron Country. Although he lost the initiative, he quickly made up for the disadvantage with his strong swordsmanship skills and fought back and forth with Shimuragento. Ding ding ding! The dense sound of metal and iron clashing continued to stir, making everyone couldn't help but cheer secretly. From the perspective of skills, the swordsmanship of the two can be called flawless, and there are no obvious flaws. It is pleasing to the eye, but it is hidden with murderous intent, and you will be hit if you are not careful. How did he master these sword techniques with different styles? Ting Shui was very puzzled as he watched the sword technique displayed by Shimuragento this time. Although as disciples of the national swordsmen, they all learned world-renowned sword schools, they only learned them simply and knew their characteristics so that they could have a response plan when they met enemies of this sword school in the future. It can be regarded as a kind of knowing the enemy and knowing yourself, and fighting 100 battles without danger. But Shimuragento's sword technique was truly mastered. It was nothing for a person to master several sword schools, just like he was proficient in the basic swordsmanship of all sword schools in the Water Country. But the sword schools in the Water Country are basically the same. This is the result of the influence of the geographical environment and humanistic habits. This will make learning much simpler, and sometimes you can even learn by analogy. However, the swordsmanship and swordplay styles displayed by Shimuragento today are quite different. For example, the soft swordsmanship displayed when sparring with him and the hard swordsmanship now are two completely opposite extremes. How did that guy do it? Not only Ting Shui was puzzled, but others were also puzzled about it. They didn't understand why Shimuragento could practice these swordplays with different styles at the same time. It's really weird. The following battle was even weirder. The sound of swords clashing in the field became less and less, and in the end there was no sound of swords clashing. But the two people in the battle did not stop, and the swords in their hands did not slow down, and even became faster. Senior Sakumo, what's going on with them? Tsunade, who couldn't understand, whispered to Hitaki Sakumo beside her, and was puzzled by this weird confrontation. They are all avoiding swords, but it's more dangerous. After thinking for a while, Hitaki Sakumo expressed his opinion. At this time, Shimuragenzo, who had been silent all the time, suddenly explained, they are both familiar with each other's swordsmanship and even their mental thinking, and have absolute control over their own swordsmanship and body. Each attack is aimed at the flaws of the other's swordsmanship, but the other party will change his moves at the first time to avoid the attack. This is an absolute attack, with only offense but no defense. As a veteran Zhengying level strongman, and also proficient in swordsmanship, Shimuragenzo's eyesight is naturally not bad, at least not much worse than Yanren Jianhao and others, and he can see the mystery at a glance. Only offense but no defense? Doesn't that mean that if you make a slight mistake, you will be hit and defeated? Tsunade widened her eyes and really didn't expect that the trader's swordsmanship was so superb. Although she learned swordsmanship from Yanren Jianhao for a period of time when she was young, and learned the family's ninja swordsmanship after returning to the Senjua family, she had never seen this level of swordsmanship confrontation. In terms of swordsmanship skills alone, this is already a peak. Clang! This strange battle lasted for a full 10 minutes, and ended with the tip of Sanchuan's knife slashing through Shimuragendo's wrist. If it weren't for the amazing defensive power of the heavy gold inner armor, this knife would have been enough to cut the tendons of his hand. I lost. After exiting the sage mode and taking a breath, Shimuragento admitted defeat. He accepted the defeat in this battle with conviction. After all, the opponent was a swordsman, who was fundamentally different from Ting Shui and others who had sparred with him before. Even so, the opponent suppressed his strength and did not use the sword energy unique to swordsmen, otherwise he would have lost long ago. No, this battle is a draw. After all, I am already 30 years old. If I were in the Warring States period, I would be able to call myself an old man. After putting the sword back into the sheath, Mifune was quite emotional. He is already 30 years old this year, while the boy on the opposite side is less than 14 years old, and the age difference between the two is more than twice. Now, in terms of swordsmanship skills alone, the opponent is no longer much worse than him, a swordsman. If he grows up to be 30 years old, he will definitely lose, and it will even be a question whether he can take the opponent's sword. This is a swordsmanship genius that is rare in a century. Pa. Wonderful, really wonderful. The Flame Blade swordsman applauded and praised. This swordsmanship duel was really wonderful. Although it was just so-so in the eyes of these top sword masters, it was really precious for a junior like Shimura Gentoi who was not even a sword master. The sword master Duan Shui and others also applauded. This sword fight was indeed exciting. The surrounding warriors who were still confused and didn't understand what was going on saw the big man applauding, so they could only applaud. For a while, the huge venue was filled with applause. 164. Chapter 163 Gathering 7 Megatama. Although it is not as good as those masterpieces of famous masters, it is stronger and sharper, and it has a lot of energy metal. I hope you can find a suitable owner for it. Unsheathing the scabbard at his waist, Mifune handed the sword that had been with him for several years to Shimura Gentoi. Although they had not made this agreement before, they had already tacitly accepted it as the basic rule of today's competition. Now that the battle is over, the swords of both sides should be exchanged. This is a testimony to their friendship. I will, and please find a new owner for this 8-sided Han sword. After taking the broken steel sword handed over by Mifune, Shimura Gentoi handed over the 8-sided Han sword in his hand, as well as the set of Gangjian swordsmanship. After all, the Iron Country is a large fertile leek field, and this opportunity cannot be missed. I will do it too. Nodding, solemnly taking over the 8-sided Han sword, Mifune picked up the huge scroll and turned back to the Iron Country general. Old ghost, hurry up and get the goods. Coming to the Iron Country general, the blazing swordsman stretched out his palm, indicating that he should hurry up and get the goods, while his eyes were staring straight at the collar of the Iron Country general, as if he wanted to penetrate it and see what was inside. Forget it. Forget it. With a sigh, the Iron Country general took off the Megatama pendant hanging around his neck and raised his hand to throw it to Shimura Gentoi in the field. Although this kid was born in Konoha, he was quite pleasing to the eye. He was a good swordsmanship genius. It was a pity that he was not from the Iron Country, otherwise he would be a good successor. He caught the jade necklace and looked at the two jades, one purple and one green, and immediately understood the properties of this thing. Yin-yang jade. He was overjoyed. Shimura Gentoi knew that the two jades were precious and worth a fortune. You should know that this kind of jade containing natural energy properties is extremely rare, much rarer than energy metals. The 5 properties of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth are fine, but the 2 properties of yin and yang are even rarer, and now the general of the Iron Country has given this pair of yin and yang jade. Its value is much more precious than the sum of the jades given by the 4 great swordsmen before. In an instant, Shimura Gentoi's favor for this general of the Iron Country increased greatly. He likes this kind of local tyrant the most. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. Without being pretentious, he accepted the 2 Megatama and bowed to express his gratitude. You have a good talent for swordsmanship, don't go astray. After looking deeply at the young man in front of him, the general of the Iron Country gave him a warning and stopped talking. As for the so-called intention, it was naturally the ninja. You have given away all your swords and swordsmanship training methods. What will you use to fight me next? At this time, Shihuahuahu, who had long been unable to bear it, jumped out and stood 10 meters away from Shimura Xianding. She was very curious about what swords and swordsmanship this cousin would use to resist her. Who said I have given away all? After glancing at his cousin inexplicably, Shimura Xianding came to the front of the ironstone swordsman, picked up the heavy gold guandao that he had been stroking in his hand, and activated the mechanism to remove the 9-rings mad knife. The big guandao was a gift from him to his cousin, but this 9-ring broadsword was the weapon he wanted to use for sparring. Hey! Young man, you are being unreasonable. You gave me this big naginata. What are you doing now? Do you think my sword is not sharp? Blinking his old eyes in a cute way, the old face of Tishi Jianhao suddenly became ferocious. I didn't give it to you. Blinking his eyes in a cute way, he recalled the experience just now and made sure that he didn't say that he would give the big guandao to this old guy. What's the matter? You gave weapons to others, but not to us? Do you look down on us or something? Standing up with a dark face, Tishi Jianhao felt that this kid seemed to be in trouble. All right, you shameless old man, the huge sum of money used to buy these swords was borrowed from our national treasury. The other 4 are fine, but this big guandao is not okay. The flame blade swordsman stood up to smooth things over, saying that he would never give this big guandao away. Just kidding, although the huge sum of money has basically withdrawn from the currency market, its value is still there. The previous 4 swords were only a few kilograms or tens of kilograms, so he could give them away, but this heavy the golden big guandao weighs 3 tons, and he would never give it to anyone, unless it is a family member. Senior Tishi, you misunderstood. I didn't actually think of giving these swords today, nor did I expect you seniors to come to watch the battle. It just happened to be a coincidence. And the size of this big guandao is not suitable for you, senior. You need at least a 3-meter-long one. Zhimura Xianding, who just understood what was going on, explained helplessly. He just wanted to plan a wave of fire country before, but who would have thought that the swordsmen of the other 4 major countries and the generals of the iron country would come, and then there would be that wave of layout. This scroll is not for us either. The old face turned black, and the Tishi swordsman felt that his luck was too bad this time. The wild sword technique is matched with the 9-ring wild sword in my hand. The big sword technique that matches the big guandao has not been written yet, but it will be written and sent to you later. He explained helplessly again. Zhimura Xianding did not expect to come to this step. Okay, that's what you said. The iron swordsman didn't insist anymore. He sat down and took out the Xinhua dictionary he carried with him from his arms to translate the crazy blade sword technique. Although it wasn't given to them, it didn't matter if they took a look. Not only this set of crazy blade sword technique, he was also going to take a look at the other sword techniques that the kid had brought out today. Although its own value and power were just that, and it was not much stronger than those sword techniques schools that had produced swordsmen, they were all very distinctive and could bring him a lot of inspiration. The only thing that made people depressed was that this sword technique was actually written in that kind of Chinese, and he had to look at it with a dictionary. It's not from that guy? Is he taking the opportunity to cheat me of the Tingyu sword? At this time, Ting Shui on the side stared at Zhimura Xianding suspiciously, and was suspicious, but when he thought of the other party's sincere swordsmanship and his selfless gift to those sword techniques before, he suddenly felt funny and shook his head. How could someone with such noble swordsmanship covet a sharp weapon, let alone make such a despicable plan? The name of the sword. In the field, Zhimura Xianding, who didn't know that he almost exposed his true identity, put on the outer armor of the battle suit he had taken off before, and then dragged the 9 rings mad sword to stand 10 meters in front of the big cousin, preparing to make a high-level opening statement, but the opposite side, Shihuahuahu, was impatient and directly attacked. Stop talking nonsense, look at the sword. The wild sword in his hand slashed down wildly, and Shihuahuahu used all the sword skills he had practiced. The stabbing and slashing were like flowing clouds and water, but it contained a burst of fire, like a ball of flames. Zhimura Xianding, who was caught off guard, decisively entered the sage mode, and blessed himself with the divine power and speed, holding the 9 rings mad sword weighing 1.8 tons and slashing continuously. This is not over yet. After maintaining the sage mode, he opened the 8 gates of Dunjia and opened the 5th gate in one breath. With multiple blessings, his strength and speed increased several times, and he swung the 9 rings mad saber and slashed wildly. The swordsmanship he showed was just a word of madness, as if crazy, attacking without defense, advancing without retreating, and forcing Shihuahuahu to retreat continuously. If Shihuahuahu's swordsmanship is a ball of flames, then Zhimura Gendori's swordsmanship is an erupting volcano, unstoppable, and every sword seems to be desperate to die together. The confrontation lasted less than half a minute, and ended with the wild sword in Shihuahuahu's hand being cut off. Your swordsmanship is too dangerous and rogue. Looking at the broken sword again, Shihuahuahu felt very aggrieved. This swordsmanship is more rogue than the last time he showed the spinning swordsmanship. Every sword will die with you, forcing you to take it hard. The worst thing is that the guy is wearing an indestructible heavy gold armor, and even if he stabs him, he can't pierce through it. This battle is so frustrating. This is the sword and swordsmanship that we men use. Exiting the sage mode again, Shimura Xianding waved the 9 rings mad sword in his hand, indicating that this is the big sword that he said 3 days ago. Pa! That's right, this is the big sword that we men should use, the others are for women. Slapping his thigh, Tishi Jianhao agreed with Shimura Xianding's words very much. A real man should use this kind of big sword, and those thin and short things are for women. Why don't you slap your leg? Bian Shui Jianhao next to him glared at him. Just now, this guy slapped him and almost broke his leg bone. Do you think I'm stupid? It will hurt if you slap my leg. Giving a contemptuous look, Tishi Jianhao acted very confidently. Then my leg won't hurt. With a dark face, Duan Shui Jianhao wanted to pull out the Duan Shui sword and stab him. At least I don't feel any pain. Tishi Jianhao was still righteous and confident, and Duan Shui Jianhao was so angry that he wanted to chop him. Why is the swordsmanship shown by my cousin today different from last time? There are many more stabbing sword moves. Ignoring the 2 old fools, Zhikan Xianding asked in confusion. The swordsmanship shown by Shuohuao last time was mainly slashing, with few stabbings, but this time the swordsmanship was mainly stabbing. The difference is too big. Last time I wanted to stab you, but could I stab you? Staring unhappily, Shuohuao was very dissatisfied with the last battle. The other person's big sword plus the hilt was 2 meters long, and the wild sword she used at that time was only 1.5 meters long. How could she stab? Throwing the broken sword in her hand to Zhikan Xianding, she turned around and sat down behind her adoptive father. Although this battle was still very frustrating, the violent swordsmanship was very good, not inferior to the swordsmanship styles perfected by those sword masters. The most important thing was that the new idea was very novel and gave her a lot of inspiration. So I gave the wrong gift. Looking at the 9-ring mad saber in his hand, Zhikan Xianding felt that he seemed to have prepared the wrong gift, and should have given a overlord spear. Since it was wrong, I will take this saber, and I will have someone send you an equal amount of heavy money later. Tishi Jianhao, who had finished arguing with Duan Shui Jianhao at some point, walked over with a big laugh, took the 9-ring mad saber from Zhikan Xianding, stuck the hilt into the dragon's mouth of the dragon's head stick in his hand, and the big guandao appeared again. He waved the big guandao in his hand, feeling extremely satisfied. Although it needs to be exchanged with an equal amount of heavy money, it is worth it, and the most important thing is the meaning it represents. I still think that you deserve a 3-meter-long big guandao for your figure. This one is a bit small, and it's better to have a mount. Seeing that the iron swordsman said he would use a large sum of money to exchange, Shimura Gento naturally did not object, but he still spoke out his opinion. Except for the kind of long weapons that reach the eyebrows, other long weapons are better than one's own height, so that it is meaningful to use them, and the mystery of an inch longer, an inch stronger can be brought into play. It seems a little small, but it's okay. When I go back, I'll ask the domestic swordsmith to make a bigger one. Rubbing his chin, the iron swordsman also felt that it would be more domineering if it was a little bigger. Catch it! At this time, the flame blade swordsman took off a megatama from his waist and threw it over. This is a fire megatama, corresponding to the megatama of other national swordsmen. Grandpa, is there anything particular about these megatama? Take out the 7 megatama and look at them, Shimura Gento asked curiously. These megatama look like antiques, and these swordsmen have them, obviously their origins are extraordinary. Could it be that collecting 7 megatama can summon the dragon to make a wish? This made the atmosphere of the scene quiet, and the blade swordsman and others couldn't help but look at the general of the Iron Country. This reaction made Shimura Gento even more curious. Could these megatama have something to do with the Iron Country? It's a long story to talk about these swordsmen megatama. The blade swordsman sighed and sighed, that was a witness to their glorious era of samurai, when ninjas had just appeared not long ago. 165. Chapter 164 Takigakuer village was destroyed. The era of samurai. Sitting on the bed, Shimura Gento played with the string of megatama and sighed. The grandfather said it briefly before, which roughly meant that the Iron Country was the first to discover the samurai heritage of the ancient mythological era, and then the Iron Country became a sacred place for samurai. At that time, whenever a samurai became a swordsman, the Iron Country would issue a megatama with attributes corresponding to his sword practice style. Many were given away, but many were lost over thousands of years, and even most of the megatama's natural energy would gradually dissipate and become ordinary jade. There are definitely no more than 100 attribute megatama left in this era, and the yin and yang megatama are even rarer. I'm afraid that the pair sent by the general of the Iron Country are the last two. However, the samurai of that era were really awesome, and even suppressed the ninjas for a time. It is estimated that if it were not for the reincarnation of the brothers Otsutsuki Indra and Ashura, the ninjas would not have developed at all. Is this the fundamental reason why the Six-Path Sage let his two sons continue to love and kill each other? Suddenly reacting, Shimura Gentoi felt that he seemed to have touched the truth. Master, the clan leader invites you to come over. At this moment, Shimura Gengaku's voice suddenly sounded from outside the window. I know. In response, Shimura Gentoi got up and walked out, following Shimura Gengaku to the room of his father, the Nabe Cage. Boss. As soon as I walked into the room, I saw a non-human thing. Who else could it be but my henchman Nasagi? You are here too. He glanced at the people present, and his heart sank, realizing that something must have gone wrong. Sitting in the main seat in the room was his old father, and next to him were Tsunade, Hitaki Sakumo and Jiraiya, all of whom looked very solemn. What happened? Pulling a chair over and sitting down, Shimura Gento asked in a deep voice. The Takigakure village is gone. The teacher speculated that it might be the work of the evil demon. Let us go and investigate. If we find that it is the evil demon, we will surround and kill it as soon as possible. Jiraiya spoke out a piece of information, his face was not looking good. Gone? What can't be done? Shimura Gento was a little confused. This was hard to understand. Everyone in Takigakure was killed, their bodies were taken away, and the whole village was burned down. If the Takigakure ninjas who were out on a mission hadn't returned, they wouldn't have discovered this. Now the remaining ninjas in Takigakure have asked for help from our 5 major ninja villages. Does that mean the Seven Tails is missing too? After listening to Jiraiya's explanation, Shimura Gentoi was thoughtful and guessed that this matter was unlikely to be done by evil demons. Although Takigakure is close to the sea in the north, it is far away from the ocean on the other side of the Forbidden Desert. It is unlikely that the evil demons will make a big detour to land in Takigakure and directly enter Takigakure village. You should know that Takigakure village is located in the center of Takigakure, not on the seashore. Since Jiraiya only said that there was a problem in Takigakure village, not Takigakure, it proves that the people of Takigakure are fine. Who slaughtered Takigakure village and took away the 7 tails? Thinking secretly, Shimura Gentoi thought of the Ninja World Dance King at the first time, and he didn't know whether the other party had opened the Samsara Eye at this time. It can be basically confirmed that it was my butterfly wings that fanned this matter, which did not appear in the original book. He was certain in his heart that this was a major incident, and it was probably caused by the abnormality of his butterfly wings. Who has the ability to quietly destroy the Takigakure village? There are only the 5 major ninja villages, at least they are the most likely suspects, and it is unlikely that it was done by evil spirits. Explaining his own analysis, Shimura Gentoi is more inclined to believe that the 5 major ninja villages are the murderers. Dad, is there anyone in the village who did this? The first suspect was his own village. Shimura Gento wondered if it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who did it. After all, the old guy was the Hokage, but he didn't have the 9 tails under his control, so he had the motive to snatch the 7 tails from Takigakure village. And if the 3 Sarutobi families joined hands, they would indeed be able to destroy Takigakure village. After all, the strength of Takigakure village was really not that good, especially at this time. It was estimated that the 7 tails Jinchuriki had not been figured out, and it was even unclear whether there was a strong person at the level of the cage. You know, according to the information he had, a large number of high-level people in Takigakure village were killed when Kakuzu defected, leaving Takigakure village almost without successors. At the same time, during the First Ninja World War, Takigakure village was also beaten badly by Uegakure village, and it was unknown whether it had recovered in the past 10 years. Hiruzen and the others have been staying in the village. Knowing what his son was suspecting, Shimura Danzo denied it and said that his good friend was innocent. What about the Senju and Uchiha? He asked again, but Tsunade glared at him, obviously unhappy to be suspected by this traitor. The 2 major ninja clans didn't make any moves either. Shaking his head again, Shimura Danzo had long deduced that Konoha didn't do this, it could only be the other 4 major ninja villages. The most likely one is Uegakure village. After all, the land of earth is adjacent to the land of waterfalls, followed by the cloud village, then the mist village, and finally the sand village. When do we set off? Unable to think of more clues for the time being, Shimura Gentoi asked. Next, we must go to the waterfall village to investigate and see if we can find more clues. Tonight. After telling a time, Shimura Danzo signaled his son to go out and prepare, and set off for Takigakure village in the evening. Shimura Gentoi was also not vague, and went straight to say goodbye to his grandfather, the Flame Blade Swordsman, and then to the Fire Country Daimyo. At night, the group set out, leaving the Fire Country capital and heading northwest to Takigakure. Everyone was very powerful, and they rushed all the way, and finally arrived at the location of Takigakure village 10 days later. Is this Takigakure village? Looking at the huge lake in front of him, Shimura Gentoi raised his eyebrows, which was a little different from what he imagined. There was a plot about Takigakure village in the original Naruto, and the entrance and exit of Takigakure village was hidden behind a waterfall. But in front of him was a huge lake, the lake water was very clear, and a huge black shadow could be vaguely seen below. Burnt wood. Crouching down and picking up a piece of charred wood from the lake, Shimura Gendo looked at it carefully and found an iron nail on it, which was obviously a piece of wood from the house. Our Takigakure village is hidden under this lake, isolated by the sacred tree with a barrier, but the thief who slaughtered our village burned the sacred tree, destroyed the barrier, and buried the entire village at the bottom of the lake. At this time, the Takigakure ninjas who had been stationed here swept the teams of the 4 major ninja villages with hatred. They are not fools, and naturally understand that only the current 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world have the strength to kill their Takigakure village overnight, which means that the enemy who destroyed the village is among these people, including the Mist village, which has not yet arrived because of the long distance. Uncle Zhang, did you do this? After all, among the 5 major ninja villages, your sand village has only one tail, and you caught it yourself, so you must be unbalanced. Shimura Gento ignored the hateful look on his face and came to Ebizo and asked in a low voice. The voice of Uncle Zhang made the faces of Yekeng Luasha and others behind him twitch, and Ebizo also had a black line on his forehead. Are we familiar with each other? Don't you have only one-tailed beast in Konoha? After saying this in a bad mood, Ebizo was also thinking about which ninja village quietly destroyed Takigakure and took away the 7 tails. First of all, he was sure that it was not their sand village that did it. Last time, they were seriously injured by the sand village collapse plan of Shimura Danzo and his son, which made the village's military strength stretched to the limit. And during this period, the senior ninjas in the village have not left, and the 3rd Kazekage has been in seclusion to recover and restore his strength. I think this must have been done by the other 4 major ninja villages. Konoha and Uegakure are both adjacent to Takigakure, and they also have the motive and ability, so they are most likely the murderer. Seeing that he couldn't tell anything from old Uncle Ebizo's face, Shimura Gentoi walked back and looked around at the people in Uegakure and Kumigakure, but he couldn't be sure for a while. Drain the water below first. The senior cage level elder who led the team from Uegakure village spoke first, and Shimura Danzo nodded in agreement. Ebizo from Kumigakure village and Sand village did not object. After all, staying here all the time would not show anything, and diving down was not safe. After all, none of them were good at underwater combat. If something unexpected happened, they would not know how they died. Seeing that no one objected, the senior cage level elder from Uegakure village squatted down and pressed his palm on the ground, sensing the terrain here, and soon came up with a plan. Here, there, and there, as long as these 4 points are destroyed, the water pressure inside can be used to break down this stone wall and release the lake water inside. Ebizo and the others did not object to this plan. After all, Uegakure village is professional in this regard, but Shimura Gentoi raised objections. I disagree. If all the lake water is released instantly like this, it will inevitably break down countless villages downstream, and the casualties will be countless. Moreover, if the lake water is released too quickly, everything at the bottom of the lake will be completely destroyed. If there is no clue, what are we going to do? That makes sense. After a slight pause, Ebizo looked at the huge size of the lake in front of him and agreed with Shimura Gentoi's opinion. He didn't care about the lives of the people of Takigakure downstream, after all, it was not their wind country. But it would be bad if the fast current washed away the clues left at the bottom of the lake. The tailed beasts are a balance point for the 5 major ninja villages today. There can't be too many or too few, otherwise the existing balance will inevitably be broken. The mastermind behind the 7-tailed beast must be found as soon as possible, otherwise it is likely to be calculated in the future. Uegakure and Kumigakure did not object, and they all had the same idea as Ebizo. How many rivers flow into this lake, and how many rivers or waterfalls flow out? Looking at the huge lake, Shimura Gentoi asked several ninjas from Takigakure. There are 3 rivers flowing into here, 9 waterfalls flowing out, and 4 rivers. He answered without thinking. As ninjas of Takigakure, they naturally knew the terrain of their homeland. Is there a topographic map of the entire Takigakure? Shimura Gentoi asked further. Drainage is a technical job. Just look at how many aspects the 3 Gorges project in the previous life involved. Although he is also a layman in this area, as long as he follows the principle that water flows to lower places, and with the help of topographic maps, it should not be a problem. After all, it is just a drainage, not a real reservoir. Hey! It seems that a large reservoir can really be built here. Thinking of the reservoir, Shimura Gentoi carefully looked at the endless huge lake in front of him. It would be a pity to destroy such a lake. Using it to make a reservoir would bring huge benefits to the people of the entire Takigakure. There is no ready-made one, but we can draw one, which will be generally correct. Although they were impatient, they had to accept the fact that the opponent was too strong. Besides, it was just a topographic map, which would not take long. 166. Chapter 165, Middlemen make a profit from the difference. The ninjas of Takigakure were very efficient and quickly drew a rough topographic map. Although it was not very detailed, it outlined the main mountains and rivers, which was enough. After studying this rough topographic map, Shimura Gentoi suddenly looked up at the old man of the level of the Uegakure who looked impatient. What are you looking at, kid? Giving him an unfriendly look, the old man disliked the kid. Not for anything else, just because you are the son of Danzo. Nothing, I just want to issue you a 10 billion tael mercenary mission to collapse and block the mountains in these 45 locations, then open up these 63 mountains, build an artificial river, and divert the water here to your country of Earth. Marking some key points on the rough topographic map with a pen, Shimura Gentoi generously issued a 10 billion tael mission. Do you have so much money? Hearing that there was a task of 1 billion taels, the old man of Uegakure narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he didn't believe that such a young man could come up with 1 billion taels, it was not a small amount. What if he could really come up with it? This is a reward of 1 billion taels. And all they have to do is collapse some mountains. For them who are already good at large-scale earth escape ninjutsu, it is not a difficult task. It can be done in a month at most. See, this is called heavy gold, which is basically equivalent to energy metal, that is, chakra metal. Is 1 billion taels a lot for me? Knocking on the heavy gold battlesuit on his body, Shimura Gentoi showed his own tyrannical aura. It's just 1 billion taels, which is nothing. Humph. Wait until your money is in place. With a cold snort, the old man of Uegakure still didn't believe it. After all, the other party was the son of Shimura Danzo, the inn of shinobi. Brother Suungsyu, bring a ninja sword over. Gestured with his hand, Shimura Gengaku quickly took a ninja sword modified from the Kusanagiryu longsword from a tribe member and handed it to Shimura Gentoi. This ninja sword is mixed with at least 5 kilograms of chakra metal, and the remaining half is also rare minerals, which is about 10 billion taels. I'll put it in your place as collateral first, and get to work quickly. After taking a look at the quality of the ninja sword in his hand and confirming that it was worth about 1 billion taels, he threw it to the old man in Uegakure. He didn't have time to waste with the old guy, and the important thing was to get down to work. He took the ninja sword and infused his own chakra into it. According to the circulation and amplification of the chakra, after confirming that what Shimura Gentoi said was true, the old man in Uegakure happily put it on his waist and waved his hand to signal the ninjas under his command to shape the river according to what the kid said. Dad, send someone to write a letter to the capital to the Iron Swordsman, saying that as long as he gives us 10 tons of heavy money, he will lead a river that can irrigate 1,000 kilometers of fields. Coming to his father's side, Shimura Gentoi said in a low voice. Of course, he couldn't let the land country benefit for nothing. As an excellent middleman, he would naturally earn the difference. It's not too much to earn 1,000 times the difference. Although the land country is not as extremely short of water as the wind country, its water resources are not abundant, and there are gobi deserts everywhere. If a big river can be led there, it can at least irrigate fields of thousands of kilometers. I believe that the land country daimyo will definitely agree to this kind of deal, and what they want is the heavy money that has basically been eliminated from the currency market, so the other party will not hesitate. I believe that the land country daimyo must be worried about how to exchange the heavy money piled up in the treasury for cash or things of equal value that can be circulated. Metaphysics. Shimura. Danzo gestured to Shimura Gengsu behind him, saying that he should write a letter back quickly. Ah? Oh. I'll go now. Shimura Gengsu, who had reacted, turned around and wrote a letter, and at the same time secretly sighed that the young master was indeed worthy of being the young master. His brain was different from that of normal people. He could make a net profit of 9,990 small goals with just a turn of his mind. Wait a minute, it's not over yet. Calling Shimura Gengsu, who turned around, Shimura Gendeng continued to whisper in Chinese, Taki Ninja Village is gone, and the biggest obstacle to the Iron Country's recovery of Taki Country has disappeared. You write a letter back to inform the Iron Country's general and let him prepare. Whether Taki Country can be recovered in one fell swoop depends on their ability. The Iron Country is an ally that they must win over. After all, the local energy metals there are really tempting. How can such a great opportunity to deepen the friendship between the two sides be missed? I will write this myself. With a gleam in his eyes, Shimura Danzo decided to perform his calligraphy himself. He had been coveting the local specialties of the Iron Country for a long time, but unfortunately the samurai were very strict and he had no chance to get them. There were not many of them circulating in the market. How could we miss this great opportunity to make friends with the Iron Country? If the Iron Country really wants to seize the opportunity to recapture the Taki Country, would you, the Iron Country General, not use dozens of tons of energy metal to show your kindness afterwards? Not long after, a Shimura ninja rode a flying ninja beast back to the capital of the Fire Country in a hurry, and Ebizo and others didn't care about it. Because they were also using the same method to send back first-hand information. Although the information they obtained was not much, they could confirm that the Takigakure village was indeed gone. This was a big event, and they alone could not handle it. They had to inform the shadows of their respective ninja villages. At the same time, the village used spies planted in other ninja villages to find out who slaughtered Takigakure and took away the seven tails. The earth-style ninja technique of Uegakure is indeed the best in the ninja world. The joint use of earth-style ninja techniques by many people is enough to collapse a mountain. This time, Uegakure sent out 30 jonins, led by a cage-level strongman and 3 quasi-cage-level strongmen. The power of such a large number of earth-style ninjas can be imagined. The first phase of the project was completed in just 1 week, and the river channel formed was enough to temporarily accommodate the water of the huge lake in Takigakure. Next, I need you to use earth-style ninja technique to dig out 10 inverted U-shaped waterways here. The surrounding rock structure cannot be destroyed. One end extends to the bottom of the lake, and the other end extends to the lower position outside. Pointing to the detailed topographic map drawn in the past few days, Shimura Gento outlined 10 red lines on it, indicating that the ninjas of Uegakure should start work. The ninjas of Uegakure village did not object to this. After all, they were paid, so they just treated it as a normal mission. They really couldn't refuse the reward of 1 billion taels. At this time, the powerful productivity of ninjutsu was reflected. In the past, it would take several years or even more than 10 years to complete a super large project, but a group of earth-style ninjas took only 3 days to complete it. What's your name, big brother? Coming to the team of Kirigakure village that arrived last night, Shimura Gentoi extended his hand to the middle-aged man in the lead. Then it was awkward. The leader Chizuki Kizuki looked at the golden-armored boy in front of him, without saying a word, but the murderous aura on his body became stronger and stronger. How rude! Pouting his lips, Shimura Gentoi signaled his personal bodyguard Shimura Gengaku to pay for the goods. This is 10 million taels. You need to use water escape to do something. With your strength, it will take about 10 minutes to complete. After Shimura Gengsu opened the money box, Shimura Gentoi said that he was here to deliver the money. The clan member who went to the daimyo the day before yesterday came back with more than 10 billion taels of banknotes, which he borrowed from his grandfather, the Flame Blade Swordsman. What's the matter? Glancing at the big box of banknotes, Chizuki Kizuki's cold expression softened a little. After all, there was no need to be hard on money, right? Even ninjas need to eat, not to mention that this is a formal employment. Even if the other party is from a hostile ninja village, as long as they are employers and the task will not harm the interests of the village, then follow the rules. It's very simple. I think you have also seen those brothers from the Hidden Rock village digging waterways. I need you to use water escape to draw the lake water from the water inlet at the bottom of the lake to fill all the waterways. With a snap of his fingers, Shimura Gentoi noticed the water escape of these people. Faced with this first productivity that can be called black technology, we naturally have to find a way to make reasonable use of it. Just this. Looking puzzled, Chitose Kizuki didn't quite understand why Shimura Gentoi did this. You don't need to know the reason, but be careful. The water flow may be very fast at that time. Don't look for me if someone dies. Without further explanation, Shimura Gentoi reminded him and turned away. Idiot. Watching Shimura Gentoi's leaving figure, Chitose Kizuki gave an evaluation of a person who was stupid and had a lot of money, and then signaled a team of people to go into the water to work. After all, it was a big order of 10 million taels, and it only took 10 minutes to get it. Only a fool would not do it. Half an hour later, Chizuki Kizuki looked at the still rapidly falling lake level, listened to the roar of the rushing water in the distance, and looked at Shimura Gentoi in confusion. The ninjas from the other 3 major ninja villages were also puzzled, and even Tsunade and others were full of confusion. Xiao Xianding, what's the reason? The water level has dropped to the bottom of the waterway, why can water still come out? Jiraiya couldn't help asking curiously. He had seen Shimura Gentoi's painting before. The highest point of the good waterways is still above the lake surface, but now the lake surface has dropped by 10 meters, far below the highest point of the waterway, why can water still flow out? Tsunade, who was not far away, looked indifferent, but pricked up her white and delicate ears, and was obviously very curious about the principle inside. This is called the siphon principle. As long as the water level of the lake is not lower than the entrance of the waterway, the water can be sucked out all the time. The advantage of this is that the waterway is internal pressure, not external pressure, which can minimize the damage to the waterway. As long as there is no natural disaster such as an earthquake, this waterway can be used all the time, and it is not a problem to become a 1,000-year project. Patiently explaining briefly, Shimura Gentoi attaches great importance to this reservoir project. He had carefully studied the topographic map of Taki country before and found that most of the rivers here flow from south to north into the sea in the South High Northland. It is a pity for such a huge amount of fresh water to flow into the sea, it is better to divert it to the land of Earth. I believe that the people of the land of Earth and the daimyo will definitely like it. After all, with water, crops can be grown, and food is the foundation of a nation in any world. Oh! I remember that the toilets that have been popular in our family in recent years seem to use this siphon principle. At this time, Shimura Suingshu suddenly realized, but it made the surrounding Shimura clansmen look sideways and even move away from each other. Now we are discussing water conservancy projects that benefit the country and the people, and you directly shifted the topic to the toilet. Is it really good for you to spoil the scenery like this? Brother Suingshu, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. With a sigh, Shimura Xianding felt that this team was not easy to lead. There are too many pig teammates. And that toilet was naturally invented by him. Although toilets have appeared in the Naruto animation, toilets have not been invented by others in this era, so naturally he can only do it himself, and then it has been popularized in the family in recent years. 167. Chapter 166, Millennium Sacred Tree. This lake is very large, so large that even with the 10 super large waterways with a diameter of 10 meters, it took 3 days and 3 nights to drain it. Before the upstream river water filled the bottom of the lake, the 5 major ninja villages followed the Takigakuer ninjas to the ruins of Takigakuer. It was indeed a ruin. All the houses were gone. There were some charcoal scattered everywhere, including burnt branches and trunks, and the wood used in the houses. No corpses were found. After a careful search of the bottom of the lake, Shimura Gengaku and others returned to report that they did not find any valuable clues. Not even a corpse was found, and it was obvious that they had been taken away by the enemy. In addition, after being burned once and soaked in the lake water for such a long time, all traces were erased. The other 4 major ninja villages also found nothing. After a confrontation, they chose to retreat. Let's go back. After taking a deep look at Shimura Gentoi, Ebizo waved his hand to signal the sand ninjas behind him to return. Since there were no valuable clues here, there was no need to stay any longer. After a while, only Shimura Gentoi and the others and the Takigakuer ninjas were left at the original Takigakuer ruins. I heard that your Takigakuer sent someone to assassinate our first Hokage. Shimura Gentoi, who was originally expressionless, turned his expression after the 4 major ninja villages retreated, and looked coldly at the dozens of Takigakuer ninjas. Retreat? Hearing this, the Takigakuer ninja who was leading the group suddenly shrank his pupils, and roared to order a retreat. It was a pity that their opponents were too strong, and they didn't even need Shimura Danzo to take action. Shimura Gengaku and the others alone were not something these people could contend with, not to mention that Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, also took action. The battle was over in less than half a minute, and all the Takigakuer ninjas were captured, including the Quasi-Cage level Takigakuer ninja. Get their memories as soon as possible. After giving a cold order, Shimura Gento looked up at the sacred tree with only the trunk left, and had a bold idea in his mind. This is the sacred tree that Takigakuer depends on for survival. According to what the Takigakuer ninjas said before, this sacred tree is more than 500 meters high, and its canopy covers an area of a 3 kilometers, creating the paradise of Takigakuer. This is obviously not a normal tree, and in the ninja world, abnormal trees can basically be related to the Chakra God tree. Moreover, the Six-Path Sage in the original work also mentioned that after the battle with Kaguya, there were many remains of the God tree all over the world. Perhaps this sacred tree was developed from a piece of God tree debris. Shimura Danzo was also standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the charred trunk of the holy tree, just like his son, and had the same guess. Little pervert, what bad thoughts are you thinking? Tsunade stepped forward, staring at the traitor with her beautiful eyes, always feeling that the little pervert had bad thoughts again. As for the holy tree, she didn't care, and even went up to check it before, confirming that it was just a naturally grown tree, and even had annual rings, and it was definitely not the kind of wood escape of her grandfather. Although her grandfather's wood escape could also give birth to huge trees, because it was a forced birth, those trees did not have the annual rings of normal trees. Obviously, this holy tree was not created by wood escape. Since it was not a wood escape, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Alas! Teacher Tsunade, you misunderstood me too deeply. I am just a child under 14 years old. What bad thoughts can I have? With a sigh, Shimura Gendo said aggrievedly that he was pure, but unfortunately Tsunade didn't buy it at all. I don't have the slightest misunderstanding of you, little pervert. Tsunade spoke angrily, as soon as she recalled that the experience of the day made him want to hit someone. And the people beside him, such as Shimura Gengaku, looked over and had a deeper understanding of their young master's thick skin. They sighed that they were indeed the descendants of the clan leader. One was cruel and ruthless, and the other was as thick-skinned as a city wall. They were simply a perfect father and son. You go back to the village first. Shimura Danzo, who maintained his high and cold male god style, spoke indifferently and ordered Tsunade and others to return to Konoha. Since Takigakuer village has been destroyed and the Seven Tails has been taken away, it is meaningless to let these people stay here, so they naturally have to go back quickly. At the same time, they started to investigate the mastermind behind the destruction of Takigakuer village. This will be the biggest variable in the next ninja war, and it must be investigated as soon as possible. I will take those Takigakuer senior ninjas back to ask the Yamanaka family to conduct a more in-depth memory search. Tsunade did not object to Shimura Danzo's order, but proposed to take those Takigakuer senior ninjas, including the leading Quasi Shadow, back. Although the Shimura ninja had just used illusion to search the memories of these people, the Shimura family was not good at illusion and had limited capabilities. This aspect had to be handled by the Uchiha and Yamanaka families. Shimura Danzo did not say anything and did not object. Tsunade and the others did not stop. The Anbu ninjas from the squadron they brought took action and left with the Taki ninjas, returning to Konoha in a hurry. Use wind escape to saw that thing open and count its rings for me. After Tsunade and the others left, Shimura Gento signaled the clan members behind him to take action. Shimura Suingshu and the others naturally would not be vague about this. They jointly performed a large-scale wind escape and sawed the trunk of the 100-meter diameter holy tree in a short time. Master, there are about 3,000 rings. After counting carefully, a Shimura ninja stood on the holy tree and shouted. 3,000 years! Exclaimed Shimura Gentoi, who was very surprised by this number. It was indeed a relic of the Chakra God tree. Even though it had no chakra, it still had a lot of magic. Dad, do you think that after we activate this thing with wood release chakra, and then graft it onto the roots of the god tree's underlinen, can we use it to control those roots and directly form a defense layer? Speaking out the bold idea in his heart, Shimura Gentoi had been thinking about how to use that thing after discovering the roots of the god tree's underlinen, and even cultivated a small god tree based on it. It's a pity that the roots of the god trees have been there for too long, and it seems that the Six-Path Sage has used the Samsara Eye to extract the power inside, and almost lost its vitality. It's not easy to control it, let alone use it to cultivate a small god tree. However, the sacred tree in Takigakure village in front of him is full of vitality, and grafting it should be able to gain something. Dig out all the taproots for me. After hearing his son's idea, Shimura Danzo was stunned for a moment and spoke viciously. Although he was very afraid of Chakra, and even more afraid of the Six-Path Sage who was suspected to be still alive, he wanted to explore the secret of the Six-Path Sage's power. This is a good opportunity, not to be missed. The power of ninjutsu is indeed the first productive force in this alien world. Under the effect of Earth Escape ninjutsu, the holy tree with a diameter of 100 meters was quickly dug out. It is worthy of being a 1,000-year-old tree. Looking at the several taproots that filled the entire Longian village ruins, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but sigh, and then he had another question. How can I get this thing to Lulin? Shimura Xianding was a little worried. The size of this thing was not small. It was not easy to get it to Lulin, which was more than 10,000 kilometers away, let alone get it there quietly. Summoning technique. Just as Shimura Gento was trying to figure out a solution, Shimura Danzo on the other side had already taken action. After forming a seal and performing the summoning technique, a huge monster appeared, which was the dream taper inherited by the Shimura family. Except for those who perceive, everyone else should input chakra into the dream taper. While inputting the chakra accumulated in the 8-diagram seal into the dream taper, Shimura Danzo gave the order. Except for Shimura Gengaku who had been guarding Shimura Gento and several clan members who were proficient in perception ninjutsu, other clan members came forward and input their own chakra into the dream taper. Although the dream taper could not use this external chakra freely, it was not a problem to mix it with its own chakra to wrap the entire sacred tree. As the huge chakra emerged and barely wrapped the entire sacred tree, with a bang, the dream taper and the huge sacred tree turned into a mist and dissipated. At the same time, the lake water next to Shimura Xianding suddenly surged over, and a giant fist of water flow knocked Shimura Suingshu, who was about to fight back, flying away. This was not over yet. A chain was thrown out, tying up Shimura Xianding who was about to jump away, and then dragged the waterway that had been dug out before and disappeared in front of everyone. Chizuki Kizuki! Shimura Danzo, who had just come to his senses, roared viciously, seeing that it was the water transformation secret technique of the Kizuki family, and that he could knock Shimura Suingshu, who was a quasi-cage level strongman, flying with one punch, must be a strong man at the level of a true cage. It just so happened that the person leading the team of the Hidden Mist Village before was Chizuki Kizuki, a strong man at the level of a true cage. It was the water transformation technique that deceived our perception. The faces of several Shimura ninjas responsible for perception were extremely ugly, and this was their dereliction of duty. At the same time, there was nothing they could do. Sensing ninjutsu itself was not the specialty of their Shimura family, and the water transformation secret technique of the Hojiki family was extremely concealed. As long as they were not within 10 meters of them, they could not sense it at all. Chase! With a low roar, Shimura Danzo forced out his chakra and rushed out along the waterway. Shimura Genshui and the others hurried to catch up. However, when they chased out and looked at the new huge river, everyone's face was extremely ugly. The speed is very fast, and it has already run 10 kilometers. The Shimura ninja in charge of perception reported the perception results as soon as possible, and everyone could only grit their teeth and chase. After chasing like this for a day and a night, everyone finally stopped at the seaside and looked at the ships on the sea in the distance. Their faces were very ugly, and Shimura Danzo even burst out with a terrifying murderous intent that made people shudder. They were a step slower in the end, and Chizuki Kizuki dragged Shimura Xianding into the sea. Although they could still chase, their condition was very bad. If they were on flat ground, it would not matter, but if they wanted to fight with the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village in the sea, they had almost no chance of winning, so they could only stop and make long-term plans. Shimura Danzo thinks highly of you, kid. Chizuki Kizuki climbed onto the ship anchored in the sea and laughed breathlessly. He was exhausted on the way, and he used the water instant body technique to rush forward. Even though it was easier because of the water flow downstream, he almost exhausted his chakra. What kind of chain is this? It's quite strong. Ignoring Chizuki Kizuki and the people from the Hidden Mist Village on the ship, Shimura Gendo looked at the chain tied to his body curiously. The moment he was entangled by the chain, he decisively opened the 8 gates of the ninja and opened the 7th gate in one breath, but even so he still couldn't break free from the chain. Interesting. Don't waste your energy. It was made of a special metal mined from the deep sea by our Chizuki family. It was originally used to bind the 3-tailed beast. You can't break free with your strength. Shizuki Kizuki grinned and was quite proud of this mission. Catching this kid is equivalent to getting all the secret techniques of the Shimura family, especially the set of body-strengthening secret techniques, which are invaluable. He just didn't expect this mission to be so smooth. Although he was very tired, he didn't fight with Shimura Danzo and others. He was prepared for a failure. 168. Chapter 167 Miss Dissolution. In fact, you can get the secret technique of our Shimura family through trading. As long as you give something of equal value, whether it is a secret ninjutsu or a precious ninja tool, it will be fine. There is no need to be so cruel. After struggling for a while and still unable to sit up, Shimura Xianding said helplessly. This is indeed the case that people are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of being fat. Since the Shimura body strengthening technique was revealed, all the ninja villages have set their sights on the Shimura family, and they have all regarded him as a soft persimmon to be squeezed. These people are too unrefined. But we prefer to do business without capital. A charming black-haired woman with a charming figure and charming face walked forward, stretched out her slender jade fingers to lift Shimura Xianding's chin, and opened her seductive red lips slightly. As a man, would he tolerate such a provocation? The angry Shimura Gendo decisively extended dozens of immortal energy threads to wrap around the young lady's neck and connected them to his head. Then he tilted his head back, causing the young lady to lean forward, and his mouth was accurately imprinted on the red lips. This scene made the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas, who were originally grinning, blink their eyes cutely, and then became furious. This kid is too arrogant, and he has no awareness of being a prisoner at all. Kid, you are looking for death. At this time, a young man with short red-brown hair was furious, and he pulled out the ninja sword behind him and was ready to stab the bastard kid to death. Stop! Before the ninja sword could stab, it was deflected by a kunao, piercing through the board next to Shimura Gendo's head, all the way to the handle, which shows how hard the other party used. At the same time, a kunao with wind attribute chakra flew over and cut off the immortal energy thread wrapped around the female ninja's head, allowing her to jump away quickly and calm the chakra that was out of control due to the radiation of the heavy gold armor. Terumi, are you challenging my dignity? Shizuki Kizuki came over, revealing his murderous intent. He had captured Shimura Gendo, and it was of great value. Whether it was for their Kizuki family or the entire Kirigakure, it had immeasurable benefits. How could he let Terumi kill him directly? I'm sorry, Master Shizuki, I never meant to provoke you, but that brat. With a start, Terumi hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake, but the anger in his heart remained, making his originally handsome face twisted and hideous. You know, that was his girlfriend, the kind who was about to propose marriage. Although this girlfriend is charming and enchanting, she is very conservative. They have been dating for such a long time, but they haven't even touched each other's hands. Now that little devil has taken away her first kiss, how can he bear it? No best. Glancing coldly, Chitos looked at the female ninja who had barely calmed down her chakra. How is it? Pa. It's okay. Spitting out a mouthful of blood and saying it's okay, the female ninja stared at Shimura Gendo resentfully. If eyes could kill, Shimura Gendo would definitely be pierced like a window screen. Shui Rong, are you hurt? Seeing his girlfriend spitting out blood, Terumi Zong immediately became nervous. It's not mine, it's that little pervert's. Wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, Shui Rong said resentfully. This time I really lost a lot. Miss, this is wrong. If you want to leave a mark on me, you can bite other places. Why bite my tongue? Shimura Gendo said depressedly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. This look made Terumi Mune and Shui Rong so angry that they wanted to chop people. Too arrogant, too shameless. Is this the kiss written by Master Yaiwei Dujiang Yin Songdiao in the book? Suddenly, a mist ninja whispered thoughtfully to himself, as if she finally understood a problem that had troubled her for a long time. And these words made the atmosphere even more weird. Shui Rong was so angry that her pretty face turned red, and Terumi Mune's face was ferocious. Continue to use illusions. We need to get all the secrets of the Shimura family and confidential information from his mind as soon as possible. After confirming that Shui Rong was fine, Chitos said coldly, urging her to do it as soon as possible. Gnashing her teeth, Shui Rong came to Shimura Xianding again, grabbed the chain and hung it up to her level. Illusiona heart-to-heart technique. The white and slender jade fingers quickly formed seals, and a pure Yin-dun chakra flowed out of her eyes, wrapped in a spirit body and rushed into Shimura Xianding's eyebrows despite the influence of radiation. What a useless spiritual space! Shui Rong's spirit body scanned this small spiritual space and was very disappointed. She originally thought that as the son of Shimura Danzo, the Anshi, his spiritual space would be wider, but who would have thought that he would be such a waste? But at this moment, her delicate body was suddenly hugged tightly in an embrace, and at the same time, a teasing voice came from her ear. Miss, it is immoral to say bad things about people behind their backs. Laughing, Shimura Xianding was not afraid of this woman's spirit. Although he could not do anything to the other party, it was impossible for the other party to read his memory, unless this woman had a pair of Manjakaya. Sharingan. You actually condensed a spirit. The powerful mental power burst out, and Shui Rong, who broke free from her body, looked solemn, realizing that this mission might fail. If the other party did not condense a spirit, she could use her mental power to search the other party's memory directly from the spiritual space. But now that there is a spirit, it is not possible, unless the spirit can be shattered without damaging the other party's memory. This is obviously not possible, at least it is difficult to do with her own illusion skills. Humph! Thinking of this, Shui Rong snorted coldly and exited this spiritual space neatly. At least it's G-end level. The spirit of Shimura Xianding, who was left alone, clenched his palms, recalling the scale of the touch just now, and felt that this Miss Shui Rong from the Hidden Mist Village was quite interesting. He has condensed a spirit, I can't read his memory with illusion, use torture. The spirit from the outside world returned to the body, and Shui Rong said that her mission failed and she could start the second plan directly. Why torture? If you want our Shimura family's secret technique, just write it down for you, but I want Miss Shui Rong to help me grind ink. Smiling, Shimura Xianding still didn't realize that he was a prisoner. As long as the other party asked for something, he could take a certain initiative, so that he could live a comfortable life and wait for his old father Guoying to bring people to rescue him safely. Little brat, you're looking for death. Before Shui Rong could speak, Terumimune couldn't help it, and his murderous intent was not concealed at all. This little brat is looking for death. We have charcoal pencils. Kitochitsuki said at this time that there was no need for anyone to grind ink, they had charcoal pencils to write with. The whole set of D-level bodybuilding secrets has more than 10 million words, how many words can you write with your charcoal pencils? Shimura Gentoi showed disdain with a look of disdain. These people have too small a vision, and they don't know what the real practice method is. Write out a part first, don't play tricks, I believe you don't want to experience the 1001 tortures of our Kirigakuer. Still very cold, Kitochitsuki signaled his men to get paper and pen. Soon a Kirigakuer ninja found several blank scrolls for writing intelligence from the cabin, and handed over the collected charcoal pencils. I know that the flexibility of your thread is comparable to the chakra thread of the puppeteer of Sand Village, just use that thread to write. Without waiting for Shimura Gento to speak, Chizuki Kizuki said that she would not untie the chain. Okay, you are ruthless. Shrugging, Shimura Gento manipulated a thread of immortal energy to wrap around a charcoal pencil and quickly wrote on the blank scroll. It didn't take long for the blank scroll to be filled up, and the charcoal pencil scent was only one left. Is this how you Shimura family records secret techniques? After flipping through several written scrolls and confirming that they can indeed be practiced, Chizuki Kizuki was speechless. Although the more detailed the practice of secret techniques such as ninjutsu is, the better, this is too detailed. It is simply an encyclopedia of human practice, involving all aspects of the body, and each organ has a unique practice method. This is just a translated version of the common language. The real version used by our Shimura family's Zero Research Institute is a Chinese version. The meanings of the two are slightly different, but they are almost the same. At least it won't kill people. While continuing to flirt with Miss Shui Rong with his eyes, Shimura Xianding explained. According to your previous speed, you can write 100,000 words a day, and it will take hundreds of days to write tens of millions of words. With a frown, Chizuki Kizuki couldn't accept this time. Judging from the crazy energy of Shimura Danzo before, it is obvious that he attaches great importance to this only son. He will definitely take crazy revenge later, and it may even trigger a ninja war in advance, which will make the Hidden Mist Village very passive. Konoha Village is the well-deserved big brother among the 5 major ninja villages. No one wants to be the first to confront it. It will bear greater pressure and the losses after the war will be greater. This is not what he wants to see. 1 month, he and the village can delay for a month at most. After a month, he must let this kid go back, otherwise it will be difficult to end. Dark Crow, send a message back, suggesting that the third-generation master contact the third-generation Reikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. After thinking for a while, Chizuki Kizuki signaled his men to send the message back. The secret of the Shimura Fami Lithe technique must be obtained. Since the Hidden Mist Village cannot handle it alone, the Hidden Cloud Village will be involved. I believe that the Hidden Cloud Village must also be very interested in the Shimura family's body-strengthening secret technique. When the two major ninja villages join forces, what can you Konoha do? This kid doesn't need to be returned. Yes, sir. A hidden mist ninja wearing a crow mask took the order and went down to write a letter. Keep an eye on him. Looking at the suspended Shimura Xianding, Chizuki Kizuki returned to the cabin to recover the chakra consumed before. Before returning to the Hidden Mist Village, you must always be vigilant, and it is best to maintain your peak state to deal with possible accidents. However, Chizuki Kizuki had not rested for long when he felt that the ship was shaking violently, and even creaking, as if it was about to fall apart. What's going on? He rushed to the deck quickly, looked around, and saw that there were no other ships on the sea around him. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at the people guarding the deck. Brother Kunyu, I don't like being looked at by a group of grown men. I want Miss Shui Rong. Without waiting for the Kirigakure ninjas to speak, Shimura Gentoi said that the journey was too lonely and he wanted the little sister to accompany him. Little boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. The handsome face of Terumi Mune became ferocious again, and the ninja sword was unsheathed, wanting to cut the little boy into pieces. If you don't agree to me, we will die together. Ignoring the helpless and furious Terumi Mune, Shimura Gentoi used the immortal energy thread to shake the boat again. When it was cut off by the Kirigakure ninjas guarding next to him, he recondensed and continued to shake it, as if everyone was going to die together. Go call Shui Rong over. Rubbing his forehead with a headache, Kizunichito signaled his men to enter the cabin to call for help. It's not a good time to torture the little boy now, otherwise it will really force him to commit suicide, which will be a big loss. You come and watch over that little devil, make him behave himself. Giving an order to Shui Rong who was walking over, Gui Dengqianyu returned to the cabin to rest and recover. Little pervert, be honest, or I'll dissolve you. Shui Rong, who was also interrupted from resting, was in a bad mood and wanted to dissolve the little devil immediately. Dissolve me. She looked stunned, then seemed to remember something, turned her head to look at Terumi Mune who was still in impotence and rage, and then her eyes fell on the fierce lady in front of her. Sister, can dissolve. What? Want to experience it? Condensing a ball of acid solution in her palm, Shui Rong cast her eyes on someone's lower abdomen with ill intentions. 169. Chapter 168, Tsunade Heim, the Saint of Men's Health. I remember that the ninja clan that could perform the dissolution escape seemed to have long since fallen. I didn't expect that they had joined the Hidden Mist Village. How many clan members do you have now? Looking at the black-haired lady in front of him curiously, he paid special attention to her long curly hair, green eyes and the murder weapon. The image of the Mizukage in the original novel who was expected to compete with Tsunade for the title of the most vicious person in the ninja world came to his mind. As far as he knew, the Terumi family of the Hidden Mist Village inherited the boiling escape fusion of the two chakra attributes of water and fire, and did not have the corrosive dissolution escape fusion that Mei Terumi possessed in the original novel. Either the dissolution escape fusion was fused by Mei Terumi herself, or it was inherited from her parents. It just so happened that there was indeed a ninja clan in the ninja world that had the bloodline of the dissolution escape fusion. And now this Miss Shui Rong has a good relationship with the guy named Terumi Mune, and they are about the same age. Maybe she can really give birth to the Mizukage with two bloodline limits. That's not what you should ask. Shui Rong snorted coldly, and seeing that she couldn't scare the kid, she put away the chakra of the dissolving escape. She really couldn't do anything about this kid. The radiation of the battlesuit on his body could be called the nemesis of ninjutsu. She had used the yin escape chakra to open the way and invade his spiritual space with her own spirit body. Even so, she suffered a lot of damage and was traumatized mentally. She wanted to take a good rest to recover, but who would have thought that the kid would make trouble again? She felt that it was a mistake for Senior Qianyu to kidnap this kid. What are you doing? Suddenly, she felt that hundreds of silk threads pierced into her body. Shui Rong was shocked and instinctively wanted to withdraw, but she found that her body had been controlled. Clang clang clang. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village guarding the deck drew their swords together and cast a ferocious look, and Terumi Mune showed a sinister murderous intent. Don't be nervous, I'm just diagnosing Miss Shuarong's body to see if there's anything wrong. She put on a warm smile as a senior gynecologist, comforting the brothers of the Kirigakure village not to be nervous, saying that she was just a gynecologist with medical ethics. Miss, are you good at leg-type physical techniques? Using the Xianyuan Li silk thread to initially sense Shuarong's physical condition, Shimura Xianding frowned and retracted the Xianyuan Li silk thread at the same time. Seeing Shimura Xianding retract the Xianyuan Li silk thread and Shuarong breaking free from control and retreating, the Kirigakure ninjas sheathed their swords, but stared at her more closely. The questioned Shuarong stepped back a few steps, ignored someone, and even knelt down, leaning against the wooden wall of the cabin and closing her eyes to rest. Your left big toe was fractured, your heel tendon was cut, your sole was pierced by a kunao, and your knee was scratched by a blade. Your right foot was pierced by 3 shurikens, your calf bone was fractured, your thigh was cut by a ninja sword, and your leg joints were worn to varying degrees, and you did not receive qualified medical treatment. These problems are secondary. The key is that you over-extracted chakra, which caused your body to be deficient. I estimate that you will not live past the age of 40. He spoke in detail about the results of the investigation, which made the mist ninja present look up to him. This kid is really good. So what? Opening her wonderful eyes and glaring at him, Shuarong didn't care about it. It's normal for a ninja to have some old injuries on his body, and even the 2 brothers from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village are proud of it. Besides, the ninja industry is to hang your head on the belt to live, and you may die in a mission one day. How many people can live to the age of 40? But the problem is that these old injuries will reduce your strength by at least 10%, and this loss of 10% of strength can sometimes be fatal. And I can help you repair those ugly scars on your body and make you a flawless young lady. Looking at this young lady with a smile, Shimura Gendo is more and more sure that this is the mother of the future Mizukage. What a pity! Thinking of the future Mizukage who never married herself until she was old and became a leftover fighter in the ninja world like Tsunade, I couldn't help but feel pity for the young lady in front of me. Too pitiful. Humph. Noticing someone's compassionate look, Shuarong snorted coldly, ignored it, and continued to close her eyes to rest. Big brother here, how about I help you diagnose? I am the disciple of Miss Tsunade of Senju. The Senju family knows that their blood limit immortal body is said to be immortal, which is the ultimate application of Yang-dun medical ninjutsu. I have inherited the medical skills of teacher Tsunade and specialize in treating difficult and complicated diseases, such as your impotence. Looking at the mist ninja wearing a shark mask not far away, Shimura Gentoi enthusiastically promoted himself. When he was swaying the boat just now, he took the opportunity to use the immortal force thread to pierce the bodies of several nearby mist ninjas, including this person. Although it was cut off in an instant, a little problem was still seen. This is a good breakthrough. Who is impotent? Don't talk nonsense. The Kirigakure ninja, who originally exuded a cold aura, immediately became furious, and this extreme reaction made everyone look at him strangely. It doesn't matter if it's impotent, as long as it's cured and regained its virility. To comfort him, Shimura Gento was ready to temporarily switch from a gynecologist to a male doctor. Yes. Reproductive urology. I'm warning you, can you really cure this disease? The shark-masked Anbu ninja was furious, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally asked in a low voice. That problem has troubled him for a long time, and his wife was even divorcing him some time ago. This change almost hurt the waists of everyone present, and then cast contemptuous eyes. I didn't expect that guy to be tall and strong, but he was a silver rod wax spear. The contemptuous eyes of his companions made the shark-masked man blush with shame, but fortunately the mask covered it. Of course it can be cured. You just had a penetrating wound in your lower abdomen, which injured a part of the nerves connected there, which led to that situation. Just repair that part of the nerves. You have to have confidence in me. After all, my teacher is Tsunade, the eldest daughter of the Senju family, and a contemporary male doctor. Responding with a confident smile, Shimura Gentoi said that as Tsunade's disciple, he is trustworthy, at least in terms of medical skills. Are you willing to help me cure it? He suppressed the excitement in his heart and cast a suspicious look. After all, the two sides were hostile to each other, and they were the ones who kidnapped him this time. It's not a white cure. You have to put me down after I'm cured. It's too bad to keep me hanging like this. After stating the conditions, Shimura Gento didn't like being hung like this, it was too cheap. It's okay if I just put you down, but you have to make sure you are completely cured. Hearing that it was just such a simple condition, the shark-masked man breathed a sigh of relief. He can make the decision on this matter. After all, he is one of the 4 quasi-shadows in this team, second only to Chizuki Kizuki. He still has this little power. Stand still. Seeing the other party agreed, Ziken Xianding extended several immortal energy threads to evolve the acquired Yang attribute and acquired Yin attribute. First, use the acquired Yin attribute to temporarily connect the damaged nerves, and then use the acquired Yang attribute to stimulate, and it will be done in less than 3 minutes. You can find a place to try the effect first. After taking back the immortal energy threads, Ziken Xianding said that he could inspect the goods first. Blackfish, lend me a copy of Ninja Breaking the Sky. Experiencing the different feeling below, the shark-masked man excitedly asked his teammates for props. Here, be careful, don't get it dirty. He reluctantly took out a sealed scroll from the ninja tool bag, and carefully unwrapped it to reveal a complete set of Ninja Pokenkayang, and it was a luxurious front page. The complete set of luxurious front pages of Ninja Pokenkayang made Shimura Gentoi's eyebrows jump. He didn't expect to meet his die-hard book fans here. Those who can pay to buy the front pages are true fans. The shark-masked man on the other side took a copy of Ninja Pokenkayang handed over by his teammate, ran back to the cabin, and returned 3 minutes later. Although his face was blocked by the shark mask, it can be seen from the brisk steps that he was in a good mood and was very satisfied with the treatment effect. So fast? Looking at the shark-masked man who came back, Shimura Gento was stunned, and then cast a caring look. It seems that this big brother is not only weak, but also too early. The shark-masked man stiffened at these words, and the people on the deck cast contemptuous eyes again. Well, this guy is hopeless. Can this be cured? Standing half a meter away from Shimura Gento, the shark-masked man asked in a low voice. Put me down first. There was no immediate response, indicating to put himself down first. The shark-masked man kept his promise and untied the chain tied to the wooden beam, put Shimura Gento down, and let him. The man leaned against the wooden wall of the cabin. Your problem depends on the situation. Have you always been like this, or have you become like this because of something that happened before, or is it just like this occasionally? With a conscientious medical ethics mentality, Ziken Xianding asked solemnly. It was quite normal before, but after reading those pornographic works written by Master Yaiwei Dujiang Yinsong Niao a few years ago, this problem gradually appeared. Scanning the companions on the deck, the shark-masked man lowered his voice. There is no way, the Master Yinsong Niao wrote too well, and the illustration girls were too tempting. The combination of the two is simply uncontrollable. It turned out to be my fault. This explanation made Ziken Xianding feel guilty. He was the one who harmed this book fan. And there are still many fans like this book fan friend. He, Ji, is ashamed of the vast number of book fans. Ahem, this is a psychological problem. You can try to change it with some illusions, or try some self-hypnosis. After feeling guilty for 3 seconds, he gave 2 treatment plans. This is a mental illness, and it must be cured with a heart medicine in the end. Self-hypnosis. Thinking, the shark-masked man felt that this was indeed a way. Thank you, Mr. Xianding. I will remember this favor. After thanking him solemnly, the shark-masked man stepped aside to think about how to complete a wave of self-hypnosis. As for letting others use illusions on him, he gave up the idea immediately. As a ninja, especially a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, he had no concept of companions at all. At least he had no companions that he could absolutely trust, and they were also proficient in illusions. So he could only try self-hypnosis. Could that guy be Hoshigaki Kisame's father? After staring at the shark-masked man for a while, Shimura Gento guessed the other party's identity in his heart. When I used the immortal energy thread to treat him just now, I took the opportunity to sense his body. There are body tissues similar to fish gills in his body, and the exposed part of his skin is also light blue. From the eye holes of the shark mask, it can be seen that this person has small bean eyes. In addition, the amount of chakra of the other party is amazing, much larger than Jiraiya's chakra, and his body has a strong recovery ability. It is estimated that even without his treatment this time, he can rely on his own recovery ability to repair that nerve. These factors combined made him think of a certain honest man in the ninja world at the first time. Not necessarily, after all, the current Hoshigaki family is also a first-class ninja family in the Hidden Mist Village, and there are many clansmen. Quickly throwing this guess behind his mind, Shimura Gento looked at another hidden mist ninja wearing a monkey mask and said with a smile. Brother, do you want to see a doctor? The hidden mist ninja who was targeted couldn't help but shudder, and almost jumped up after hearing Shimura Gento's words. All the Kirigakure ninjas present looked over, wondering if this colleague had any unspeakable secrets. 170. Chapter 169 The Hidden Dangers of Water Transformation Technique. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not sick, I'm healthy. The monkey-masked man hurriedly said that he was a healthy person, not sick and not in pain. No, you are sick. Seriously rejecting the attitude of this big brother who was afraid of seeing a doctor, Shimura Gentoi determined that this person was sick, even if he was not sick, he must be sick. This made all the Kirigakure ninjas present look at him with contempt. With the example of the shark-masked man before, they have recognized Shimura Gentoi's medical skills. At least he is very good in men's medicine. Since he said you are sick, you must be sick. I'm really not sick. The contemptuous look of his companion made the monkey-masked man very anxious. He really was not sick, at least not in that aspect. No, you are sick, you are too short and too small. Directly stating the other party's illness, Ziken Xianding is very confident in his medical skills. If I say you are short, you must be short, otherwise you show it to everyone. Tisk. Everyone's eyes are even more contemptuous, they didn't expect that this is also a silver rod wax spearhead. The monkey-masked man was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and just wanted to continue to explain, but was blocked by Ziken Xianding's next words. Do you want to become more powerful and domineering? Can you help me do it? After hesitating, the monkey-masked man asked in a low voice. Although he can't be said to be short and weak, he is not strong either. He can only be considered ordinary. It would be better if he could become powerful and domineering. As a man, no one can resist such temptation. Of course, don't forget that I am the disciple of Tsunade, the contemporary male doctor. He showed an absolutely confident smile again. As a disciple of Tsunade, he is proud of the current ninja world in terms of medical skills. Even if you are not sick, he can cure you. What do you want? Without letting down his guard, the monkey-masked man did not forget the hostile relationship between the two sides. Although he could ignore the other party's unreasonable demands later, it is better to make it clear in advance. Don't be nervous, my requirements are not high. Get me a recliner. If you don't have one, make one for me with wood. Make it sturdy. My heavy gold battlesuit is not light. This is possible. Seeing that Shimura Gento's requirements were not high, the monkey-masked man said he could do it. Although he is not a Quasi-Cage level strongman, he is an elite chunin and still has a little say in the team. As for the wood for the chair, he looked at the wooden ship and it should be no problem to dismantle some wood. Stand still, mobilize your chakra and follow the flow of my threads. Decisive, Shimura Gento inserted the immortal energy thread into the opponent's body, constructing a flow trajectory of the unmarked ninjutsu developed long ago on the basis of the original Akimichi secret technique. Sure enough, it has become mighty and domineering. Using chakra to follow the thread flowing in the body, the monkey-masked man quickly felt the changes in his twin brother and was ecstatic. What a miracle, doctor! This is the medical secret technique of the brother multiplication technique that my teacher Tsunade has devoted many years of research and development. It must be adjusted according to each person's physical condition. Don't pass the chakra flow trajectory I just designed for you to others, otherwise it will easily cause problems. Leaving a medical order, Shimura Gento looked at the next Mist Village ninja and said with a smile. Brother, you are sick. Finally recovered. After 3 days and 3 nights, Chizuki Hojiki walked out of the cabin, feeling relieved. In order to avoid being hunted down by Shimura Danzo and others, he overloaded himself, which not only consumed a huge amount of chakra, but also caused considerable damage to his body, especially his legs. It was only now that he barely recovered. As for further recovery, he would have to wait until he returned to the hidden mist village to find a way. That kid has been quite well behaved these days. Thinking of the kidnapped boy, Chizuki Hojiki was very satisfied with the stability of the past 3 days, and did not let the kid make trouble again. Thinking of this, he walked towards the deck of the ship, and then saw a puzzling scene. Xianding Jun, how is this strength? A hidden mist ninja used his ninja sword sheath to knock on Shimura Xianding's leg armor through the gap in the chain, transmitting the strength into his thigh. While knocking, he also asked about the strength. Well, very good, that's the feeling, keep it up. Nodding slightly with satisfaction, Shimura Gentoi gestured to keep it, and then called to the Kirigakure ninja who was pushing the reclining chair in the back, "Big brother in the back, rock a little faster." "Okay." The Kirigakure ninja took the order and sped up a bit. This is not over yet. A large group of Kirigakure ninjas around were serving Shimura Gentoi in different ways, and they looked like they were working hard and had no complaints at all, not at all as fierce and spicy as the Kirigakure ninjas in the past. "Miss Shuirong, have an orange." Feeling a little dry in the mouth, Shimura Gentoi gestured to the lady next to him to get a slice of orange. "Eat you to death." Pouting unhappily, Shuirong inserted a slice of orange into the tip of the ninja sword and put it into someone's mouth. At the same time, she angrily stuffed a slice of orange into her own mouth, secretly hating herself for not being good enough. "It's just a little scar on the body, why didn't she bear to let that boy treat it, and now she looks like a maid. Shame. What are you doing?" Finally unable to bear it, Chizuki Kizuki shouted coldly, extremely disappointed with these subordinates. Is this still the elite of their Kirigakure? "Brother Chizuki, you are sick." Seeing Chizuki Kizuki appear, Shimura Gendo instinctively greeted him, and Chizuki Kizuki's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "This brat needs to be punished." Seeing Chizuki Kizuki appear, the Kirigakure ninjas were shocked and quickly dispersed to guard various places on the ship, concentrating their minds and being alert, with a murderous intention. It seemed that the scene just now was just an illusion, and even Shuirong stuffed the remaining half of the orange into her mouth, making her mouth bulge and more cute. "Who can tell me what's going on?" Taking a deep breath and barely suppressing the anger, Chizuki Kizuki asked coldly. He was very confident in the professional qualities of the Kirigakure ninjas and would never make mistakes, but since the scene just now appeared, something he didn't know must have happened in the past 3 days. Everyone was speechless and kept silent. "It's hard to say." "Shuirong, you tell me." Seeing that no one spoke, Chitose Chizuki's face became even more gloomy, and her eyes fell on Shuirong who was standing next to Shimura Gendo. Shuirong, who was reducing her presence, was called out, and she blinked her eyes cutely, and hurriedly chewed the orange in her mouth, trying to swallow it before answering. Unlike those disgusting men, she had nothing to be embarrassed about in this regard. Anyway, she just asked the boy to remove a hideous scar on her thigh. It's just that half of the orange is too big, and she couldn't swallow it for a while. Chitose Chizuki's eyebrows jumped when she saw this scene, but fortunately, Terumimune spoke up to rescue his girlfriend at this time, and exaggerated what happened in the past 3 days. "Master Chitose, that kid has ulterior motives and wants to use such despicable means to corrupt our Kirigakure's firm ninja way. He must be tortured to wake him up so that he knows what his current identity is." At the end, Terumimune cast a look full of pride and ferocity at Shimura Gentoi without disguising. He had had enough of these 3 days. Whenever he saw that kid asking his girlfriend to feed him fruits and water, he would go crazy. Now he can finally deal with that kid. However, these exaggerated words made the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas cast unfriendly eyes, feeling that there was a traitor among them. Alas! "Big brother, you have narrowed the road." With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi was anxious about the IQ of this big brother, and felt sorry for the future Mizukage. With such a pitfall father, the future Mizukage road of that charming lady may be more bumpy. But this guy is too petty. Didn't he just not treat your illness? Is it necessary to be so insidious? After listening to Terumimune's exaggerated explanation, Chizuki Kizuki glanced at the big brother with a strange look. He looked at some of his men, and finally his eyes fell on a boy who was lying on a chair enjoying a sunbath. The granddaughter of the first Hokage would study this kind of medical skills. He was naturally familiar with Tsunade. After all, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. They even discussed whether she could awaken the wood escape power of the first Hokage to pacify the troubled times, end the Warring States period, and create the ninja village era. Therefore, he did know that Tsunade was proficient in medical ninjutsu, but he didn't expect that she was also proficient in men's medicine. Alas! Teacher Tsunade is addicted to gambling, but her gambling luck is terrible. In order to get enough gambling money, she can only find ways to make money. It's easier to make money in this area, so I studied it for a while. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi unceremoniously blamed his own fat sheep teacher, and at the same time felt sorry for the teacher's strange gambling luck. A fat sheep. Nodding thoughtfully, their intelligence on Tsunade did record that the woman was extremely addicted to gambling and had very bad luck in gambling, and even gave her the title of a fat sheep. Brother Kyunyu, you are really sick, you have to treat it quickly. After all, it is not a good idea to always use the Hoshui wrist technique. It will damage the cells and even genes of your fellow brother. Over time, it will inevitably become impotent. With a change of expression, Shimura Gentoi once again switched to become a male doctor. His earnest persuasion made Hojiki Huanyu's face darken again. The surrounding mist-hidden ninjas also cast surprised eyes. They didn't expect that their boss would have problems in that area. But can the Hoshui wrist technique of the Hojiki family also be used in that area? It seems that it can be done. After all, both of them gather the liquid in the body, but one is pure water and the other is blood, which is essentially the same. I didn't use the family's secret technique for such boring things. With a dark face, Chizuki Kizuki firmly denied it, but Shimura Gento showed an expression of "I understand," which made him so angry that he wanted to kill him on the spot. I once saw a research document of the second-generation Hokage on your Kizuki family's water transformation secret technique, which recorded a fatal flaw, which is also the reason why your Kizuki family ninjas can hardly live past 50 years old. Seriously speaking, Shimura Gento said that you are sick, a very serious disease. Although this was a lie, he did think that the Kizuki family's water transformation technique had hidden dangers. In this regard, you can guess it by looking at the wind transformation technique of his own family. The principles of the two are similar. Even if the Kizuki family's water transformation technique is more perfect, it is not the elemental transformation of the next door One Piece after all, which directly liquefies the body. Just think about it and you will know the complexity and danger inside. Hearing the name of the second Hokage, Hojiki looked solemn and signaled his men to retreat. After everyone had retreated, he asked, "What flaws?" Of course, he had heard of the second Hokage. He was a man who was known as the sea-style ninja and the god of water. His water-style attainments made the hidden mist village have to admit his admiration. However, the man's real strength was his research and development capabilities, and he developed powerful forbidden techniques. It was even said that he had developed a forbidden technique that could temporarily revive the dead. This master of forbidden techniques might really be able to research the flaws of their Hojiki family's water-transforming secret technique. But is this kid qualified to read the research materials left by the second Hokage? 171. Chapter 170 Tsuchikage attacks. It's hard to say. I have to check your physical condition before I can confirm it further. Release my hands first. He continued to talk nonsense. Shimura Gendo naturally didn't know the flaws of the water transformation technique at this stage, but he would know it soon, provided that this brother was willing to cooperate with him in the physical examination. Chizuki didn't say anything. He stared at the boy in front of him for a long time before he replied, "Okay. Spirit summoning technique." He used a kunao to poke his fingers, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Finally, he slapped the deck hard, and used chakram mixed with blood to spread a technique array. A mist exploded, revealing a large number of chains, which were exactly the same as the chain on Shimura Gendo. Obviously, they were the same style. Water arm technique. Using the water arm technique, his right arm became thicker than his thigh, and he grabbed the remaining chain on Shimura Gendo and hung it up. Then he used the 7 chains that were summoned to wrap around his body layer by layer, and soon the area below the chest was tightly wrapped. The chains were so dense that they formed a hemisphere. "Have you really used this thing to bind the three-tailed beast?" Looking at the chains that had wrapped around most of his body, Shimura Gentoi bared his teeth, once again recognizing the caution of this brother, and at the same time he was also curious about the toughness of this chain. You should know that the power of the three-tailed beast is not small, after all, the size of the tailed beast is there. But these chains are too thin, similar to the diamond chains of Miss Uzumaki Midori. Can this thing really bind the three-tailed beast? Untie your armor. Without answering Shimura Gentoi's question, Kizuki signaled him to untie the heavy gold armor on his arm. These heavy gold armors are all integrated with sealing crystals, which have extremely strong radiation. If they are really touched by them, even if he is a strong man at the level of a positive shadow, he will suffer. Without the chance to resist, Shimura Gendo could only obey, and quickly used the immortal force thread to remove the armor, and even rolled up the inner armor to the shoulders, revealing both arms. Seeing that Shimura Gendo was still cooperating, Ghost Light Jitos continued to wrap the chains while explaining proudly, "Strictly speaking, the material of these chains is not a product of our world, but a piece of meteorite found by our ghost light family ancestors from the bottom of the sea. Stone. Its hardness is more than 10 times stronger than the heavy gold on you. When the three-tailed beast went berserk, we used these 8 chains to lock his tail, limbs, and head tightly. Even if you burst out the 8th gate of the 8 gates, you can't break free. Chizuki Kizuki is extremely proud of these 8 chains. After all, this is a powerful ninja tool that can bind the tailed beasts and has strategic significance. Tisk. It's just pure strength. The diamond chains of the Uzumaki clan can seal the chakra of the tailed beasts. Bad review. Shimura Gentoi gave a bad review to this set of chains with disdain. It is far inferior to the diamond chains of the Uzumaki clan. That thing is a killer weapon that can tie up the 9-tailed beast into a tortoise shell. It's enough to tie you up. His face darkened, he glared at him fiercely, and Chitosa's movements accelerated. After a while, 8 chains wrapped Shimura Gendo into a ball, leaving only his hands, feet, and head, which were tied together separately. Hold my palm, and perform the water arm technique and water transformation technique in turn. Not paying attention to the chains wrapped around him, Shimura Gendo motioned Chitos to start, ready to explore these 2 secret techniques. Chitos didn't shy away from this, holding Shimura Gendo's palm, allowing the opponent's immortal energy thread to invade his arm. Water arm technique. Water transformation technique. First, he performed the Hoshui wrist technique, making his arm thicker than his thigh again, and then the water transformation technique, and his thick palm turned into a stream of water that flowed through the fingers of Shimura Suendinga Euro trademark S palm. He was not afraid that Shimura Xianding would use this to spy on the secret of the water transformation technique. First, the time was short, and second, he had decided to keep this kid in the Hidden Mist Village forever. He would either die in the Hidden Mist Village or be imprisoned forever, and there would be no chance of leaking the secret. Third, even if the secret of the water transformation technique was discovered, it didn't Euro trademark T matter, because practicing the water transformation secret technique required a special physique, which was the exclusive secret technique of their Ghost Lantern clan, and others would not know it. Even if it counts, it can't be cultivated. While Shimura Xianding pretended to close his eyes and think, his consciousness had actually entered the black cauldron space, ready to study the palm replica of Chizuki Kizuki, as well as the secrets of the Hoshui wrist technique and the water transformation technique. Chizuki Kizuki didn't bother him and let him think slowly. It would be best if he could see some flaws in the water transformation technique, but it didn't matter if he couldn't see them, anyway, there was no loss. At the same time, Shimura Suending's consciousness on the other side began to analyze Chizuki Kizuki's palm replica in the black cauldron space. There is indeed damage at the cellular level. Using the analytical function of the black cauldron space to enlarge the replica of the palm, Shimura Gento observed the enlarged palm cells and found that there were different degrees of damage on the cells. Even the chromosome gene structure inside the cell nucleus was a little loose, and there was a tendency to collapse. Similar to the hidden dangers of their Shimura family's weathering technique, it is obvious that even the water transformation technique of the Ghost Light family is not perfect. But relatively speaking, it is already very good. At least if this secret technique is not used too frequently, it is no problem to live to 50 years old. 50 years old is already a very long life in the ninja world, and the strength of ninjas will generally decline sharply at the age of 50, and their utilization value will be greatly reduced, so it doesn't matter even if they die. In general, the cost-effectiveness of the water transformation technique is not bad, even if there are defects, it is not a big problem. The Hoshui wrist technique is a bit interesting. It can be integrated with the Akimichi clan's multiplication secret technique as an extension of the divine power technique. With the help of the previous experience of using the immortal energy thread to sense Chizuki Kizuki's arm, Shimura Gentoi became interested in the extended application of the water transformation secret technique, Hoshuibai. After realizing the flaws of the water transformation secret technique, Shimura Gentoi did not stay in the black cauldron space for long. His consciousness returned to his body in reality, and then he was confused. What's going on? Turning his head to look at Miss Shuirong, who had returned to his side at some point, Shimura Gentoi asked in confusion. Other Kirigakure ninjas have also returned and are alert. A ninja from the Hidden Rock Village has appeared. After replying casually, Shuirong stared at the sky solemnly. Kizuki Chizuki stood on the sail, staring at the figures in the sky solemnly, especially the short figure that made his heart sink. That was the third Tsuchikage, a veteran and powerful master of the Seekage level. Although he was also a master of the Seekage level, he was far inferior to the third Tsuchikage, especially the attack power of the dust release, which had exceeded the scope of the Seekage level and reached the level of the Super Tsuchikage level. If the third Tsuchikage was not limited by his body shape, resulting in less chakra than the masters of the same level, he would probably be ranked as a Super Tsuchikage. The most important thing is that there are 2 masters of the Seekage level and 4 Quasi-Tsuchikages in the Hidden Rock Village this time, and they can fly, occupying absolute air supremacy. Terumi. Shui Rong. Looking at the rapidly approaching third Tsuchikage and others, Chizuki Kizuki decisively gave the order. After receiving the order, Shui Rong and Terumi Mune raised their hands and formed seals at the same time in tacit understanding. Melting style, dissolving monsters technique. Boiling style, burning mist technique. Mixed ninjutsu, trickster mist technique. The strong acid solution of the melting style merged with the high temperature steam of the boiling style, instantly turning into a large area of a high temperature acid mist, covering the sea area of a 1 km in radius. At the same time, the ship changed direction to avoid being hit by the third Tsuchikage and others. Terumi Mune and Shui Rong also controlled the trickster mist technique to avoid the ship from being corroded. Although the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are all good at swimming, this is the vast ocean. Once they lose the ship under them, they will not feel good. Not to mention that this place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the land of water. It is simply a fantasy to want to swim back by themselves. This tactic is very good, but it's a pity that Kizuki Denkyunyu and others underestimated the murderous intention of the third Tsuchikage. Dust release, limit stripping technique. When he arrived above the acid mist, the third Tsuchikage did not mean to waste any words, and directly raised his hand to form a seal to burst out the strongest ninjutsu of dust release. A square barrier hundreds of meters long, wide, and high appeared, and inside it was a blazing white light ball of dust release chakra, which was enough to separate any substance into atomic state. Shimura Gento looked at the huge barrier 2 meters in front of him, especially when he saw that the heavy gold armor he had taken off before was instantly decomposed by more than half. He was very frightened. The high-quality sealing crystal radiation really couldn't withstand the elimination of the 3 attribute bloodline, and it was estimated that only the radiation of the best sealing crystal could withstand it. Fuck, it's going to sink. Suddenly, he felt that the ship was sinking rapidly, and Shimura Gento was so anxious that he almost jumped up. With the restraints on his body now, if he really fell into the sea, he would definitely sink to the bottom of the sea like a weight. But this is the middle of the sea, who knows how deep the seabed is, 1,000 meters or several thousand meters. Let alone the problem of breathing, the terrifying water pressure alone is enough to crush him into a peeing bull ball. In front of the mighty power of nature, human beings are still too small. It was also a house leaking in the rain. Just when Shimura Xianding extended the immortal energy thread and wanted to fix himself on the half of the sea ship, the third generation of Tsuchikage suddenly removed the outer square barrier of the dust escape, and suddenly an indescribable explosion rushed over. Boom boom! The terrifying explosion shock wave swept across, and the remaining half of the sea ship disintegrated instantly. All the mist-hidden ninjas were blown away. It is really unimaginable how many people can survive. Shimura Xianding was naturally blown away, but with the protection of the ball-wrapped chain outside his body, he was not injured. He even assembled the helmet in time to protect his handsome face and his flowing middle-parted short hair, so that the palms exposed were burned by the high temperature to a state of 3/4 rare. At the same time, the violent explosion also dispersed the shrouded acid mist, revealing a messy sea surface and the huge puddle that was quickly calming down. Just as Shimura Gento was sinking rapidly to the bottom of the sea like a weight, the chain left on his body suddenly tightened, and then he was quickly pulled up. Above? It can't be Chizuki Kizuki and others. Could it be people from the Hidden Rock Village? After a quick thought, he probably guessed that it must be people from the Hidden Rock Village who took action. Judging from the one-sided battle just now, if it was Chizuki Kizuki and others, they would definitely drag themselves into the deep sea and run away under the cover of the sea water. There is no way they could go to the sea surface to serve food to the third Tsuchikage and others. Of course, if Mizuki Kizuki and others were spies sent by the Hidden Rock Village to the Hidden Mist Village, that would be another story. But the possibility is very small and can be ignored. Miss. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a beautiful figure sinking in the sea water, with a large amount of blood spilling around her body. Without thinking too much, he quickly extended a thread of immortal energy to wrap around his waist, and quickly rose up with himself. Little boy, you are pretty tough. A familiar laugh came, and Shimura Xianding looked up and saw that it was the contractor who earned him 1 billion taels into Kigakuer village, the leader of the Uegakuer village team, named Haito. At this time, Haito was suspended in the air, holding a chain in his hand. It was he who pulled Shimura Xianding up just in time. 172. Chapter 171 Tsuchikage, you are sick. Humph. It is indeed pretty tough. Looking at Shimura Xianding who was pulled up, the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki snorted coldly. He had no good feelings towards the people of Konoha, especially the people of the Shimura family, and was even full of hatred. All the bastards of the Shimura family deserved to die. Third generation sir, they are hiding underwater, about 300 meters away from us, and are swimming quickly to the northeast, probably trying to swim back around the land of lightning. At this time, a perception ninja who was hanging by a rope reported the results of his perception, indicating that the previous mist ninjas were not all dead. A bunch of water rats. With another cold snort, Onoki glared at the hung Shimura Gendo, turned around and flew to the southwest. The rock ninjas also quickly followed, using the super light and heavy rock technique to fly quickly to the west. It is too difficult to kill a group of mist ninjas in the sea, almost impossible. The previous wave of attacks was just a surprise attack. Now they are hiding hundreds of meters deep underwater, and they can't continue to attack. But now the ship is destroyed, and there is not even an island in the surrounding thousands of kilometers of sea. It is not easy for those people to swim back to the land of water. It will take at least 3 months. These 3 months were enough for them to get all the secret techniques and confidential information of the Shimura family from that kid. Just like that, Brown Earth carried Shimura Xianding, and Shimura Xianding carried Shui Rong, following the third Tsuchikage to fly to the land of Earth. They flew thousands of meters high along the way and finally landed in a volcano hundreds of kilometers away from the hidden rock village. This is an active volcano. Looking at the crater emitting choking smoke and scorching heat, Shimura Xianding said in surprise. It is indeed an active volcano, and it will be your home for the next few months. With a cheerful smile, Brown Earth used the super light and heavy rock technique to take Shimura Xianding down the magma channel of the crater quickly, until they fell 10 kilometers and were about to approach the magma below, and then a horizontal entrance appeared on the side of the channel. It should be 5 kilometers underground. After silently calculating the array, Shimura Xianding estimated that it should be 5 kilometers underground. He had noticed before that this volcano was about 4 or 5 kilometers higher than the surrounding ground. Now he had descended 10 kilometers along the volcanic tunnel. The location is 5 kilometers underground. This result made him feel very painful. Perception ninjutsu is not omnipotent. If there is a physical material barrier, the perception distance will be greatly reduced. Just like the perspective ability of Hyuga Byakugan, the more obstacles there are, the shorter the perspective distance. Now unless someone stands on the crater to perceive, it is impossible to perceive their own existence. In addition, there is huge heat from the volcanic magma, in other words, the natural energy of fire attribute. It is even more difficult to perceive here after being disturbed like this. And it is not known what kind of arrangement is inside the entrance. Be honest, don't do stupid things, you can't run away. After giving a warning, Brown Earth began to dismantle the chain ball and release Shimura Gendo from it. Little ghost, tell me, who is that lewd bird? At this time, the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki, who had been silent all the way, finally couldn't help it, condensed a ball of dust release chakra, and shouted fiercely with a ferocious face. The faces of Haito and others beside him were strange. They could understand why Onoki was furious. If they were slandered like that, they would definitely go crazy. Although the master of Yaiwei Dujiang Yinzong Niao did not directly use Onoki's name, did he really think that he could get away with it by just changing one word? Uncle Tsuchikage, you asked the wrong person. Although those pornographic works were sold by our Shimura family using Xinhua bookstore, I have never been involved in this matter. Shimura Gentashi was very sincere and did not lie. Although those pornographic works were written by him, he was only responsible for writing, and the sales were always handled by his fiancé copyright Keiko. Did you take off this golden skin by yourself, or did I use dust escape to help you? With a dark face, seeing that he could not get the answer, Onoki signaled Shimura Gentashi to take it off quickly. Uncle Tsuchikage, it's not good to be so impatient, it's very bad, it hurts a lot. Okay, I'll do it myself. Seeing that the dust release chakra in Onoki's hand was even more impatient, Shimura Gento had no choice but to take off his expensive battlesuit. He had considered exploding the 8 gates and running away, but it takes a little time to open the 8 gates, although this time is very short, it is enough for Onoki to use the dust release to decompose himself into atoms. Not to mention that there was the cage-level strongman, brown earth, and several quasi-cages next to him, leaving him no chance at all. The situation is stronger than the person, so I can only admit it. Soon Shimura Gento was stripped down to only a tight shorts, showing off his perfect figure to the fullest. Use illusion. Seeing that Shimura Gento was quite sensible, Onoki signaled to use illusion to search for information. Although he knew that the possibility of success was not high, otherwise Chizuki Kizuki would have asked someone to read the information and then killed this kid. But if he didn't try, he would really be unwilling. Wait. Stopping the quasi-shadow companion who was proficient in illusion, Haito cautiously stepped forward and tied the 8 chains he had untied before to Shimura Gento's body. He did not leave any part of his waist, limbs, and locked them with the buckles that came with the chains. He even grabbed the ends of the chains in his hands, and only after doing this did he signal his companions to step forward and perform illusions. Uncle Haito, I gave you a big project worth 1 billion taels last time. Giving a resentful look, Shimura Gento hated these ninjas so much that they were so cautious and ungrateful. One thing for one thing, I have always seen clearly on matters of principle, and you are the son of Shimura Denzo, the secret ninja, so I can't be careless even if I want to. Grinning and showing his big yellow teeth, Haito would not look down on this junior. A few months ago, Shimura Denzo played a plan to collapse the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, which directly crippled the Sand Village and lost the veteran Quasi-Shadow Cho. He didn't want Shimura Denzo and this kid to join forces in the Land of Earth to collapse the Rock Village because of a momentary negligence. Anyway, it's better to be careful. This made Shimura Xianding very helpless. He was not afraid of opponents who were stronger than him or had more people than him, but he was afraid that they would be extremely cautious even when they had an absolute advantage. What could he do against such a godly opponent? Even if the 8 chains were not held by the brown earth, he could not run away. Each of those things was estimated to weigh 3 tons, and the 8 chains together weighed 24 tons, which was almost as heavy as the 8 trigrams furnace. Even if he opened the 8 gates of Dungia to 7, he could not run away, let alone run away. No, he has condensed a spirit body. I can't disperse the spirit body while ensuring that his memory is intact. The ninja who was good at illusion stepped forward, and finally retreated helplessly like Shui Rong at the beginning. It would not be difficult to disperse the spirit body of this kid with illusion, and it can be done now, but it would be difficult to obtain the memory in the other party's spirit body. Can I transplant a 3 Magadama Sharingan to you temporarily? Still not giving up, Onoki made a proposal that made Shimura Gento look at it sideways. Iwagakuer village also has Sharingan. That's right, after all, there are a lot of people in the ninja world who are interested in Uchiha, especially after the emergence of superstandard strongmen like Uchiha Madara, the value of Sharingan has greatly increased. The most important thing is that the blood limit of Sharingan can be transplanted, and it is right that Uchiha will always be targeted. Of course, these people can only do it secretly. Those who dared to seize Sharingan openly were killed by Uchiha long ago, and the only one who was not killed was Senju. The 3 Magadama Sharingan cannot be used immediately after transplantation. It will take me at least half a year to adapt, but I'm not sure I can handle it for half a year. He spoke helplessly. The illusion ninja was also very clear about this. He even applied for research on Sharingan. Unfortunately, Sharingan is too unfriendly to non-Uchiha people, and it is difficult to carry it even if it is transplanted to the body. Uncle Tsuchikage, in fact, you don't need to use illusion to read my memory. If you want our Shimura family's body-strengthening secrets, just write them down to you directly. I am a very easy to talk to person. At this time, Shimura Gento spoke up, saying that he was a man of insight, not a man who was loyal and unyielding and could die for his family and village. Being a prisoner is a technical job. It is not easy to resist the enemy's punishment with loyalty and unyielding. The only way is to cooperate obediently. Of course, you can't tell all the secret information you know at once, otherwise you will really die. After all, he still knows the principle of the cunning rabbit dies and the running dog is cooked, so even if he wants to cooperate in revealing information secrets, he has to do it slowly. Anyway, with the secrets he has created at this stage, it will take several years to write even if he writes 100,000 words a day. No hurry. Is he really the son of Shimura Denzo? Onoki was silent for a moment, then turned to ask Haito. This kid's personality was completely different from what he expected. He was not like the ninja at all, and he didn't even look like a qualified ninja. It should be. Haito was also a little uncertain. This kid's style was indeed very different from Shimura Danzo. Uncle Tsuchikage, you are sick and need treatment. At this time, Shimura Gento suddenly said something, which made the veins on Onaki's forehead jump. Don't get excited. This kid still has great value. The Shimura family's bodybuilding secrets can also improve the strength of the ninjas in the entire village. You must hold back. Seeing that Onaki, who was already angry, was about to explode, Haito secretly said badly, and hurried forward to stop him, while glaring at Shimura Gento and warning him. Little brat, if you want to die, you'll have plenty of opportunities later. Now be quiet. He is sick, and it's a congenital disease. Look at his crippled height. He must be born with dwarfism. After picking his ears, Shimura Gento bluntly expressed his analysis. This dwarf is definitely a patient with congenital dwarfism. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill that kid. Onaki couldn't bear it anymore, so he wanted to rush up and smash the kid to death with the rock fist technique, but unfortunately he was stopped by the well-prepared brown earth, and several Uegaku Juni cages nearby also stepped forward to help. The value of that kid alive is greater than dead, and it can benefit the entire Uegaku village. Before getting Shimura's secret technique, he must not be allowed to die. Uncle Tsuchikage, it's wrong for you to be so secretive and avoid medical treatment. Don't blame others for suspecting that the third Raikage from the next village cheated on you. Look at your crippled height. How do you look like Huang Tu's father? Even if I doubt whether someone cheated on you, I even doubt whether your twin brother can deflower your wife. Ignoring the furious Onoki, Shimura Gentoi really doubted it. He was too short. A height of 1.3 meters is the same as those little brats who graduated from the ninja school. This is still at the current stage. When the graduation age is adjusted to 12 years old at the beginning of the future plot, this dwarf will have to look up to the graduates when he sees them. I really don't understand how this guy came up with Huang Tu's son. Did Huang Tu inherit his body from his mother? But this raises a new question. If Huang Tu inherited his body from his mother, how big must his mother be to neutralize the genetic genes from Onoki? If that were the case, with the size difference between the two, it would be a question whether Onoki could break his wife's body, so where did the yellow earth come from? 173. Chapter 172 The second Tsuchikage's wife. Get out of here. This made Onoki angry, and coupled with the scandal and shame caused to him by the Book of the Sky covering book in the past 2 years, and the strange looks from those people, all the accumulated anger exploded at this moment. The burst of chakra sent brown earth and others flying away, and he raised his hand to form a seal to perform dust release. A square barrier appeared, and the blazing white dust release chakra surged inside, blasting out. At this moment, he was so angry that he no longer cared about the Shimura secret technique mastered by this kid. At worst, he could use other means to obtain it. Today, he must kill this brat with a bad mouth. I can cure it. He said calmly that he could cure it, and then saw that the dust release ninjutsu deflected, forcibly decomposing the stone wall next to it, leaving a square hole of 10 meters square. Can you cure it? With a gloomy old face, Onoki was tempted. Originally, he had long been accustomed to this short stature, and coupled with the powerful attack power of the dust release, no one in the entire ninja world dared to laugh at him, but the bird that suddenly appeared made him a laughing stock, and even the ninjas in the village looked at him with a little strangeness. How could he bear this? Although it is a bit difficult, it can indeed be cured. I am confident in this aspect. Showing an absolutely confident smile, he completely accepted the medical skills memory of the two medical masters Tsunade and Cho. He had absolute confidence that he could complete the treatment of this disease. Bring him in. After a long silence, Onoki flew to the depths of the passage. It can be seen that you are a person who cherishes your life very much. Don't do stupid things. After a warning, Haito walked forward and rolled the 8 chains into a ball, and suspended it with the super light and heavy rock technique. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. With a reassuring smile, Shimura Gendo carried Miss Shuirong on his shoulders and walked deep into the tunnel. At the time, this little sister was seriously injured in the dust release explosion, with countless wounds on her body and her internal organs. He also suffered a huge impact, and even his head was seriously injured, and he has not woken up. On the way to be brought here, he used the vitality line and the acquired yang attribute to heal the injuries on the surface and internal organs, but he was temporarily powerless in the head. Going forward all the way, passing through many dangerous mechanisms, he finally came to a huge cave. This cave is very huge, with a diameter of 3 kilometers. There are many traces of artificial excavation inside. It is obviously a secret place of the hidden rock village, and he also saw a big guy here. 5 tails. Looking at the big guy lying in the depths of the cave, Zhikan Xianding didn't expect that this was the place where the hidden rock village stored the 5-tail. Little Wood, you are here. A voice with a cold meaning came from the 5-tail. Zhikan Xianding looked closely and was shocked to find that there was a woman kneeling on the head of the 5-tail, a queen-like beauty with a peerless weapon. Master Yu Guan, thank you for your hard work. Onaki flew forward and bowed respectfully to the lady. Their Iwagakure village was able to suppress the 4 and 5 tails for so many years, all thanks to the help of this master's wife. And the master's wife's best years of more than 20 years were also consumed in this dark underground secret place. The master's wife has paid too much for their Iwagakure village. Where are they from? Yu Guan's eyes moved, looking at Shimeragento and Shuirong on his shoulders. From the chains wrapped around Shimeragento, it can be seen that there is a problem. If it was a ninja from the same village, Onoki would never treat his companions like this. It is obviously an outsider, and it is even possible that he is an enemy. Miss Yu Guan, my name is Shimeragentoi. I am here as a guest in Iwagakure village this time and hope to join the village and become a glorious Iwagakure ninja. Please take care of me. Without waiting for Onoki to introduce himself, Shimeragentoi smiled and said that he was here for tourism and even intended to join Iwagakure village and obtain village membership. It would be best if he could get a forehead protector as proof of village membership. Hearing this, Onoki and the others' eyes twitched, and they once again doubted whether this was Shimura Denzo's son. This shameless look was too different from the style of the ninja Yami. Shimura? Are you from Konoha? His handsome long eyebrows were slightly raised. Yu Guan was quite familiar with the surname Shimura, as if the family's wind escape technique was quite impressive. Yes, I'm from Konoha. My father is Shimura Denzo, the ninja-an, the current second-in-command of Konoha, and a good friend of the third Hokage. They are so close that they can even cover each other with blankets. Without any intention of hiding, he frankly revealed his origins, saying that he was the son of the pot. Looking speechlessly at the boy with a sunny smile below, Yu Guan looked at Onoki and asked with his eyes, what you are doing? How did you get the son of the second-in-command of Konoha here? Are you going to start the second ninja world war? The information in this kid's head is very important. We need to use this secret place to hide it and let him write down the information and secret techniques. This is very important to the village. I hope the master's wife can keep an eye on it. Ignoring Shimuragento's nonsense, Onoki started to tell the story seriously. The information they caught about this kid needs to be concealed temporarily until the kid writes down all the secret technique information, so they need an absolutely secret and safe place, and it cannot be too far away from the village. After thinking about it, this secret place is the most suitable. Even if Konoha sends a sensory ninja here, there will be no gain. As for the kid leaking the secret place and the 5 tails. Haha, he must be able to get out. How can he let the Shimura family members who fell into his hands live? Yet. Nodding slightly, Yu Guan didn't care much. Anyway, this place is so big, it doesn't matter if there are more people, and 2 more people can also relieve boredom. He has been here for a long time. In the past, there were 4 tails to accompany him, but now there is only the 5 tails, the dull one. There are complete living facilities and food and water here. Tomorrow, I will have someone send a scroll of writing and ink, and at the same time, I will send a clan member. You should cure my clan member first. After saying this coldly, Onoki turned and flew away. He naturally would not listen to the kid's words directly. Later, he would send a prisoner of the same short stature for treatment. If he could really get a normal human body, he would not mind receiving treatment. Of course, getting a tall stature and breaking those rumors is only secondary. The main purpose is to get more chakra and stronger physical fitness. Chakra is a fusion of mental power and vitality. His short stature severely limits his vitality, resulting in insufficient chakra. Otherwise, he would have been a super shadow level strongman with the blood inheritance elimination dust escape. So this treatment, or experiment, is also very important. Uncle Tsuchikage, don't forget to bring me some bodies of Hyuga clan ninjas. They must be fresh. That's the experiment, no, it's the main tool for treatment. As if he remembered something, Shimura Gentoi shouted, causing the flying Onoki to almost fail to maintain the super light and heavy rock technique and fall to the ground. Damn it, I was still guessing that the kid was not very sure before, and it might be an experiment, but I didn't expect it to be true. He continued to fly with a dark face and left this secret place. Hichu and others hurried to catch up and closed the layers of mechanical doors in the passage. What's so cool about a Wudalan? Himura Xianding pouted unhappily and looked around. He found a row of stone chambers at the edge of the cave. He was about to go over with Miss Shuirong on his back, but soon found an embarrassing problem. That was the chain tied to him. The total weight of this thing was as high as more than 20 tons. If he wanted to carry it alone, I can't drag it with my own physical strength. In addition, the worst thing is that the old man Haitu destroyed the internal mechanism of the lock at this end of the chain, and there is no way to open it. Damn, old man, you'd better pray that you don't have a daughter, otherwise I will make you a father. I was so angry that I raised 2 middle fingers, and finally I could only helplessly burst the 8 gates of ninjutsu and opened the 5th gate in one breath. With the amplification of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, I dragged the 8 chains forward with difficulty, and it took a full 10 minutes to reach the stone chamber at the edge of the cave. I found an uninhabited stone chamber and put the still unconscious Shuirong on the stone bed inside, and then went to another stone chamber to find some food and water to eat and drink. He has been tossed around a lot these days. The old man Onoki didn't give him anything to eat or water to drink. If it weren't for the good food on the ship in the Hidden Mist village before, he would have starved to death. After a short rest and solving physiological problems, he took a shower and opened the 8 gates of Dunjia again to drag the 8 chains forward. Although the 8 chains are heavy, with a total weight of more than 20 tons, it does not require more than 20 tons of force to drag them. The 8 gates of Dunjia with 5 gates can be dragged. And the 8 gates of Dunjia with 5 gates can barely be carried by his current physical fitness. With the help of the acquired Yang attribute immortal energy, there will be no damage, at least not in the short term. Miss Yu Guan, do you mind if I chat with this big guy? Standing in front of the big head of the 5-tailed fox, looking at Yu Guan who was kneeling there, Shimura Gento shouted. Yu Guan, who was kneeling with his eyes closed, did not react at all, which was obviously an attitude of tacit consent, or indifference. Big guy, my name is Shimura Gento, what about you? Seeing that the lady above did not object, Shimura Gento greeted the 5-tailed fox with a smile. Although I knew this guy's name was King Mu, I couldn't say it directly. It's better to let this big guy say it himself. Maybe whether I can leave here as soon as possible depends on whether I can fool this big guy. Unfortunately, King Mu of the 5-tailed beast is aloof and didn't even raise his eyelids, completely ignoring Shimura Gentoi. Shimura Gentoi didn't care about this, he sat down and chatted with himself. I heard that except for the 1-tailed beast, the other 8 of you 9-tailed beasts were beaten down by the first generation of Hokage using wood release, and then captured and sold to the 4 major ninja villages and to Kigakure village like animals. By the way, the 9-tailed beast stayed in Konoha. This is really a pot that is not open. King Mu of the 5-tailed beast, who originally didn't intend to pay attention, suddenly opened his eyes, and the super large eyes of Kairylan, which were much larger than Shimura Gentoi, were full of murderous intent. That incident was the biggest pain for the tailed beasts. They were originally living freely, but were caught by the bastard first Hokage and sold as goods, and have been imprisoned until now. Sun Wukong has poor patience. He couldn't bear the loneliness a few years ago and gave in. He was sealed in a boy's body, which is really a shame for the tailed beasts. Finally there is a reaction. Seeing the 5-tailed king open his huge eyes, Shimura Gentoi smiled and introduced himself again. My name is Shimura Gentoi, Shimura is the surname, Xianding is the name, what about you? The 5-tailed king still didn't say anything, and even a pair of super large eyes closed again, still not intending to pay attention to this human. Is it interesting? Yu Guan asked coldly. In her opinion, Shimura Gentoi was just playing tricks. He knew that this was the 5-tailed, but he asked the person's name. Miss, you are wrong. The 5-tailed beast is just a name given to him by us humans, or to be more precise, by ninjas, but he has never acknowledged this name. I am right, aren't I, everyone? Grinning, Shimura Gentoi saw the 5-tailed King Mu, whose eyelids twitched slightly after hearing this, and his smile became even stronger. Just a beast. Yu Guan curled his lips in disdain, not agreeing with Shimura Gentoi's statement. In her opinion, the tailed beast is also a beast, with great power at most. And isn't it the power of humans to name the beasts? 174. Chapter 173, The Movie Emperor Shimuragento. I don't agree with that. According to the relevant records I have read, the tailed beasts have complete intelligence, and their wisdom is not inferior to that of us humans. We should respect intelligent life. As an intelligent life, it must have a name. Whether it is given by his parents or given by himself, it is his real name and a symbol of his existence in this world. Shimuragento decisively rejected the cold and beautiful sister's erroneous cognition. He showed respect for the five-tailed King Mu, which is the basic point of whether he can fool the King Mu. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Shimuragento. Shimura is my surname, which represents the family heritage of the past. Xianding is my life. It was given to me by my mother before she died, and it represents the blessing for my future life. After introducing himself again, Shimuragento was full of sincerity and his smile was sunny, but he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He thought of a key point that was a bit tricky. My mother gave me the ominous name Xianding before she died. Did she want me to be the scapegoat? Or take the blame? So that I can surpass that old father Guo Ying. This thought came to my mind, and I felt more resentful towards the mother I had never met. Originally I thought that my old father Guo Ying was a bit of a jerk, but I didn't expect that mother was even more of a jerk. Boring. After making this comment, Yu Guan closed her eyes, but the next scene made her open her eyes in shock. King Mu. The deep voice echoed in the huge cave space, and it was from the five-tailed King Mu. See, I said this big guy is wise, and Peo Pelethi family has survived for thousands of years, and the knowledge and wisdom accumulated over such a long time are much more than ours. Grinning and laughing, Shimuragento secretly said that the first stage of the deception plan was successful. You want to plot against Wu, his power to escape. Suddenly, as if seeing through Shimuragento's intention, Yu Guan said indifferently, but he did not call Wu Vai again, obviously admitting that Wu Vai is an intelligent life form, not an irrational beast. Damn, fiery eyes and golden pupils. My heart skipped a beat, but Shimuragento did not show any abnormality on his face, and even seriously rejected it. Although the power of this big guy is very strong, it is not worth it for me to plot, and compared with external forces, I believe more in the power obtained through self-effort and practice. Besides, I am a warrior now, and there is no chakra in my body. Even if I get the chakra of King Mu, it will be useless, and it will even destroy my own power system. This is the truth. After understanding the nature of chakra, he never thought about obtaining the power of the tailed beast. After all, the tailed beast itself was created by the six-path sage. There must be a trap inside. He must be crazy to absorb the tailed beast chakra. That's because you can't use it yourself. There are many people in Konoha who want to use it and can use it. For example, the wife of your first-generation Hokage, she sealed the 9 tails in her body and gained powerful power. The voice was still cold. Yu Guan didn't believe the kid in front of him at all. After all, facing such a powerful force, who can't be tempted? You are talking about Miss Mito. I know her and have a good relationship with her. But in dealing with the 9 tails, I think she did something wrong. The tailed beasts should not be sealed, and their power should not be used in this way. He shook his head again to reject it, but this time Shimuragento rejected the Uzumaki Mito lady who was far away in Konoha. That's right, he already knew the real identity of Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. But the lady didn't lie to him. According to the information from Tsunade's memory, Uzumaki Mito was her nickname in the land of whirlpools. Just like some parents in the previous life would give their children nicknames like Gauden, Gozhung, and Donkey Egg, the lady was affectionately called Mito by her family in the land of whirlpools, a very red and sweet watermelon. So what do you think is the correct way to use our power? At this time, the five-tailed king suddenly spoke again and opened his eyes. This question is what they have been thinking about for thousands of years, and it is also a question left for them by the old man before he died. It is a pity that thousands of years have passed and they have not been able to think of the answer, nor have they found the answer. They even lost patience with humans, especially after being captured by the first generation of Hokage and sold as goods. You must know that Guy is the reincarnation of the old Monayuro trademark's second son Ashura, who was appointed as the successor of the ninja sect by the old man. Even that bastard Guy did not regard them as intelligent life. What else can they think? As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since you 9-tailed beasts can have such powerful power, you must have your own mission, which is also the meaning of your existence in this world. Ida Euro trademark S. Like we humans have the mission and obligation to have children and support our parents and elders after we are born, but compared to ordinary people, you have countless times more power, and you must have greater responsibilities and missions. At this stage, the existence of Jinchuriki is definitely wrong. You are complete intelligent life forms. You should not be deprived of your freedom or even power at will. That is immoral. Doing things in an immoral way is definitely wrong even if you do the right thing, because it is wrong from the root. Only you can decide your power. If you want to give it, you can give it. If you don't a Euro trademark T want to give it, you don't a Euro trademark T have to give it. If you want to give it, you can give it to whoever you want. This is your freedom. Of course, I suggest that if you want to give this power to others in the future, eat a Euro trademark S better to be cautious, otherwise it will be bad if some evil people get your power to do evil. If this happens, you have the responsibility to recover this power. And this is just a way of thinking about the use of power. In my opinion, the greatest mission of your existence as tailed beasts should be to make the world a better place, and only you tailed beasts can do this. With a sacred expression on his face, Shimura Gentoi was fooling around seriously, and by the way, he dug a hole for the future tailed beasts Jinchuriki. Make the world a better place? There was a hint of doubt in his voice, and King Mu did not quite understand this sentence. Do their tailed beasts have that ability? Even Yu Guan, who had always maintained a noble and cold demeanor, could not help but listen attentively, wanting to know what kind of strange ideas this kid had. Although she did not agree with this naive idea, she could listen to it to relieve her boredom. And the fact that he could say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, proved that he was not simple at all. It was an interesting little guy. Yes, it is to make the world a better place. Nodding seriously, Shimura Gentoi took on the role of the actor, and continued to deceive. You nine-tailed beasts have huge chakras, and the recovery speed is amazing. Even such repeated recovery will not overdraw the body like us humans, which allows you to do many things that we humans cannot do well. For example, the tailed beast jade of your tailed beasts can be used to split mountains and rocks, shape rivers, and make unreasonable terrain more reasonable and more suitable for the survival of humans and other animals and plants. I previously issued a 1 billion Ryo mission to the Uegakuer village, asking them to build an artificial river from the land of water trap to the land of earth, diverting part of the huge amount of water from the land of water trap to the land of earth. Most of the rivers in the land of water trap flow directly into the sea, leaving precious. It is a great waste to turn fresh water resources into seawater that is difficult to use directly. Once the artificial river is successful, it can nourish thousands of kilometers of land, turn the Gobi into farmland, and other places can also grow vegetation because of the existence of water flow. With vegetation, animals can survive, making it a better place. At the same time, I shaped the huge lake where Takigakuer village is located into a super large reservoir. When it rains a lot, it can be used to store the upstream river water to prevent floods and waterlogging disasters from occurring downstream. When it rains less, the accumulated water can be released to irrigate farmland, so that all things can obtain the most basic survival guarantee. It's a pity that the power of ninjas is limited. I can only make a rough design, and the river channel is not stable. Some openings blocked by earth escape and collapsed mountains are likely to be washed away by huge water pressure. If I can have the ability to control magma like the four-tailed beast, melt those rocks and solidify them into hard lava, I will definitely make the river channel safe. At the same time, the four-tailed beast can also use its own lava escape to travel in the underground magma layer, repair the cracked strata, and calm the volcanic eruption, so that the two natural disasters of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions can be greatly alleviated or even reduced. In the underground cave space, Shimura Gento was talking nonsense to the five-tailed King Mu, talking about the new application of the power of the nine-tailed beasts. Although those novel ideas sounded like fantasy, they were indeed feasible when you thought about it carefully, which made the five-tailed King Mu more fascinated. These are my views on your tailed beasts being able to change the world and make it better. In addition, I think you are the guardians of this world. You have powerful power and a long life, and you can exist with this world. If you unite to protect this world, calm the war within the world, and fight against threats outside the world, you will definitely make this world perfect. You will also be worshipped by countless creatures and become the guardian beasts of all things in the world. After coming up with another bold idea, Shimura Gentoi let out a long breath, looking at the shining super Kazilan eyes of the five-tailed King Mu. He was very satisfied, knowing that this big guy had been initially fooled. Guardian Beast. Muttering this new term, the five-tailed King Mu felt that his blood, which had not been boiling for many years, was boiling again, just like the boiling escape he possessed. He seemed to have found the meaning of beast life, and also found the correct answer to the question left by the old man. Boring. After a long silence, Yu Guan made a comment, still disagreeing with these ideas. You ninjas are really hopeless. Shimura Gento sighed with regret at the young lady's denial, causing Yu Guan's handsome eyebrows to frown slightly, a little dissatisfied. After all, she is also a ninja, and the wife of the second-generation Tsuchikage of Uegakure village. Naturally, she would not allow anyone to deny their ninjas like this. I think the existence of ninjas is wrong. Chakra and ninjutsu should not be used for killing. It represents the most advanced productivity in the world and can create more meaningful things. For example, the earth escape technique that your Uegakure village is best at using can change the terrain, and even crush hard rocks into fine sand and soil, and then mix some organic matter and microorganisms to make perfect soil. The ultralight and heavy rock technique used by the third-generation Tsuchikage and others can also be directly applied to engineering construction to move thousands of tons of materials. For example, if you want to build a solid bridge on a turbulent river with a width of 10 kilometers, it is impossible to use ordinary methods. But you can use earth escape to take local materials, cut huge rocks from the hard stone mountain as bridge piers and even bridge decks, and then use the super light and heavy rock technique to directly move these huge and heavy rock bridge piers over to complete the rapid construction of the bridge. You see, a 1,000-year project that benefits the country and the people, Fukuzawa Bandai, has been completed. This is the correct way to use chakra and ninjutsu, but you ninjas use it to fight and even kill, constantly destroying the beautiful things in this world, and you have become a cancer in this world. There is no fear in criticizing and denying the lady above. Although he can't beat this lady who seems to be able to suppress the five-tailed beast, he can use his 3-inch tongue to lick, sleep with the other party. This is called convincing people with reason. It's a pity that this little reason not only failed to convince Yu Guan, but made him more angry. 175. Chapter 174 Fooling the Ignorant Lady. What do you know, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair? The meaning of our existence as ninjas is to protect, and the existence of our ninja village is to protect the country and the people. Yu Guan was really angry at this moment. It was not that she was narrow-minded, but that the little devil was denying their ninjas and ninja villages. This was really intolerable. Oh? Then explain what was the reason for the outbreak of the last Ninja World War? What benefits did your Uegakure village bring to the people of the Land of Earth by participating in the war? Did it make the people eat better? Or wear warmer clothes? How many people were directly killed in the last Ninja World War, and how many people were indirectly killed? How many war orphans were created? How many families were destroyed? How many houses and buildings were destroyed? Come on, why don't you say anything? Didn't you just say that the meaning of your ninjas and ninja villages is to protect? Why don't you speak? Answer me. At this time, Shimura Gento felt that he was possessed by countless human ancestors, standing on the moral high ground, questioning and even scolding this young lady who was far more powerful than him. Yukan, who was scolded and questioned, pursed her red lips tightly, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer the boy's questions, because the answers to the questions themselves were a denial of her ideas. You can't say it. The silence of the young lady made Shimura Gentoi more imposing, and he sneered, don't deceive yourself, that is the war of the ninja world, a war that belongs only to you ninjas. Even if you gain benefits, they will only belong to your ninja village and the ninjas themselves. Don't think that you are really righteous under the guise of serving the country and the people. Did you hand over the benefits you gained in the war last time to the daimyo who represents the country? Did you share them with the people? No, you took them all for yourself, but left countless people devastated and painful. This is not protection, nor is it true protection. You ninjas have taken the wrong path. The great ninja should serve the country and the people. The pattern of you ninjas and ninja villages is too small, and your vision is too narrow. You only focus on your own little piece of land, and you don't trademark know the vastness of the world. The existence of the ninja world itself separates you ninjas from the world of the people, making you an independent existence. This independence also makes you have a distorted mentality of being superior. Well said. The blood of the five-tailed King Mu was boiling, and he raised his head to cheer for Shimura Gento. He also thought that the ninjas had narrowed the road. When the old man was alive, the ninjas were not like this, and that was not the original intention of the old man. But this practice angered a certain arrogant woman, and sometimes women do things without reason. Noisy raised his hand and quickly formed a seal, and with a ninja tool on his waist, it burst out with extremely terrible gravity. Earth escapee super weighted rock technique. Bang! Bang! Two muffled bangs were heard, and the head of the five-tailed King Mu, which had just been raised, fell to the ground. The opposite Shimura Xianding was also pressed to the ground, and his face landed on the ground first. This gravity was too terrible. Shimura Xianding felt that all the bones in his body seemed to be crushed, and his internal organs were even more severely damaged. Only he had a strong physique. If it were someone else, he would definitely be crushed into a scallion pancake. However, he still raised his head stubbornly, supported the ground with his chin, and looked into the eyes of the five-tailed King Mu opposite. For a moment, the two brothers felt humiliated. They were actually suppressed by a woman, what a shame. The terrible gravity did not last too long. When Shimura Xianding was about to collapse, Yu Guan lifted the super-weighted rock technique. You seem to have forgotten that the ninja village system was created by the first Hokage of your Konoha, and your will of fire is similar to the will of stone of our Iwagakure village, and what you have done is the same. Looking down at the boy below, Yu Guan changed his strategy. Our Iwagakure village does have many problems, but how good can your Konoha be? Not to mention that the ninja village system was created by your first Hokage, let's see what you have to say. He turned over with difficulty, wiped off the two bloods from his nose, looked up at the unreasonable young lady, and swore fiercely in his heart. You wait for me, Master Ding, I will make you kneel down and sing conquer in the future. Of course, although he was plotting how to put that woman in various positions in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. You are right. The ninja village system was indeed created by the first Hokage. Then you all followed suit and gathered the ninja forces in the country to form the ninja village, an independent armed force, and then checked and balanced each other with the daimyo prefecture of your country, so that there were two jades in the country. At the same time, the mutual checks and balances between the 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages formed a third fulcrum, barely forming a triangle shape, but it is not absolutely stable. This situation will collapse sooner or later. The daimyo prefecture and the ninja village will inevitably have a war in the future. Either you die or I die. That is the real world war. So the first generation of Hokage was wrong, and the ninja village system was also wrong, because the existence of ninjas is a mistake in itself. The root is wrong, and no matter what you do, it is wrong. That's the first generation of Hokage of your Konoha. Seeing that Shimura Gento denied even his own first generation of Hokage, Yu Guan had no tricks and was even more surprised. Is this guy really from Konoha? I know that Hashirama Senju is the first Hokage, but so what? Right is right, wrong is wrong. He is wrong, but we can't say he is right just because of his identity. He did end the Warring States period, but the ninja village system compressed the fighting between the ninjas and turned it into a larger-scale ninja world war. From a long-term perspective, this is wrong. To be honest, there are many hidden dangers in the ninja village system. The occurrence of the Ninja World War is the most powerful proof. Obviously, this system is not stable, and an unstable system is very detrimental to the development of civilization, and may even bring destruction. Yes, Hashirama Senju is a self-righteous bastard. He sacrificed everything for the peace he thought he had, and he thought he was standing on the moral high ground, but he didn't know that everyone hated him to death. As soon as he died, the Ninja World War broke out. Many people died in Konoha. I heard that his insidious brother also died. He died well. The five-tailed King Mu spoke with hatred, and he hated Hashirama Senju. That's a turtle bastard who doesn't do human things and doesn't speak human words. When he captured our tailed beasts, he kept saying that it was for peace, and even defined their tailed beasts as a threat to the world. Our tailed beasts are a threat, but what are you who can beat us? Don't you feel guilty when you say this? According to what you said, our ninjas and ninja villages can only close their eyes and wait for death? Don't say stupid things like completely surrendering to the daimyo's mansion. I don't believe that with your wisdom, you can't see through what kind of people those dignitaries are. Sneered, although Yu Guan also knew that the ninja village system had many problems, this made them ninjas united to a certain extent. Unite to get a better living space, and no longer kill each other like in the Warring States period. Of course I know that those powerful people are not good things, so we humans need a brand new order to replace the old order and unify human civilization. Otherwise, the division will only make us fall into the quagmire of endless internal strife and consume our own strength. As the saying goes, the world will eventually divide after a long period of unity, and it is time for this world to be unified. Shimura Gentoi would naturally not deny this. Although he had been living in his grandfather's mansion when he was in the capital of the Land of Fire and had not gone out much, he had been collecting information about those powerful people through Shimura Gengsu and others. It was really painful, and basically none of them were good. After a long period of unity, there will be division, and after a long period of division, there will be unity. Muttering this sentence, Yu Guan seemed to be thinking about it, and then looked at the young man below and sneered, "If you want to unify the ninja world and even the whole world, you must have the invincible power of your first generation of Hokage. Do you have that power? That is indeed a very good wish, but it is too unrealistic. Just like the superstandard existence of the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara, which is rare in 1,000 years, without such absolute power, it is impossible to unify the entire ninja world, let alone the entire world. Just listen to it as a joke, don't take it seriously. People must always have dreams, otherwise they are not even as good as salted fish, and salted fish still want to turn over." Speaking a wise saying, Shimura Gentoi said that he is a Sanyeo young man with dreams. "Old man, is he the person you said?" Looking at the boy lying in front of him, the five-tailed King Mu couldn't help but recall the last words of the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage gave birth to them, was their creator, and gave them life, but he had no time to guide them on the right path. In the end, he could only leave a guide, saying that someone would lead them on the right path in the future and use their own power correctly. And the boy in front of him is likely the person the old man said that year. Thinking of this, King Mu's eyes softened, but the atmosphere was suddenly broken by Yu Guan's words. "What is salted fish?" Puzzles appeared in his eyes. Yu Guan thought about it for a long time, but still didn't know what salted fish was. Was it a kind of fish? "I haven't heard of it." Looking at the ignorant lady above in silence, Shimura Xianding didn't expect that this noble and cold lady had such a cute side. "Miss, can you get down from King Mu's head? It's rude to get on someone's head without King Mu's consent." He changed the subject and prepared to further attack the five-tailed King Mu. Now the five-tailed King Mu, or more accurately, all the tailed beasts lacked a real respect. Sure enough, these words moved King Mu even more, and his eyes looking at Shimura Xianding became softer. "That's right, this kid is definitely the person the old man said back then. Why do I need his consent to do something?" Yu Guan's cold and arrogant voice made King Mu's eyes condense, and he almost couldn't help but run away. "Damn stinky woman! Then let's make a deal. I have a Yongchun technique here that can keep your body young and eliminate the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes. As a price, you just need to get off King Mu's head. Anyway, you don't need to sit on King Mu to perform the super heavy rock technique just now. And kneeling for a long time will not only damage your knees, but also cause hemorrhoids. It's natural to start a wave of pie transactions with the young lady. He just doesn't believe that there is a woman in this world who can resist the extreme temptation of eternal youth." Sure enough, after hesitating for a while, the noble and cold young lady jumped off King Mu's head. Of course, she would never admit that she was superficial in order to restore youth and eliminate the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. After all, she was only in her 30s and still very young. She came down just to move around after sitting for a long time, so as not to really get hemorrhoids. By the way, what are hemorrhoids? What are hemorrhoids? As a well-educated beauty, Yu Guan showed her merit of not being ashamed to ask questions. Faced with this question, Zikan Xianding fell silent again, feeling that this noble and cold young lady seemed to be too ignorant and lacked some basic common sense. In other words, she would be very easy to fool. 176. Chapter 175 Dust Escape. "Miss, when did you start guarding here? How many years have you been suffering?" Zikan Xianding, who had recovered a little, got up and looked at the noble and cold ignorant young lady in front of him. This close observation revealed that the young lady was too tall, not much shorter than him, and estimated that she should be 1.85 meters tall. Only 3 centimeters shorter than his perfect height of 1.88 meters. Such a height is rare among women, but if you think about the brothers who are special products of the land of Earth, it seems that this is their normal height. 16 years old, guarded for 21 years. Recalling the experience over the years, Yu Guan felt very sad. For the sake of the village, she has guarded this place for a full 21 years, and spent all her youth in this dark place. How many 21 years can there be in life? Come, little sister, stretch out your palm, I will check your body first, and then use the Yang escape chakra to follow my silk thread. Don't make a mistake. With admiration on his face, he stepped forward and grabbed the little sister's silky hands, and inserted hundreds of immortal energy silk threads into her body, spreading them throughout her body along the meridians and acupoints. Be honest, once I die or am triggered, this ninja tool will explode with tens of thousands of times the gravity, and you and the fifth King Mu will surely die. Yu Guan threatened coldly without blocking the immortal energy threads that extended into her body. She naturally couldn't accept this kid's Yongchun technique without any precautions, let alone let him pierce this energy thread into her body. As long as the other party cherishes his life, he will never do stupid things. Miss, you misunderstand me. Shimura Xianding complained, why do these young ladies misunderstand him so much? He is still a child under 14 years old, what bad intentions can he have? This woman is also a ruthless person. Concentrating his thoughts, Shimura Xianding glanced at the ninja tool on the young lady's waist, and extinguished those little thoughts, and honestly sensed the physical condition of this young lady. Why are you ninjas doing this one by one? After sensing the other party's physical condition, he felt helpless. These ninjas are too hard-working. When they practice, none of them regard their bodies as their own. They all squeeze their potential as much as possible to improve as quickly as possible. In the past life, they are unorthodox and even evil. Your body probably won't last for a few years. Looking at the blonde lady in front of him, Shimura Gento felt a little tricky. The other party's situation is similar to that of Jiaoyuo and Shui Rong. They squeezed their bodies too early to extract a lot of chakra, seriously overdrawn their bodies, and even hurt their roots. Now the body is full of scars, but it is suppressed by the huge chakra. Even so, it can't last for a few years. So serious. Raising her eyebrows slightly, Yu Guan didn't think that this kid was deceiving herself, and she also felt some discomfort in the past few years, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. There are still a few years, enough. Quickly calming down, Yu Guan looked at the matter very openly. She was born in the Warring States period. In the Warring States period, a ninja who could live past 30 was considered lucky. If she could live past 40, she would be a big winner. You are not suitable to use a lot of Yangtun chakra to practice the eternal spring technique in your physical condition. Otherwise, I am not sure if you can practice it. Hey? Why did you jump back? Before he finished speaking, Shimura Gento watched Yu Guan jump back on the head of the five-tailed King Mu and continued to kneel down. Yu Guan said nothing and gave him a cold look. Since I cannot practice the eternal spring technique, the previous deal is naturally invalid. I just said that you can't just use your Yang escape chakra to practice the eternal spring technique, but I didn't say you can't use external forces. Explaining helplessly, Shimura Xianding looked at the super big eyes of the five-tailed Mu Wang, and said, Mu Wang, you can see that this deal is not easy to do with my own strength, and you may need to contribute. The tailed beast jade is a fusion of yin and yang chakras, so the tailed beasts are born with both yin and yang attributes, and the five Mu Wangs naturally have yang escape chakra. I can lend her some yang escape chakra temporarily, but I need to be free here. After a moment of silence, Mu Wang spoke up and stated a condition. Miss, what do you mean? Glancing at the 5 huge iron stakes nailed to Mu Wang's 5 tails, Shimura Xianding looked at Yu Guan. Okay, you come up and guide me to practice the eternal spring technique. Sensing that Mu Wang no longer had the fierce intentions of the past, Yu Guan finally agreed after thinking for a while, but did not intend to go down directly. After all, she is a decent person and she also wants to save face. Since she has come up, she will never go down easily again, unless the Yongchun technique is really reliable. King Mu. You can come up, but only this time. Limited freedom is right in front of him. King Mu did not hesitate, but only gave one chance, and no one would think of standing on his head in the future. Shimura Gento was also unambiguous, pulling the chains behind him one by one, and then climbed onto King Mu's huge head and sat cross-legged opposite the young lady. Then a stream of red chakra gushed out of King Mu's body, wrapped Yu Guan's whole body, and slowly penetrated into his body. This is different from the chakra of ordinary tailed beasts. It does not have that kind of twisted negative power. It is very pure and gentle, slowly nourishing Yu Guan's body and merging with the chakra in his body. King Mu's Yang escape chakra is extraordinary. It is the power directly inherited from the sacred tree. It has extraordinary power. Instantly, Yu Guan felt refreshed, and even his strength increased several times. Don't be distracted. Merge your chakra with King Mu's Yang escape chakra and follow the trajectory of my silk thread. He reminded her, indicating that the young lady in front of him should concentrate and sense. His own immortal energy silk thread entered the other party's body again, and designed the most suitable Yangchun technique flow trajectory according to the other party's physical condition. That's right, Yangchun technique is not fixed. After all, everyone's body is different, and the energy properties of the practice are also very different, which needs to be adjusted according to the actual situation. Random practice will not only have no effect, but may even kill people. This is also a means of anti-theft. Yu Guan himself has the innate Yang attribute and has practiced it to the extreme. Now he has taken a step further after fusing King Mu's Yang escape chakra, and he can practice Yangchun technique with ease. In just an hour, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes completely disappeared, his skin became fairer and more delicate, and even his originally yellowish blonde hair became shiny again, as if it were made of gold, and he seemed to be a dozen years younger. Seeing that Yu Guan had mastered the art of eternal spring, King Mu decisively took back that part of the chuk-pull. Yu Guan felt empty and reluctant. That power is too strong. Sister, don't be greedy. Although ninjas can use the chakra of the tailed beasts and even perfectly integrate them into their bodies, you can't do it now. Seeing Yu Guan's reluctance, Shimaragento retracted the immortal power thread and shook his head in denial. Do you know how to perfectly obtain the power of the tailed beasts? Yu Guan heard the implication of the young man in front of him, and even King Mu was a little curious. I have some guesses. Nodding, Shimaragento had no intention of hiding anything, and said, I have seen some ancient historical materials in the Senju family, and found that ninjas originally originated from a force called ninja sect, and the core of ninja sect is to share chakra, using chakra as a bond to connect everyone, including those people's hearts. If that record is true, then chakra can be borrowed and integrated with each other, and the tailed beasts also have chakra, so they should also have this characteristic. But you ninjas have caused too much damage to the tailed beasts, and you don't even have the most basic respect. Naturally, the tailed beasts will not be willing to share their own chakra with you ninjas. And you don't trust the tailed beasts, and even regard them as beasts. Both sides have built a wall in their hearts. Without breaking these two walls, it is impossible to gain each other's power. You even know this. King Mu was shocked. As an existence created by the Six Paths Sage, he witnessed the prosperity and decline of ninja sect. Naturally, he knew what the core of ninja sect was. It's a pity that this core of the ninja sect had long been abandoned by the ninjas. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, someone would discover this secret again. That's right, this young man is definitely the one, the old man said. The reaction of King Mu proved from the side that the guess made by Shimaragento was true. This information made Yu Guan fall into deep thought, and then he stood up and used the instant body technique to leave and went to a stone chamber not far away to wash. Miss, you haven't let King Mu go yet. You promised before. Shimaragento, who was the only one left, looked at King Mu's 5 tails nailed to the ground by iron stakes again and shouted loudly. I only promised him freedom, but I didn't promise him to pull out those 5 nails. The cold and arrogant voice came from the stone chamber, followed by a slight sound of water flow, which made Shimaragento a little excited. That's right, he was greedy for the body of that young lady. You have to know that he is a veteran, powerful master of the level of the Okage, and he seems to have a powerful blood limit. If you can copy it, you will definitely get huge benefits. Not to mention that the other party is the widow of the second-generation Hokage, and she must know a lot of top-secret ninjutsu of the Hidden Rock Village. Apart from anything else, the previous super heavy rock technique is very valuable, and it is perfect to assist physical training. You don't have to do it. With a cold snort, King Mu stood up, slowly stepped back a few steps, and made a sprinting motion. Before he could burst out, he was stopped by Shimaragento. Stop, 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 you don't want to break the tail. Jumping down from the huge head of the 5 tails, Shimaragento shouted to stop, and was quite speechless about the solution to this big guy. Too barbaric, too bloody. King Mu was speechless. Although it would be painful to do so, and even cause damage to himself that was difficult to recover, for the sake of freedom, he could abandon everything, even if it was only limited freedom in this small space. Don't worry, I'll see if I can unlock the seals on those iron stakes. Signaling the big guy in front of him to be patient, Shimuragendo unleashed the 8 gates and dragged the 8 chains to the tail of King Mu that was nailed to death. Looking carefully, I found that the iron stakes were also a set of ninja tools, with complicated chakra spells engraved on them, and there were also chakra spells on the ground around them, connecting the 5 iron stakes and the ground into a whole. No wonder even the powerful King Mu of the 5-tailed could only choose to break his tail to gain freedom. If it's difficult, use my method. Turning his head, King Mu said in a low voice, feeling that Shimuragendo was unlikely to be able to break the seal on it. After all, he was too young. It's a bit difficult, but it's not a big problem, let me study it. Confidently replied, Shimuragendo directly touched all the chakra spells on the iron stakes and the chakra spell arrays on the ground around him, and copied them into the black cauldron space. Then, under the gaze of King Mu, he sat cross-legged and looked like he was thinking, while his consciousness entered the space of the black cauldron. However, when he entered the space of the black cauldron, he did not look at the sealing chakra techniques first, but looked at a replica of a shoulder and a pair of white hands. One of these replicas came from the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Onoki, and the other came from the 2nd generation Tsuchikage's wife, Amaseki. Both of them have powerful bloodlines, and Onoki even has 3 attributes of bloodline elimination. I made money, I made money. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he made a fortune just by these 2 replicas. 177. Chapter 176, Tricking the 5 Tails. When watching Naruto in his previous life, Shimuragendo was very curious about the bloodline limits in the ninja world. After crossing over, he was even more curious and envious, especially the 3 attribute bloodline limits. He had analyzed and studied wood-release chakra many times in the black cauldron space before, and had some gains, but unfortunately the core of that thing lies in the power of the sacred tree and Ashura chakra, which is not of reference value. In comparison, the dust release of the hidden rock village is much more accessible, and it is obtained through hard practice. It is not clear where the dust release of the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu came from, but Onoki's dust release was taught by the 2nd Tsuchikage. Before being brought here, he took the opportunity to pat the dwarf on the shoulder and obtained this replica. Of course, the blood limit of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage lady is not weak either. That kind of chakra is filled with a fiery feeling, which makes him have some guesses about the blood limit she possesses. Fusion. Using the fusion ability of the black cauldron space, he extracted data from the little sister's hands and integrated them into his own hands, and also obtained the other party's blood limit to a certain extent. Feeling the extra strange chakra in his hands, Shimuragendo tried to activate this chakra, and then it was tragic. Bang! It's really a blast. After a roar, looking at the bare half of the arm, the previous guess was confirmed. When examining Miss Yu Guan before, I found that the strange chakra was filled with a violent and fiery feeling. At that time, I guessed that it might be the famous explosion of Iwagakure village. Now, after trying it, it is indeed explosion, but it is not an ordinary explosion, but a kind of explosion that acts on the inside of the body. There seems to be a piece of information in the Senjua's secret chamber. Recalling the information I saw in the Senjua's secret chamber, it was a note left by a Senjua ancestor in the Warring States period. It recorded that I had encountered a special explosion ninja who could use explosion inside the body and burst out a force stronger than the Thousand Hands strange power technique. Is the explosion that acts on the inside of the body the kind of Deidara? I couldn't help but think of an artist in the strongest group in the original Naruto, Shimuragendo, guessing the relationship between the 2 people's explosion. The normal explosion is the kind of explosion used by the leader of the Iwagakure village explosion unit in the original work, which is applied outside the body. But Deidara's explosion is applied to the body, and it can also be made into detonating clay with the help of clay, and from beginning to end, Deidara has never used an explosion similar to the explosion of the explosion. Obviously, these 2 types of explosion are different. Similar examples include the magma molten jutsu of the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the lime molten jutsu of a certain future leg shadow. Both are bloodline limits of fire and earth, but the effects are very different. Explosion applied to the body, long golden hair. Is she related to Deidara? Thinking, Shimuragendo pondered the relationship between Yu Guan and Deidara. Could it be Deidara's grandmother or grandmother? Thinking of a possibility, Shimuragendo became more greedy for Miss Yu Guan's body. Deidara's combat power is obvious to all. If he can get the secret technique of detonating clay, he is simply a human bomber with great strategic value. If you want to understand the secret of explosion, you have to get all the body data and memory of the little sister. This is not easy to do. Thinking about how to get the body data of the little sister, the first thing he thought of was to drug her, but unfortunately he had no medicine on him, and other means seemed to be useless. That woman has been using chakra to connect with the ninja tool on her waist. Once she senses something is wrong, she will explode with tens of thousands of times the gravity and will definitely die. We still have to think about it in the long run. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi aimed at the small piece of shoulder copied to Onaki, and decisively activated the fusion ability of the Black Cauldron space. After sensing the dust release chakra and analyzing it with the analysis ability of the Black Cauldron space, he understood some of the mysteries inside. It is indeed different from the wood release chakra of Senju Hashirama. It is simpler and more straightforward, and it is possible to copy it, but we still have to get more data, at least to get the practice method of dust release. It seems that we have to keep an eye on the little sister. Whether it is the practice method of dust release or the secret of explosion release, we have to start with that little sister Yu Guan. After all, she is the wife of the second generation Tsuchikage and may have the practice method of dust release. After a preliminary study of the two bloodlines and setting the target on Miss Yu Guan, Shimura Gentoi turned to study the copied iron pile seals, and soon found several weak points with the help of analytical ability. He did not stay for long, and his consciousness returned to his body. Wait a moment. He gave a warning to the five-tailed King Mu who was guarding beside him, and stepped forward to condense a small piece of wind blade with the acquired wind attribute immortal energy at his fingertips, slowly cutting off several chakra spells on the rootless iron pile. As the spells at these weak points were cut off, the chakra flow trajectory on the iron pile seal was disrupted, and the degree of chaos became larger and larger, making those chakra spells uncertain. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded, and more chakra spells were squeezed out by the chaotic chakra, reducing the effect of the entire iron pile seal by half. Try it now. Seeing that the seal was indeed broken as expected, Shimura Gentoi stepped aside and signaled the five-tailed to pull out the iron pile. In order to understand the Bagua seal, he had once made up for the basic knowledge of the seal technique, so he had a strong foundation. It was unlikely to completely break that level of seal, but it was no problem to see some weak points with the help of the black tripod space. The five-tailed Mu King, who could not wait any longer, opened his huge mouth, bit an iron stake and shook it left and right, and finally pulled it up slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roar! When the 5 huge iron stakes tens of meters long were pulled up, the five-tailed Mu King roared happily, stepped out with 4 hooves, and ran wildly in the underground cave space. Although the space here is very small, it is already good compared to being trapped there all the time. He really broke the seal. After finishing washing, Yu Guan walked out with a bath towel around him, looking at the five-tailed Mu King running happily in the underground cave space. A glimmer of light appeared in his beautiful eyes. That kid knows a lot of things. Xianding, thank you. After running wildly for an hour, Wu Viking Mu just stopped with a sense of unfulfilled desire, came to Shimura Gentoi, bowed his head and thanked sincerely. Although he has not yet gained true freedom, he is already very satisfied with this limited freedom at this stage. He is indeed the person the old man said. It's too formal to say thank you. We are friends now. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Still with that sunny smile, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with his second stage tailed beast trick plan. With this big guy by his side, the success rate of his escape plan can be increased by at least 30%. Unfortunately, the little sister's super heavy rock technique is too excessive. The gravity of the last explosion is estimated to be hundreds of times, and he almost crushed him to death. And that ninja tool can burst out tens of thousands of times the gravity, which is absolutely dead. The escape plan still needs to be considered in the long run. Yes, we are friends now. After a moment of stunned, King Mu of the Five-Tailed smiled, and smiled happily. He, the Five-Tailed King, finally has a friend. You can play slowly. I need to sleep first. I haven't had a good sleep in this period of time. After yawning, Shimura Gentoi lay on the ground and fell asleep. When he set out from the capital of the Land of Fire, he almost did not sleep all the way. After digging out and taking away the sacred tree, he was kidnapped by Chizuki Kizuki, and then kidnapped by the Hidden Rock Village. Don't mention how much it was. Now he must have a good sleep. He is very different. He doesn't look like a ninja, and he doesn't consider himself a ninja. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared beside Shimura Gentoi. It was Yu Guan who was wrapped in a bath towel. She had never seen someone like Shimura Gentoi, who actually became friends with the tailed beast. I have to say, it's quite interesting. His future achievements are not what you ninjas can imagine. Looking at the woman who made him unhappy, the five-tailed king wanted to kill this woman with a tailed beast jade. But unfortunately, that ninja tool was really strong. The 1,000 times gravity that erupted 20 years ago almost crushed him and the four-tailed son Wukong to death. Even with their powerful bodies of tailed beasts, it was difficult to bear that kind of power, let alone tens of thousands of times of gravity. It was a terrible ninja tool that could kill their tailed beasts. Even with a limit on the number of uses, it was still terrifying. By the way, King Mu. At this moment, Shimura Gentoi seemed to remember something, and his consciousness withdrew from the black cauldron space and returned to his body. He opened his eyes and was about to say something, and then he saw a beautiful scene that could not be described. Yu Guan also quickly discovered the abnormality. He was standing next to Shimura Gentoi, and the bath towel on his body was relatively short. He had just taken a bath and was in a vacuum state. After reacting, there was a trace of shame and anger on the cold and fair face, and the explosive chakra in his body flowed. His delicate feet stepped on the ground, and the powerful force drove his body to disappear instantly and return to the stone room where he lived. Golden. It took a while for Shimura Gentoi to come back to his senses and whispered to himself. He had only seen that the young lady was like Deidara in the original book, with golden hair and eyebrows, but who would have thought that? What a benefit! Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with this wave of benefits and hoped that there would be more in the future. King Mu, please share some chakra to warm up the body of the friend I brought with me, and see if you can stimulate her to wake up as soon as possible through chakra. After savoring it, thinking of the business, Shimura Gentoi asked. Shui Rong's injuries were very troublesome, and they were not only physical injuries. She must be restored to consciousness as soon as possible, otherwise her life would be in danger. He had some plans for this young lady, and he couldn't let her die like this. Since she is your friend, Xianding, she is also my friend. Without refusing, King Mu of the five-tailed fox threw a fist-sized ball of chakra into the stone chamber and merged into Shui Rong's body. I won't say thank you to friends. With a grateful smile, Shimura Gentoi lay down again and fell asleep. The five-tailed King Mu lay down beside him and protected Shimura Gentoi in the middle with his 5 long tails. This is his friend, and the person the old man said, he must be protected. Damn little devil! In a stone room, Yu Guan, who was dressed, had a little anger on her perfect face. Thinking back to what happened just now made her want to go crazy. She has been keeping her virginity since her husband Wu Zhan died, but who would have thought that she would be seen by a little devil today? Shame! Taking a deep breath and barely calming down the shame, Yu Guan looked at Shimura Gentoi who was protected by the 5 tails outside the stone room, and was deeply touched by the previous words. Originally, she also thought that the tailed beasts were beasts that could not communicate, and were inferior to some high-level summoned beasts, and only knew how to destroy. But now the scene of the harmonious coexistence of the two made her doubt her previous cognition, and she had some new ideas. Ninja Clan. Whispering this new word, she became interested in the idea of a Euro chakra connection. Maybe the power of the tailed beasts is not only applied by the Jinchuriki. 178. Chapter 177 Plastic Surgery. It's still comfortable to sleep. Opening his eyes, Shimura Gentoi stretched beautifully, feeling quite energetic. Hey! Uncle Tsuchikage is here. Standing up, he first noticed the short figure flying in the air. Who else could it be but Onoki? While smiling and greeting, he walked out of the protection circle of the 5-tailed King Mu and went to the stone chamber at the edge of the cave space to wash his face and brush his teeth. Well, because the supporting daily necessities were not delivered, I could only borrow those of Miss Yu Guan. I have to say that the Hidden Rock Village is really not as expected of a civil engineering talent. This underground cave space was built perfectly, with all kinds of facilities. Just after washing his face and walking out of the stone room, ready to communicate with Onoki, he saw a fat man rushing over with his hands forming seals quickly. Earth Escapee Rock Fist Technique. The chakra surged, and under the guidance of the hand seal, it turned into a huge rock fist that wrapped the right fist, and punched it out with great force. Bang! The rock fist was smashed with a slap, and then Shimura Zhandun punched and beat violently without any concept of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and soon beat the fat man who attacked him into a pig head. For the enemy, he would never be merciful. Melting Escapee Limestone Seal Technique. At this time, a big loli not far away couldn't help it, raised her hand and formed a seal quickly, and a piece of lime sprayed out from her cherry mouth to seal half of Shimura Jondun's body. Lime melt release. Looking down at the rapidly solidifying stone, Shimura Gendo was surprised. He could tell that this was the unique lime melt release of Iwagakure village, similar to volcanic ash cement. Asshole, I'm going to crush you. The fat guy who was thrown away by Shimura Gendo before roared and rushed up again, but unfortunately he was slapped into a spinning top by Shimura Gendo. His fat body spun rapidly, and when he stopped, he vomited even worse. Ignoring the fat guy, Shimura Gendo smiled at the stunned big loli not far away, and with the force of his body, he shattered the lime melt release that trapped the lower half of his body. Your welcome ceremony is quite special. Smiling forward, Shimura Gendo ignored Onoki's old face that was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. Although he didn't know why the little fat guy just took action, it didn't matter. He just took it as a small episode in life. Father, beat him up. Beat him up. At this time, the fat man lying on the ground shouted in grievance and anger, hoping that his father could beat up the bastard from the Shimura family. Hey! Stopped, Shimura Gendo looked back at the fat man who was at least 1.6 meters tall, and then looked at Onoki who was only 1.3 meters tall in front of him. His expression gradually became weird. Uncle Tsuchikage, are you really not cuckolded by the thunder shadow of the next village? It was not that he was deliberately angering Onoki, but the situation was too weird. According to his understanding, the son of the third generation Tsuchikage Onoki, Huangtu, should be 1 year younger than Uchiha Mikoto, which means he is only 9 years old this year. But a 9-year-old child has grown to 1.6 meters, and when he grows up, he will definitely reach more than 2 meters. This does not look like Onoki's child at all, not at all. Shut up, useless thing. He scolded angrily, but Onoki was not scolding Shimura Gendo, but his own son Huangtu. This kid's performance just now was too bad, it was simply embarrassing for him, Onoki. Scolded by his own father, Huangtu shut his mouth in grievance, but his eyes looking at Shimura Gendo were still full of hatred. It was this bastard's family that published the Book of the Sky, making him and his father the laughingstock of the ninja world. In this life, Huangtu and the Shimura family are irreconcilable. Start the experiment as soon as possible. I want to see the results within 3 days. After glaring at his son who didn't live up to his expectations, Onoki turned his eyes back to the boy in front of him. He needed to confirm whether this kid had the ability to change people's body shape. There are a lot of little white mice. Keep the ones with yang attributes and take the others back. His eyes swept over the row of figures led by the old acquaintance Brown Earth with chains. From the dirty clothes, it can be seen that they should be hostile ninjas captured by the Hidden Rock village. One of them is a medical ninja. Hearing this, Brown Earth dragged a short but quite fat female ninja out. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The female ninja who was named collapsed and knelt down to beg. She didn't want to die. Don't cry, fat sister. Although it's the first time, I am absolutely sure that there will be no danger. I promise you. And as long as the treatment is successful, I will propose to Uncle Tsuchikage that you join the Hidden Rock village like me and become a glorious Hidden Rock ninja. Walking forward and patting the fat shoulders of the fat lady, Shimura Gentoi showed his sunny smile and made a promise. You didn't lie to me. Miss Hidden Rock raised her head and asked hopefully. She didn't object to joining the Hidden Rock village. Anyway, their Hidden Rock village had been completely destroyed, so joining the Hidden Rock village was not bad. Now she just lacks an opportunity. If this handsome guy can really give her a chance, it would be great. I, Shimura Gento, never lie. He said seriously. As a gentleman, he would never lie. At most, he would not finish his words. Shimura? The Shimura from Konoha. Blinking her eyes cutely, Du Feiwen felt that the promise of this handsome guy seemed unreliable. Yes, it's the Shimura from Konoha. My father is Shimura Danzo, the second in command of Konoha, and a good friend of the third generation Hokage. Proudly introducing his father, Shimura Gento was very proud to have such a father. Although there are more pitfalls, there are also great benefits. Generally speaking, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. But this response made Du Feiwen almost cry. I thought he was a savior, but he turned out to be a fellow sufferer, or even a disaster. I think you'd better adjust your mentality as soon as possible, fatty sister, and cooperate with my experiment. No, I want to cure your body shape problem. Otherwise, if you can't show your value, Uncle Tsuchikage will definitely use dust release to decompose you into atoms. Giving a kind reminder, seeing that this fat sister is really under the pressure of death after trying hard to stop his tears, Shimura Gentoi gestured to Haito. Haito naturally understood what Shimura Gentoi wanted. He took out a sealed scroll from his ninja bag and untied it. A mist dispersed, revealing a huge nutrient tank with a man soaked inside. There was a penetrating wound on the man's abdomen, which should be the cause of his death. That's right, this is not a living person, but a corpse, and a very strange corpse. There are hideous bone spurs protruding from many parts of the body, a killing machine. The only people in the entire ninja world who can turn themselves into this appearance are the Kagaya-take Torai clan with corpse bone veins. He is a quasi-shadow level strongman from the Hidden Mist village. He was killed by our people in the last Ninja World War. Although more than 10 years have passed, he has been well preserved and his body is still very active. After a brief explanation, Haito stepped aside, very curious about how this young man could change a person's body shape. Although there are many ninjutsu secrets in the ninja world that can change the body shape, they are only temporary changes. When the chakra is removed, it will return to its original state. I have never heard of permanent changes. No nonsense, open the nutrient tank and extend the immortal energy thread into the body of the Kagaya Quasi Shadow. After a brief inspection, connect it to its brain and take over the body. Later, the sun attribute stimulated the cells in the body, and then the abdominal wound was seen healing rapidly, and it was restored to its original state in less than half an hour. Then the yin attribute simulated the nerve signal, stimulated the body to condense chakra, and retracted the bone spurs that pierced the body surface. This is a kind of puppetry from Chiyo's memory, which can be used to control living people or corpses, and even the foundation of the forbidden human puppetry. Control the corpse of the Kagaya Quasi Shadow to crawl out of the nutrient tank and stand quietly beside him. This strange scene made everyone present feel numb. The little Lolita who had used the lava release technique was even more frightened, her face turned pale, but she still tried to watch and didn't escape. Puppetry. Oniki looked puzzled. He could naturally recognize that this was puppetry, and it was a very high-level puppetry. He estimated that even in the Sand Village, there were not many people who had such puppetry skills. How could this kid have such a high-level puppetry? Ignoring the doubts of Oniki and others, Shimura Gento stretched out his hand to check the palm of Kagaya Junkyage, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes in contemplation, while his consciousness entered the black cauldron space to study the bloodline limit of the corpse bone vein. He decisively turned on the 100-fold time acceleration. After 1 hour in the outside world and 100 hours in the black cauldron space, his consciousness exited the black cauldron space and returned to his real body. Fatty sister, please stretch out your little hand. Be good and cooperate. This is the only chance to prevent you from being decomposed into atoms by Uncle Tsuchikage's dust release. You must seize it well. With a smile on his face, Shimura Gentoi motioned the fat sister to come forward and cooperate. The plastic surgery plan was just beginning. Resisting the fear in her heart, the fat sister mustered up the courage to come forward and tremblingly stretched out her chubby palm. Use your yang attribute chakra to follow the flow of my silk thread. Focus your attention and don't make any mistakes, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. With a word of advice, Shimura Gentoi inserted the immortal power silk thread into the fat sister's body and constructed a secret circuit in her body. Not daring to neglect it, the fat sister turned her own yang attribute chakra to follow the flow of those immortal power silk threads, and soon something strange happened to her right hand. The originally chubby palm was slowly getting thinner, as if the fat layer inside was burning. Then the fingers became slender and thin, and even the skin became white and delicate, and soon a slender jade hand was freshly baked. This is not over yet. Shimura Gento used the immortal energy thread to control the Kagaya Quasi Shadow to move forward, and dozens of bone spurs extended out to pierce all the bones in the fat girl's palm. Using the secret technique of human puppets to control the power of the corpse bone veins, some bone components were transmitted over to fill the enlarged and trimmed slender hand. In the end, Shimura Gento used the acquired yang attribute immortal energy to further stimulate the flesh and blood cells in the palm to split and adjust, so that it can completely adapt to the changed hand bones. In just an hour, the slender hand that was enlarged and reshaped by the multiplication technique was completely finalized. How is it? I said that I can get rid of your current dwarf form and turn you into a tall and mighty real man. Looking at his work, Shimura Gento proudly gestured to Oniki who had been watching from the side. Flying forward and grabbing the fat sister's slender hand after the transformation, Onoki's face was full of fiery obsession. Those who didn't know would think that Onoki had taken a fancy to this fat sister and was ready to find a stepmother for Huangtu. The bones are a bit brittle. Using chakra to carefully sense, he finally expressed a little dissatisfaction. He himself also has yang attributes, and he also knows a little bit of medical ninjutsu, so he can naturally see some problems. Although there are still many shortcomings, such as the modified hand bones are a bit brittle, but this is not a big problem. In the future, more calcium will be added, and it will be completely stable in a year or two. In other words, this kid can really help me change my body shape and become tall and mighty. There is no way. After all, it is a taboo operation to transform the human body. If you want to do it in one step, it will inevitably leave a big hidden danger. You can only make a general modification, and then let the body slowly adapt, and finally completely finalize it. Shrugged, Shimura Gento explained briefly, saying that this is the best solution, and at the same time secretly plotted how to take the opportunity to maximize the waist of the old guy Onoki. 179. Chapter 178 Devil Muscle Man Onoki. As a time traveler, Shimura Gentoi knows very well that what price would a man pay to become tall and handsome, and a woman to become tall, fair, and beautiful? If this business is really done well, making money is like robbing money. I believe those nobles will definitely be willing to pay a lot of money for it. So he had long planned to open a beauty salon for plastic surgery in this other world, and had been preparing for it. The original plan was to combine the eternal youth effect of the yin seal, the manipulation and change of fat and body shape by the secret technique of the Akimichi family, the stimulation and division of cells by medical ninjutsu, and the last piece of the puzzle, the corpse bone vein, to finally build the most basic framework. Kid, your medical skills are good, start the operation for me now. After a careful inspection and letting the several medical ninjas brought this time to confirm that there was no problem, Onoki suppressed his excitement and signaled Yakin Xianding to start quickly. He couldn't wait. However, some people were unwilling to do so. The fat girl bravely stepped forward and shouted like a warrior who was sacrificed heroically, "Lord Tsuchikage, this experiment has not been completely successful. Just changing one hand is nothing. What is really difficult to change is the internal organs and spine. I am willing to complete this experiment on behalf of Lord Tsuchikage until you are sure that there is no problem. Lord Tsuchikage, you can receive treatment again." Onoki. Brown Earth. Ragwan. Yellow Earth. Everyone present was speechless. They were not fools. How could they not see the real intention of this fat girl? She is willing to give up her life just to become beautiful. Okay, our Iwagakure village needs talents like you. Brown Earth, bring your forehead protector. Onoki, who had calmed down from the previous excitement, flew forward to express his appreciation for the bravery of the fat girl and was ready to give her the forehead protector himself. If it was a ninja from another ninja village, it would naturally be impossible to allow him to join the Iwagakure village, but the other party was from the Takigakure village, and the Takigakure village had long been destroyed without leaving any residue. Such people can be included in the village, and medical ninjas are rare talents, and they must not be missed. In addition, this medical ninjutsu of changing the body shape has not been completely completed. The changes in the internal organs and spinal cord must be cautious, otherwise he will die on the spot. Handsome Shimura, come on! Excitedly took the Iwagakure village forehead guard handed over by the third generation Tsuchikage and put it on, and then the fat girl faced Shimura Gento with a heroic look, but her round eyes were filled with a fiery look. The next pace will be faster, you bear the pain. Shimura Gento didn't care about this, and even prepared to speed up the progress. After all, he had accumulated enough experience before. You must know that the palm is extremely complicated. As long as the modification of the palm is completed, other places will no longer be a problem. Go ahead, handsome Shimura, don't pity me. Take a step forward, almost sticking your body to Shimura Xianding. The fiery look in the eyes of the fat girl became even stronger. I didn't expect that she would become a tall, white, and beautiful goddess one day. The enthusiasm of this fat sister made Shimura Xianding shudder, and he quickly stepped back to keep a distance from her, and then started the overall plastic surgery project. This girl is less than 1.4 meters tall, but she is quite fat. It is estimated that she weighs nearly 200 kilograms. Obviously, she is a very greedy girl. After a day and a night of surgery, the original fat sister successfully transformed into a tall, white, and beautiful lady, who is 1.7 meters tall. Shimura Xianding even performed a plastic surgery for her according to the golden ratio, and her appearance reached more than 90 points. The only pity is that the bones after the modification are a bit brittle. This girl has to lie on the bed for at least half a year, otherwise she may break a bone if she moves. In addition, the spinal cord also needs to adapt slowly and be stimulated by Yang Chakra at all times. If you want to walk freely, it will take at least 1 year. As for having a certain strength, it will take at least 3 years. Uncle Tsuchikage, what do you want to become? After completing the plastic surgery and beauty project for the fat sister, Shimura Gentoi proudly told Onoki that you can customize it first. Get as big and strong as possible. Impatiently lying on the operating table, Onoki signaled to hurry up. He had 2 requirements, big and strong, at least bigger and stronger than the old bastard of the third Raikage. As much as possible? Are you sure? Raising his eyebrows, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but think of his henchman Nawaki. Could it be that Onoki wanted to become a non-human? I'm sure. The answer was decisive. Onoki had thought about it a long time ago, and there was nothing to think about now. Since Uncle Tsuchikage is so insistent, I will do my best. Take a deep breath. As a perfect doctor with medical ethics, he will not refuse the patient's strong needs. Uncle Brown Earth, come and take off Uncle Tsuchikage's clothes. Signing Brown Earth, who was watching on the side, to help, Shimura Gentoi began to adjust the body of Kagaya Saikage. After all, a lot of bone calcium will be needed to fill Onoki's body in a while. Why do you want me to do it? Originally, Brown Earth, who was watching the show on the side, was unhappy. If it was a beautiful woman, he would naturally not mind helping, but the target was Onoki, a short man. He didn't want to take off clothes for a man, which would make him lose his reputation in his later years. He inserted an anesthetic brought by the medical ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village into Onoki's neck, temporarily paralyzing the part below his neck. Shimura Gentoi said unhappily. What nonsense, hurry up, otherwise I won't treat Art Tsuchikage anymore. You kid must be taking revenge on me. With a dark face, Hichu could only step forward to take off Onoki's clothes and quickly strip him clean. A medical ninja next to him stepped forward very considerately and covered the vital parts with a cloth. Responding with an expression that you just saw, Shimura Gentoi continued to take the opportunity to order this ungrateful old guy. Uncle Hichu, go outside and get a big wild boar in. Uncle Hichu, separate the bones of this pig brother and roast the meat for me. I want it to be 9/10 rare. Uncle Hichu. Facing Shimura Gentoi's continuous orders, Hichu had a dark face and didn't want to pay attention, but under Onoki's order, he could only accept it in the end. Wait, you want to fill my bones with pig bones? Watching Shimura Gento control the corpse of Kagaya Junkiage to absorb and condense the pig bones, Onoki's face turned black. This kid is getting cocky. What do you want to use if not pig bones? Uncle Brown Earth's? Hey! This seems to be a good idea, Uncle Brown Earth. A flash of inspiration came to Shimura Gento, who smiled at Brown Earth who was grilling him with fire style. That's enough, kid. Brown Earth, who could no longer bear it, exploded. It was okay before, but now he didn't even want to let go of this old bone of mine. You kid are getting cocky. Okay, let's use pig bones. Looking at the exploding Brown Earth, Onoki couldn't think of a better substitute, so he had to accept it in the end. Anyway, pig bones and human bones are essentially the same, it just doesn't sound good at most. After all the preparations were completed, Shimura Gentoi began the operation, first constructing a chakra flow trajectory specially adjusted for Onoki, making the body under his neck bigger. Very big. Kid, you. Looking at the shape of Onoki's body that was guided to change, the Brown Earth was a little horrified. What did that kid want to do? Quiet. With a light rebuke of dissatisfaction, Shimura Gentoi continued the operation, while several medical ninjas beside him inserted dozens of needles from 4 bottles to deliver high-concentration nutrient solution to assist the operation. The change in Onoki's body shape was much greater than that of the fat sister before, so it took 3 days and 3 nights to complete. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Shimura Gentoi was extremely satisfied. But he was satisfied, but Onoki was not, and even wanted to chop him. Little devil, stop, I'm going to kill you. Unaki exploded, using Earth Escape Chakra to temporarily reinforce the bones that were as thin as biscuits, performing the super light and heavy rock technique to fly up, raising his hand to form a seal to release the dust escape technique, and wanted to humanely destroy that bastard. I did ask you to be taller and bigger, but you just made it look like a human. How can I go out and see people in this ghostly appearance? You old bastard, don't keep your word. It was obviously you who asked me to be as big and strong as possible. Now that I have fixed it for you, you are not satisfied and want to kill me. Avoiding the dust escape light column flying from the side, Shimura Gentoi, who exploded the 8 gates of ninjutsu, fled while dragging the heavy chain and cursing. That old guy is so shameless. After a while of running, he finally hid behind Miss Yu Guan and glared at Uniki, who stopped opposite. Hurry up and put on your pants. It's a pity that you are still at Tsuchikage. Used as a shield, Yu Guan said with dissatisfaction, it was too immoral. Lord Tsuchikage, there are no suitable clothes for you at the moment, so you can make do with these 2 sheets. At this time, a medical ninja stepped forward and wrapped a piece of cloth made of 2 sheets around Onoki's waist. Little boy, quickly change me back. Panting heavily, Onoki said in a hateful voice. It's not that he deliberately picked a fight, but that kid was too bad. His original request was to be taller and stronger than the old thing of the 3rd Raikage, and at most a height of 2 meters and 5 meters would be enough, but who would have thought that the kid would give him a non-human body of 5 meters tall, 5 meters wide shoulders, and 2 meters and a half thick chest, and arms long enough to let his palms hang down to the ground. How can anyone grow like this? The most important thing is that this time only the body has grown bigger, but his head has not changed. A small head is pressed on such a monster-like body, the weird style can be imagined. How can he go out and meet people in the future after becoming like this? Do you think it's plasticine? You can change it however you want? Poking his head out from behind Miss Yu Guan, Shimura Gento refused decisively. It was already risky to give that old guy such an extreme body before, and the mortality rate of changing him back would definitely be more than 95%. It doesn't matter if that old guy dies, but don't let me, ding, be buried with him. You should know that the lineup that Onoki brought this time is quite scary. In addition to the old guy Hichu, there are 2 real shadow-level strongmen and 8 quasi-shadow strongmen. And one of the real shadow-level strongmen is also good at sealing techniques. He left a sealing technique on him. As long as he moves his mind, the head can cut off the control of his body. Even Miss Yu Guan had been keeping an eye on the 5-tailed King Mu before, which was absolutely safe. Because of this, he gave up the idea of a euro kidnapping Onoki and running away during the operation. Obviously, the Uegakure village had been prepared for this and didn't leave any chance. So he could only be honest, work hard, and do his best to help the old guy with plastic surgery, but who would have thought that the guy would repay kindness with hatred? Sure enough, the Uegakure village was full of old guys who liked to repay kindness with hatred. How long will it take for Xiao Mu to recover in this situation? Rubbing his head with a headache, Yu Guan didn't know now who should be blamed. Compared with this stupid thing, when Onoki can recover is the key point. 10 years at the beginning. If he can learn some medical ninjutsu to heal himself, it can be much faster. Faced with the young lady's inquiry, Shimura Gentoi naturally answered all the questions, and at the same time he was a little proud. This operation directly disabled Onoki for at least 5 years. After that, whether he tried to escape or the upcoming Second Ninja World War, the old guy would not be able to appear again. As for the fact that the old guy will become stronger after adapting in a few years. In a few years, he may be comparable to 6 Paths Obito or 6 Paths Madara. What can you do even if you, Onoki, are 10 times stronger? And do you really think that my old father, the Pot Shadow, is a vegetarian? 180. Chapter 179, The Father of Artist Deidara. Onoki finally left, with gloom, grief, shame and anger. In short, he left with a very complicated mood. Don't have any small thoughts, kid. A powerful barrier has been set up here. Even the tailed beast ball can hardly blow through it. There are also many backup plans in the passage outside. If you don't want to die, just be quiet. Looking at the 5-tailed king lying in the distance, Haito warned him coldly, then turned around and left. When they came, they found that the 5-tailed king had been released, and Yu Guan personally guaranteed it. With that powerful ninja tool and Yu Guan's own strength, they naturally didn't worry that the 5-tailed king would escape. Not to mention that even if he escaped, what would happen? With the current strength of their Uegakure village, it is enough to catch the 5-tailed king again, and at most pay a price. And the words that Yu Guan said are indeed very interesting, you can try. Hey! Shimura family, is the master of the bird of the river in your Shimura family? At this time, a red-haired boy stepped forward and asked excitedly. Master Yinzong Dori is indeed in our Shimura family. The boy's enthusiasm made Shimura Xianding a little confused, and then he realized that this might be his fan. Master Yinzong Dori can write so many pornographic works, he must know a lot of secrets of the ninja world. Can you tell me whether Huangtu is Onoki's biological son? The red-haired boy was even more excited, and he was very curious about this. Zi. Before Shimura Xianding could answer this strange question, Huangtu, who was not far away, got angry. You guys think I don't exist? I don't know if there is any evidence, but the 3-inch ding of Uncle Tsuchikage doesn't look like he can give birth to that kid. Ignoring Huangtu's roar, Shimura Xianding replied seriously, and he was also very suspicious about this matter. Asshole, I'll fight you. Huangtu became even angrier, and once again formed a seal to perform the rock fist technique, punching and rushing up, but unfortunately, Shimura Xianding slapped him again and turned him into a spinning top that spun rapidly on the spot. He is Onoki's son, how dare you do that? Looking at the yellow earth that turned into a spinning top, the young Zi was a little shocked. This guy is really fierce. I hit Onoki's son. That old guy is ungrateful. I can't beat his dust release now, but it's no problem to beat his son. Seeing that the rotation speed of the yellow earth has decreased, Shimura Xianding slapped it again with resentment, making it continue to spin quickly. The old guy Onoki had angered him before. If he hadn't been unwell and had a bad aim, he would have been decomposed into atoms by dust release. He really couldn't bear the power of dust release now, but he could educate the old guy's son. This is called the son pays the father's debt, it's only natural. Indeed, Onoki, who lost his own ninja way, is indeed a little bit short. The young Zi deeply agreed with this and couldn't stand Onoki. You have a similar aura to King Mu. Is it from another big guy? Looking at the red-haired boy in front of him, Shimura Gentoi roughly guessed the other party's identity. It should be the four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Zi. Of course, he is still a good young man now, not old. Yes, I am the four-tailed Jinchuriki. The young Zi did not hide and frankly admitted his identity as Jinchuriki. Anyway, there is nothing to hide here. Five-tailed is not his real name. That big guy should have his own name like King Mu. You should ask what his real name is. Although you Jinchuriki exist to seal the tailed beasts, it is more important to obtain the power of the tailed beasts. Maybe you can forcibly extract it through sealing techniques, but I personally think it is better to communicate with that big guy and become friends with him so that he will voluntarily lend you his power. Starting the fooling mode again, Shimura Gentoi showed respect for the four-tailed Sun Wukong. Although this can be said to be the worst Sun Wukong in many anime, he has a good impression of the big monkey just for the name. I heard about your matter from Aunt Yu Guan. I have been trying to communicate with the big guy, these days, but he has been ignoring me. Scratching his head, the young boy Zi was also very depressed about this matter. I have been trying to communicate with the big guy in the sealed space these days, but unfortunately I failed. But fortunately, it is confirmed that the four-tailed beast does have complete wisdom, not just a beast that knows how to destroy. This is a good discovery. What are the three of them doing here? Turning his eyes to the big Lolita with lava release and the two boys beside her, Shimura Gento asked curiously. The big guy is called Han. Don't look at him as tall and strong. He was actually born in the same year as Huangtu. The girl is called Bai Tu, Huangtu's teammate, and the blonde is called Ditai, the second generation's posthumous child, is Aunt Yu Guan's son. We came here to practice this time. The young Zi introduced the three people who were talking to Yu Guan not far away to Shimura Gento. Miss Yu Guan and the second generation Tsuchikage's son, does he also have the kind of explosive jutsu that works inside the body? Thinking, Shimura Gento confirmed the guess in his heart. You even know that Aunt Yu Guan has a special explosive jutsu. The young Zi was stunned. He really didn't expect Shimura Gento to know this secret, but he didn't care. He just thought it was said by the five-tailed King Mu. After all, the five-tailed King Mu and the four-tailed King were beaten by Aunt Yu Guan with that kind of explosive jutsu many times. Dita did inherit Aunt Yu Guan's special explosive jutsu, but it's a pity that the explosive jutsu is too difficult to practice and very dangerous. A few years ago, I went on a mission with Dita and encountered a very powerful enemy. Dita's overloaded explosive jutsu power caused comminuted fractures of all bones in his body. His health has been getting worse and worse in recent years. I'm afraid he won't be able to be a ninja in the future. Originally, Onoki wanted to take him as his disciple and train him as the fourth Tsuchikage, but it was a pity. However, the old man promised that he would take Datai's child as his disciple in the future and train him as the future Tsuchikage. At the end, the young boy Zei sighed with regret, because Datai was his teammate, but it was a pity that this teammate played him to death. Is Onoki so generous? Shimura Gento looked sideways, basically confirming that the blonde boy was the father of the future Deidara, and Miss Amaseki was Deidara's grandmother. It is normal for Onoki to take the son of the second Tsuchikage and Miss Amaseki as his disciple. In the ninja world, the master-disciple bond is indeed very important. Onoki is the grandson of the first Tsuchikage. The first Tsuchikage passed the position of Tsuchikage to the second Tsuchikage. At the same time, the second Tsuchikage took Onoki as his disciple and passed on his unique dust release. With this master-disciple relationship, Onoki would in turn take the second Tsuchikage. It is normal for sons and grandsons to be apprentices. There are many similar examples. For example, in the original work, Minato Namikaze accepted Kakashi as his apprentice, and Kakashi accepted Uzumaki Naruto as his apprentice in the future. Jiraiya was Minato Namikaze's teacher, and finally became Uzumaki Naruto's teacher. This is the master-apprentice bond of ninjas. But he didn't think that Onoki was so generous. After all, that was the position of Tsuchikage, and Onoki didn't seem to be a good person. This should be true. Although Onoki lost his ninja way, he loved the village very much. And his dust release cannot be passed on to future generations through inheritance, but can only be passed on through acquired fusion, but that requires a very high level of talent and understanding, and the probability is too small. The shadow of a village needs a strong power as a foundation to be competent, and Huangtu without a blood limit can't do it. And our Iwagakure village owes Aunt Yuguan too much. Speaking of this, with a sigh, the young Zei admired Yuguan for sacrificing herself to stay in this dark underground space for 21 years. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Not to mention that Aunt Yuguan was only a teenager when she came here, and she was in her prime. It is even said that when she was pregnant and gave birth to Datai, she did not leave this underground space. The Iwagakure village owed Aunt Yuguan too much, and letting her children or grandson become the fourth generation Tsuchikage was a kind of compensation. Of course, the power of explosion release is also an important reason, especially the explosion release of Yuguan that acts on the inside of the body, which has an extremely exaggerated improvement in the body's explosive power. Explosion release. Thinking, Shimura Gento walked towards Miss Yuguan who was chatting with the three people. Mother, look, this is the detonating clay I created. It can swallow the special clay into the body and integrate it into my explosion release chakra, so that our explosion release chakra can be temporarily stored for external attacks. Spitting out a piece of clay stained with saliva from his mouth as if showing off, Deidara showed his research and development results to his mother. His body was indeed disabled, but his heart was not, and he found a new way to use the explosive escape technique. Very good idea. Praised with relief, Yuguan was very happy to see that his son did not become depressed and decadent because of his half-disabled body. It is indeed a good idea, but simple clay is not enough. You can try to mold the clay into other shapes, such as some small animals and insects, and let them move independently, so that the actual combat effect will be greatly improved. Shimura Gento came over and praised it, and told a new idea, and at the same time he was more certain that this was Deidara's father. But I didn't expect that the secret technique of detonating clay was actually developed by his father. What a genius! This is a good idea, but to achieve that level, you need to have both yin and yang chakras. His eyes lit up, and after careful consideration, Datai thought that this idea was good, but he soon became a little frustrated. To activate the detonating clay and make it move autonomously, both yin and yang chakras are needed, and he just doesn't have these two attributes. What a pity! Give me your hand. Without talking about the detonating clay, Shimura Gento motioned the boy to raise his hand. What for? Looking up at the tall and handsome guy in front of him in confusion, Datai didn't understand what this guy wanted to do. Give him your hand. With a move in his heart, Yuguan motioned his son to raise his hand as he said, and was even more excited. No one in their Iwagakure village could cure their son's symptoms, and they could only watch his body weaken day by day, but the kid's medical skills were a miracle, and he could directly turn a fat guy into a beautiful woman and turn Onoki into that kind of devil muscle man. Maybe he can cure his son's body. Without saying anything more, Ditai raised his hand in front of Shimura Gentoi, and at the same time guess what this guy wants to do. Grab his wrist, extend the immortal energy thread into him, and conduct a detailed investigation of his physical condition. Then his brows frowned more and more, and Yu Guan's heart gradually sank. Is his son's illness really incurable? It's a bit tricky, but it's not a big problem. Retracting the immortal energy thread, Ziken Xianding breathed a sigh of relief and quickly came up with a treatment plan. At the same time, this is also an attempt to prepare for his magnetic bone replacement in the future. Can you really cure it? The young man Zi asked immediately. He also saw that Ziken Xianding was checking his friend's body. If he could cure his friend's physical illness, it would be the best. Yu Guan was also very excited. He originally thought there was no hope, but who would have thought that it could be cured? Can my situation be cured? As the person involved, Ditai was stunned. He had never thought about it before. He was very clear about his physical condition. He was really hopeless, but who would have thought that there was still hope? 181. Chapter 180, Becoming a Traitor Again. Miss Yu Guan, although your explosive escape technique that acts on the inside of the body can greatly enhance explosive power, it puts a lot of pressure on the body. If the body is not strong enough, it will inevitably damage the body, and even shatter the bones like Ditai. But improving physical fitness cannot be achieved overnight, and it must be assisted by Yang-attributed chakra, otherwise using this explosive escape technique is tantamount to seeking death. Ditai does not have Yang attributes. Even if the bones are restored this time, it will still be difficult to bear the use of explosive escape in the future. Moreover, most of the bone cells in his body have died, and it is difficult to repair them. I suggest that he should have his bones replaced. After a brief explanation, Shimura Gentoi spoke out his treatment plan, and at the same time looked at Ditai with a little fiery eyes. This is a good little white mouse. Replace bones. Yu Guan frowned slightly, a little confused. Human bones are like that, what can be replaced? My suggestion is to mix heavy gold with a certain proportion of perfect metal, that is, an alloy made of 7 chakram metals with equal proportions, just like my heavy gold suit. That alloy is not only very strong and tough, but also extremely difficult to destroy. It can also be blessed with chakra. For example, after blessing with earth attribute chakra, it can further increase the hardness and make it indestructible. Do you want to replace all the bones like this? Yu Guan frowned even more, feeling very embarrassed about this. She had heard of heavy gold. After all, it was the highest level of currency in the Warring States period, but it was very expensive. At the same time, chakram metal is not cheap, and it is not easy to get it. This is not a difficult task for you. Didn't your Iwagakure village rob the daimyo's mansion of the Iron Country and pack up all the chakram metals, gold, heavy gold and other valuable materials in stock and take them away? Seeing the embarrassment of the young lady, Shimura Gentoi was quite puzzled. As far as he knew, not long after the emergence of the ninja village system, the Hidden Rock village led the people to raid the daimyo's mansion in the Iron Country next door, turning the entire mansion into ruins and taking away all the supplies, including the chakram metal that the daimyo's mansion had accumulated for many years. Now they should not lack that stuff. I don't know what you think, but our Hidden Rock village has indeed never raided the daimyo's mansion in the Iron Country. We received intelligence that someone wanted to attack the daimyo's mansion in the Iron Country and take away the chakram metal accumulated by the Iron Country. We just wanted to intercept the chakram metal that was taken away by the other party, but who would have thought that when we arrived, the daimyo's mansion in the Iron Country had already become a ruin, and there were traces of large-scale earth escape ninjutsu. After a moment of silence, Yu Guan spoke out the truth of the year, and they were also very depressed about this matter. They didn't get much chakram metal, but inexplicably took the blame. Whoever was put on this matter would be depressed. Didn't you do it in the Hidden Rock village? Surprised, Shimura Gentoi didn't think the young lady in front of him would lie to him. First, there was no need, and second, it was about treating his own son, so he wouldn't deny it at this time. Since she said it wasn't, it was very likely that it wasn't done by the Hidden Rock village. Obviously, someone else attacked and destroyed the daimyo of the Iron Country. At that time, there were traces of super large-scale earth escape ninjutsu. Obviously, the person behind the scenes was good at earth escape. There were not many forces in the entire ninja world that could use earth escape to that extent. In addition, the Iron Country was completely adjacent to the Fire Country at that time, and it was also relatively close to Konoha. Thinking of this, Shimura Gentoi thought of the second avatar on the Hokage rock in his own village. Was it done by the Senju? Konoha's geographical location is not perfect. It is sandwiched between the daimyo of the Fire Country and the Iron Country. With the confrontation between samurai and ninja, this is quite unfavorable. It just so happened that the Iron Country's daimyo's mansion was attacked, causing the Iron Country to be divided into 3 parts, and the second Hokage sold the 7 tails to Takigakuer village at a low price at the 5-cage conference. Combining these clues, the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes vaguely points to Senju. Maybe Senju Hashirama was not involved, or even didn't know, but the second Hokage Senju Tobirama is not sure. You have to know that he was the first generation Nabekage before his father, and he was absolutely cruel and ruthless, and it was entirely possible that he would do such a thing. Do you have any other high-strength metals now? The stronger the better. Concentrating his thoughts, Shimura Gentoi asked. Since there is not enough heavy gold, other metals can only be used instead. There is no way. Heavy gold existed as the highest level of currency in the Warring States period. After that thing withdrew from the currency market, except for the daimyo's mansion, few forces would hoard that thing, and it is naturally impossible for a ninja village that has only been established for a few years to have it. Do you think this thing will work? As if he remembered something, the young Zi took out a sealing scroll from the ninja tool bag and unwrapped it, revealing a 2-meter diameter black meteorite. The black meteorite is extremely heavy. Just by putting it on the ground, it will press cracks on the rock ground under your feet. It is estimated that the thing must weigh tens of thousands of tons. You should know that the ground here is blessed by the sealing barrier, and the strength is amazing, otherwise it can't trap the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts. But even so, it was cracked, which shows how amazing the weight of the meteorite is. I found this thing in the village warehouse. I heard that it was a meteorite that the first generation found by chance. Even with the first generation super light and heavy rock technique, it took a lot of effort to bring it back. He opened his mouth to explain briefly. The young Zi didn't know much about it, only that it was very heavy and hard. Use this thing to make bones for me, aren't you afraid of crushing me to death? Looking at the meteorite in horror, Datai felt that his teammates might want to harm him. If he really used this thing to make a skeleton, he estimated that it would be difficult to move. You can't use the super light and heavy rock technique to reduce the weight. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, the young Zi had already thought about this, and naturally he would not harm his teammates. Although this meteorite is very heavy, much heavier than heavy gold, it can be reduced by the super light and heavy rock technique, and it is just a skeleton, not all of the meteorite is used, so it is not a big problem. Why do you carry this thing with you? Knocking on the meteorite in front of him, Shimura Xianding was very satisfied with its strength, but he was also wondering why Zi carried this thing with him. Well, I want to use it to make an indestructible immortal iron stick, the same kind as the fighting Saint Emperor in the illustration of the heaven shaking. Laughing, the young Zi said that he wanted to make a knockoff product to play with. But this thing is too difficult to smelt. There has been no way to do it in the past few years, so he can only carry it with him and stare blankly. The material of this thing should be feasible, but I don't know if it can be melted at the temperature of natural immortal fire. Well, it needs perfect energy metal to fuse. After estimating for a while, Shimura Xianding felt that this thing should be feasible, but it also requires a large amount of energy metal, that is, chakram metal. How much do you need? This time Yu Guan did not hesitate and asked directly how much he wanted. After all, her husband was the second generation Tsuchikage. Although he died after only a few years, he also left some assets. Even if it is not enough, it is not a big problem to use some of the village's reserves with her own identity. I can't say for sure. It depends on how much perfect energy metal this meteorite can contain. He shook his head slightly. Shimura Gendo really didn't know about this. After all, it was the first time he saw this kind of meteorite, which contained unknown elements. In this regard, the periodic table of the previous life is not very applicable. After all, this is a universe with a cultivation civilization. All kinds of strange substances may exist, such as those energy metals, that is, chakram metals, and heavy gold. These cannot be included in the periodic table. Now there is such a meteorite of unknown material, it is really difficult to judge its own characteristics. At present, it can only be confirmed that this thing is very hard and heavy. Such a piece weighs tens of thousands of tons. Either the atoms are very large or the distance between atoms is very small. Xiao Zi, go back and ask Xiao Mu for some chakram metal and related equipment. After confirming that the plan is feasible, Yu Guan decisively instructed the young Zi. I'll go now. Without delay, the young Zi turned and rushed to the exit, ready to report the matter to the old guy Onaki as soon as possible. During the time when the young Zi was gone, Shimura Gento was not idle either. He sat cross-legged and looked like he was meditating with his eyes closed. His consciousness entered the space of the black tripod to study the material elements of this meteorite. Originally, he planned to use heavy metal to combine perfect energy metal into his own bones, but this meteorite gave him a better choice. Now it depends on whether this thing is suitable. The efficiency of ninjas has always been very high. After hearing the words of the young Zi, Onoki, who had just returned to the village not long ago, asked people to take the relevant materials and set off quickly to return to this underground space. Kid, can you really do this kind of surgery? As soon as he entered the underground space, Onoki asked anxiously. Ditai is the teacher's posthumous child. He even wanted to train him to become the fourth generation Tsuchikage. Unfortunately, the child was half-wasted, so he had to give up. It would be great if he could repair the injuries in his body. Shimura Gentoi stood beside Miss Yu Guan, completely ignoring Onaki. Now he had someone to protect him, so he was not afraid of that old guy Onaki. Answer my question. With a dark face, Onaki really wanted to use Dust Escape to destroy him. It's so infuriating. Ditai, who has the highest seniority in your Iwagakure village now? It would be best if you can control that old guy Onaki. Still ignoring the angry Onaki, Shimura Gentoi looked at Ditai beside him, and had a plan in mind. Why are you asking this? Giving him a puzzled look, Ditai couldn't figure out what this guy wanted to do. Don't worry about this, answer my question, it's about your treatment. With an extremely serious expression, Shimura Gentoi took this very seriously. The one with the highest seniority in the village now should be the wife of the first generation, that is, the grandmother of the third generation. Hearing that it was related to his own treatment, Ditai didn't dare to neglect it, and thought about it and said pick a candidate. That is the person with the highest seniority in the village, and he is very old. Okay, it's decided. I will become the disciple of our first generation lady, and then I will be the uncle of the old man Onaki. With fists and palms, Shimura Gento set a small goal for himself. First become Onaki's uncle, then expand his prestige in the Hidden Rock village as much as possible, and then find a way to use the Second Ninja World War to secretly unite with his own father, the old Nabe Cage, to kill the old man Onaki, and then take the opportunity to become the fourth generation Tsuchikage and take power in the Hidden Rock village. You are looking for death. This bold idea made Onaki so angry that his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He really didn't like this hateful kid. Don't make trouble. You can't be the disciple of the first generation lady, so do you want to be the disciple of me, the second generation lady? At this time, Yu Guan slapped Shimura Gento on the head, who was still about to say something, and made an amazing proposal. 182. Chapter 181 The Book of the Sealed Rock Village. Master's wife, Yu. After being stunned for a moment, Onoki was very anxious. He didn't want that hateful kid to become Master's wife's disciple, so that he would have another junior brother, and he didn't want that kid to join the rock village. No need to say, he has done us a favor, and now he just wants an extra layer of identity protection. Waving his hand to indicate that Onoki didn't need to say more, Yu Guan had his own ideas about this. Although the previous Wing Chun technique was a transaction, she accepted the favor. Now that kid wants to treat her son's injury, which is also a favor. It is naturally not right to let her do something that harms the interests of the village for these two favors, but it is not difficult to just give him a layer of identity protection. After all, it is just a simple identity, not passing on the village's secret ninjutsu to the other party. But Yu Guan's decision made Shimura Gentoi quite gloomy. Why do these young ladies want him to become a traitor one by one? Although I can't be the uncle of the old man Onaki, being a junior brother is barely acceptable. With a sigh, Shimura Gento felt regretful. He really wanted to be the uncle of the old man Onaki. Damn kid! This made Onaki's face darken again, and he disliked this kid even more. At the same time, Shimura Gento used the immortal power thread to untie the forehead protector tied by Yu Guan around his waist and put it on his head, indicating that he is now a glorious rock ninja. Touching his empty waist, Yu Guan glared at the boy beside him, but did not ask for the forehead protector back. Big head, how much chakram metal did you bring over? and the related equipment let me see. While smelling the faint fragrance on the forehead protector, Shimuragento naturally opened his mouth to signal Onaki to pay for the goods. Now he and Onaki are of the same generation, so he can naturally call him by his nickname, and at the same time he has a bold idea in his mind. Speaking of which, when you go back, do you want to worship Miss Mido as your master, or just recognize her as your sister, and become the elder of the old man of the third Hokage? Then you can call him Little Monkey like the first and second generations. By the way, how did the first and second generations call their father? Little Zhangzi, or Little Dumpling? Humph! With an unhappy snort, without saying anything else, Onoki signaled Brown Earth and others who were following behind to load the goods. As several large storage scrolls were opened, piles of chakram metal and a complete set of special smelting equipment were revealed, which was a large ninja tool to be precise. This set of ninja tools can enhance our super light and heavy rock technique, so that the metal does not need to touch the inner wall, and the inner wall is also blessed with a flame barrier, which can isolate and gather temperature to the maximum extent. But this thing still can't melt that iron lump. I don't know if the natural fairy fire you mentioned can work. The young man Zi stepped forward to explain that he once asked the village to use this large ninja tool to help melt the meteorite, but unfortunately it didn't work. We'll know if it works after trying it. Shimura Xianding is very open-minded about this. It would be best if this matter can be successful. If it can't be successful, it doesn't matter. Let the Hidden Rock Village collect the heavy money. Anyway, it's not a bone replacement for him. Didn't you say that it wasn't from the daimyo prefecture of the Iron Country that you destroyed and looted? How come there are so many chakram metals? Turning his eyes to the 7 piles of chakram metal ingots that looked like small mountains, Shimura Xianding doubted what Miss Yuguan said before. Although the 5 major ninja villages have been collecting chakram metals openly and secretly, the progress is not very ideal. Now the 7 piles of chakram metal ingots add up to more than 30 tons. It is impossible for the Hidden Rock Village to collect so much. The group of people who pretended to be our Hidden Rock Village left in a hurry and only took away the main stocks of chakram metal in the daimyo prefecture of the Iron Country. Afterwards, we collected the entire daimyo prefecture in the capital. These are all the gains at that time. Hichu explained that they were indeed cheated at the beginning, and most of the money was taken away by the mysterious group, but there were still a lot of chakram metal stocks in the daimyo prefecture of the Iron Country and the major dignitaries in the capital. Why don't you make a large number of chakra ninja tools with so much inventory? Nodding to agree with Hichu's statement, he was even more puzzled. According to his idea, if he got so much chakram metal, he would definitely use it as soon as possible to arm his minions to the maximum extent, armed to the teeth. Chakra ninja tools are not that easy to make. Glazing with displeasure, Onoki and the others also wanted to make this batch of chakram metal into ninja tools as soon as possible, but unfortunately there were not enough craftsmen. They were not confident in letting outsiders make them, so they could only store them like this. What are you doing? Shimura-gen was about to say something. Ding suddenly found that the 8 Quasi Cage level ninjas who followed Onoki surrounded the 5 Tails King Mew and took out an oversized scroll. Seal the 5 tails. Speaking coldly, Onoki raised his hand to seal, and the dust escape light ball appeared. As long as the 5 Tails King Mew dared to resist, he would use heavy hands to disintegrate his limbs. Although the bones are very brittle now, they can barely hold on with a wave of earth escape chakra hardening. As long as the 5 tails are sealed, it will be fine. This is the collective decision of the village. Although your original idea was good, for the village and the upcoming Ninja World War, we need the power of the King Mew. At this time, Yu Guan sighed. He too had just whispered this to her. After Onoki and others returned, a meeting was held. In the end, the village leaders decided to maintain the original plan and seal the 5 Tails King Mew into the selected Jinchuriki. After all, he could not hold on for a few years. Once he died, no one in the Hidden Rock Village would be able to use this gravity ninja tool, and it would be impossible to completely suppress the 5 tails. Even if the whole village was used to suppress it, it would inevitably cost a lot. Wait, you. Shimura Gento hurriedly spoke, trying to persuade him, but at this time the 5 Tails King spoke. Friend, there is no need to say more. Your existence makes me know that humans can still be trusted once. You have a more important mission to complete. There is no need to plead with those ninjas who have gone astray. They are not worthy. We will meet again in the future, friend. After saying this, the 5 Tails King lay down and did not resist. At this time, he could indeed choose to resist, but once a battle broke out, or even the tailed beast ball was released, it would inevitably hurt this only friend, which was not what he wanted to see. And he has now completely confirmed that this is the person the old man said that year. This person's future is worth looking forward to, and they will meet again soon. Seeing the five-tailed King Mu lying on his back without resistance, Yuguan Onoki and the others were shocked. Is this still the five-tailed king they know? King Mu, can you separate a clone? A clone that can exist for a long time or even forever does not need to be very powerful, as long as it allows you to stay outside and continue to see this beautiful world. After a moment of silence, Shimuragento suddenly made a suggestion. He remembered that there was a setting in the original work, Infinite Tsukuyomi, that the tailed beasts could separate clones to stay outside the Jinchuriki, and perhaps the five-tailed King Mu could separate a small clone to gain a certain degree of freedom. It should be possible, but I need a long time to nurture it. After a slight pause, and then thinking for a while, the five-tailed King Mu shook his head sadly. That is indeed a good idea, but unfortunately these dirty ninjas will not give him this time. And except for Shimuragento, no one will care about their tailed beasts. After all, even the Arashura reincarnation designated by the old man is not a thing, what else can they think of? Teacher Yuguan, I remember that the second generation seems to know a physical clone technique that can split itself into two individuals. Can you teach me that clone technique? In exchange, I can condense the natural fairy fire to help you fuse the meteorite to cast a batch of ninja tools. Shimuragento looked at the teacher lady beside him and set his eyes on the special clone technique of the second generation Tsuchikage. This is a perfect opportunity. Not only can he further fool the five-tailed King Mu, but he can also get a powerful clone technique. Why not do it? The split technique can be passed on to you, but the body of the tailed beast is very different from that of the human body. There are even no meridians and acupoints. Even if it is given to him, he can't use it. After a little thought, Yuguan agreed to the deal, but he didn't think that the idea of a this cheap disciple would succeed. I have a way to help King Mu use ninjutsu. Showing a confident smile, Shimuragento was looking forward to the split technique that was about to be obtained. That was a real physical clone technique that turned one person into two people, not that kind of energy clone, which was completely different from the previous clone technique. Without saying anything, Yuguan looked at Onoki. She didn't have the practice scroll of the splitting technique on her. Nosy little brat. Swearing inwardly, Onoki raised his hand to seal and mixed his own blood to perform the summoning technique. Summoning the Book of Sealing. A burst of mist spread out, revealing a large scroll of 1 meter long and 30 centimeters in diameter. It was the sealing book of the Hidden Rock Village, which recorded many powerful taboo techniques. Watch your eyes, don't look too much. When the sealing book rolled to the part recording the splitting technique, Onoki warned. Without saying much, he looked at the sealing book excitedly, and then carefully read the splitting technique recorded in this part. It is indeed the clone technique of Yang Dun. He quickly read the practice method of the splitting technique and said in his heart, as expected. In the ninja world, anything involving physical changes is generally related to Yang Dun. This splitting technique completely splits the body into two halves, even the brain, bones, etc. will be divided into two, becoming two individuals. Just like Uncle Snake growing a body from a small curse seal, it is the application of Yang Dun, and it is also extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. I think this is why the splitting technique is included in the Book of Sealing. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shimuragento consciously rolled up the Book of Sealing, and finally held it in his arms reluctantly and rubbed it up and down with his palm. Give it to you. Unable to bear it, Haito stepped forward and snatched the Book of Sealing. If the kid touched it again, he would be rubbed. Tisk. Stingy. Pouting unhappily, Shimuragento sat cross-legged and pretended to be in deep thought, but in fact his consciousness entered the black cauldron space. I'm rich, I'm rich. Looking at the replica of the sealed book in the black cauldron space, Shimura Xianding was ecstatic. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to get the sealed book of the Hidden Rock Village, and I made a fortune. He was even a little glad that he was captured by the Hidden Rock Village. It was like letting a wolf into the house and letting a mouse fall into the rice jar. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he stepped forward to unfold the replica of the sealed book. As expected, it was full of records, all of which were powerful ninjutsu secrets and even forbidden techniques in the Hidden Rock Village. I didn't pay attention to the ninjutsu secrets in front of me, and scrolled all the way back. As expected, I found the record of dust release, but it was a little wrong. What the hell? Code language. Looking at the irrelevant words on the dust release practice method, Shimura Xianding was quite disappointed. This is obviously a special code language. Only those who master the code language rules can understand the dust release practice method hidden in it. This code is estimated to be only mastered by the second Psuchikage and the third Psuchikage Onoki. It seems that we still have to start with that teacher lady. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi realized that if he wanted to learn the training method of dust release, he could only start with that Yuguan lady, and it would be best to find an opportunity to carefully copy her entire body. 183. Chapter 182 Beast-Horned Girl Yuguan. Although the last code version disappointed Shimura Gentoi, the previous ninjutsu forbidden techniques were very straightforward, including very practical ninjutsu such as super heavy rock technique and super light heavy rock technique. After scanning all these ninjutsu, Shimura Gentoi began to practice and comprehend the split technique by trial and error. The split technique recorded in the Hidden Rock Village is a normal template, not as detailed as the Shimura series of secret techniques he wrote. It is quite difficult to comprehend and perform it. Moreover, the art of splitting contains great dangers. If you are not careful, 2 unidentified objects appeared in the black cauldron space, each with an eyeball that kept rotating. It was Ji who had performed the art of splitting for the first time, and he obviously failed. The next moment, he used the power of the black cauldron space to recover to full state, and then started a new attempt again. In this way, after dying tens of thousands of times in the black cauldron space, he finally cultivated the art of splitting. Well, it's almost there. The split body on the left touched the bottom and found that there was a bird but no eggs. The split body on the right touched it and found that there was an egg but no bird, and there was only one egg, and the other disappeared. After a moment of silence, he continued to practice and died more than 100 times before he completely mastered it. After confirming that he had really mastered it completely, Zhikan Suanding's consciousness just exited the black cauldron space and returned to his body in reality. Teacher sister, do you believe me? Standing up and looking around, he finally locked on Miss Yuguan, and needed the assistance of this lady next. It's barely believable, even if something unexpected happens and Onaki decomposes you. Giving an answer that makes Shimura Gentoi a little sad, Yuguan is very curious about how this cheap disciple will let the tailed beast perform ninjutsu. King Mu, we are going to get on your head and help you perform ninjutsu. Looking up at the five-tailed King Mu, Shimura Gentoi shouted, and next he also needs the active cooperation of this big guy. Come up. Without hesitation, King Mu did not object to letting the 2 people come to his head. First, Yuguan has been on his head for 21 years and has long been accustomed to it. Second, Shimura Gentoi is a friend he recognizes, and third, this time he is also helping himself. Without stopping, Shimura Gentoi burst out the 8 gates of Dunjia and dragged the heavy chain to climb onto the big head of the 5-tailed King Mu, and came behind Yuguan who had already jumped up, with his palm on his vest. King Mu, merge your chakra with Miss Yuguan's chakra. The more thorough the fusion, the better. While constructing a complex chakra flow trajectory in Yuguan's body with the immortal energy thread, he signaled the 5-tailed King Mu under him to cooperate. The deep red-tailed beast chakra emerged, connected with Yuguan, and slowly merged with the chakra in his body. Yuguan also tried his best to cooperate. Soon the chakras of the 2 merged into one and underwent a certain transformation. A pure white chakra emerged, and the might that burst out made Onoki and others not far away jump in their hearts and look surprised. Now, circulate the chakra as soon as possible along this trajectory. Shimura Gentoi, who also felt this might, shouted, this is the best time. As this pure white chakra runs along the complicated trajectory planned by the immortal energy thread, a burst of mist exploded. The huge body of the 5-tailed King Mu disappeared and turned into a huge figure, but this time it was upright. What a big ant Yuguan! Staring blankly at the oversized Yuguan that was 100 meters high in front of him, the young Zi was amazed. Is there any such operation? Not bad. Standing on the shoulder of the oversized sister Yuguan, looking down at the terrible abyss, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with the effect of this ninjutsu. Close your eyes. Feeling the gaze of a certain traitor, Yuguan felt ashamed and annoyed, and couldn't help but recall the last time when her spring light was exposed. Next, Shimura Gentoi's assistance was no longer needed. Yuguan, who already knew the splitting technique, raised her hand to form a seal, and attracted the pure white chakra in her body to flow, and performed the splitting technique. Then a relatively small 5-tailed Mu Wang appeared, which was the split body that was split, and it appeared directly in the form of five-tailed Mu Wang. Then this special transformation technique was lifted, and Yu Guan and five-tailed Mu Wang's main body separated, and soon both found that they were missing a body part. Five-tailed King Mu lost 2 horns on his head and 2 tails behind him, but Yu Guan was intact, at least from the outside, but his face was pale. "Mother, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that his mother's face was not right, Datai hurried forward to support her, and Shimuragento also went forward to check and soon found the cause of the disease. "Half of the liver is missing, but it's not a big problem. I'll give birth to it now." After comforting her, Shimuragento transformed the immortal energy of the acquired Yang attribute to stimulate the division of the young lady's liver cells. In just 1 hour, all the liver cells were divided and returned to their original size. The liver has a strong repair ability. Even if half of it is lost, it can recover by itself. If it is other internal organs, it will be more troublesome. Of course, it is only a little troublesome for him. What just now seemed to be the transformation technique of the Inyazuka family. Seeing that Yu Guan's face had returned to rosy, Onaki breathed a sigh of relief and spoke out his doubts. "Almost the same, but a little more complicated." Nodding, Shimuragento did not deny. At the beginning, the Inyazuka family exchanged a family secret of human-animal hybrid transformation for the D-level strengthening technique. He had mastered this special transformation secret technique thoroughly before. However, this time, it was not the two-headed dog of the Inyazuka family, but Yu Guan as the main body, at most a little larger in size. Then the transformed super-large Yu Guan guided the five-tailed King Mu to perform the splitting technique. In his previous imagination, he guessed that it might be possible to separate a part of Yu Guan's body organs and take them over. Fortunately, it was half of the liver, which was much easier to handle. Was that the real power of King Mu just now? After recovering, Yu Guan recalled the pure white chakra that the two had just merged, and was still frightened. That kind of chakra was too powerful. Not to mention his own explosion chakra, even his husband's dust chakra was far inferior to it. Coupled with the huge size of the five-tailed King Mu, the real power it possesses is countless times greater than that of my husband back then. The power of the tailed beast is too terrifying. It's almost the same as I guessed. It should be a chakra mode similar to the sage mode. The difference is that the sage mode is a fusion of natural energy, while the chakra mode just now is a fusion of King Mu's chakra. Shimuragento answered with an analytical look, saying that it was a new chakra mode. It is indeed my chakra mode, but it is at most the initial form, and it is still far from the real chakra mode. At this time, King Mu's split body came over and said coldly, showing a disdainful look. Just now, it was just a short fusion of 2 chakras, which is still far from the real fusion, let alone forming a stable chakra mode, and that is not his strongest power. But these ninjas are not worthy of his real power. You look much more handsome now, like a unicorn. Shimuragento grinned as he patted the 2-meter-tall back of the King Mu's split body. Because it was a small split body, its shape was not exactly the same as King Mu's original body. First of all, it only had 1 tail and 1 horn, and with its pure white hair, it looked very much like the legendary unicorn. And just as King Mu approached, the remaining King Mu's chakra in Yu Guan's body surged and gathered, and finally split into 2 strands. One strand gathered at the center of the eyebrows and turned into a pure white horn, and the other strand attached to the coccyx and catalyzed the extension of the spine, turning into a long white tail that extended along the trouser legs. Obviously, the splitting technique just now not only left half of Yu Guan's liver in King Mu's split body, but also left part of King Mu's power in Yu Guan's body, and turned into the unicorn and long tail, and even the golden hair and long eyebrows turned into the snow-white color of King Mu. King Mu was stunned by this change, and then curled his lips in disdain. Let that stinky woman take the chakra first, and it will return to his body after she dies. This change made everyone look at Shimuragento unkindly. Even Yu Guan was quite unhappy about the 2 extra body parts, especially the long tail that was about to burst his trouser legs. Ahem. Pretty, isn't it? With a dry cough, Shimuragento said that this accident was acceptable, and Miss Yu Guan, with white hair and a single horn, had more charm, and also highlighted her own cold and noble temperament. This is a very rare beast horn girl and beast tail girl. King Mu, you. The old eyes flickered, and Onoki had a bold idea, but before he could finish, he was decisively rejected by King Mu. Don't dream. You ninjas have long deviated from the philosophy of the ninja sect. You are all wrong products that have gone astray. You are the cancer of this world. You don't deserve my power. Snorting with disdain, how could the split body of King Mu not see the greed in Onoki's heart? Although he didn't have the ability to sense the good and evil of people's hearts like Kurama, he could still sense a little bit. After all, they are beings that inherited the power of the sacred tree. The essence of chakra is higher than the chakra of ninjas. This is an advantage of high-level chakra over low-level chakra. Start sealing. After being rejected and ridiculed, Onoki had a dark face and ordered the 8 quasi-shadows to start sealing. The tall boy named Han also plucked up the courage to walk in front of the main body of the 5-tailed King Mu. As the 8 quasi-shadows injected chakra into the sealing scroll, countless chakra spells emerged, constructing a huge chakra array. Goodbye, friend. Finally, he glanced at Shimura Gentoku, and King Mu's body followed the sealing technique and entered Han's body. Since Shimura Gentoku was the person the old man had mentioned, the 9-tailed beasts would definitely meet again. That would be the time when they would find the meaning of their lives, and they would no longer have to live in a muddle as before. Moreover, he also yearned for the way of guardian beasts that Shimura Gentoku had imagined. The 10-tailed divine tree was the destroyer of the world, and as the successor of the power of the divine tree, let them become the guardians of the world. Don't be sad, my mind is always connected to the main body, and with my eyes he can also see the outside world, and he won't be lonely. When King Mu's split body saw that Shimura Gentoku was silent, he thought he was sad, so he spoke to comfort him. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to stop those brain-dead idiots' decision now, but when I become the Tsuchikage of Uegakuer, I will definitely let you have true freedom. Take a deep breath, Shimura Gento solemnly made a promise, which made Onoki's old face turn black again, because he was one of those brain-dead idiots in that sentence. And Yu Guan rolled his eyes speechlessly, this cheap disciple was dreaming too much. Now it's the limit to be able to save your life and not let you be abused by others. You still want to become the shadow of Uegakuer, dreaming. Don't dream, even if all the people in our Uegakuer village die, we will not let you become the Tsuchikage. Huang Tu firmly denied that as long as he was alive, Shimura Gento would not think of becoming the shadow of their Uegakuer village. Stupid young man, my road to becoming the Tsuchikage starts with you. Turning around, solemnly declared that his road to becoming the Tsuchikage officially began, and then rushed forward to knock Huang Tu to the ground and kicked him hard. Although Huang Tu resisted with all his might, the huge gap in strength between the two sides made him powerless to fight back. However, in 10 seconds, one of his heads turned into a pig head, which guaranteed that even Onoki would not recognize that this was his own child. 184. Chapter 183 King of Immortal Ape. I am the Tsuchikage, who has any objection? Shimura Gentoi, who was refreshed by the kick, stood up straight, showing his signature gentle smile, and glanced at the young boy Zei, the big lowly boy who performed the lava release Ditai and the man who had just become the 5 tails Jinchuriki, saying that he liked to convince people with reason, and that they could raise any opinions. Several people looked at Shimura Gentoi, who had a gentle smile on his face and was well-mannered, and then looked at Huang Tu, who had turned into a pig head and was lying on the ground groaning and foaming at the mouth, and shook their heads in unison. Although they didn't want to admit it, this guy was indeed very strong, and they were far from being his opponent. Not to mention that he also knew the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, and if he really exploded, he would probably have the physical strength of a regular cage. Big Wood, I'm not saying anything, Huang Tu doesn't look like your son. He's so weak. If I had a son like him, I would have slapped him to death to save him from embarrassment. Turning around with satisfaction, Shimura Gento patted Onoki's arm, indicating that Huang Tu might not really be your son. He was too weak. It's better to kill him now for the sake of justice, so as not to embarrass him in the future. This made Onoki's old face as black as the bottom of a pot, and Hichu and others beside him also twitched their faces when they heard it. You just beat someone's kid so hard that his father didn't recognize him, and now you are brazenly saying that someone's kid is trash, and even fooling people to kill their relatives for the sake of justice. Arrogant, too arrogant. Master's wife, they are in your hands. Resisting the urge to use dust escape to let the kid be humanely destroyed, Onoki nodded to Master's wife Yu Guan, turned around and flew away. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would not be able to help but kill the boy. It was too infuriating. Big Wood, don't leave in a hurry. Hurry up and make me, the first of the younger generation of the Hidden Rock Village, the successor of the Tsuchikage. In this way, when you die in the next Ninja World War, the village will not fall into chaos and internal strife, or even split because of the fight for the position of Tsuchikage. Shimura Gentoi shouted loudly, and he really wanted to be the Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village, leading the Hidden Rock Village to become rich, big, and strong, and finally abandon the ninja business, which has no future and no money, and switch to become a high-class cultivator. These words almost made Onoki fall to the ground while flying. After turning back and glaring fiercely, he flew away at a faster speed. Haito opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say this time. In the end, he followed Onoki away with a weird look on his face. Mr. Xianding, Sun Wukong just said he wanted to have a clone like that. At this time, the young Zi suddenly spoke with a strange expression. The four-tailed beast that had been ignoring him just now actually took the initiative to communicate with him, and told him his real name, and also said that he wanted a clone. Sun Wukong? Is that the big guy's real name? He showed a sense of surprise just right, as if he had heard this name for the first time. It is indeed his real name. It seems that he is also bored. The five-tailed King Mu's split body laughed at the side. It was that guy who gave in first. Now he regrets it. It's no problem to make a small clone. Do you have Yang attribute? Rubbing his chin, Shimura Xianding was very satisfied with his fooling mode. It seems that he can start the fooling plan for the four-tailed Sun Wukong. No. Blinking his eyes, the young Zi also knew that he couldn't handle this matter. According to his understanding of the splitting technique, that thing needs the assistance of Yang escape chakra to practice. Teacher. Turning his head to look at his teacher, Shimura Gento could only ask for help from this teacher at this stage. Don't look for me. Glazing coldly, Yu Guan walked back to the stone room where he lived, wanting to see if he could take back the tail. It was really embarrassing. Sun Wukong said that he can temporarily raise a person's Yang attribute to the Yang escape level, but you have to find another way to do the splitting technique. At this time, the young man Zi raised his hand and spoke, saying a new plan. I can assist in the splitting technique, and now the only problem left is the Yang attribute. Who of you has the Yang attribute? Scanning his eyes over the people present, Shimura Gentoi felt that this could be done. Me. The man who had just become the Five Tails Jinchuriki spoke sullenly, saying that he had the Yang attribute. If you don't want to die, stay aside. The Five Tails King Mu's split body glared over. It was dangerous to carry the chakra of their tailed beasts in a human body. One was deadly, and you wanted to accommodate two at the same time? Do you really think you are from the old man's family? The young man who was scolded by King Mu shrank his neck and obediently walked aside to draw circles. Although he became the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, he was still very afraid of them. The terrible oppression left a deep shadow in his heart. Several people looked at the molten-style Lolita Shiratsu. It was confirmed that Ditai had no yin-yang attribute, and Huangtu was estimated to have it, but seeing the miserable state of that guy groaning, several people simply ignored it. Now only the molten-style Lolita Shiratsu was left. Don't look at me, I don't want to become like Aunt Yu Guan. Shiratsu refused decisively, she didn't want an extra tail or anything else. We can only wait for Huangtu to wake up. Smacking his lips, the young man Zi looked at Huangtu who was still lying on the ground groaning and foaming at the mouth. Shimura Gendo kicked too hard before, and it was estimated that he would not wake up in a day. No. Bai Tu suddenly stood in front of his teammate Huangtu, staring at Shimura Gentoi and the young boy Zi fiercely, like a cat guarding its food, looking a little fierce. This scene made Shimura Gentoi and the young boy Zi look at each other, with a little weird look on their faces. Alas! That guy, Mu, is too incompetent. How can he let such a young child fall in love early? Even if the object of the early love is the son of the Tsuchikage, it is not okay. What if the gun goes off accidentally and the girl gets pregnant? If she gets pregnant at such a young age, there will be 2 deaths. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi was very dissatisfied with Onoki's ability to govern. He couldn't even manage a village well. That old guy was too useless. Who fell in love early? It's just that brother Huangtu used to protect me, and now it's my turn to protect him. This is the protection of teammates, don't think too much. Bai Tu was furious and firmly denied his behavior of falling in love early. Just looking at the blushing face of the big loli, several people present were in disbelief, and at the same time they felt that it was good to be young. Foolish girl, you don't understand how determined a man is to pursue power. Moreover, as the son of the Tsuchikage, he is so weak. The pressure he bears is beyond your imagination. He will never miss this opportunity to enhance his strength, and you, a little woman, can't stop him. He smiled and rubbed the big lowly's head. The soft black short hair made him love it, but unfortunately, the big lowly who reacted quickly slapped it away with one hand. However, the big lowly looked back at Huang Tu, who was lying on the ground, groaning and foaming at the mouth, and fell into silence. She knew very well the pressure that this childhood sweetheart had been under over the years, especially when the yellow book edition was released. The pressure was even greater, and he suffered countless strange looks. In the past 2 years, she often saw Huang Tu practicing desperately alone, and that kind of ruthlessness made her feel distressed. If there is an opportunity to become stronger, I guess brother Huang Tu will never give up, even if he becomes a monster. Sun Wukong just said that you have lava style in your body, Beidou. Although it is only lime lava style, which is different from Sun Wukong's own magma lava style, it is a lower level bloodline of magma lava style. His chakra can be well integrated with you, and there is even a chance that your lime lava style will evolve into magma lava style, and there will be basically no rejection reaction. After another exchange with Sun Wukong in the sealed space, the young man Zi looked at Beidou with burning eyes. Not only was he optimistic about this big lowly, but Sun Wukong also liked her very much. I remember that Huang Tu should not have fire attributes, and it may be difficult to carry the chakra of the fourth, Sun Wukong. Ditai, who had been silent all the time, revealed a piece of information. As the son of the second generation Tsuchikage and Yu Guan, he was familiar with the four-tailed Sun Wukong and the five-tailed Mu Wang, and knew that one of the two-tailed beasts had lava style and the other had boiling style. Lava release bloodline is the product of the fusion of the two chakra attributes of fire and earth. To carry this bloodline chakra, you must have both fire and earth attributes. Huang Tu does not have the fire attribute. If you really want to carry it by force, there will probably be considerable danger. If that kid really does not have the fire attribute, and forcibly carries Sun Wukong's chakra, the chance of survival is less than 10%. The split body of King Mu gave a positive answer, and he was also very clear about this. I will do it. Hearing this, Bai Tu no longer hesitated. She did not want her big brother Huang Tu to take risks. The 10% chance of survival was too low, which could be called a life or death struggle. Stand still. The young man Zi was overjoyed. He stepped forward and put his palm on Bai Tu's shoulder. His eyes suddenly turned fiery red, and a scarlet chakra emerged on his body. Monkey, do you regret it now? The split body of King Mu grinned strangely, and he liked to see the jokes of this fellow brother. A little bit. He replied depressedly, and the four-tailed Sun Wukong who controlled the body of the young Zi looked at Shimergendo, carefully looked him up and down for a long time, and then said, You are very different, but it's a pity that you don't have chakra, otherwise my power should make you stronger quickly. He had communicated with King Mu in the spiritual space, and even obtained King Mu's memory. He was also deeply shocked by the novel ideas of this human boy, especially the idea of a the guardian beast. Although it sounds like a fantasy, it is indeed feasible if you think about it carefully. If they can really become the guardian beasts of this world, their nine-tailed beasts will surely be worshipped and worshipped by countless creatures, rather than being feared and dreaded now. Could this boy really be the person the old man said back then? At this moment, the four-tailed Sun Wukong also had the same idea as King Mu, and he also agreed with and yearned for the path that Shimergentoi had said before. That is the ideal goal that their tailed beasts should pursue. I don't like external forces. Compared with external forces, I prefer the power that I have cultivated bit by bit, so that I can feel at ease when using it. Shaking his head slightly, Shimergentoi had no regrets about this. Even if he had not given up his chakra, he would never have used the chakra of the tailed beasts. And compared to the natural energy of the entire world, the chakra of the tailed beasts is nothing. They can already absorb and refine natural energy. Why should they use the chakra of the tailed beasts? Not to mention that there are so many abysses and pits in the chakra, and his small body is not enough to fill them. You are really different from those dirty ninjas, and different from all humans. I am very optimistic about your future. The four-tailed Sun Wukong, who did not sense any greed in Shimergentoi, looked at Shimergentoi deeply, and turned to flattering, Friend, can the clones that will be split later also have a permanent plastic surgery? He used to be very satisfied with his body, but when he saw the book Zhangtian with the help of his family, especially the illustrations of the Fighting Saint Emperor and the Fighting Buddha Saint Prince, he immediately felt that his majestic body was not so attractive. There was no chance to change before, but now that the opportunity is in front of him, he must seize it, at least to make the clone more handsome. Just as the master of the bird said, being strong is one thing, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. Compared with those handsome monkeys in the illustrations, his current appearance is horrible, which is absolutely unbearable. He even suspected that there was something wrong with the aesthetics of the old man Liudeo, otherwise why would he shape him into such an ugly appearance? What do you want to be? Asked in confusion, Shimura Gentoi was quite curious about what kind of shape this gorilla version of Sun Wukong wanted to change into. 185. Chapter 184 Molten Escape Heart. This, and these, I want them all. The four-tailed Sun Wukong skillfully took out a sealed scroll from the young Z's ninja bag and unwrapped it, revealing a pile of books. He then skillfully selected a few of them, and still skillfully flipped through them and tore off a few illustrations from them, indicating that he wanted them all. This scene made Shimura Gento's eyes twitch, because those books were the many pornographic masterpieces he wrote, and they were all on the front page. The young Zi had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but who would have thought that he was actually a little pervert? You're a bit greedy. Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, Shimura Gento glanced at the illustrations torn off by the four-tailed Monkey King, and felt that this gorilla was very greedy. These illustrations are the illustrations for the Holy Prince, Fighting Buddha, and Fighting Saint Emperor in the book Jishin. They are from some pictures in anime games, including the pretentious scene of Monkey King condensing magma into armor in The Return of the Great Sage, the hellfire skin of Monkey King in Glory of the King, and the form of Monkey King transformed into a big ape in Journey to the West, all of which are quite domineering and handsome. These illustrations are very distinctive. It is not easy to gather them all together, and it will destroy their own beauty. Is it not possible? Blinking his eyes expectantly, it was really hard to choose between the four-tailed Sun Wukong and the master of the bird who crossed the river with a reed also wrote in the book that only children make choices, and adults usually want all of them. He, the king of the immortal apes, Sun Wukong, has lived for thousands of years and is already an adult gorilla, so naturally he has to want all of them. There is no need to get them all at once. We can set them into several transformation forms, and we can also use them to deal with various levels of battles. After thinking about it, Shimura Gento still felt that it would be better not to destroy those different images, and he was only good at copying and cloning, not good at innovation. This is possible. After thinking for a while, the four-tailed Sun Wukong felt that it was feasible. Well, you temporarily help her improve the Yang escape, and I will help her construct the ninjutsu circuit of the split technique. After making a simple division of labor, Shimura Gentoi placed his palm on the head of the big lowly Baitu, enjoying the soft touch of her black hair while constructing the ninjutsu circuit of the split technique according to her physical condition, so that she could get familiar with it. For him, who has mastered the essence of the split technique through trial and error, it is not difficult to modify a suitable and safe ninjutsu circuit according to the physical condition of others. I didn't see you use this method when my mother cooperated with King Mu to split. Did you want to create a clone for Sun Wukong at that time? Ditai suddenly asked curiously, attracting the attention of several people. That's not the case. I want the split technique mainly to see if the human-animal hybrid transformation technique will have an effect on it. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gentoi really didn't think so much at the time. Even Onoki's direct spiritualization of the sealed book of the Hidden Rock Village was beyond his expectation. These are really just coincidences. Soon Baitu was familiar with the ninjutsu circuit of the split technique, and then became familiar with the next human-animal hybrid transformation technique. It will be a little painful, but bear it. Next, I will temporarily integrate part of the original power into your body, which will also be of great benefit to you. The four-tailed Sun Wukong who controlled the body of the young boy Zi told Baitu to separate part of his original power, integrate it into Baitu's body through the body of the young boy Zi, and merge it with the lime molten chakra in his body. Instantly, a new golden red chakra emerged, wrapping Baitu's petite body. The powerful aura displayed startled Yu Guan, who was trying to retract the tail in the stone room, and hurried out to watch. Is this Sun Wukong's chakra mode? Looking at Baitu, whose whole body was wrapped in golden red chakra, and sensing the scorching heat emanating from it, Yu Guan felt that the aura that this girl was exuding now was stronger than the one she had previously exuded with Mu Wang's chakra. Obviously, the degree of fusion of the two chakras was deeper. Sun Wukong has no hatred for that girl, and her lime molten escape is very close to Sun Wukong's magma molten escape, so the degree of fusion will be higher. Shimura Gentoi expressed his own guess, and after the chakra pattern on Bai-Tu stabilized, he signaled him to quickly perform the 2 major ninjutsu. Bai-Tu was too weak after all. Even if the four-tailed Sun Wukong took the initiative to cooperate to reduce the pressure damage, it would be difficult to bear it for too long. He must perform the splitting technique as soon as possible to separate the original power of the four-tailed Sun Wukong. Bai-Tu, who also felt that his body was about to reach the limit, did not dare to delay. According to the ninjutsu circuit constructed by Shimura Gentoi with immortal energy, he performed the human-animal hybrid transformation technique, allowing the original power of the four-tailed Sun Wukong to further merge with his body, and then performed the splitting technique. In an instant, most of the original power in the body surged out of the body, forming a new body, which was in human form as a whole, but covered with hair. It was the version of Sun Wukong in the Return of the Great Sage. The only pity is that there is no armor, no stick, and even no clothes. Fortunately, the four-tailed Sun Wukong seems to have no gender, and there is no special mark. It doesn't matter if he doesn't wear clothes, not to mention that there is a layer of monkey hair to cover it. Ah! Just then, Bai-Tu knelt on the ground with a pale face, covering his chest with his left hand, feeling that something was missing there. No heartbeat, no, the whole heart is gone. He hurried forward to use the immortal force thread to explore, and the result of the exploration made Ziken Xianding frown. This girl is not lucky, what is missing is the very important and fatal heart, and it is gone. You all turn your backs, I will perform surgery on her next. Without hesitation, he signaled everyone to turn their backs, after all, she is a little girl. A wind blade condensed at the fingertips cut Bai-Tu's clothes and chest cavity one after another, and at the same time used the immortal force thread to pierce into her body, paralyzing the nerves in this part and blocking the transmission of pain. As soon as the chest cavity was opened, there was indeed no heart inside, and even the blood filled that position. He quickly used his immortal energy to condense an energy heart and connect it to the blood vessels, temporarily replacing the work of the heart, and even re-injected the blood into it, which calmed down the pale Bai-Tu. Can you save her even if the whole heart is gone? Kneeling down, Yu Guan frowned at Bai-Tu's injury, which was absolutely fatal. It's not a big problem, just transplant a new heart to her, you guys go get a wild boar's heart quickly. Still maintaining that absolutely confident expression, Shimura Xianding was very confident about this heart transplant operation, and even thought of a new heart. There was an example of transplanting a pig's heart to a human in the previous life, and I believe it will definitely work in this world. Even if it doesn't work, the worst-case scenario is to find a new substitute. Anyway, the main function of the heart is to supply blood flow, which is not complicated to simulate, and it will be fine to maintain it for several days with his current immortal energy. You want to transplant a pig's heart for me? Bai-Tu widened his eyes and was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. How can you be a doctor like this? Are you a veterinarian? Or a serious doctor? What do you know? The heart of a pig is very similar to ours, and it can be transplanted directly. After a little popular science, Ziken Xianding turned his head and shouted to the boy Zi, remember to bring the wild boar's body back and roast it, don't waste it. Got it. The boy Zi responded, speeded up and went out along the passage, and returned with a big wild boar an hour later. Just looking at the big wild boar in front of him, Ziken Xianding was speechless. Do you think this pig brother's heart can match Bai-Tu? Staring at the boy Zi who was about to cut the wild boar into pieces and roast it, Ziken Xianding felt that this guy might have a problem with his brain. Don't you understand such a simple truth? No. Blinking his eyes in a silly way, the young Zi really didn't know much about this, and then used a kunao to cut the big wild boar open and took out an oversized heart the size of a watermelon. Looking at the petite Bai-Tu, and then looking at the watermelon-like wild boar heart in his hand, the young Zi said awkwardly, how about I get another wild boar back? The gap is really big. Forget it, just use it. Too lazy to wait any longer, Shimura Xianding used the immortal force thread to pull the wild boar heart over, but this made Bai-Tu furious. Asshole, is this something you can just make do with? If you really stuff such a big wild boar heart into your chest, you will definitely be stuffed to death. Stop it. Yu Guan, who couldn't bear it any longer, glared at him and signaled this cheap disciple, stop making trouble. Shimura Xianding did not make trouble. He used the acquired Yang attribute immortal energy to operate the heart in his hand, separating the weaker myocardial cells inside, leaving the strongest part, and at the same time contracting the blood vessels and neural network inside. Soon a much smaller heart split from the wild boar heart, and the original wild boar heart became a piece of pure myocardial cells. Grill this heart for me, I like to eat pig hearts. Shimura Xianding threw the wild boar heart to Ditai, who was tidying up the grill and roasting fork, and said he wanted to eat the pig heart. This tricky operation made everyone speechless, and Ditai, who received the pig heart, looked at the pig heart in his hand, then looked at the heart in Shimura Xianding's hand, and finally looked at Bai Tu, who was so angry that he couldn't speak, with an extremely weird expression. This new brother in the village is awesome. Wait a minute. Just as Shimura Gento was about to transplant the shaped heart to Bai Tu, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body that was adapting to the new body suddenly spoke, stepped forward and clenched his palm above Bai Tu's chest, and soon a golden red chakra was extracted, which was the part of chakra that had remained in Bai Tu's body before, and it was also his original power. Instead of absorbing this group of original power, it slowly merged it into the heart, and soon the heart turned golden red and became much stronger. This is your reward, now we are even. Simply said, Sun Wukong's split body does not like to owe others, especially these dirty ninjas. Girl, you are blessed, this thing is now a semi-energy body, not only has the strength increased greatly, but it is estimated that it has escaped the limit of cell division, and it will beat for at least a few hundred years without any problem. Looking at the golden red heart in his hand, Shimura Gento gave the big lowly a look that said, you earned it. This girl really made a profit. If the previous fusion process only gave her a chance to evolve the lime molten escape into magma molten escape, then this half-energy heart that fused the power of the four-tailed origin allowed her to evolve the lime molten escape into magma molten escape with 100% certainty. Although both lime molten escape and magma molten escape are molten escape, their strengths are very different. You should know that practicing lime molten escape to the limit can only make Bai Tu barely become a strong man at the level of a positive shadow, but practicing magma molten escape to the extreme can make her a leader among the positive shadows. Thank you. Bai Tu thanked gratefully. She was not a fool, so she could naturally see the unusualness of this heart. She really made a fortune. No need to thank me, it was just a deal. I still don't like you dirty and evil ninjas, and I will never approve of you. Without accepting the thanks from the big lowly, the split body of Sun Wukong stood up proudly and walked towards the fire not far away, ready to help roast the wild boar. I haven't tasted such delicious food for a long time. 186. Chapter 185 The Truth About the Death of the Six-Path Sage. Brother Ditai, come and try this roasted pig heart, it tastes good and is very chewy. Cut off a piece of the roasted pig heart in his hand and put it on Ditai's plate beside him, Shimura Gentoi enthusiastically gestured for him to taste it. He had a natural intimacy with this big brother, just like the intimacy he had with big brother Akazaga, they were indeed a natural family. Asshole! The big lowly Bai Tu, who was sitting opposite and gnawing on a piece of pork leg, was so angry that her teeth itched. After all, that piece of pig heart was also her heart, but now it was roasted and eaten by that guy. How could there be such a hateful asshole in the world? Do you want to eat it too? Come and try a piece, you all should try it too, it's very good. Noticing the big lowly's gaze, Zhikan Xianding enthusiastically cut off another piece of pig heart, and considerately wrapped it with the immortal force thread and handed it to the big lowly's plate. Then he cut off a few more pieces and distributed them to everyone present, including the four-tailed Sun Wukong split and the five-tailed Mu Wang split. Everyone looked at the pig heart that was distributed on the plate, then looked at the big lowly Bai Tu who was trembling with anger, and finally looked at Zhikan Xianding with a passionate face, and felt speechless again. It's really a bad taste. After a bonfire party that some people were happy and some were angry, Zhikan Xianding returned to the stone room and looked at the still sleeping sister Shui Rong, then turned around and went out to find a place to sleep, and his consciousness entered the black tripod space to count the harvest this time. Before, he checked the tailed beast seals of the young purple and young man under the watchful eyes of Miss Yu Guan, under the pretext of checking their bodies. If his guess was correct, they should be copied together with the bodies of the four-tailed Sun Wukong and the five-tailed Mu Wang inside. His eyes fell on the two extra pieces of meat in the black cauldron space, which were the seals of the abdomens of the young purple and young man, and also the location of the tailed beast seal space. Before he could operate it, the two pieces of meat shrank quickly, as if the vitality inside was drained by some existence, and soon turned into grey powder and scattered, leaving two balls of sealed energy. This is the tailed beast seal, which uses the sealing technique to open up a space in the ninja's belly button to accommodate the sealed tailed beast. It is a very advanced sealing technique. However, to maintain this level of sealing technique, a huge amount of chakra is needed, and without a continuous supply of chakra, it cannot be maintained for too long. Sure enough, the seal collapsed not long after, revealing the two huge monsters sealed inside, which were the four-tailed Sun Wukong and the five-tailed Mu Wang. The two horns and two tails of the five-tailed Mu Wang's body also regenerated. Obviously, the original power that was split out had little effect on it. But it was also true that the amount of chakra possessed by the two split bodies was not much, at most equivalent to the amount of an elite jonin, otherwise Onoki and others would not be at ease to let the tailed beast split into too strong a body. Very good, the 7 Dragon Balls, no, the 9-tailed beast has already got 2. As long as we collect all 9, plus the outer path demon statue, we can summon the 10-tailed divine tree. I just don't know if we can summon Miss Kaguya. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with this harvest and had full expectations. Although there are many pitfalls in the chakra energy system, it is indeed very powerful and versatile, and its value is not small. In particular, the chakra modes of various tailed beasts and even the 10-tailed Jinchuriki mode are very valuable for research. As long as the secrets inside can be thoroughly studied, they can be transformed into the rapid growth of their own immortal energy training system. Try the chakra mode of the four-tailed Son Goku first. With a thought, he used the fusion ability of the Black Cauldron space to extract all the data of the four-tailed Son Goku and integrate it into his body. After a moment of comprehension, a stream of golden red chakra-like magma emerged on the surface of the body, which was the four-tails chakra mode. This is not over yet, the golden red chakra becomes more and more pure, and the magma-like form is purified, and finally turns into a set of golden red chakra outer clothes, with 4 Megatama patterns on the clothes. Son Goku's chakra mode is estimated to be no worse than Uzumaki Naruto's Kurama mode during the Fourth War in the original work. After all, at that time, Uzumaki Naruto only had half of the 9 tails in his body, and his strength is estimated to be less than 1/3 of his heyday. After estimating the power of this Son Goku chakra mode, it is guessed that it should be similar to Yang Kurama chakra mode, and it is definitely far inferior to the complete Kurama chakra mode. After all, the six-path sage is very partial. Of course, the gap between the 9-tailed beasts is not that big. Even if the 9 tails is the strongest, it has its limits. Although the 9-tailed fox is very strong in the original work, half of the Yang 9-tailed fox can fight against the 6-tailed beasts, but that is mainly because the 6-tailed beasts at that time were controlled by Uchiha Obito with the Kamui Mangekyo and Samsara Eye, and they could not exert their true strength at all. However, the chakra of the Yang 9-tailed fox is integrated with the chakra of Otsutsuki Ashura in Uzumaki Naruto's body, which is not as simple as 1 + 1. In addition, the 9-tailed fox actively cooperates with Uzumaki Naruto and can exert its strongest strength. Under the influence of this, there was that record. After trying the Sun Wukong chakra mode, Shimura Gentoi then integrated all the data of the 5-tailed King Mu, and then obtained the King Mu chakra mode. The golden red chakra coat on his body was changed to pure white, with 5 black Megatama patterns. Does the number of Megatama correspond to the number of tails? Looking at the 5 Megatama marks on the chakra coat, Shimura Gentoi was thoughtful. Without delay, he continued to experience the changes of these 2 chakra modes on the body, and soon made new discoveries. The whole body is half-energy body, no wonder there is such a big improvement. Suddenly, Shimura Gentoi understood why Uzumaki Naruto in the original work had such a great improvement after obtaining the 9 tails mode and the Kurama mode, and it was an all-round improvement, even the physical fitness was explosively soaring. It turned out that he relied on the chakra of the tailed beast to become a half-energy body, temporarily transcending the limitations of the physical body. After all, the tailed beast itself is the product of high-level chakra aggregation. The original conjecture was indeed correct. The ultimate form of ninja training is the energy body of the tailed beast, but this temporary half-energy body can be used as a transitional stage in the middle. Recalling the previous conjecture, Shimura Gentoi realized that he was not wrong. The ultimate of ninja training is to turn the body into chakra. This also made him discover something more terrifying. Six-path sage's state is not really death, but he just abandoned his body and completely turned himself into chakra. No wonder he can come out after thousands of years and still has the power to seal Kaguya. He sneered, he knew that there must be something wrong with the death of Six-Path Sage. After all, even Black Zetsu can survive for thousands of years. It doesn't make sense that the 2 brothers of Six-Path Sage, who were pregnant by Kaguya for 10 months, would die of old age. Obviously, they have long known that turning oneself into chakra is the real way to immortality. What died in front of people is just a body, and even that body has become a further shackle for them. After feeling the chakra mode of the two-tailed beasts in the black tripod space, Shimura Gentoi's consciousness returned to the real body, got up to wash, and then went back to the stone room of Miss Shuirong and closed the door with his backhand. In an instant, only a faint light from a luminous crystal remained in the room. Now that you're awake, stop pretending to sleep. Aren't you feeling suffocated? With his arms folded and leaning against the wall, Shimura Xianding chuckled. Yesterday he discovered that this woman had awakened. Although she tried her best to hide, she still couldn't escape his immortal energy thread perception. Did I perceive it wrongly? Seeing that the young lady lying on the bed still had no reaction, Shimura Xianding suppressed his smile, pretended to be puzzled, stepped forward to lift the blanket covering the beauty, revealing the JQ that was not covered at all, and carried it horizontally to a special bathroom in the compartment. It has to be said that the people in the Hidden Rock village are really born to do civil engineering. Even though this place is 5 kilometers deep underground, they have built complete living facilities, and even made something similar to a flush toilet, and there are also ventilation facilities. Awesome! What are you doing? Feeling a palm pressing on her lower abdomen, Shuirong finally couldn't help but open her eyes, staring angrily at the boy holding her, thinking she was about to attack, but she found that her body had been cut off by the immortal energy thread without knowing when. Help you pee, little sister. Although I have adjusted your physiological functions to the lowest level before, entering a state like animal hibernation, there is still a minimum level of metabolism after all. This is the third time I have helped you, don't be shy, I have seen everything I should see, and I have also seen everything I shouldn't see. If you feel you are losing out, you can see it back. Shamelessly replied, Zhikan Xianding was ready to help the little sister solve her physiological problems. No, I'll do it myself, I don't need your help. Shuirong hurriedly shouted, holding back the shame and anger in her heart. It was fine to be tossed by this little pervert when she was unconscious before, but now that she has woken up, she must not let him take advantage of her again. All right. No longer teasing this angry and ashamed little sister, Zhikan Xianding put her down and took back the immortal energy thread that restricted nerve control. Your original clothes are no longer wearable. I'll get you a few sets. After saying this, Shimura Gentoi turned and left the stone chamber, heading for the stone chamber where Miss Yu Guan lived. Dong dong. Teacher sister, my companion has woken up and has no suitable clothes to wear. I want to lend you a few sets. Finally woke up, how is your body recovering? He opened the door and handed out a few sets of clothes in his hand while asking. It's not a big problem. You can recover after some recovery training. After chatting with the teacher sister for a while with a smile, Shimura Gentoi turned and returned to Miss Shuirong's stone chamber. You even saved the mist ninja. You really don't look like a person from Konoha, or your vision has gone beyond the ninja village, even beyond the ninja world, and you are looking at the whole world. Looking at the back of the boy, Yu Guan secretly sighed that the strength of this cheap disciple was okay, but his mind and vision were unmatched in the entire ninja world, even the first generation Hokage who led them to create the ninja village era. His future is not what you ninjas can imagine. You who have deviated from the ideals of the ninja sect and established your own ninja world and separated from the world's large group are just a group of frogs in the well. The four-tailed Sun Wukong split body who lived in the stone room next door pushed the door and walked out, casting a disdainful look and preparing for defense. Having been with this stinky woman for more than 10 years, he knew her temperament very well. She would use that gravity ninja tool with ninjutsu to press him and King Mu to the ground at any time. However, Yu Guan did not take action this time, and even fell into deep thought. I have heard of the legend of the ninja sect. It is said that it is the source of our ninjas, but what exactly is the ninja sect? How did the ninja sect disappear? Looking at the split body of Sun Wukong and the split body of King Mu who had just walked out of the stone room with doubt, Yu Guan really couldn't understand this. 187. Chapter 186, Beating Up the Uegaku 4. The demise of the ninja clan stems from your greed, and it was split from within, which led to the current ninja world. It was you ninjas who betrayed the purpose of the ninja clan. The split body of King Mu sneered. Having survived for thousands of years, he knew a lot of secrets, including the reasons for the split and demise of the ninja clan. In the final analysis, it was just the descendants of Otsutsuki Ashura fighting for power and wanting to take over the ninja clan, which led to internal strife. In the end, the Senjo clan, the main family of Ashura, won, and the Yugora clan, as a branch family, retreated to the land of lightning with several pieces of ninja tools left by the Six-Path Sage. Even the Uzumaki clan could not stand the years of conspiracy and internal strife, and finally moved the whole clan to the land of whirlpools, taking away the ninja clan's inherited sealing technique left by the Six-Path Sage. Then other members of the ninja clan also left and established many ninja clans. At this point, the ninja clan completely disappeared, and then evolved into the Warring States period of constant war. Although the Warring States period was mainly the stage of each country, the existence of ninjas undoubtedly disrupted order many times, making the war more cruel and prolonged. Obviously, the old man's choice back then was not correct. Although Otsutsuki Ashura had the ability to become the leader of the ninja sect, he did not have the corresponding ability and wisdom. He could not even control his own children and grandchildren. Can we still expect him to manage the ninja sect well? You ninjas are the product of mistakes. You will definitely be corrected or eliminated in the future, because there will be no place for you ninjas in the future. This is the will of the whole world. Four-tailed Sun Wukong took over the words and made the final summary. Although they all hated this stinky woman, they also respected the strong. Even if the other party mainly relied on that gravity ninja tool, they still suppressed them for so many years. They would have some respect for such strong people, otherwise it would be disrespectful to themselves, so they would say so much. I want to go out and take a serious look at this world in the future. Do you want to come with me? After thinking for a while, Yu Guan suddenly made a suggestion. She grew up with the education of the ninja clan, and possessed the standard ninja thinking of the ninja clan, with her eyes always fixed on the ninja world. But the appearance of that cheap disciple made her realize that her previous understanding of the world might not be comprehensive. While there were still a few years, she wanted to take a serious look at this world and see if ninjas were really redundant in this world. As long as you don't stay in your broken village, you can go anywhere. The four-tailed Sun Wukong split body expressed on the spot that he didn't like the Hidden Rock village, especially the dwarf who could use the dust release, and it would be good to go out for a walk. I heard that you used to live in the flower and fruit mountain in our land of earth. Take me to see your hometown when the time comes. Seeing the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body agree, Yu Guan smiled on her fair face and decided to make the first stop of the trip to Sun Wukong's hometown, Flower and Fruit Mountain. Huguo Mountain. I wonder what happened to those monkeys. When mentioning his hometown, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split couldn't help but recall the monkeys and gorillas in his hometown. He called himself the king of immortal apes, and he raised a large group of monkeys and gorillas under his command. He was the real king of apes. At the same time, Shimura Xianding on the other side returned to Shuorong's stone room and heard the sound of water flowing from the bathroom inside. Obviously, the young lady was taking a bath. There are only outer clothes here, no underwear or bras. You can make do with it first. I will ask the Hidden Rock village to send you a few sets of clothes in a few days. Don't worry, I know your size and I guarantee it will fit you perfectly. Putting the teacher's sister's clothes on the bed, Shimura Xianding said considerately that new clothes would be delivered soon, including underwear, and he knew the size. After all, on the first day of coming here, he carefully copied it when he brought it to the stone room. It can be said that he knows the young lady's body much more carefully than he knows himself. Get lost. After a long silence, a hateful get lost was finally heard from the bathroom. What did this bastard pervert do while she was unconscious? Shrugging, Shimura Xianding walked out of the stone chamber, unleashed the 8 gates of Dunjia, and dragged the 8 heavy chains to the center of the underground cave space. These 8 chains are indeed annoying. It doesn't matter if they are in a small range, but once they move too far, they have to unleash the 8 gates of Dunjia to drag all the chains. Even if the efficiency of refining natural energy is constantly improving, it can't withstand such consumption. It seems that the transformation plan of meridians and acupoints has to be accelerated. Sensing the consumption of immortal energy in the body, Shimura Xianding decided to speed up the research on the transformation of meridians and acupoints. When he asked Miss Midu's shadow clone to help make the 8 diagrams furnace in Kyudo, he asked her to develop a sealing technique that can shape the second meridian and transform the acupoints. Miss Midu is indeed a master of sealing techniques. She was able to create the existence of the 8 diagram seal. It took only a few months to develop it according to his requirements. Last time, he asked his henchman Shensha to deliver it to the capital. During this period, he has been studying the 2 sealing techniques and trying to modify them into the Immortal Force version so that he can perform them independently, and even continue to improve them to the most ideal level. After continuous comprehension and exploration in the Black Cauldron space during this period, he has understood it thoroughly, and only needs to optimize and improve it. This aspect can be solved by trial and error, and at most he will die millions of times. Xianding, you come and guide them. At this time, Yu Guan came with the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body and the five-tailed Mu Wang split body, as well as the young Zi and others, and made a request. You can give me some guidance, but I don't know ninjutsu. He was stunned and his eyes swept over the young Zi and others who followed behind, especially the pig-headed Huangtu. It's okay to teach these people, just as a morning exercise, but forget about teaching ninjutsu. No need to teach ninjutsu training, just practice in actual combat, let them comprehend and grow in combat. Shaking his head slightly, Yu Guan didn't want Shimura Gento to teach them ninjutsu, after all, that cheap disciple didn't even have chakra, but to let him practice in actual combat. Her strength is too strong, and the power of the explosive escape is very fierce. If one can't stop, these juniors will definitely be finished. And her combat experience is not rich. After all, she came here at the age of 16 and basically never fought with other ninjas. The ones she fought were either the four-tailed Sun Wukong or the five-tailed Mu Wang, all big guys. So she can only teach a few people the practice of chakra and ninjutsu, as well as the use of blood limit, and she can't do anything else. Fortunately, there is such a cheap disciple with rich combat experience, who can complement herself perfectly and teach those juniors better. Practical guidance. Okay. Showing a signature gentle smile, Shimura Xianding pinched his hand bones. Since the teacher said so, he would not be polite. Xianding Jun, don't use the 8 gates, otherwise it will be boring. Also, don't slap me in the face. The gentle smile made the young man's eye shudder, and he hurriedly asked for restrictions. He didn't know the true strength of Shimura Xianding, but his physical fitness was absolutely terrifying, especially after using the 8 gates of Konoha. He had tried the 8 chains out of curiosity before, and each one was estimated to weigh 3 tons, and the 8 chains added up to 24 tons. But he was able to drag it with his physical strength alone, which was simply inhuman. Okay, I won't use the 8 gates this time. Shouting casually, Shimura Xianding pulled the 2 chains locked on his wrists over, and then entered the sage mode, signaling several people to attack. Seeing that Shimura Gento was going to challenge all of them as expected, the young Zi and his companions were not happy, but they still did not dare to underestimate him. They looked at each other and dispersed slightly to prepare for the siege. They had practiced together before and had a deep understanding. They could cooperate well in battle and exert their combat power to the maximum. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how well they cooperated, it was useless. Shimura Gento swung the heavy chain on his right hand, making it rotate continuously. The humming sound made the scalps of several people numb. If this is hit, it will definitely be broken into pieces. Standing next to his mother, Ditai swallowed his saliva. In his eyes, Shimura Gento was just a human-shaped animal, a tailed beast in human skin. Yellow Earth. Han. Seeing that they could not easily rush into the protective circle of the chain, several the oldest boys shouted to Huangtu and Han. These 2 guys were the most thick-skinned and the strongest. It would be a pity if they were not used as human shields. At least they had to grab the chain and then cast the weighted rock technique on it to increase the weight and stop it. Earth Escapee Hardening Technique. Earth Escapee Rock Armor Technique. Huangtu and Han decisively cast a seal to cast the hardening technique on themselves. In the end, they still felt unsafe and added a layer of heavy rock armor. After doing a full range of protection, they rushed forward like a bull. The 2 of them opened their arms together and prepared to grab the chain. The boy Zi in the back also raised his hand to cast a seal, ready to cast the weighted rock technique to cooperate at any time. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is cruel. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled sounds, Huangtu and the other 2 were directly thrown out, and the heavy rock armor on their bodies also exploded. 2 mouthfuls of hot blood spurted out, turning into a sad and beautiful blood mist in the air. Fortunately, their sacrifice finally slowed down the chain. The young boy Zi behind immediately performed the rock weighting technique to add a wave of gravity to the chain. After both hands touched the chain, the strong gravity made the chain drive the boy Zi's body to impact more than 10 meters and finally landed. Be careful! At this time, the big lowly Bai Tu on the edge suddenly shouted, and before the boy Zi understood what was going on, another chain was thrown over and hit hard on the chest. The chest armor ninja tool was dented on the spot, driving the whole body to fly out, and also swaying a sad and beautiful blood mist in the air. It turned out that Shimura Xianding swung the chain on his left hand at some point and followed closely behind the first chain. Huang Tu and the other two held up the first chain, but they didn't expect there would be a second one. This wasn't the end yet. Shimura Xianding took a few steps forward and swung the second chain towards the big lowly Bai Tu. Melting style, grey-white wall technique. A large amount of lime spurted out from the small mouth, turning into a lime wall in front of him, while he jumped back. Bai Tu's battle instinct was very accurate. The lime wall couldn't withstand the huge force carried by the chain at all, and it was blown up in an instant. Then the broken lime fragments shot out like bullets, hitting Bai Tu, who was retreating quickly, and then there was another sad and beautiful blood mist in the air. In less than half a minute, the battle was over. The young side of the hidden rock village was completely defeated, and they couldn't even get close to Shimura Xianding. Onoki is indeed a brain-dead idiot who has only cultivated a bunch of rubbish. Under his rule, our Iwagakure village will sooner or later decline and perish. After exiting the sage mode, Shimura Gento looked at the miserable four people and quickly started to curse, putting all the blame on Onoki. That's right, it was Onoki's incompetence that ruined all the good talents in their Iwagakure village, not because he was too ruthless. 188. Chapter 187. Going to Onoki's house for a dinner. The mother and son Yu Guanditai looked at the four people who were still spitting blood, especially the cute big lowly Bai Tu, and then looked at Shimura Gento standing there and cursing angrily, feeling that this guy was extremely shameless. It wasn't enough to beat them up seriously, but he actually put the blame on Onoki. But then again, the strength of the four little guys was indeed a little worse, and they were no match for that guy. Especially since the young Zi is older than him, and he is also the Four Tails Jinchuriki. What a shame! Then there was a wave of treatment, a wave of rescue and treatment by Shimura Gentoi and Yu Guan master and apprentice. That's right, Yu Guan also has Yang attribute, and he has cultivated to the extreme, and he also has strong medical ability. But this is good only in the general sense, more used to assist cultivation and enhance explosive power, which is far from the medical expertise of Tsunade and Cho, but it is still no problem to treat minor injuries. It's just that the liver and spleen are ruptured, and there is a little internal bleeding in the stomach. After treatment, it will be enough to recuperate for a day. After cutting open the belly of the big lowly Bai Tu again, and using the Immortal Force silk thread and the acquired Yang attribute to suture and repair the ruptured liver and spleen, Shimura Gentoi comforted her, saying that it was just a minor injury for him and it was no problem. The big lowly Bai Tu said nothing, just stared at the guy in front of him. True death stare. Is this guy still a man? So cruel, but I am a woman. I didn't know you were so weak. You couldn't even last half a minute, and the fighting time was no more than 5 seconds. Shrugging, Ziken Xianding did not expect the four people's strength to be so weak. Ahem. This remark stimulated Bai Tu, and he couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood, and his death gaze remained. This bastard is so annoying. I told you not to move around. Look, the wound in your stomach has broken again. Sighing helplessly, Ziken Xianding could only open the big lowly's stomach again and sew up the wound inside. Fortunately, this girl had a premature birth 2 hours ago. After 2 hours of digestion, there was no residue in her stomach, so she didn't have to clean it up. Xianding Jun, I think I need to rescue her as soon as possible. The young man Zi on the other side also coughed out a mouthful of blood and asked for help weakly. His injuries were much more serious than Bai Tu's. He injured both lungs and his heart was also damaged. Teacher, after you treat Han's wound, sew up this girl's wound as well. I'll do further treatment later. Sensing that the boy Zi's vitality was indeed weakening, Shimura Xianding called out to Yu Guan, who was doing external sutures on the boy Han, stood up and walked towards the boy Zi, leaving the big lowly Bai Tu here first. Hey! You just left like that. Staring with a pair of bright eyes, Bai Tu had never seen such an irresponsible doctor. I am still cutting open my stomach. Don't worry, I blocked the nerve conduction in that part. You won't feel pain in half an hour. Turning back and giving a gentle smile, Ziken Xianding squatted down to check the injuries of the young Zi. Just now, it was just a simple treatment to slow down the deterioration of the injury. Now further treatment is needed. The left lung is bleeding, the right lung is directly ruptured, the myocardium is also damaged, the ribs and sternum are mostly broken, and there are a few broken bones inserted into the lungs. It's not a big problem. After a brief examination, Ziken Xianding opened the chest for the young Zi for surgery, and even considerately used the fairy power silk thread to pull up the young Zi's head so that he could barely see the opened chest. Mr. Xianding, you just used too much force. With a bitter smile on his face, the young Zi is still very frightened. If he hadn't had a piece of ninja armor on his body to resist, I'm afraid his whole body would have been torn into two by the chains, and it's not known whether he could be saved. I've been very conservative. I didn't use the 8 gates to increase the power. I only used the divine power technique and the divine speed a technique. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been saved at all. Shrugged again. Shimuragento really didn't use his full strength before, but these 4 people were too weak. You still have the face to complain. That kid is not a real enemy. If you meet a strong enemy in the future, do you want them to show mercy to you? At this time, a cold voice came. Turning his head, he found that it was still an acquaintance. It was the brown earth who escorted Onoki away yesterday, followed by several Uegaku Quasi shadows. Uncle Brown Earth, I'm so injured, why don't you let me talk? With a gloomy bitter smile, the young man Zi also knew that his previous performance was very bad, but what could he do? The ground here is sealed with a barrier, and it is impossible to mobilize the rock and soil underground to perform earth escape. Although it is possible to perform ninjutsu with one's own earth escape chakra, the speed will be a bit slow and can't keep up with the swinging speed of the chain before. Otherwise, do you think he just had a brain attack and used his body to resist the chain? Wouldn't it be better to condense a wall of earth and stone in front of him to resist? It's really miserable. Walked forward and looked at the injury inside the boy Z's chest, and then looked at the big lowly Bai Tu whose belly was still open, and he too nodded, admitting that it was indeed a bit serious. Take care of the injuries on the lungs and heart, and leave the sternum and sutures to me. If we don't treat the kid from the Onaki family, he will probably have to go to the banquet. How many people are there per table in Konoha? Looking at the unconscious Huangtu over there, Hichu called out to Shimuragentoi. Compared to Huangtu, the situation was more urgent. If we didn't rescue him, he would really have to wait for the banquet. The customs of each ninja clan in Konoha are a little different, but generally 4 people per table. What about our Uegakuer village? While treating the wound on the boy Z's heart, Shimuragentoi chatted with Hichu. The old guy's medical skills are not bad. He fixed the broken sternum in a short while. It can be seen that it is a battlefield first aid method. Although it is a bit rough, it is not a big problem. Our village should be more unified, with 8 people per table, but the dishes are definitely not as many as your Konoha. After all, the material conditions of the land of fire are much better than those of the land of earth. While sorting out the broken sternum, Hichu chatted with Shimura Xianding with a relaxed look. Although this kid is a bit arrogant, he is indeed quite interesting. The young boy Zi, who was receiving treatment, felt a little pain in his liver as he watched the 2 people talking more and more speculatively. If there were no better doctors, he would definitely ask for a replacement and complain later. Not long after repairing the boy Z's lungs and heart and handing the next suture to Hichu, Shimura Xianding stood up and came to Huangta's side. It's really a bit serious. If my medical skills hadn't improved a little in the past few days, I'm afraid I would really have to wait for the banquet. After piercing Huangta's injuries with the immortal force thread and carefully examining Huangta's injuries, Shimura Xianding breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't care about Huangtu's life or death, it would be troublesome if he died in his hands, and it would make his journey to the 4th Tsuchikage more difficult. This is not good, very bad. He skillfully cut open Huangtu's chest and abdomen, and pulled them apart with the immortal energy thread, revealing the inner cavity filled with dirty blood. You really want to go to the Onaki family for a feast? He turned his head and took a look at the boy Z's wound. He was so sad to see the injury. It was too tragic. The lungs, liver, spleen, and stomach were all damaged in large areas. This was because Huangtu had a strong physique. If it were someone else, he would have died long ago. Obviously, this kid's injury was the most serious among the 4, and he should be the first to receive treatment. Don't look at me. I didn't save him last on purpose. The main reason is that the 3 people in front have special identities, 2 of them are pillars of power, and the remaining girl is his girlfriend. Even if Huangtu is conscious, he will definitely let me save him last. You know, he is the son of the Tsuchikage. Shimuragento has full confidence in Huangtu. He is definitely a responsible boy. Even if he is really injured on the battlefield, he will show the heart and courage of the son of the shadow, give medical resources to others, and then wait to go home to let his father send him off, and invite the whole village to have a feast. Just do it, just don't really die. Shaking his head speechlessly, he too turned around and treated the wound of the young man's eye seriously, so that he would not be bothered by it. After all, he is the son of Onaki, not his son. Even if he really dies, he will go to Onaki's house for a feast. Speaking of Onaki, as the third-generation Tsuchikage, if he really goes to his house if we have a banquet, the feast will definitely be much better. The wounds of Bai Tu and the other two were sutured quickly, and finally everyone gathered at Huang Tu, watching Shimura Xianding perform meticulous suture treatment on him. Huang Tu's injuries were indeed very serious, and only Shimura Xianding was there. If they had changed to the medical methods of their Iwagakuer village, they would have to go to the Tsuchikage's house for a banquet. Okay, with his physique, he will recover after a period of rest. An hour later, the incised chest and abdominal cavity were sutured, and the acquired Yang attribute immortal energy was used to stimulate the wound to heal quickly. Shimura Xianding clapped his hands to indicate that the treatment was completed. Can't you be more careful? Looking at the ugly suture wound on Huang Tu's chest and abdomen, Yu Guan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Teacher, you don't understand. Scars are proof of a man's merit and glory. As the son of the Tsuchikage, he needs these scars to prove his bravery. And this wound just looks ugly. In fact, I sutured the muscle layer inside perfectly, and it will not affect his physical strength in the future. Giving him a look that you women don't understand men, Shimura Gentoi really likes his nephew Huang Tu, just like he sees the big brother Akazaga in the sand village. You see, both of them have a beautiful friend of the opposite sex, and they are both good in qualifications, which makes him drool. I really want to copy it now. I feel that Huang Tu will die in your hands sooner or later. Looking at someone with a righteous face speechlessly, he too patted his forehead and felt that it might be a wrong decision to kidnap this kid. It felt a bit like inviting a wolf into the house. Are you here today to activate that big thing and melt the meteorite? Standing up, Shimura Xianding glanced at the few people brought by Haito, and roughly guessed that they should be here to activate the smelting ninja tool. Although many people came yesterday, they were mainly to seal the body of the five-tailed King Mu. After the seal was completed, they consumed a lot of energy and needed to go back to recuperate as soon as possible. Moreover, so many cage-level strong men cannot leave the village for a long time, otherwise it is easy to have problems. In addition, the old guy Onoki is in a very bad health now, relying entirely on the earth escape hardening technique, but that is not a big deal. After all, the hardening technique will hinder the bone's absorption of calcium, thereby delaying its own recovery. It needs to be escorted back to recuperate as soon as possible. We have investigated the matter of natural fairy fire. Have you cultivated into the fairy mode? Nodding to acknowledge Shimura Xianding's guess, Haito looked at the boy in front of him again with surprise. After he went back, he specially collected information about the natural fairy fire. When he figured out what it was, he was shocked. It turned out to be a powerful flame fueled by natural energy, and the only one in the entire ninja world who could absorb and gather natural energy was the first-generation Hokage of Konoha. I didn't expect that this kid could actually gather natural energy and form natural fairy fire. Could it be that he has cultivated the sage mode? This made Yu Guan and others look sideways. Although they didn't know what natural fairy fire was, they had heard of the name of the sage mode. That was the strongest power possessed by the first-generation Hokage. As for the four-tailed Sun Wukong split and the five-tailed Mu Wang split, they were not surprised by this. They had long sensed that Shimura Gendo could absorb and refine natural energy like them. Although the refining speed was very slow, it was indeed a kind of refining, which was not comparable to the sage mode of ninjas. 189. Chapter 188, Blaming the Three Holy Lands. You want to learn? I'll teach you. Smiling, Shimura Gentoi didn't mind teaching the method of absorbing and refining natural energy, provided that the other party was willing to abolish chakra, change his job to become a samurai, or to follow him and become a cultivator. Your method of absorbing natural energy doesn't require abolishing chakra first, does it? Seeing the malice contained in Shimura Gentoi's words, Hichu said thoughtfully. He didn't believe that the kid would be so kind and generous. Obviously, the method of absorbing natural energy had a pitfall. Considering the information that this kid abolished chakra and practiced samurai vitality, it was obvious that the key point was the samurai's vitality. This guess made his face suddenly gloomy. If the guess was true, it meant that the samurai headed by the daimyo had developed a method of absorbing natural energy, which was not a good thing for their ninja village and even the entire ninja world. Smart, if you want to absorb natural energy like me, you can't have chakra in your body. Why can't chakra work? Yu Guan asked in confusion, and was very concerned about this. The power of Sage Mode has been fully demonstrated by the first generation of Hokage. Although their rock village did not witness the Battle of the Valley of the End with their own eyes, they sent many people to check it out afterwards. The remaining traces of the battle can only be said to be earth-shattering, and it is not a power that humans can possess at all. If their rock village can obtain the training method of Sage Mode, their strength will definitely be improved. I don't know why, natural energy is very repulsive to your ninja's chakra. Once it encounters chakra, it will go out of control, causing people to explode and die, or turn into stone or something. Shrugging, Shimura Gentoi said that this was not his fault, but that your ninja's chakra was not good. This made everyone puzzled, but the four-tailed Sun Wukong split and the five-tailed Mu Wang split were thoughtful and probably guessed what was going on. Do you know the reason? Noticing the change in the expression of the four-tailed Sun Wukong's split body, Yu Guan asked, and everyone's eyes turned to him. It's indeed a chakra problem. You are not qualified to know the detailed reason. Raising his chin proudly, the four-tailed Sun Wukong, I don't bother to explain to these ninjas, they don't deserve to know such secrets. The problem is indeed with chakra. After all, chakra is an external force, not produced by this world itself. In addition, the chakra tree devoured the natural energy of this planet, causing the natural energy to counterattack, which would instinctively reject the ninja's chakra. Then why was the first generation of Hokage able to cultivate into the Sage Mode? And according to records, the three sacred places of summoning beasts seem to have a way to allow ninjas to cultivate into the Sage Mode. Brown Earth was unwilling to give in. After all, the power of the Sage Mode was too strong. If possible, he must get it. This kind of rejection is not absolute. As long as your chakra quality and quantity are sufficient, you can forcibly absorb and suppress natural energy to form that kind of Sage Mode, just like the first generation of Hokage. As for the Sage Mode inherited by the three holy places, when you were looking for information on this, didn't you notice that the ninjas who had cultivated the Sage Mode of the three holy places in the past would have some unusual characteristics? Laughing, Shimura Gentoi was happy to blame the three holy places and let the hidden rock village guard against them, so as not to be fooled in the future. Do you mean that there is a problem with the Sage Mode of the three holy places? Thinking, Haito had indeed seen similar information, and thought about it with the mind of a ninja, and found that there might be a pit in it. Natural energy itself cannot cause humans to undergo that kind of animal mutation, not to mention that they correspond to the physical characteristics of toad snakes and slugs. I guess the Sage Mode of the three holy lands should use some kind of medium to permanently implant the power of those alien sages in the body of the practitioner, or even things like cell genes, and finally absorb natural energy and transform into Sage Mode with the help of these media. In general, it is a tricky means, and it will inevitably pay some price. As for what the price is, you can think about it yourself. Still laughing, Shimura Gendo suspected that there was something wrong with the Sage Mode of the three holy lands when he watched the Naruto animation in his previous life, and it is even possible that the original Snake Uncle also discovered the problem. That's why he used the cell tissue fluid of Librijugo to develop the curse seal. Otherwise, the snakes in the Ryokai cave can absorb natural energy. Wouldn't it be more direct to use the cell tissue fluid of the 10,000 snakes as raw materials? Snake Uncle is not the kind of person who doesn't take shortcuts and has to wait for detours. Obviously, he found that there is a pitfall in the Sage Mode of the Ryokai cave. Is it really impossible to cultivate the Sage Mode? Yu Guan was also unwilling. It was not that she coveted the Sage Mode, but she wanted the Hidden Rock Village to have this power so that the village could be passed down better. No way. At present, there are only two ways. Either use the medium to absorb natural energy to form the Sage Mode like the three holy places, or forcibly suppress the natural energy for your own use like the first generation of Hokage. Spreading his hands, he had no good ideas in this regard. As for the 8-diagram seal, it also needs to be combined with the Immortal Art Curse seal, but when he got an arm, the raw material supply for the Shimura family to plant the Immortal Art Curse seal itself became a problem. How could it be supplied to others? And he didn't plan to pass on this power, at least now is not the time to pass it on, unless their Shimura family already has the absolute power to sweep the ninja world. Alas! Several people sighed, realizing that the Sage Mode was indeed out of their reach in the Hidden Rock Village. Whether it is the medium form sage mode of the three holy lands or the one of the first Hokage, they cannot get it in the hidden rock village. Moreover, the sage mode of the three holy lands seems to have pitfalls no matter how you look at it, and the standard conditions of the first Hokage are too crazy, there is no way to get it. As for changing to a samurai like Shimura Gento, forget it. If this method really spreads in the hidden rock village, it may split the village. Not to mention that the chakra of their ninjas is stronger than the vitality of samurai now. Even if the samurai develops a secret method to absorb natural energy, what does it matter? Float the chain, I'll go see the furnace. Without saying more about the sage mode, Shimura Gento motioned to Haito to work, and he walked towards the furnace of ninja tools. You really know how to order people around. Muttering unhappily, Haito formed a seal and performed the super light and heavy rock technique to suspend the 8 chains, and then walked towards the furnace of ninja tools. He brought people here today to cooperate with the activation of this furnace ninja tool, and then purify the chakra metal. Yes, it is to purify. The daimyo of the Iron Country is very cunning. They have integrated a metal that is difficult to separate into their own chakra metal ingots, making these chakra metals unable to be used directly for forging. This is also the main reason why they cannot use these chakra metals after obtaining them. But if that kid can really evolve natural fairy fire, I think he can refine those impurities. Have you brought what I want? After walking to the furnace ninja tool and using the fairy energy thread to figure out the structure inside, especially the chakra spell array diagrams, Shimura Gentoi asked. I brought it. It is an elite ninja of magnetic escape, but it is not a complete corpse. Nodding, the brown soil who came behind took out a sealed scroll and untied it. A nutrient tank appeared again, and a corpse with only the upper body was soaked in it. This is a magnetic ninja from the Sand Village, whose strength has reached the level of an elite jonin. All major forces are very interested in the existence of bloodline ninjas, and so are the Uegakuer village, so they will preserve them as much as possible for research. The body of this magnetic ninja is the best preserved, and even the cells still have a certain degree of vitality. Miss it can be used, but it needs to be strengthened with energy metal. After looking at the body of the magnetic ninja inside, he nodded with satisfaction after confirming that the 5 major organs were well preserved. Although it was a bit damaged, it was enough to be used to make a human puppet, and it could also be strengthened with energy metal. Go and make a fire, raise the temperature to at least 2000 degrees, which is the minimum standard for igniting natural energy. Also, the flame barrier needs to be strengthened, the 6,000 degree natural fairy fire is not easy to limit. He casually ordered and started to fiddle with the remains of the magnetic ninja, extracting the bones one by one, and even splitting the spine and skull. So far, the poor man was completely decomposed, the 5 major organs were soaked in nutrient solution one by one, and the brain and spinal cord were also separated. Yu Guan and others who came to watch did not feel uncomfortable. As ninjas, they had seen bloodier scenes and naturally did not care about these. Compared to this, they were more curious about what Shimura Gentoi would do next. I brought back a master. Hanito, who was ordered by Shimura Gentoi again, smiled bitterly. Why did he have a brain twitch to bring this kid back? It would be better to let Onoki use dust release to destroy it humanely. Although he was unhappy, Hanito still obeyed the order to start the furnace ninja tool. Use these bones to make the corresponding mold. Throwing the white bones to a quasi-cage of Uegakuer, Shimura Gentoi turned around and looked at the furnace ninja tools that had been activated by brown earth and 2 quasi-cages of Sandgakuer. Is that all? Looking at the flame in the furnace, he felt dissatisfied. Although the temperature of the flame inside was not low, it was still a little short of 2000 degrees. If the minimum standard is not met, no matter how much natural energy is gathered, it will be useless. I'll do it. At this time, Yu Guan stepped forward, placed her white palm on the control slot, and input her own fire escape chakra. Because of the explosive escape, she had already practiced fire escape and earth escape to the extreme, which was perfect for blessing the flame inside. Yu Guan's fire escape cultivation was indeed powerful. It didn't take long for the temperature of the flame in the furnace to soar to 2000 degrees. Seeing that the flame temperature reached the standard, Shimura Xianding increased the absorption of natural energy, and then transferred the absorbed natural energy into the furnace. What limits him is the efficiency of refining natural energy. If it is used simply to absorb natural energy, there is no limit, and it basically does not consume much for himself. This is also the main reason why he was able to supply his old father Guoying to maintain the natural fairy fire in the 4 red yang formation last time. The temperature reached the standard, the concentration of natural energy reached the standard, and the natural energy was ignited instantly, evolving into natural fairy fire. The extreme high temperature of 6,000 degrees made the furnace ninja tool burn red instantly, and even had a tendency to melt. Your material is not good. Looking at the red furnace ninja tool, Shimuragento gave it a disdainful look. It was far inferior to his copycat Bagua furnace. Complaining is useless. Let's talk about how to withstand that kind of natural fairy fire first. Staring at it, Haito looked at the furnace ninja tool with worry and heartache. In order to create this furnace ninja tool, their Iwagakure village spent a lot of resources. If it is melted this time, there will be no place to cry. 190. Chapter 189 owes the nine-tailed fox a favor. This furnace that the Iwagakure village built with all its efforts is obviously unable to bear the natural fairy fire, especially the flame barrier inside is not strong enough to suppress the extremely high temperature of 6,000 degrees of the natural fairy fire. If the things are not up to standard, they must be replaced. First, smelt the perfect energy metal, and then use the perfect energy metal to build a new furnace. He made a very decisive statement and signaled Brown Earth to pour 7 kinds of chakram metals into the furnace. Okay, you are the boss now, I will listen to you. After complaining depressedly, Brown Earth used the super light and heavy rock technique to take equal parts of 7 kinds of chakram metals and put them into the furnace, and then tempered and fused them with the help of natural fairy fire, but he soon became unhappy. Why is it decreasing? He could indeed see that impurities were constantly being tempered out of the chakram metal by the natural fairy fire, but the volume of the chakram metal was decreasing rapidly. That kind of impurity is very special. The Iron Country should have a special method to deal with it, but we don't. A trademark T. We can only forcibly separate the impurities by fusing them into a stronger perfect energy metal. While continuing to supply natural energy, Shimuragento began to explain, and at the same time secretly sighed at the power of natural fairy fire. When he was in his grandfather's Yanrenjian house mansion, the speed of fusing energy metals with 2,000 degree ordinary fire was very slow, but now when encountering natural fairy fire, the 7 energy metals become extremely active, and the fusion speed is accelerated by many times. How much will this be reduced? Looking at the chakram metal that was still shrinking rapidly, Hichu disagreed with this wasteful behavior. He had heard of perfect chakram metal. Although the strength would be improved and it could evolve all attributes, and even have a significant enhancement, it was of little use to them as ninjas. After all, more than 90% of ninjas have a single chakra attribute, and those with more than 3 chakra attributes are rare, especially for their Iwagakure village. There is no one with 7 attributes. Only the 2nd and 3rd generation Hokage and Orochimaru in Konoha have all attributes. So perfect energy metal is not very practical for them, and single attribute is better. Do you have any other way to extract the impurities inside? Shimuragento said indifferently, leaving Hichu speechless. You are the boss, I listen to you. He replied depressedly. Brown soil really has no way to refine the impurities inside. Instead of putting the chakram metal in the warehouse to eat dust, it is better to melt it into a perfect chakram metal forging ninja tool. Mr. Xianding, let me provide the natural energy. Seeing that Shimura Xianding's hair was curled by the high temperature, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body stepped forward and injected natural energy into the furnace to supply the natural fairy fire to continue burning. Leave it to you, I will make you a golden hoop and a set of handsome armor later. Without forcing himself, Shimura Xianding quickly retreated and made a promise, which made the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body overjoyed. That's what I want. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. He had thought about making a golden hoop through this help before, but before he could speak, Shimura Xianding said it first, and there was also a set of armor. As expected, he is the friend of the tailed beasts. We haven't agreed yet. Muttering unhappily, Brown Earth wanted to say that this was the property of their Iwagakure village, and Shimuragento was not qualified to use it privately. Then why don't you provide natural energy? After saying this viciously, the four-tailed Sun Wukong clone would not look favorably upon these ninjas. They are also members of the village now. Waving his hand to stop Brown Earth who was about to say something, Yu Guan set the tone for this matter. King Mu, how about I make you a set of armor to put on, wrap up the horn and 4 hooves, and use them as weapons? Ignoring the complaining Brown Earth, Shimuragento looked at the 5-tailed King Mu clone who had always maintained a cool demeanor, and felt that this big guy needed a set of armor to protect himself. That's great. Looking down at his 4 hooves, the 5-tailed King Mew clone felt that this was possible, and it would definitely be more fun to trample and collide with them at that time. The most important thing is that it's handsome. I'm so stupid. The conversation between the man and the beast made Haito want to slap himself. He shouldn't have brought this kid back in the first place. Let the wolf into the house. The perfect energy metal was fused smoothly. After more than a dozen rounds in just one day, all the chakram metal ingots were melted into perfect energy metal. At the same time, the furnace that Iwagakure village spent a lot of money to build was completely scrapped. Fortunately, they have cast a new furnace with perfect energy metal. Haito and others are transferring the chakra spell on the old furnace to the new furnace. The next step is to melt the meteorite from outer space. I don't know if the natural fairy fire can melt that thing. Just when Shimura Xianding and others were trying to melt the meteorite from outer space, Shimura Danzo in Konoha village split a shadow clone into the mouth of a lizard, and then was summoned to the villa where his master's wife was. Because the master's wife had just asked Shimura Lu, who specializes in cooking at the Senjua family, to secretly send a message saying that there was news about her son. Although he didn't know how the master's wife, who never left the house, could have any news about her son, it was not important. The most important thing now was to locate her son. In Iwagakure village. After hearing what the master's wife said, Shimura Danzo frowned. Obviously, his son was kidnapped by Chizuki Kazuki, so how could he be in Iwagakure village? Was he intercepted on the way? I don't know either, the little fox said so. Tenderly stroking his belly, Uzumaki Midoriya was also very puzzled, not understanding how the 9-tailed fox knew the whereabouts of Shimura Gendo. 9-tailed fox? Even more puzzled, Shimura Danzo also didn't understand why the 9-tailed fox knew this and came to help him. Wait, could it be the tailed beast? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He knew that the 9-tailed beasts were probably the creations of the 6-path sage, and maybe there would be special ways of communication between the tailed beasts. In this way, his son must have communicated with the tailed beasts of Iwagakure village, and asked the tailed beasts of Iwagakure village to seek help through the 9-tailed fox. I don't know about this either, but the little fox said that your son owed him a favor this time. Uzumaki Mito was also very confused. The little fox was mysterious and didn't want to say much, but it seemed that he was very optimistic about the little Xianding. If Xianding is really in the Hidden Rock village, I will accept this favor. Without hesitation, he decisively accepted this favor. This is a big favor. He was originally going to use some spies buried in the Hidden Mist village. If his son was really intercepted and taken away by the Hidden Rock village, not only would there be no results here, but those spies who were hard to place would be lost. The strength of the Hidden Rock village is not weak. It's not easy to rush in and rescue people. With a frown on his face, Shimura Danzo also felt that this was very difficult. The comprehensive strength of the Hidden Rock village can be ranked in the top 3 among the 5 major ninja villages, and it is especially good at defense. At the same time, the super light and heavy rock technique gives it absolute air superiority, and even if he uses the wind escape chakra mode, he can't take advantage. Not to mention that Onoki's dust release is indestructible, and it can be said that if you touch it, you will die. It may not be difficult to wander around the Hidden Rock village, but it is extremely difficult to rescue your son from it. At this time, Uzumaki Mito said with a strange expression, the little fox just told you not to worry. Xiao Xianding has now become a disciple of the 2nd-generation Tsuchikage lady, and seems to want to fight to become the 4th-generation Tsuchikage in the Hidden Rock village. Hey! Blinking his eyes in confusion, Shimura Danzo was a little confused, and he couldn't understand what his son was doing. It's okay that you were kidnapped and not tortured, but you became a disciple of the 2nd-generation Tsuchikage lady, and even wanted to become the 4th-generation Tsuchikage. Are the people in the Hidden Rock village stupid? However, when I thought about the strange operation of my son in the Wind Country and the kidnapping of 2 powerful cage-level masters, Cho and Zionjiu, I suddenly understood a little. With my son's ability and skills, he can indeed get along well in the Hidden Rock village, and he may even have the hope of becoming the 4th Tsuchikage. Since Xiao Suanding's situation in the Hidden Rock village is not bad, you'd better communicate with the Hidden Rock village through the daimyo of the land country to see if you can pay some price to redeem Xiao Xianding. Uzumaki Mito made a suggestion. She also did not agree to use force to rescue people. If it was not done well, it might force the Hidden Rock village to be unfavorable to Xiao Xianding. I know, I won't mess around. Nodding, Shimura Danzo said he understood, and he had similar ideas. After all, they had already become closer to the Iron Sword Master and others because of the sparring match in the Flame Blade Sword Master's residence. Later, they became closer to the Iron Sword Master and the entire samurai system in the Taki Kingdom incident. In addition, the Earth Kingdom daimyo mansion was very optimistic about them because of the artificial river that was being built. Even before the artificial river was built, the Earth Kingdom daimyo, who was rich and powerful, waved his hand and sent 10 tons of heavy money as agreed, and it is now on the way. It seems that it will not be a big problem for the Earth Kingdom daimyo mansion to solve this matter. Without staying for long, Shimura Danzo had a detailed exchange with Uzumaki Mito and then released the shadow clone and sent this information back to the main body. Then Shimura Danzo left the Shimura clan and went to the Hokage building to meet his good friend. What happened? Walking into the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo frowned and asked, seeing the smoke curling inside, and seeing Koharu Udaten, Mitaman, and other high-level officials and the heads of the major ninja clans all there. You came at the right time. The general of the Wind Country, Zanyun Jianhao, sent an envoy this morning to transfer the previously promised 30% of the domestic tasks to the Hidden Rain village on the grounds of the evil demon incident. The Fire Country daimyo also sent an envoy to order us to find and eliminate the evil demon as soon as possible, and reduced the financial allocation to the village by half, and said that the financial allocation would not be restored until the evil demon was eliminated. Koharu Udaten whispered to Shimura Danzo about the incident. There was no good way to deal with it, after all, they didn't even know where the evil demon was now. Not to mention that if you want to kill the evil demon, you must use natural fairy fire. Now only Shimura Danzo can use natural fairy fire in the entire Konoha. This matter has to trouble Shimura Danzo. Oh. You guys discuss your own matters. I came here to ask the Hokage for a letter from the Hokage to the Uegakure village. Nodding calmly to show that he understood, Shimura Danzo ignored the matter and spoke directly about the purpose of his visit. With the size of Uegakure village, they definitely cannot attack it by force. After all, this time is different from the last time. The Sand Village hid their son in the desert in the southern restricted area far away from the Sand Village. They don't need to attack the Sand Village directly. Otherwise, with the few manpower of their Shimura family, they may not be able to attack the Sand Village. But this time, their son was hidden in a volcano 100 kilometers outside the Uegakure village. It is impossible to attack by force. Since the hard way doesn't work, naturally, they can only use the soft way. They went to visit openly with the letter of the Hokage and made the matter clear. As for the cancellation of Konoha's original 30% mission commission from the Wind Country and the Fire Country daimyo's government also cut half of the financial allocation, does it have anything to do with someone in his group? Anyway, the Shimura family doesn't care about that little money now, so if it's gone, it's gone. 191. Chapter 190 Naruto urges update. Why are you going to Uegakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a cigarette, was very puzzled. He didn't understand why this good friend wanted to go to Uegakure. And in their plan, Uegakure and Sand Village were his to deal with, and Shimura Danzo's main targets were Cloud Village and Mist Village. I have received reliable information that the Iron Country daimyo's mansion was not destroyed by the Uegakure village, but by someone else, and the other party took away a large amount of chakram metal from the Iron Country's treasury. I need to go to Uegakure to confirm this. He spoke calmly and gave an excuse. Naturally, he would not say that his son was abducted to Uegakure. Even this matter is still kept secret, and only he and his master's wife know about it. Really? Standing up suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his good friend, and everyone in the office turned their eyes to him. If this information is true, then the variables of the matter are great. Everyone present knows how much the ninja tools forged with chakram metal can improve ninjas, not to mention that it is the accumulation of thousands of years of the Iron Country. I am afraid that the chakram metal collected and stored by the 5 major ninja villages now is far less than that. If a certain force obtains this batch of chakram metal and arms itself, the combat power that can be unleashed is too terrible. This is a variable that needs to be treated with caution. The source of the information is absolutely reliable. The Hidden Rock village did collect a batch of chakram metal in the ruins of the Iron Country's capital, but it was not much, far less than those sealed in the Iron Country's treasury. Shimura Danzo showed a firm attitude towards this, saying that the source of the information is absolutely correct. After all, this was said by the Nine Tails, and it came from the mouth of the second-generation Tsuchikage lady, so it would never be wrong. After taking a deep look at his best friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing more. He took out a blank scroll from the drawer and started writing. Finally, he stamped it with his seal, and a letter from the Hokage was freshly printed. Denzo, please go to the Hidden Rock Village and investigate this matter as soon as possible. This is very important and will become the biggest variable in a ninja war. Handing the written Hokage letter to Shimura Denzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. This is really important and needs to be confirmed as soon as possible, otherwise it is likely to affect their plans. Without a word, after taking the Hokage letter, Shimura Denzo turned around and prepared to leave the Hokage's office, but was immediately grabbed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrist. Azang, can your Shimura family pay some money first? The loss of half of the financial allocation has made the village's financial operation a bit tight. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke awkwardly, and this matter was also very troublesome for him. This kind of thing happened during his administration, which really made him passive, and he was even impeached just now. Now he can only turn to this close friend for help. After all, the Shimura family has made a lot of money in recent years because of those pornographic works, and even his private money has been emptied. And the voice of Azang made everyone present shudder, and their eyes looking at the two people also became more weird. Could it be that these two people really have an improper ambiguous relationship as rumored? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the strange looks of everyone. His friendship with Azang did not need to be explained to others. Now his focus was on borrowing money, but unfortunately he was greeted with a rejection, a straightforward rejection. No money. No money? How could there be no money? Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious, and he didn't believe that his good friend would be out of money. All the money we earned was used to buy some supplies. There is not much liquidity in the account. We had more than 10 billion before, but we issued a 10 billion ryo task to Uegakure village to build a waterway, and then the account was basically empty. He responded calmly. It was not that Shimura Denzo was stingy and didn't want to lend, but that the family really had no money in the account. And the popularity of shinobi possessed by his son last time was basically over. Unless he opened a new book, it would be difficult to collect money again. Denzo, you actually issued a 10 billion ryo task to Uegakure village and didn't leave it to us in Konoha. What is your intention? An elder of the Senjua family could not help but question Shimura Denzo angrily. That's a full 1 billion taels of reward. Why go to Uegakure village for something like building a river? Their Senjua family is also good at earth escape. You can solve the village's financial problems yourself. From now on, I will focus on Uegakure village and the Iron Country incident. Without even looking at the elder of the Senjua family, Shimura Denzo didn't want to waste time here, but just as he was about to leave, his wrist was grabbed by his good friend again, and this time with both hands. Azang, it's been almost a year since the last ninja poker was released. Why don't you let the master of the bird that crosses the river with a reed publish a new book? Putting his mouth close to his best friend's ear and whispering, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really short of money now, otherwise he, the Hokage, might really be impeached and abdicated because of financial problems. What the hell are you dreaming about? The bird you are thinking about has been abducted to the Hidden Rock village and is even fighting for the 4th Tsuchikage. After secretly complaining, Shimura Denzo still maintained his own high cold male god style, and said coldly, the master went out to find inspiration after writing Shinobi Breaking the Sky. He is not in the village. Even if I want to see him now, I can't. After saying that, he broke free from his best friend's palm and turned to leave the Hokage's office. He didn't lie to Hiruzen. His son did go out to travel. First, he went to the capital of the Land of Fire, then the Land of Wind, then went to the ancient country of Lulan, then to the Land of Water Trap, and now he is in the Hidden Rock village of the Land of Earth. Even as a father, he can't see him now. So he went out to travel. No wonder he hasn't published a new book for so long. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized. He was wondering why the master of the lewd bird had not published a new book for such a long time. He even saved some private money behind Lake Biwa and prepared to buy a set of the first pages of the new book to take home for appreciation. However, he waited for such a long time and didn't see a single hair. It turned out that the master went out to travel to find inspiration. That's right. After all, the lewd masterpiece of the master of the lewd bird is known for its big imagination, and it really needs a lot of inspiration to support it. Ahem. Tanain Koharu coughed dryly and he gave him a contemptuous look. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was very low just now, he heard it clearly because he was close to him. This old pervert is really stubborn. He actually urged for updates in this way in such an occasion, and he urged for such a pornographic masterpiece. It's shameful. It seems that I have to have a good talk with Biwako someday and let him take care of this old pervert. Cheng Shui, your Senjua family is proficient in earth escape. Tell me which forces or ninja clans in the current ninja world can secretly attack and destroy the daimyo of the Iron Country. Sitting back in his seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen swept his sharp eyes over everyone present, and finally landed on Senjua Orange Water. Everyone turned their eyes to Senjua Orange Water and all the Senjua clan members present, their eyes flickering, and they had some guesses. To say that the best earth escape in the current ninja world is of course the Uegakure village, especially the dust escape of the Tsuchikage lineage, which is based on the fusion of earth escape, and even developed a powerful ninjutsu that can control gravity. The second is the Senjua family. This family is good at water escape and earth escape, and it is indeed capable of destroying the entire Iron Country capital overnight with earth escape. And at that time, the second generation Hokage Senjua Tobirama was still alive, and his Flying Thunder God technique could just help complete this matter without leaving any clues. My father sent people to investigate what happened in the Iron Country back then. The entire Iron Country capital was indeed turned upside down by a super large earth escape ninjutsu, and everyone was buried alive and crushed to death. But it was not overnight, and it was a moment. It is very difficult to achieve this level. It requires thousands of jonin who are proficient in earth escape, or more than 10 strong men of the level of Zhengying. This is not a power that a single ninja clan can possess. Even the 5 major ninja villages cannot do it alone. It can only be done by several major forces together. Ignoring the strange looks of the crowd, Senjua Orange Water frankly stated the results of the investigation that year, saying that their Senjua family was not capable of doing this. This explanation is very powerful. Although the Senjua family is strong, it is not enough to use an earth escape ninjutsu to instantly turn the capital of the entire Iron Kingdom over. Unless the first generation Hokage takes action, it is impossible for the first generation Hokage to do such a thing. Who is it? Everyone was confused and puzzled, wondering which forces had joined forces to do this. However, the suspicion of the Senjua family cannot be eliminated. Maybe they were one of the forces that joined forces to rob the capital of the Iron Kingdom. Let alone the development of Konoha. On the other side, after Shimura Danzo got the letter from the Hokage, he set off quickly with 12 family elites. At the beginning, he brought back 36 people from the Wind Kingdom, 24 of whom were left in the family to prevent the little guys from making trouble. This time, he brought 12 people, which was enough. After all, it was a formal visit. If they bring too many people, not to mention the Hidden Rock Village, I'm afraid the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Earth will have to be on guard. Although they were able to bring everyone into the capital of the Land of Fire last time, it was mainly because he and his son had a close relationship with the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Flame Blade Sword Master, and were considered their own people. Otherwise, let alone bringing people into the capital, it would be good if they were not surrounded and guarded by a group of samurai corps. 12 people are already the limit. They rushed all the way to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire first, and met General Tishi, who was learning the immortal energy cultivation method there. That kid was kidnapped by the Hidden Rock Village? Didn't you just give the Hidden Rock Village a task of 1 billion taels? Is this considered an employer? Holding his nose, Admiral Tishi was shocked by the information revealed by Shimura Danzo, and he really didn't understand the strange operation of Uegakure village. Kidnapping an employer is a taboo in the ninja world, not to mention a super employer who provided a 1 billion tael mission. What does Uegakure village want to do? Don't want to stay in the ninja world? The information is absolutely reliable. Xianding is in Uegakure village at the moment. I would like to ask you or your country's daimyo to send someone to communicate with Uegakure village. With a firm attitude, Shimura Danzo said that there was no problem with the information, and now he just needed to go and ask for the person. I will write a letter to report this matter to my country's daimyo. Let's go to Uegakure village first to confirm the safety of little Xianding. General Tishi was a man of swift and decisive character. After making the decision, he stood up and wrote a letter to report to their daimyo. This matter must be treated with caution. After all, Shimura Gento is not only the grandson of the Flame Blade Sword Master, but also the grandson-in-law of the daimyo of the Fire Country. Now they need help from others because of the immortal energy training method. They must not let that kid get into trouble in the Land of Earth, otherwise it will be very troublesome. And he has a good impression of that kid. The set of god-killing sword slash that the other party took out is very much in line with his taste, and it is also very suitable for their Land of Earth warriors to practice. This is a favor, which must be acknowledged and repaid. After writing the letter, the Iron Swordsman took his men to bid farewell to the Fire Country Daimyo and the Flame Blade Swordsman, and went straight to the Earth Country Iwagakure village with comrades village Danzo and others. After receiving the letter from the Eagle, the Earth Country Daimyo's mansion immediately sent an envoy to the Iwagakure village, and for a while, the Iwagakure village became a major focus. As for what happened in the outside world, Shimura Jendeng naturally didn't know. He was now paying attention to the melting of the meteorite from outer space. There are signs of melting, but it will take at least a year to melt it all. Looking at the meteorite from outer space that was constantly burned by the natural fairy fire, he breathed a sigh of relief and had a headache at the same time. The natural fairy fire can indeed melt this thing, but the progress is very touching. It is estimated that it will continue to burn for a year. Brother Monkey, can you withstand it? Asked the four-tailed Sun Wukong clone with concern. This body is a little bit weak after all. If it is the original body, it can definitely withstand it. The four-tailed Sun Wukong clone, which consumed a lot of energy, said unhappily that this body is too weak now. Ida Euro trademark S enough for me to take turns with him. The five-tailed King Mu clone on the side replaced the four-tailed Sun Wukong clone and continued to gather natural energy to maintain the burning of the natural fairy fire. Sun Wukong, how can you also gather natural energy? At this time, the young Zi Kudna Euro trademark T help asking the doubts that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Others also turned their eyes and were also curious about this for many days. 192. Chapter 191 Raise Nan Jindan. We can not only gather natural energy, but also absorb and refine it into our own chakra? Otherwise, why do you think our chakra can recover so quickly? The four-tailed Sun Wukong split body said this essence without any concealment. Anyway, even if he didn't say it, it would be guessed by these people sooner or later. Even after being captured in Konoha, the first and second generations of Hokage discovered this secret, and I believe many people have guessed in this regard. After all, the chakra of their tailed beasts cannot be generated out of thin air. There must be a source, and the only source that can provide this source is the natural energy between heaven and earth. Are you using the method of the first generation of Hokage to forcibly suppress and refine the natural energy? Recalling the pure white chakra that was fused with the five-tailed Mu Wang chakra, Yu Guan probably guessed the way the tailed beasts absorb and refine natural energy. This is innate, you can't learn it, don't dream about it. Breaking decisively everyone's fantasy, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body does not care to let these people know this, because this is the ability of their tailed beasts inherited from the sacred tree, which cannot be passed on to others, and others cannot learn it. Naturally, these ninjas cannot cultivate into the sage mode through them. I am your Jinchuriki now, we are one, I should also be able to absorb natural energy to cultivate into the sage mode. The young man Zi asked excitedly, looking forward to this. After all, that is the strongest power of the first generation of Hokage. Even Uchiha Madara, who was originally as famous as him, was blown up by this move. If he can learn the sage mode, plus the power of the four-tailed Sun Wukong and his own power, he can definitely surpass the old guy Onoki. That's right in theory, but I won't recognize you dirty ninjas who have deviated from the purpose of the ninja sect. You, the cancer of the world, are not worthy of my power, and I won't let you use my power to harm the world. The four-tailed Sun Wukong split sent a disdainful look. He had seen through the ninjas a long time ago, and the ninjas who betrayed the purpose of the ninja sect were a group of traitors in his eyes. That was a betrayal of the old man, and it was even more impossible to recognize this group of ninjas. This decisive refusal made the young boy Z's face stiffen, and then he squatted aside to draw circles. The young man was also drawing circles with him. Maybe we were really wrong. This scene made Yu Guan a little regretful. Maybe they really made the wrong choice at the beginning. Jinchuriki was indeed a wrong way to use the power of the tailed beasts, at least not the best. Brother Monkey, come here. When everyone fell into silence, Shimura Gentoi walked aside and signaled the four-tailed Sun Wukong split to follow. At the same time, he was extremely satisfied. Under his implicit guidance, the four-tailed Monkey King and the five-tailed King Mu really hated the ninja group more, and the plan to deceive the tailed beasts took another step forward. However, the revolution has not yet succeeded, and efforts must be continued. What's wrong? The four-tailed Monkey King's split body was very curious about why this friend was so mysterious. Do you want to build a complete set of meridian acupoints network in your body? Give a reassuring smile to Miss Yu Guan who was looking at this side, Shimura Gento asked in a low voice. Can you do it? The four-tailed Monkey King's split body was stunned, and then asked excitedly. The reason why they, the tailed beasts, don't use ninjutsu is not that they don't want to use it, but that they can't use it. Ninjutsu is based on the operation of meridian acupoints. Their tailed beasts are chakra bodies, and even their body cells are simulated by chakra. Without meridian acupoints, they naturally can't use ninjutsu alone. But if you can build a complete set of meridian acupoints network in your body, you can definitely perform ninjutsu based on it, and your own strength will definitely increase a lot. I have a set of secret methods that can imitate the growth structure of meridian acupoints during fetal body development. Maybe you can also have a set of meridian acupoints of your own, but if you want to practice this set of secret methods, you must first have a real body, at least a half-energy body. This pure chakra body is not enough. After speaking out his thoughts, Shimura Gento knew that this was an excellent guinea pig. During the time he was smelting the meteorite from outer space, he was not idle. He had been perfecting the set of sealing techniques for recreating meridian acupoints in the Black Cauldron space. He finally succeeded a few days ago and completed it smoothly in the Black Cauldron space. However, he still felt a little unsafe and hoped to find a guinea pig to try it first. The monkey brother in front of him was a good choice. Half-energy body. Frowning and thinking for a while, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body said, I can use yin-yang escape to stimulate the heart split from that girl, and use it as a basis to turn the whole body into a half-energy and half-flesh state. Their tailed beasts all have both yin-yang attributes, and the tailed beast Jade is the product of yin-yang escape, but they are not very proficient in yin-yang escape. Fortunately, it is no problem to simply transform this body into a half-energy body, not to mention that there is a flesh and blood heart as a basis. Okay, you transform the body first, and then we will shape the meridians and acupoints after that. Nodding, Shimura Gento motioned for you to start first, and laughed secretly in his heart. We can also dig into the corners of the tailed beasts. From the results of the analysis of the wood-release chakra crystal, among the chakras spread by the six-path sage, the spiritual imprint of the sacred tree is at the lowest level, followed by the spiritual imprints of the six-path sage and Kagaya, and even the spiritual imprint of the six-path sage is stronger than Kagaya's spiritual imprint. Finally, there is the spiritual imprint of the suspected ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki, which is also the source of chakra. He can't get rid of the spiritual imprint of the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki for the time being, but he can try to refine and clean the spiritual imprints of the six-path sage and Kagaya, as well as the 10-tailed sacred tree. As long as these three can be dealt with, the tailed beasts may be won over to become their own people, so the corners in this regard can still be dug into. Of course, it is not good to dig into the corners of the tailed beasts directly, otherwise it is estimated that the six-path sage will be forced to fight desperately. The destruction of the Samsara Eye in Lulin last time probably attracted the attention of the six-path sage, but he might have been suppressed by his future self. But judging from his last reminder, the six-path sage brothers are very hidden, and even he can't solve them. This kind of old silver coin is the most difficult to deal with. But we can't do things too much at once, otherwise the rabbit will bite when it is forced into a corner. It's not appropriate to confront the six-path sage directly now, and we need to develop slowly. The tailed beasts can't move, but these small split bodies can plan a wave and create meridian acupoints for them. It is the foundation of everything. After the spiritual imprint of the six-path sage in the chakra is completely refined in the future, we will see if there is a chance to let these split bodies devour and refine the original body. At that time, as long as they don't encounter the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki, the tailed beasts will be basically independent and can become real people. In the future, continuing to fool the tailed beasts is contrary to the concept of the six-path sage, and finally find a way to make the two sides have an irreconcilable conflict, preferably a big fight and a complete breakup, and then come out to receive these homeless tailed beasts. When coming up with this plan, Shimura Gento couldn't help but praise his own intelligence. Master Ding, I am really a genius. Six-path sage, don't blame me for stealing your men and your minions. Who asked you to block my way? There is only one person in this world who can become the ultimate big boss behind the scenes, and that is me, Shimura. Cheering secretly, Shimura Gentoi decided to confront the six-path sage. First, he wanted to take the title of the best big boss behind the scenes from him, integrate all the power of this world, then grow crops, and finally find a way to counterattack the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. The four-tailed Son Goku's split body transformed its half-flesh and half-energy body smoothly. With the heart that was split from Baitu's body as the foundation, it took a week to use the power of yin and yang to finally complete the transformation of the body, and then practiced the meridian appointment reconstruction technique passed down by Shimura Gentoi to create a complete set of meridians. Why is this meridian system different from yours? Feeling the meridian appointment system constructed in the body, the five-tailed King Mu's split body was puzzled. He also used the half of the liver that was split from Mu Guan's body as the foundation, used the power of Yin Yang Dun to transform himself into a semi-energy body, and used the set of meridian appointment reconstruction techniques to condense a complete set of meridian acupoints, but they were different from those of humans. Although he didn't have meridian acupoints before, he knew a lot about this aspect, which was some common sense passed down to them by the old man. I think our human meridian acupoints are incomplete. You must know that our human meridians are divided into left spiral and right spiral, but the acupoints are exactly the same. This means that the acupoints can be used as the foundation to combine the two spiral meridians, and then there is such a new set of meridian acupoints. Confidently speaking, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with this experiment. He got valuable data from the split bodies of the two-tailed beasts, so he could finally start practicing the meridian appointment reconstruction technique on himself. What are the advantages of such meridian acupoints? Tilting his head, the split body of the five-tailed King Mu didn't quite understand the characteristics of such meridian acupoints. Of course there are many advantages. After my investigation, I found that people with left spiral meridians are more powerful and smoother when releasing chakra to perform ninjutsu, and can improve the quality of chakra faster. And the left spiral meridian is more compatible with the human neural network, which can better assist in improving mental strength. People with right spiral meridians are faster in cultivation, can accumulate more energy, including chakra, and are compatible with the human vascular network, which can better assist in improving vitality. As long as we have both types of spiral meridians, we can quickly absorb and refine natural energy to replenish ourselves while releasing energy for high-intensity combat, and our combat endurance will be greatly improved. At the same time, the two can complement each other and improve the combat power limit. In addition, I have a golden elixir secret technique to assist in this meridian appointment cultivation. Golden elixir secret technique. Blinking the big eyes of Kazilan, the five-tailed King Mu split body became interested in this. That's it. Condensing a thumb-sized raised nan at the fingertips, Shimura Gentoi said that this was his golden elixir secret technique. Since he wanted to cultivate immortality in the ninja world, how could he do without a golden elixir? He didn't know what the golden elixir of those cultivators was, but he found that the raised nan, a non-printed ninjutsu, was quite suitable for making golden elixir. Ashura Jade, how did you know this? He looked at the miniature raised nan at the fingertips of Shimura Gentoi for a long time, and finally became more curious about the split body of the five-tailed King Mu that he had just confirmed. He had seen Ashura use this ninjutsu, and no one had used it for thousands of years. He didn't expect to see it again after thousands of years. It's just a little small. Is this called Ashura Jade? Pretending to be puzzled, Shimura Gentoi naturally knew that the first person to use the raised nan was actually Otsutsuki Ashura, but he didn't know how Minato Namikaze created this thing in the original work. Is there any unknown connection between Minato Namikaze and Ashura? We call this thing Ashura Jade. You humans seem to call it Gale Pill at that time. Since the division and demise of the ninja clan, no one has used it for a long time. Thinking back to the silly and cute Otsutsuki Ashura, the five-tailed King Mu split body sighed. Thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Ashura of that year has long passed away. All the reincarnated ones are bastards who do not do human things and do not speak human words. And the reincarnation of Indra is not a good thing either. Although he was very curious about why the five-tailed King Mu's split body suddenly showed such great resentment, Shimura Gentoi did not ask more. On the tip of the right index finger, a pocket version of the raised nan was condensed again, but it rotated to the right, which was exactly the opposite of the previous one that rotated to the left. Gradually bring the two raised nan closer together, let the two meet sideways, and the rotation speed of the two instantly doubled. Can you see any changes after they meet? Maintaining the two spirals the rotation of the raised nan, Shimura Gentoi asked with a smile. 193. Chapter 192, The Pot Shadow arrives at the Hidden Rock Village. Although the two raised nans are turning in opposite directions, the sides that touch each other are rotating in the same direction. The two are in contact, accelerating each other, and the rotation speed is doubled. Looking carefully at the two miniature raised nans that were touching each other, the five-tailed King Mu's split body spoke, but still didn't understand what Shimura Gentoi was going to do. What else? Shimura Gentoi continued to ask with a smile. Mutual influence and acceleration are only the most basic characteristics, there are deeper truths in it. The energy of the left spiral is flowing outward and releasing, while the right spiral is flowing inward and condensing, and then absorbing and swallowing the energy of the left spiral. Looking at the smiling Shimura Gentoi, the five-tailed King Mu's split body continued to stare at the pair of big eyes of Kazilan and observed, and slowly made new discoveries. The volume of the left spiral raised Nan was slowly decreasing, but the energy inside did not disappear, but was absorbed by the right spiral raised Nan and was slowly growing. That's right. Just like the difference between the left spiral meridian and the right spiral meridian I mentioned before, the two types of raised Nan also have the same difference. The energy of the left spiral raised Nan is expanding outward, which is more suitable for attacking. The energy of the right spiral raised Nan is constantly inward and converges to the center, which is more suitable for defense or assisting in absorbing energy for cultivation. This is not over yet. Look at this change again. Nodding with a smile, Shimura Gentoi showed a new change. A thread of immortal energy extends from the core of the right spiral raised Nan and pierces into the core of the left spiral raised Nan, transporting the immortal energy absorbed by the right raised Nan to the left raised Nan, and then flowing back to the right raised Nan through the rotation of the sides of the two raised Nans. This forms a cycle, which goes back and forth endlessly, and can almost rotate forever, without stopping. Do you mean to make these two types of raised Nan in our acupoints, and then circulate them through the two meridians to maintain the operation of the two types of raised Nan? The five-tailed King Mu split body was thoughtful, and probably guessed a little bit of Shimura Gentoi's idea. This is just one of the reasons. The two kinds of raised Nan rotate and circulate with each other, which will slowly refine the energy and make it more condensed. Although the efficiency is not high, the continuous condensation in the long run will also yield considerable gains. Explaining the last subtle function with a smile, Shimura Gentoi was extremely satisfied with the raised Nan Jinden he developed. In fact, the raised Nan is not absolutely disordered, otherwise when Jiraiya instructs Uzumaki Naruto to practice the raised Nan in the original work, he would not have said that it is more suitable to rotate to the right. After all, if it really becomes disordered, the chakra will only collide continuously in the raised Nan and then explode. This disorder is only relative, and there is still a direction, left and right. In addition, the raised Nan is not absolutely uniform, and there will be a loophole, which is convenient for users to provide chakra to the inside to continue to amplify it, or even evolve into a large ball raised Nan. And adding attribute changes and escape technique changes to the inside also needs to be achieved through this loophole. Just like the stalk of a peach, the peach tree provides nutrients to the peach through the stalk, allowing it to grow and eventually mature. Mr. Xianding, are you going to share such a precious cultivation method with us? After understanding the overall idea, the five-tailed King Mu's split body was moved beyond control. With some cultivation knowledge inherited from the six-path sage, plus thousands of years of accumulation, his eyesight was naturally not bad, and he could see the preciousness of this cultivation method, which was an epoch-making existence. Even the old man six-path was unable to create such a shocking cultivation method, and now this friend is going to share it with him selflessly. Of course, we are friends, and of course we have to share good things, and cultivation methods are like happiness. If one person has it alone, there will be only one happiness, but if it is shared, there will be multiple happiness. Showing that sunny smile, Shimura Xianding looked at the five-tailed King Mu's split body and felt moved, and he knew that the progress of the strategy had increased by a few percentage points. Sooner or later, he would fill up the favorability of these big guys, and then make them betray the six-path sage and throw themselves into his arms. Of course, he did not really pass on this raised Nan Jinden without any defense. After all, the raised Nan is an offensive means. It doesn't matter if it is used outside the body, but it is tantamount to implanting a bomb in the body. Once it explodes, the whole body will be torn into pieces. And the method of detonating the raised Nan Jinden is in his hands. If these big guys must follow the six-path sage wholeheartedly in the future, don't blame him for being ruthless. He even thought about whether he could let the six-path sage learn this raised Nan Jinden cultivation method through the tailed beast, so that he could create a fatal flaw for the old silver coin. If he really has to face the old guy in the future, he can also have a countermeasure. I believe that hundreds or even tens of thousands of raised Nan exploded in the body, the taste must be very sour, and the old sly guy will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. I really look forward to that day. My friend, knowing you is the greatest honor of my life, The five-tailed king was deeply moved, and he was even more convinced that this was the person the old man had said that year, and that they, the tailed beasts, were worthy of following him to the death. On the other side, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split body, which was rotating to provide natural energy to the natural fairy fire, also cast a moving look. The old man's prediction was indeed correct. Although it made them wait for thousands of years, it was worth it. Harvested two-tailed beast split bodies. After expressing his gratitude, Shimura Suand paid attention to the meteorite that was melted bit by bit, while practicing the Meridian A Cup ointment regeneration technique. With the experience in the Black Cauldron space and the valuable data of the two-tailed beasts, he practiced smoothly and completed the transformation of the Meridian acupoints in his body in a week. First, the acupoints did a half split, just like cell division, but it was not completely separated, and there were still some parts connected to each other, just like a gourd with a connected part in the middle. The other meridian extended from the split A cup ointment to construct a set of right spiral meridians, which were symmetrical with the left spiral meridians he originally had. Then came the condensation of the raised Nan Jindan. Shimura Suand was a little depressed at this step. His strength was really too poor. Mr. Suand, I condensed all the 361 acupoints in my body into left and right raised Nan Jindan, forming the kind of big Jotien cycle you said. At this time, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split excitedly ran over to show off his practice results. Although he had to rotate to provide natural energy as fuel for the natural fairy fire during this period, he did not give up his own cultivation. Until today, he finally completed the cultivation of the raised Nan Jindan, and condensed a pair of left and right raised Nan Jindan in the 361 acupoints in his body. This method of cultivating left and right spiral meridian acupoints and left and right raised Nan Jindan is indeed very powerful. The achievement of ordinary cultivation has increased his absorption and refining speed of natural energy by 361 times, almost catching up with the original body. If the original body can also cultivate this method, I can't imagine how powerful it will be. I guess even their big brother nine-tailed fox can suppress it with a slap. I've finished my cultivation too. The five-tailed king Mew's split body, which was infusing natural energy into the natural fairy fire, turned his head to show that he had also succeeded. However, this made Shimura Gentoi even more depressed, so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall, because still haven't cultivated the second pair of left and right raised Nan Jindan. Seeing Shimura Gentoi's depression, the four-tailed Sun Wukong split asked with concern. They have also paid attention to this close friend's cultivation these days, and know that his progress in cultivating the left and right raised Nan Jindan is very touching. My foundation is a bit poor, and now I can only maintain the operation of a pair of left and right raised Nan Jindan. With a helpless bitter smile, Shimura Gentoi has no good solution for this. Raised Nan is not a perpetual motion machine, and it is impossible to rotate autonomously all the time. It requires constant mental power to drive it. With his current mental power accumulation and recovery speed, he can only maintain a pair of left and right raised Nan Jindan, which is in the A cup ointment of the navel, which is also the starting point of the human body. The human body begins to develop from the embryo, and the first thing that appears is the navel. The acupoints and meridians of the human body also start from here. At the same time, this is also the most suitable place to absorb natural energy. Unfortunately, his foundation is a little weak. After all, he is only 14 years old. Don't be discouraged, you are still young, we have survived for thousands of years to have this accumulation. Patting Shimura Gentoi's shoulder to comfort him, there is nothing the four-tailed Sun Wukong can do to help this close friend in this regard. After all, this is a problem of personal accumulation, there is no shortcut, and this close friend has always disliked external forces interfering in his own practice. This is also the point that they appreciate and feel most at ease, which means that this close friend will not covet the power of their tailed beasts. Is there anyone in the world who is more suitable to be their tailed beast friend than this man? I know, after all, we are still young. With a smile, Shimura Gentoi quickly calmed down. He had been mentally prepared for this. After all, things in practice cannot be accomplished overnight, and you have to take it step by step. And the first pair of left and right raised Nan Jindan alone doubled his practice efficiency, which is already very good. In addition, he can continuously condense his own immortal energy, which also greatly improves his combat power. In general, he has gained a lot. Let's go. Seeing that Shimura Xianding had completed today's training, Haito, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward to signal him to leave, threw a set of clothes over, and even helped to untie the chains and buckles that were stuck. What's wrong? Is it that old guy Onoki is dead, and you are going to let me be the 4th generation Tsuchikage? Asked in confusion, Shimura Xianding didn't understand why this old guy suddenly got it. He was so defensive against him before, and even wanted to tie himself up into a ball with chains and lock him up. Why is it like this today? Did the Hidden Rock Village finally realize that only Shimura Xianding can lead the Hidden Rock Village to prosperity? I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm fine, and I will definitely live longer than you. With a dark face, Onoki flew over, and was angry at this little ghost who had been cursing him to die early. Why did you change back again? Looking at Onoki's short figure, Shimura Gentoi guessed that this might not be the real body, but a clone. Shimura Danzo is coming soon, follow me to the village. Onoki said unhappily with a dark face. My father is here? How did he know that I joined the Hidden Rock Village? Shimura Gentoi was stunned, and really couldn't understand how his father knew this. Did he capture Chizuki Kizuki and others and force them to tell him? Or Chizuki Kizuki and others have already landed and announced this? Not to mention Shimura Gentoi couldn't figure it out, even Onoki was also very puzzled. It was a top secret that they caught this kid, and they flew all the way from high altitude, so it was impossible for outsiders to know. This kid has been imprisoned here for a long time, how did that guy Shimura Danzo know? Is there a spy among those people? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and Onoki couldn't help but doubt the people he brought with him. Although they were all his confidants and were unlikely to be spies, there was no 100% guarantee. After all, ninjas cannot be judged by common sense. 194. Chapter 193 Rock Ninja Shimura Gendo. Soon Shimura Gendo enjoyed the service of the Brown Earth brand special plane again, and was carried by Brown Earth with the super light and heavy rock technique to fly to the rock village hundreds of kilometers away. However, this time he was not hung like before, but stood on a stone, and the whole stone was blessed by Brown Earth with the super light and heavy rock technique to fly in the sky, which was much more impressive. Why are you still carrying these chains? Looking at the big iron ball with chains floating behind him with dissatisfaction, Brown Earth didn't want to carry this thing. It's too heavy. The total weight is 24 tons, and it takes a lot of chakra to drag it with the super light and heavy rock technique. He is old now, and cannot refine and consume too much chakra, otherwise it is easy for this brat to come to his house to eat. This is a gift I gave to my father. He laughed, and Shimura Xianding did not explain much. Brown Earth and others only knew that this chain was very hard and heavy, but they did not know that this thing could bind the tailed beast, which is a super killer. If this thing is combined with the diamond chain of the Bagua furnace, it is estimated that even the 9-tailed beast can be bound. How can such a good treasure be discarded? The three of them soon came to the Hidden Rock Village, a village surrounded by mountains. It's spectacular. Staying on a stone mountain on the edge, Brown Earth smiled proudly. Every time he saw this village, he would be very proud. After all, they built it bit by bit and developed it into one of the 5 major ninja villages today. Unfortunately, he was facing Shimura Gentoi this time. How dare you call this rundown little village magnificent? Are you insulting the word magnificent? He gave a look of undisguised contempt, which made Hichu's forehead throb. I really want to go to your Shimura family and eat your meal in my lifetime. With a dark face, Hichu said that he really wanted to eat this kid's meal. I think with the wealth of Shimura family, the wealth of the richest man in Konoha, the quality of the meal should be very good. I'm sorry to disappoint you. With our age, I will definitely eat your meal first. It just so happens that our Iwagakure village has 8 people per table. At that time, I will sponsor a group of 8 immortal tables for free and invite the people of the entire Iwagakure village to eat your meal. By the way, I will bring a group of chefs to make the most delicious dishes for free, and I guarantee that the people of our Iwagakure village will eat happily. Patting the old guy on the shoulder, Shimura Gentoi was very confident about this. After all, youth is the greatest asset. Not to mention that this old guy has numerous hidden injuries in his body, and he doesn't have many years to live. Then I really have to thank you, and don't keep mentioning our Iwagakure village, yours doesn't count. His face darkened, and Haito felt that bringing this kid to Iwagakure village was the most wrong decision in his life. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. Big head, hurry up and create a file for me, I am now a glorious Iwagakure ninja. Pointing to the forehead protector on his head, Shimura Gentoi signaled the Onoki clone beside him to quickly create a file so that he could join the village of Uegakure village and become a real Uegakure ninja. With a dark face and no words, Onoki clone dismissed this shadow clone and transmitted the memory information back to the original body. Let's go, your father is here. After performing a seal and sensing ninjutsu, Haito signaled Shimura Gentoi to follow, and he walked towards the Tsuchikage building. At the same time, Shimura Danzo and his group, who had just been welcomed into the gate of Uegakure village, suddenly stopped. A Shimura ninja who was good at sensing ninjutsu nodded to Shimura Danzo, indicating that he had sensed the presence of his young master. The group did not delay and continued to move forward to the Tsuchikage building in the deepest part of Uegakure village. Entering the meeting room of the Tsuchikage building first, Onoki and other senior officials of Uegakure village were already waiting there. General Tishi, welcome to Uegakure village. He stood up and enthusiastically invited Tishi to sit in the meeting room, and sat in the main seat opposite the conference table, facing Onoki, who was the Tsuchikage. After all, General Tishi was the second most powerful person in the daimyo's mansion in the land of the land. In terms of status, he was on the same level as the Tsuchikage, so he naturally could not be neglected. Shimura Danzo and the envoys of the daimyo's mansion of the land sat on the seats beside General Tishi. I won't say much if you're polite. I came here for two main reasons. One is to reinvestigate the Iron Country incident, and the other is to ask if Xiao Xianding is visiting your Uegakure village. Tishi doesn't like to beat around the bush. After sitting down, he immediately stated his intention. Wait, third Tsuchikage, you use a shadow clone to fool us. Isn't that too disrespectful? Without waiting for Onoki to speak, Shimura Danzo suddenly spoke up and stared coldly at Onoki who was sitting on the main seat opposite. This remark made General Tishi and the envoy of the daimyo prefecture next to him stunned for a moment, and then their faces darkened. We came here in person, but you used a shadow clone to deal with the task. This is no longer disrespectful, but humiliating them. What a big frame! The envoy of the daimyo prefecture of the land of the earth sneered to express his dissatisfaction. One of them is the contemporary swordsman of the land of earth, and also serves as a general. He is also an envoy, representing the land of earth. Even with such status, the third Tsuchikage is not qualified to meet him in person. He is so arrogant. Don't be angry, the third Kage. It's really helpless, he can't show his true form to people now. An old man from the Hidden Rock village explained with a strange look on his face, saying that they had no ill intentions, but it was really inconvenient. What's the matter? Your third Tsuchikage has hemorrhoids. Picking his nose, General Tishi was extremely dissatisfied with this. They came here to talk about serious matters, and they must talk to the third Tsuchikage himself. Lord Tsuchikage, we have received intelligence that there is a real mastermind behind the incident that year. Please pay enough attention to it. This is related to whether the misunderstanding between our two countries can be resolved. At this time, Mifune, who was standing behind General Tishi, spoke up with a solemn expression. Originally, he had been following the general of the Iron Country to lead the samurai army to recapture the land of waterfalls. After receiving the letter from the eagle, he immediately rushed to the land of earth and met with Shimura Danzo and others to investigate what happened that year. Although they were very angry about the Uegakure village's plunder of the capital's wealth, this anger was nothing compared to the real mastermind behind the destruction of the Iron Country's capital. I understand. After a moment of silence, the third Tsuchikage nodded, raised his hand to dispel the clone, and transmitted the information memory back to the original body. Although it would be embarrassing for others to see his new image, if the misunderstanding of the year could be clarified, it would be of great benefit to their Uegakure village. In front of the interests of the village, one's personal honor and disgrace are nothing. Not long after, a sound of footsteps was heard, followed by two figures walking in. The first one was Shimura Gentoi. Dad, General Tishi, Brother Mifune, you are here. He waved and greeted the three people happily. He was very happy about their arrival. This way, his plan in Uegakure would be more secure. And Shimura Danzo looked at the Uegakure forehead protector tied on his son's forehead, and his expression was as weird as it could be. Although he had heard from his master's wife that his son was not abused in Uegakure but lived a good life. He was even accepted as a disciple by the second Tsuchikage's wife and wanted to become the fourth Tsuchikage. But when he really saw this kid wearing the Uegakure forehead protector, he still couldn't accept the scene. His son's ability and skills are too strong. If he continues like this, he may become the Tsuchikage of Uegakure village in the future. By the way, when this kid was in the Kingdom of Wind, he seemed to have become a sand ninja, and he was also a disciple of two powerful cage-level masters, Zionjiu and Cho. If the third Kazekage hadn't been too power-hungry and plotted against Cho, maybe this kid would have mixed in the Sand Village, and it would not be impossible to become the fourth Kazekage. What are you doing? Also looking at the Uegakuer village forehead protector on Shimura Gento's forehead, General Tishi and Mifune were a little confused. What's going on? I was just about to tell you that I have joined the Uegakuer village and become a glorious Uegakuer ninja, and will replace that old guy Onoki and become the fourth Tsuchikage, leading the Uegakuer village to prosperity. Shimura Gentoi frankly stated his current situation and ideals, and said that the future is promising. But these words made Shimura Danzo and others on the opposite side look a little distorted, and it was really hard to accept such a style. Not to mention Shimura Danzo's side, even the senior officials of the Hidden Rock village present had black faces and could not accept this scene. Bullshit, as long as I live, you can't even think about becoming the shadow of our Hidden Rock village. A cold shout came from outside, accompanied by a dull sound of footsteps, and a huge monster bent down and squeezed in from the 3-meter-high office door. It was Onoki's real body. Oh! Onoki? Looking at the little head on the body, even Shimura Danzo was shocked. If it weren't for the familiar head and the unique chakra of dust release, he really couldn't believe that the monster in front of him would be the third Tsuchikage. What has this old guy been through all these years? Then, as if he thought of something, Shimura Danzo looked at his son. At the beginning, the kid Senju Nawaki also had this kind of demonic style, but Onoki's was more extreme and exaggerated, obviously also the work of his son. How did that kid get along in the Hidden Rock village during this period of time, and he made the Tsuchikage look like this? Sorry, I made you laugh. Glazing at Shimura Gento, Onoki removed the chair on the main seat and used Earth Escape to temporarily condense a huge stone chair to sit on. It turned out that the chair was too small to support his current body, so he had to replace it with a new one. I envy such a strong body, how can you laugh at me? Shaking his head slightly, General Tishi expressed his envy without hiding his envy. They're Iron Country warriors major in body, and the larger the body, the stronger the power. If I had a body like Onoki, I guess I could beat the generals of other countries. General Tishi, you don't have to envy me. Onoki's current body was shaped by me, and I am going to open a plastic surgery and body shaping beauty hospital in our Uegakuer village. At that time, I will give you such a strong body for free. Shimura Gento spoke at this time. Such a good opportunity for advertising cannot be missed. Oh! You kid has this ability, it seems that I will have to stay in Uegakuer for a few more days. His eyes lit up, and General Tishi was very interested in this. Back off, disrespectful. With a low voice, Onoki was very unhappy with this kid, and he regretted bringing him back. Shrugged, Shimura Gento stood beside Onoki like a good subordinate, and once again expressed that he was someone from the Hidden Rock village. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo's face twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Not to mention Shimura Danzo, even Kotobuki and a group of Uegakuer high-ranking officials looked at it very awkwardly. They really didn't understand how Shimura Danzo could give birth to such a weird son, who looked even less like a father and son than the third Tsuchikage and Kotobuki. 195. Chapter 194, Conspiracy for 3 Generations. I won't beat around the bush. Back then, my grandfather, the first Tsuchikage, received intelligence that someone wanted to attack the Iron Country's daimyo's mansion and seize the stored chakra metal. He then ordered me and my teacher to lead a team to support the Iron Country. Unfortunately, we were a step late. When we arrived, the entire Iron Country's capital had been turned upside down by someone using Earth Escape. Everyone was buried alive and crushed to death. We searched for a long time, but didn't save a single person. Dunaki didn't waste any words, and explained the events of that year in a roundabout way. At the same time, an Uegakuer ninja who followed behind him placed a data scroll in front of General Tishi. That was the intelligence they had collected at the time. Unfolding the data scroll, General Tishi and the other 4 gathered to read it carefully. The Uegakuer high-level officials were also very patient. After all, they didn't want to be blamed forever, so it would be best if they could clarify the misunderstanding. Did you find out that it was caused by someone using a giant Earth Escape technique? An hour later, after reading the information scroll, Shimura Danzo asked solemnly. There are indeed such signs. We have also speculated, but we don't think it was caused by an Earth Escape technique. After all, the capital of the Iron Country is too big. Shaking his head slightly, Onoki disagreed with this speculation. You know, the capital of the Iron Country was 10 kilometers long and wide at the time. It was impossible to turn it over instantly with an earth escape technique. Even the first generation of Hokage was probably not capable of it, and no force could gather so many earth escape ninjas. In addition, the traces at that time were further destroyed by someone using earth escape techniques, and with the heavy rain, the traces left were very vague. They were more inclined to believe that someone used earth escape techniques continuously to bury the entire capital underground overnight. I have understood this matter and will continue to investigate. If it is not your Iwagakure village who did it, I will definitely clear your name. Taking a deep breath, Shimura Danzo spoke up. This scroll has been around for quite a while, and judging from the ink marks and other aspects, it is not forged recently. It is obviously information collected back then, and its credibility is not low. If the tragedy of the Iron Country was not caused by the Iwagakure village, then the person behind the scenes is extremely terrifying and is the most unstable factor in the current ninja world. Not to mention the chakra metal that was taken away, the power it possesses alone is extremely terrifying. They can actually turn the entire capital of the Iron Country upside down and bury it in the ground in an instant, and they can bury their Konoha and even other ninja villages in one move. This threat is too great. We must find the other party as soon as possible and prepare a response plan. Mifune, what do you mean? Admiral Tishi asked Mifune behind him. After all, this person represents the Iron Country and is the biggest victim. We will continue to investigate. If it is not the work of Iwagakure village, we will definitely clear your name. At the same time, we hope you can also start investigating this matter. The person behind the scenes is a big threat to all of us. Mifune solemnly stated that there is another hidden story behind this matter, and it is very likely that there is really a mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, we cannot clear the suspicion of Iwagakure village with just such a scroll of information. In short, we must continue to investigate until the mastermind is found. Okay, we have gained something from both things today. I hope you can work together to investigate the tragedy of that year. Standing up and speaking, General Tishi also roughly believed that what happened that year might not really be done by Iwagakure village. Of course, Iwagakure village is not clean either. For example, they certainly did not want to support the Iron Country at the beginning, but to rob the chakra metal that was robbed by the mastermind, and later they also collected a lot of good things in the ruins of the Iron Country's capital. But these are just small matters. The real big deal is the possible mastermind behind the scenes and the whereabouts of the large amount of chakra metal in the treasury of the Iron Country. Go take the general, the envoy, and Konoha's Danzo down to rest. Seeing the three people standing up, Onoki gestured to take them down to rest. They are not people who like to beat around the bush, and at this stage, the only evidence that Iwagakure can show is that piece of information, and there is no more, and there will be no progress if we continue to talk. This matter still needs to be investigated slowly, starting with the batch of chakra metal. Anyway, no matter who took the batch of chakra metal, it will eventually be used, otherwise it can't be buried in the ground to eat dust. It depends on how long the other party can endure. This time, Shimura Gentoi did not continue to follow Onoki, but followed his old father, the Nabe Cage, to a mansion set up by the daimyo of the land in Iwagakure village, which is also similar to the existence of an embassy. After all, it's not possible for people from the daimyo's mansion to stay in a hotel every time they come, right? Okay, Uncle Hichu, put down those chains and you can go back. He signaled that Hichu, who was the tool man carrying the 8 chains, could leave. Shimura Jondun had some private matters to discuss with his old father, which should not be heard by outsiders. He glared at him unhappily, and Hichu released the super light and heavy rock technique applied to those chains, allowing the 24-ton chains to collapse the floor, and turned around and retreated. That's the chain Chizuki used to bind you. Looking at the chain, Shimura Danzo guessed that it must have been Chizuki used by Chizuki. At that time, he was wondering why his son didn't use the 8 gates to break free. Obviously, that chain was extraordinary. This is the chain used by the Chizuki family to bind the 3-tailed beast, and there are exactly 8 of them. Dad, take it back and see if you can add it to the Bagua furnace. It's better to merge it with the diamond chain to form a permanent chain. By the way, the Chizuki family's spiritual spell on it has been destroyed by the radiation on my battle suit, but I'm not sure if there are any residues. You can have someone do a detailed inspection to avoid making wedding clothes for the Chizuki family in the end. joyfully introduced this set of chains and expressed his ideas. Shimura Gento had high expectations for it. He even thought about whether he could use the Bagua furnace made of this thing to bind and seal the 10-tailed divine tree. Yet, nodding to show that he understood, Shimura Danzo was also looking forward to this proposal. Judging from Enlushan's reaction in Lulin, the 8 trigrams furnace will obviously be a super killer weapon that will make people shudder in the future. It is much more terrifying than the 6 ninja tools in the hidden cloud village. Naturally, it must be vigorously developed. Don't go out and wander around after you go back with your father this time. The ninja world is too unsafe now. Take a deep breath, Shimura Danzo spoke earnestly, expressing his concern as an old father. He regretted letting his son follow Tsunade to the capital of the Land of Fire. Looking at the experience of the past 6 months, his old heart almost stopped several times. This time, he must protect his son in all aspects after returning. There must be no accidents. He will not come out until he has cultivated to the level of the first generation of Hokage. No, I still have some plans to complete in the Uegakure village, so I have to stay for a while. Shaking his head in denial, Shimura Xianding planned to stay in the Uegakure village for a while, at least until the meteorite from outer space was completely melted and used to make some things. Moreover, his current training is just a slow process, and it doesn't matter where he trains. Moreover, relatively speaking, Konoha is not absolutely safe. What? Do you really want to become the 4th Tsuchikage of the Uegakure village? Shimura Danzo said unhappily with a sidelong glance. Striving to become the 4th Tsuchikage is just a rumor, and it is impossible to succeed. After all, the Uegakure village is not stupid, unless all the people in the Uegakure village are dead. It's not convenient to talk here, come to my spiritual space. Sitting cross-legged in front of his old father, he signaled him to take action. With a suspicious look on his face, Shimura Danzo didn't say much, raised his hand to seal, and performed an illusion to separate his spirit from his body and put it into his son's spiritual space. Shimura Gento didn't waste any time, and passed on the contents of the Uegakure village sealed book he got last time, along with the recently developed Meridian A Cup ointment regeneration technique and Rei's Nan Jinden cultivation method. Shimura Danzo was stunned after simply browsing through the information while resisting the mental pressure. He was not surprised by the Meridian A Cup ointment regeneration technique and Rei's Nan Jinden cultivation method created by his son. After all, this son was a demon, and he was far better than the 2nd generation Hokage in the creation of secret techniques. But what about those advanced ninjutsu secrets of the Uegakure village, and there was even a set of garbled text for the dust release cultivation method. Did you get the Uegakure village sealed book? In the mental space, Shimura Danzo rubbed his forehead, and really couldn't figure out how this son got those forbidden techniques of the Uegakure village. This ability is a bit off the charts. Is this really the son that Shimura Danzo could have given birth to? Almost. The training method of the dust release is a code word. Dad, go back and ask someone with expertise to see if they can crack it. At the same time, I will stay in the Hidden Rock village to see if I can find the code word solution. Nodding, Shimura Gentoi will not hide too much from his old father, and there is nothing to hide except the matter of the Golden Finger Black Cauldron space. Do whatever you want. After thinking for a long time, Shimura Danzo finally decided to let his son go. With such an amazing ability, it is not him that should be worried, but the hostile forces. By the way, Dad, I have given that old guy Onoki a plastic surgery. Even in the best case, he will not be able to adapt within 5 years. You can find a chance to kill that old guy in the next Ninja World War. Thinking of his plan for Onoki, Shimura Gentoi felt that he had to let the old father, the Nabe Cage, take charge. This matter is not easy to handle. In the original plan, your father will be responsible for the battlefield in the east, targeting the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village, and your uncle Hiruzen will be responsible for the battlefield in the west. Looking at his son strangely, Shimura Danzo thought about it and felt that this matter was not easy to handle. That's even better. I will find a way to let Onoki's son Huangta go to the battlefield, and you will find a way to let Sarutobi Asuma go to the battlefield, and then arrange for them to sacrifice gloriously for the village. Under the stimulation of the pain of losing their son, they will definitely fight desperately. At that time, just like the 2nd generation Tsuchikage and the 2nd generation Mizukage died together, it can also become a good story. Excited, Shimura Gento instantly came up with a perfect script, so that he would not have the biggest obstacle in the Hidden Cloud Village and could continue to fight for the position of the 4th generation Tsuchikage. In Konoha, his old father can also sit on the position of Hokage in a logical way, killing two birds with one stone. The most important thing is to eliminate Sarutobi Shinoshuke's love rival, because that guy seems to be obsessed with his fiancée copyright. This it is something that no man can tolerate. 196. Chapter 195 Perfect World and the Ruthless Emperor. After hearing about his son's plan, Shimura Danzo was shocked, but also a little relieved. With such a cruel heart and ruthless appearance, no one would believe that he was not his son. Actually, your uncle Hiruzen is a good person. After being relieved, he felt a little reluctant. After all, he was his beloved, best friend. Isn't it a bit bad to plot against someone like this? Did you get the impure world reincarnation technique from Sarutobi Hiruzen? Staring at his father's spirit for a long time, Shimura Gendo asked faintly. In fact, he had already guessed the answer without asking. After all, it was easy to guess, wasn't it? Sure enough, Shimura Danzo was silent, and it was obvious that he did not get the impure world reincarnation technique from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dad, you treat Sarutobi Hiruzen as your best friend, but he has already started to guard against you? You have to understand that after so many years as the Hokage, he is no longer the Sarutobi Hiruzen of the past. He is even ready to attack the family of his teacher, let alone you who are just a teammate. The poison of power can corrode the most resilient people, and he Sarutobi Hiruzen is no exception. If you don't want our Shimura family to become the next Senju, you'd better make a decision early. After saying this, Shimura Gento sent his father's spirit out of his own spiritual space. This matter cannot be forced. After all, his father and Sarutobi Hiruzen have been in a gay relationship for decades, and it is not something that can be broken off just by saying so. And his father, the Nabe Cage, is not in the extreme state of the future, and can decisively send people to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he believes that even if the old father finds it difficult to break the bond, Sarutobi Hiruzen will help. I don't believe that guy can watch the Shimura family rise up and become more powerful and terrifying than the Senju family. Under the dual effects of power, poison and fear, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no other choice. Brother Suingshu, pass this note back to Sister Keiko and ask her to deliver the things in half an hour. Without disturbing his old father's thoughts, Shimura Xianding walked out of the room, found paper and pen, wrote a coded note and handed it to Shimura Suingshu. Some things have been delayed for too long and must be done as soon as possible, so as not to let those book fans wait anxiously. Shimura Suingshu, who acted as a tool, didn't say much. He summoned his partner Lizardland with a seal and handed the note to the other party. Half an hour later, he summoned the spirit with a seal again, and Lizardland had a sealed scroll in his mouth. He came to live next to his old father's room, let Shimura Suingshu guard outside, and made a layer of isolation barrier to prevent being peeped. After the protective measures were completed, the sealed scroll was unlocked with immortal energy, and a large pile of oversized blank scrolls appeared, as well as thousands of pens and a large tank of ink. In the next 3 days, Shimura Xianding turned into a human typewriter and typed out 2 sets of pornographic masterpieces, each with more than 70 million words, a total of 15 million words. Your control has increased again. After his son finished writing, Shimura Danzo, who had already come to this room, sighed. Last time in Lulin, this son could only finally control hundreds of immortal energy threads, but this time he was able to control 250 at the same time. In terms of the control of energy threads, I'm afraid he is no worse than Cho, the first puppeteer in the ninja world. Dad, have you mastered those 2 secret techniques? Sensing the changes in his father's body, Shimura Xianding was surprised. In his perception, this old father Guo Ying seemed to have 9 pairs of Rei's Nan Jinden in his body. It's only been 3 days. You are making progress, and your father is not slow either. Showing a heartfelt pride, he has not relaxed his training during this period, and his strength is steadily improving. Now he estimates that even without using the wind escape chakra mode, he can tie with his best friend Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, this is when the best friend does not use other trump cards. After all, he does not know what powerful forbidden techniques the best friend has learned from the Book of Seals. But this is only temporary, and in a few years he will definitely be able to beat the best friend. Perfect world? Thousand-handed stone pillar? Ruthless emperor? Uzumaki Maiko. Shimura Danzo flipped through the opening of the 2 pornographic books written by his son, and his expression gradually became weird. From the name of the protagonist, you can guess who the prototype is. This kid is really brave. Don't worry, I have already obtained authorization from Miss Midu, there will be absolutely no problem. Patting his chest as a guarantee, Shimuragento has great expectations for these 2 sets of yellow articles. After all, this is the only one he has obtained the authorization of the prototype of the protagonist at this stage. The only pity is that in order to adapt to the general environment of the ninja world, the combat power is compressed a bit low. This is probably the fan work of Dong Ji, the red-haired old monster with the lowest combat power in history. Sighing secretly, Shimuragento was also helpless about this. After all, many humans in this world don't know that this world is a ball at this stage, let alone the vastness of the universe and the stars. Even if the original version is made, they can't understand it. These days, writing books also needs to be synchronized with reality. 1 step ahead is called a genius, 3 steps ahead is a ghost, and 10 steps ahead is a madman. Are you really not going back with your father? Personally using the sealing scroll to collect all the manuscripts, Shimuradanzo asked again. It's no longer meaningful to stay in the Hidden Rock village. It's time to go back. Seriously speaking, he hoped that his son could go back with him, practice peacefully at home, and then come out to cause trouble after he has the invincible power of the first Hokage. No, the Hidden Rock village is actually pretty good. Shaking his head to refuse, Shimuragento had made up his mind. By the way, we must find a way to get the impure world reincarnation technique and the scrapped Mangekaya Sharingan sealed by the Uchiha family. That's very important. Thinking of the situation in Lulin, Shimuragento decided to speed up the progress and see if he could use many Mangekaya Sharingans to cooperate with the sacred tree and the roots of the sacred trees under Lulin to cultivate a 2nd-generation sacred tree. This will help further study the mystery of chakra, and he even wants to see if he can draw out some old silver coins, such as a certain ninja version of Otsutsuki Chenxiang. Yet, nodding to indicate that he would handle the matter, Shimuradanzo got up and walked out, leading Shimuragengsu and others to the Tsuchikage building to say goodbye. Without staying for long, he left the Hidden Rock village directly. Why are you still staying here? Watching Shimuradanzo and others leave the village gate, Onoki retracted his gaze and looked at the boy beside him unhappily. I thought this guy would leave with that ninja dark, but who would have thought that he would stay, which made him very unhappy and uneasy. Big Wood, you forgot that I am the man who wants to become the 4th Tsuchikage. Shimuragento responded with a sunny smile, he was quite serious about this. Even if he can't become the 4th Tsuchikage, he can still strive to become the man of the 4th Tsuchikage. After all, the future Tsuchikage is still very good, and should be no worse than her mother, Shiratsuki. Don't dream about it, as long as I am still alive, you will never touch the cage of our Uegakure village in this life. With a dark face, Onoki really wanted to slap this thing to death. You really think you are a member of our Uegakure village? I know, isn't the Second Ninja World War about to begin? The 2nd generation died in the last Ninja World War. As the 3rd Tsuchikage, are you ashamed to survive the next Ninja World War? Don't worry, I will go to your house to have a feast. Pick his ears, Shimuragento has already written a script for this old guy, just waiting to ascend to heaven to have a feast. These words almost made Onoki spit out a mouthful of old blood, and his old face became darker. Bringing you back to the Hidden Rock village is definitely the most wrong decision in my life. With a dark face, Onoki glared at someone next to him fiercely, and made a seal to remove this shadow clone. He didn't want to see this hateful boy again. What is your conspiracy to stay in our Hidden Rock village? Haito on the side spoke, and his old eyes looked at the boy in front of him sharply. He felt that this boy might be more difficult and more terrifying than the Dark Ninja. Nothing, I just want to stay and eat at your table, Uncle Hentu. Grinning, Shimuragento said that he just wanted to stay and get some food. Get lost. He was so angry that his old face turned black like the bottom of a pot. He glared at him and turned away. He didn't want to see this hateful kid again. Uncle Hentu, don't forget to set up a file and village registration for me. He shouted loudly. Shimuragento attached great importance to village registration, which was an important guarantee for his future plans in Uegakure village. Don't wait until you are about to become the 4th Tsuchikage or the man of the 4th Tsuchikage, but find that you have no file and no village registration, and you are a complete illegal resident. That would be funny. Hentu stumbled and almost fell to the ground, then quickened his pace and left, so that he would not be bothered by it. Big brothers from the Anbu over there, there's no need to hide, just come out and follow me, I won't do anything shameful. Besides, you and I are colleagues now, don't be so formal. Turning his head and glancing at the directions behind him, Shimuragento sincerely invited the Iwagakure Enbya bodyguards to show up, but unfortunately there was no response. Obviously they were very professional. Well, since you are willing to trouble me, I have no objection. Shrugging indifferently, Shimuragento returned to the mansion set up by the daimyo of the land country in Iwagakure village, intending to discuss with General Tishi to see if he could give it to him as land for opening a beauty salon. After all, the land here in Iwagakure village is too small, and there are steep mountains around, so there is no extra land to use. After Shimuragento left, several figures emerged from the ground in several dark corners. They were the Anbu ninjas sent by Onoki to monitor Shimuragento. Several Anbu ninjas looked at each other in bewilderment. This was the first time they had encountered such a strange surveillance target. Without thinking much, they followed Shimuragento to the mansion set up by the daimyo mansion in the village to continue surveillance, but wisely did not enter the mansion. This was the rule of the daimyo mansion. In the past, when no one came, they could enter here at will, but now that there are envoys coming, and even a national swordsman who is also a part-time general, some rules must be followed. Otherwise, they are discussing confidential matters inside, so what's the matter with them sneaking in? It's okay to eavesdrop on important figures of other countries discussing confidential matters, but it's taboo to eavesdrop on their own country. Even if they really want to eavesdrop, they must never show it. On the other side, Shimuragento went straight to General Tishi and the envoy of the daimyo mansion of the land country who were discussing things, and explained their purpose. Does Lord Xianding want this mansion? The envoy of the daimyo prefecture was stunned. He did not expect Shimura Xianding to make such a request. I want to open a plastic surgery and beauty shop in Iwagakure village. But as you can see, there is too little land available in this broken place of Iwagakure village. After searching for a long time, this is the only suitable place. Shrugged, Shimura Xianding was helpless about this. The terrain here is indeed easy to defend. It is difficult to attack, but it also limits its own development. It is difficult to find a suitable piece of land to open a small shop. 197. Chapter 196 New Leak Ninja Warrior. If it is given to you in other places, it is fine, but not here. The previous generation of our country's daimyo is buried behind it. General Tishi looked embarrassed. This place really can't be given to this kid. The previous generation of the Earth Country daimyo. Shimuragento was stunned. How could the Earth Country daimyo be buried here? The Iwagakure village was relatively strong back then. In order to suppress it, the old guy died here. Picking his nose, General Tishi admired this. The previous generation of daimyo was an absolute ruthless person. He used his own life, which was about to be buried, to directly block the financial allocation to the Iwagakure village. Ruthless person. With a sigh, Shimuragento could only say the word ruthless. Sure enough, those who can become daimyo are not easy to deal with. Is there any hidden danger in your body shaping method? With a serious look, General Tishi asked about the business, and was very concerned about this. If the expansion is not large, there is basically no hidden danger, and the stronger the physique, the smaller the side effects, and the faster the recovery. As a ninja, Onoki's body is too fragile, and the changes are too large. He needs at least 5 years of recuperation, and this is still the best guarantee in all aspects. Otherwise, it will take at least 10 years. And if the physique and figure of the senior are expanded to 5 meters in height, he can completely adapt in a few months. For this first customer, Shimuragento also attaches great importance to it and explains the differences in detail. Can it only be expanded to 5 meters in height? Showing his greedy side, General Tishi wants to get more. 5 meters is already the limit, because I can't expand my brain at this stage, that part is too deadly and fragile. The original brain-connected body neural network can only control a 5-meter figure. Once this limit is exceeded, the body will become uncoordinated. Shimuragento explained this very seriously. After all, this is not the Pirate King next door. The human body shape is greatly restricted. Huang Yan. Nodding in understanding, General Tishi opened his mouth to greet him, and Huang Yan, who was acting as a guard outside, walked in with a big guandao. Grandpa. Lie down and let Xiao Xianding perform a small operation on you. He opened his mouth to signal his grandson to lie down. As a general of a country, he naturally couldn't take risks directly, so it was appropriate to let his grandson be the first to try. Shimura Gento also cooperated and took out a sealed scroll from his arms, untied it with immortal energy, and revealed the quasi-shadow of Kaguya. This corpse of Kaguya Junkyage has been completely made into a human puppet by him. Although it has no combat power, it is not a problem to use it to fill bones. The only pity is that it cannot refine chakra on its own, and it needs him to provide immortal energy for conversion. Your trick is a bit similar to the puppet playing group in Sand Village. Looking at the state of Shimura Gento using immortal energy thread to control the puppet, General Tishi was quite curious about it. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it, as long as the boy didn't use chakra. Miss Cho from Sand Village is also my teacher. I learned a little trick from her. With a modest smile, Shimura Gento said that these were all small tricks that were not presentable. What do you want to do? Born in Konoha, you go to provoke Sand Village, and now you have become an Uegakuer. Looking at the boy in front of him speechlessly, General Tishi didn't understand what this junior wanted to do. I just want to see if I can lead these ninjas to turn over a new leaf. Under my leadership, Cho and Zionjiu have officially severed their relationship with the Sand Village and have now become ministers of Lulin. After a while, I plan to persuade them to change their jobs to become samurai monks and completely abandon chakra. While checking Huang Yan's physical condition, Shimura Gento replied, but that made Tishi and the envoys of the daimyo mansion of the Land of Earth even more speechless. That's really a good thing. Smacking his lips, General Tishi was happy to hear about this. After all, the ninja forces that gathered together to form a ninja village were too strong, and they could be weakened a little bit. Even if it was not their Land of Earth village that was weakened, it would still be a good thing. After all, among the 5 major ninja villages, the Sand Village was the most unruly, and had the worst relationship with the daimyo mansion, and even wanted to be independent. This is not a good thing. Brother Huang Yan, use your energy to follow my silk thread. Take your time. Don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, don't blame me if you turn into a monster. After checking Huang Yan's physical condition, Ziken Xianding signaled to start. As Huang Yan had personally experienced Ziken Xianding's medical skills, he was very confident and trusted Ziken Xianding. He controlled his own energy to run along the circuit constructed by the immortal energy silk thread, and his body became bigger. Stay stable, I will solidify your bones. After a warning, Ziken Xianding controlled the Kaguya quasi-shadow puppet to extend dozens of bone spurs into Huang Yan's body, using the corpse bone vein to control bone cells to completely change Huang Yan's bone structure, and filled the excess calcium stored in the Kaguya puppet into it, assisting Huang Yan's own bone cells to divide and proliferate. In just 10 minutes, all the bones in Huang Yan's body except the skull were enlarged and solidified, and even the skull was thickened 5 times by Ziken Xianding. Then there are the muscles, tendons, membranes, blood vessels, nerves, and internal organs. With the experience of the last surgery on Onoki, this time it will be much faster. In addition, Huang Yan's body is not small, so the expansion range is large. The degree of damage was not large, and it was completed in just 3 hours. However, after all, there was no nutrient solution to supplement, and the operation time was extremely shortened, so the muscles and tendons could not be effectively grown. In the end, the length could only be increased by reducing the number of cells in the muscles and tendons. This resulted in Huang Yan becoming a skinny giant after the operation, with bony bones and clearly visible ribs. The strength of the muscles and bones is probably only 1/10 of the previous one, but it is much thicker. The internal organs are a little weak, but they can be restored. After the operation was completed, General Tishi personally checked the condition of his grandson's body after the transformation and was very satisfied with the results. Although the strength has been reduced a lot at this stage, and he can only take care of himself and cannot fight, as long as he is completely adapted after a few months of care, his strength will definitely increase by more than 10 times. This kind of body transformation is very suitable for the warriors of their country of Earth. The most important thing is that the pendant that his grandson was ashamed of was also strengthened. It is not magnificent, but at least it has reached the normal standard. Maybe he will be able to hold another great-grandson next year. Little guy, let me do it too. After thoroughly confirming the results, General Tishi decisively lay down and signaled Shimura Xianding to start, and he was very impatient. Senior, you have to wait for a while, let me replenish the bone calcium stored in this human puppet. Signing General Tishi to wait, Shimura Xianding looked at the envoy of the daimyo prefecture who was curiously watching and smiled, I need a lot of bones, no matter what kind of bones, the fresher the better. It's a small matter. The envoy of the daimyo prefecture was very easygoing. He got up and went outside to give an order. After a while, a group of guards came in carrying a large vat, which was full of animal bones with blood. Shimura Xianding was not polite either. He controlled the Kaguya puppet to absorb the calcium in the animal bones, and then expanded the body for General Tishi. Although General Tishi is old, his physical fitness is much stronger than Huang Yan. With the help of his strong vitality, he became thin after the operation, but he was much better than Huang Yan, and even retained a lot of strength. Fortunately, I haven't asked anyone to make that 3-meter-long guandao yet, otherwise it would have to be melted and recast. Take up the guandao that cost a lot of money and play with it. General Tishi is quite emotional and very satisfied with the results of the operation. Although it is a little bit difficult to control after the body becomes bigger, it has obviously reached the limit of its own neural network control, but it can be solved as long as it adapts a little. Yes, this time the senior must at least get a 6-meter-long guandao, and the house he lives in must also be modified. Looking at the giant in front of him, Shimura Gendo is full of a sense of accomplishment. As long as he persists, he will be able to transform the land of Earth into a land of giants sooner or later. These are all good leaks that can provide merit energy. Xiao Xianding, I think you should not open a shop in Uegakuer village. It is much better to open a shop directly in our daimyo prefecture. For each transformation, I will give you 1 kilogram of gold. After looking at himself with satisfaction, General Tishi admired this junior more and more. Just based on this plastic surgery and body-shaping medical skills, he was enough to become a guest of honor in their land of Earth. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I have important things to do in Uegakuer village. Opening a shop is secondary. I mainly want to try to see if I can develop a group of ninja warriors who can transition from ninja to samurai in Uegakuer village. Controlling the Kaguya puppet to continue to absorb the calcium elements of the animal bones, Shimura Xianding revealed his true intention. He did want to develop a wave in Uegakuer village, but he would not develop ninjas, but a kind of ninja warrior. It is a combination of ninja and samurai. His style of doing things is more inclined to samurai, but he will use chakra and even ninjutsu to assist in combat. Ninja warrior. Looking puzzled, General Tishi heard this new term for the first time, but the envoy of the daimyo prefecture beside him was more flexible. Is it a warrior who practices ninjutsu and chakra? You can say that. Nodding, Shimura Gentoi explained, the problem of ninja itself is indeed very big, but the power of chakra can indeed make people learn quickly in the early stage, which is much simpler and faster than us warriors who need to polish our bodies for many years before integrating vitality. We can let the ninja warriors use chakra to temper their bodies first, and when they reach a certain level, we can abolish chakra and cultivate vitality, and slowly assimilate the ninja into a warrior, and the ninja warrior is the transition product of this assimilation process. Anyway, as long as they are not those ninjas inherited from the six-path sage, the chakra bloodline in their bodies is relatively easy to remove. As long as this plan can succeed, it is only a matter of time to eliminate the ninja group. How sure are you? After thinking solemnly for a while, General Tishi asked in a deep voice. He knew that it was not as easy as he had just said, but since he could say that, he must have some confidence, so he could at least give it a try. Anyway, even if he failed, there would be no loss, right? At this stage, it is only 30%. If we can get the support of your country's daimyo, it can be increased to 50%. What kind of support do you want? Continuing to ask, General Tishi did not mind supporting a wave, as long as there was a gain. Financial and resource support is the basis. In addition, I need your country's daimyo to order me to open a ninja warrior academy in Uegakuer village, specifically recruiting those children who can practice chakra but have poor qualifications and no future, and who the Uegakuer village is unwilling to train. In the early stage, these ninja warriors are under the joint jurisdiction of the Uegakuer village and the daimyo. In the later stage, it depends on your own methods. After stating his own requirements, Shimura Gentoi stopped talking and let Tishi the general and the envoy of the daimyo prefecture thought about it. This is feasible, but you have to ensure that those ninja warriors cannot learn the ninja style of doing things. After communicating with the envoy, General Tishi decided to do it. After all, it was just a little bit of resources, which was nothing compared to the size of a big country, but he also stated his requirements. He understood the plan of this junior, which was to spend resources to train those civilian children that the Hidden Rock village could not train and did not want to train. In the early stage, they could be regarded as the strength of the Hidden Rock village. This was also a bait to prevent the Hidden Rock Village from preventing the opening of the Ninja Samurai Academy, and then to win over those children by various means after they graduated. At this stage, the Daimyo Prefecture has the Immortal Energy Training Method, coupled with strong financial resources, and believes that those ninja warriors who have no future in the practice of ninjutsu chakra will definitely make the right choice. Even at that time, there is no need to recruit all of them, as long as most of them can be recruited, it will be a profit. As for the ninja warriors who chose the Hidden Rock Village, it doesn't matter. They have no room for advancement and are just cannon fodder. This thing is worth doing. It's just a matter of investing some resources. After all, the Hidden Rock Village now has a population of only a few 100,000, so it doesn't take many resources. 198. Chapter 197 Rain Pass. You want to open a Ninja Warrior Academy? In the Tsuchiki's office, Onoki, who was receiving in-4 drip to speed up his recovery while handling government affairs, frowned when he heard this. He didn't understand what this kid was up to. This is my plan for the Ninja Warrior Academy. Take a look at it. If it works, do it. If not, forget it. Shimura Gentoi threw out the plan he wrote last night very casually, knowing that the old guy would definitely take the bait. Because this is an open conspiracy, even if the other party knows that the bait in front of him is problematic, he will definitely eat it. After all, in the short term, this plan is indeed very beneficial to the Hidden Rock Village. Catching the scroll thrown to him and unfolding it, Onoki read it carefully. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became, and his brows knitted tightly. Brown Earth, who was acting as a secretary and staff officer, stretched his neck to read it, and his brows wrinkled into a knot. The plan was very detailed, and the two read it very carefully. It took them an hour to finish reading it, and then they pondered and discussed it for several hours. It was not until the sun set that the two came up with a conclusion. If it's just like this, I agree in principle, but I have to discuss it with others first. Then you should prepare a group of teachers as soon as possible, preferably those old generation ninjas who came from the Warring States period. There should be many ninjas who retired due to injuries in our Iwagakure village. I think those people are pretty good, and they can also be given a salary to subsidize their family expenses, killing two birds with one stone. Seeing that Onoki really agreed, Shimura Gentoi smiled and said a proposal that would benefit Iwagakure village. The plan only requires us not to teach those children the way of thinking of ninjas, right? Looking at the scroll again, Haito felt a little unrealistic. It's not that the requirements in the plan are bad, but that they are too good and too lenient. He didn't believe that the daimyo would be so kind. Obviously, there was a big pit that they didn't see. Indeed, this is the most basic point. In fact, it is mainly because those children have limited qualifications. It's useless to learn those. In the future, they will focus on physical skills and swordsmanship, supplemented by ninjutsu. They don't even need to learn the basic 3 body techniques, and they won't perform those tasks that are exclusive to ninjas. Nodding, Shimura Gentoi said this very seriously. He didn't want to work hard to train a group of ninjas. If he did that, it would be very difficult for those children to change their jobs to become samurai in the future. After all, concepts and habits are the most difficult to develop and change. At the same time, the repulsion of concepts and habits is the most terrible. At that time, as long as they are subtly provoked a few times, they might be able to cause conflicts between the ninja samurai and the ninja system of the Hidden Rock Village. Although it is difficult to split the Hidden Rock Village, it is not difficult to make it fight internally. Of course, the main reason for this ninja warrior training plan is that the 100-fold time acceleration in the black tripod space has been turned on too much during this period, and the merit energy can no longer hold on, so a new leak field needs to be opened. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the Tsuchikage office. Next, Onoki needs to personally contact the envoy of the daimyo mansion to discuss the details. He only needs to grasp the general direction. There is a ghost. After a long silence, Haito said that there is a problem, a big problem, but it is not clear where the problem is for a while. What if there is a ghost? It is a naked conspiracy, unless we are willing to give up this piece of fat meat and further harm the daimyo mansion. The old man's eyes flashed with cold light. Onoki also saw that there was a problem, but they used an open conspiracy. With such a big piece of fat meat in front of them, even if it is really poisonous, they have to swallow it first and then find a way to detoxify it. After all, this is indeed beneficial to the village in the short term, and it can even help the village better survive the upcoming Second Ninja World War. Solve the current problem first, and talk about the future later. You will personally check this matter. Even if you cannot teach those children the thinking style of ninjas, you must control their thoughts. They can only belong to our Iwagakure village. After giving instructions to Brown Earth, Onoki stood up and prepared to convene a meeting of senior executives to discuss this matter. However, it was just a formality. After all, this matter was of great benefit to the village and must be passed. Another big order of 1 billion taels. With a sigh, Brown Earth cursed the local tyrant. At the end of the plan were 2 task commissions, with a reward of 1 billion taels each. The task content was to help the kid build a special plastic surgery center outside the village. The super large hospital for body beauty treatments, and the Ninja Samurai Academy. Both are quite large, but fortunately they are made from local materials, without any raw materials, and can be dug continuously with earth escape ninjutsu. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi, who left, was not idle either. He took a topographic map of the Iwagakure village with a radius of hundreds of kilometers obtained from the Tsuchikage building, stood on the highest peak outside the Iwagakure village, and compared the topographic map to choose the land suitable for building a hospital and a ninja samurai school. Other aspects of these 2 pieces of land can be compromised, but the land must be large enough. Comparing with the actual observation results, he wrote and drew on the topographic map, and soon determined 2 good pieces of land. The efficiency of ninjas has always been very high, especially when the money is in place, which is comparable to the group of infrastructure maniacs and yellow and blue knights in China in the previous life. After Shimura Gentoi had enclosed the land, 10,000 Chunin level rock ninjas and 100 special jonin arrived the next day, and then excavated the Rocky Mountains in the enclosed land according to Shimura Gentoi's requirements. Be careful, and don't throw away the rubble excavated by Earth Escape. Bring it all here for Jonin to further crush into earth powder with Earth Escape. Also, get another 1,000 genin to collect various feces and restaurant soups and leftovers in the village, and mix them all with the crushed earth powder. These are all excellent soils for growing crops. Be careful. Whether our rock village can be self-sufficient in food in the future depends on these soils. Shimura Gentoi was shouting on the top of a rocky mountain, full of energy. Watching tens of thousands of people constantly shuttling through these mountains and ridges, I couldn't help but recall the figures of those infrastructure maniacs I saw on Duyan in my previous life. The number of ninjas in Iwagakure village is the largest among the 5 major ninja villages, and it can easily produce tens of thousands of chunins. Of course, these chunins are the kind who have worked their way up, not geniuses, and their combat effectiveness barely reaches the standard line of chunins. But they have chakra, and can perform joint earth escape ninjutsu, which is quite effective and is most suitable for the siege tactics that Iwagakure village is good at. It is estimated that the future 3rd generation Raikage was surrounded and killed by tens of thousands of brothers in Iwagakure village, which shows that unity is strength. It also applies to this different world. And these chunins can be called human excavators. With the blessing of chakra, they can push tons of stones. At the same time, earth escape ninjutsu is more unique in transforming mountains. In just 3 days, the Ninja Samurai Academy and the Beauty Hospital were roughly formed. What remains is the subsequent refinement and the design of the supporting facilities. In this regard, the daimyo will send a professional construction team to do it, without the intervention of Iwagakure village and Shimura Gentoi. Of course, the ninjas of Iwagakure were also very happy. After all, this mission itself was not risky. They only needed to use earth escape to dig the mountains. It was not difficult. Even so, everyone received at least 100,000 taels of reward, which was a small profit. What made them most excited was that they could send their children who did not have much ninja talent to study here. Although they could not become excellent ninjas, the ninja warriors sounded pretty good. At least they could have the power to protect themselves and the ability to make money to support their families. Moreover, the daimyo would give these children a certain allowance, and even get a salary after graduation, which was much better than farming and planting fruit trees at home. 100,000 people? So many. Looking at the densely packed list of people, Shimura Gentoi was surprised. Originally thought that 50,000 was the limit, but he did not expect that 100,000 people would come at once. He recruited children under the age of 16, and at least they had to be able to cultivate chakra, no matter how scarce the chakra was, just like him in the past. But even this standard is not easy for children of common origin to meet, and I didn't expect that 100,000 people would come at once. The stone wool of our Iwagakure village is hard. Even if those children are judged to be unable to become genin, they will continue to practice physical skills and chakra refining techniques. Although their physical fitness and chakra volume are still far from the standard of genin, they are still pretty good. Yu Guan walked slowly and explained the essence of this incident. The ninja schools of their 5 major ninja villages have an entrance test, which mainly tests the potential of those children in chakra practice. At least they must have the standard of genin. Otherwise, after finishing the ninja school, the chakra volume still cannot reach the minimum standard of genin. It would be funny if they could not graduate, and it would also waste the limited resources in the village. Therefore, a large number of children will be eliminated every year, but these children will not give up, and will insist on practicing those popular basic physical skills to improve their physical fitness and chakra refining techniques. In this way, even if they cannot become a ninja, they can have a good physique and contribute to the village. Their Iwagakure village has only developed to its current size with the joint efforts of everyone. This made Shimura Gentoi suddenly realize that a ninja village is a military force. Even the so-called civilians are not ordinary people. At least they have chakra blood, which is the basis for cultivation. It's a pity that the chakra blood of civilians is too thin. It is difficult to reach the standard of genin even if they practice for a lifetime, and there is no value in training. In this regard, the ninja village is about 1/10, which means that less than 1/10 of the people can practice to the genin level, and the rest are miserable. Just like Shimura Gentoi in the ninja school, he was held back for 3 years, and his chakra volume did not reach the minimum standard of genin, so he could not graduate. Teacher sister, why are you coming? Throwing the list in his hand to Haito, Shimura Gendo happily stepped forward to greet him. He didn't expect that this teacher sister would actually leave the underground cave space, but that's right, the main task of this teacher sister there is to guard and suppress the 2-tailed beasts. Now that the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts have been sealed, there is naturally no need to continue guarding. Old Haito, please find a place below and dig out an underground space to store the furnace. We will continue to practice here next. Nodding to the cheap disciple in front of him, Yu Guan looked at Haito and made a request. Here. Looking at the stone mountain under his feet and then at the village wall not far away, Haito didn't think this was a good idea. The furnace is now a treasure in the village. It is best to put it in the village, or even directly under the Tsuchikage building. Sun Wukong and King Mu don't like to stay in the village. She explained helplessly that the existence of Jinchuriki had offended Sun Wukong and King Mu, and they were unwilling to stay in the Hidden Rock village, otherwise there would be conflicts. The main body stayed in the bodies of Zi and Han honestly, and even allowed the tailed beast seal to extract the chakra in the body for the two to use, but was unwilling to communicate with them, and even fell asleep. Although this avoided the risk of the tailed beast going berserk, and also allowed the young Zi and the others to directly use the tailed beast chakra, it cut off the possibility of further progress. Yu Guan could not judge the gains and losses in it now. I understand, but I have to send someone to guard it later. I hope you can understand this. He nodded in understanding. He had also stayed in the underground cave for some time and was very clear about the temperaments of the 2-tailed beasts. And at this stage, the 2-tailed beasts still needed to gather natural energy to continue smelting the meteorite from outer space, so he had to accommodate their tempers. At worst, he could use Earth Escape to dig an underground passage directly to the inside of the village as a backup plan in case of emergency. And this place is not too far from the village's wall cordon, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I remember that you should have practiced a new practice method with Sun Wukong and King Mu before. Since they can all practice with chakra. Thinking of the original discovery, he too smiled and looked at the boy next to him, but found that the boy next to him was also looking at him with a smile, and his heart suddenly jumped for no reason. 199. Chapter 198 Taking the Teacher Sister Shopping. You want to learn? No problem, just let me be the 4th generation Tsuchikage. Shimura Gento said with a smile. He didn't mind passing on the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique and the left and right raise Nanjindan cultivation method. After all, he himself mastered the method to crack it. In the future, as long as someone cultivates the raise Nanjindan, they will be restrained by him. If all ninjas cultivate the raise Nanjindan, he can sweep the entire ninja world. Of course, it can't be spread out in vain, at least in the Hidden Rock village, unless he is made the 4th generation Tsuchikage, there is no talk. Do you really think there is a free dinner in the world? Can you stop eyeing the position of Tsuchikage? Onoki is not dead yet. Glazing at him in frustration, Haito really had no idea what to do with this kid, not to mention that he now had a formal identity and was registered in the village. The most important thing was to make friends with the daimyo's mansion and become an important link between their Iwagakure village and the daimyo's mansion. He was no longer the kid that he could manipulate at will. If he's not dead, he'll be dead soon. Anyway, the Second Ninja World War will break out in a few years. I estimate that the old guy has a low chance of surviving. Waving his hands indifferently, Shimura Gentoi had already thought of the corresponding script. It all depended on whether his father, the Nabe Cage, could sever the bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen in time. If not, it would only be Onoki's good luck. Maybe he could really live to Boruto as in the original work and become the longest-lived third Cage among the 5 major ninja villages. Humph! A cold snort came, expressing anger towards Shimura Gento. Looking up, who else could it be but Huang Tu? It is indeed very unkind to curse someone's father to die early in front of his son. If Huang Tu hadn't known the huge gap between the two sides, he would have rushed up and fought desperately. This bastard! Little sister Bai Tu, you have become beautiful again. Ignoring Huang Tu's impotent and furious expression, Shimura Gento smiled and stepped forward to pinch the tender little face of the big loli, making the girl so angry that she wanted to slap her away, but she found that her body was tied up by invisible silk threads, so she could only let the other party do it. Huang Tu on the side was naturally furious, but unfortunately he was also tied up by Shimura Gento with immortal power silk threads, unable to move, and could only continue to be impotent and furious there. Want to learn the secret technique that I practiced with Sun Wukong and King Mu? Support me to be a Tsuchikage and I will teach you. Said with a smile, Shimura Gento was looking forward to this big Lolita, and even thought about finding an opportunity to turn her into his sponsor in the future. After all, this is a good seedling with a blood limit, and it is even possible to evolve the lime molten escape into magma molten escape, which is qualified to become his sponsor. Not to mention that the other party is suspected to be the mother of the future Leg Shadow, and the potential is even more amazing, and it is worth cultivating. Of course, the most important thing is to use the Raise Nan Jinden to hold the other party, and use it to threaten the Leg Shadow in the future if necessary. Who cares? Bai Tu said unhappily with her eyes wide open. She will not let this bastard become the Tsuchikage. The future 4th generation Tsuchikage position must belong to Huang Tu brother, and no one can take it away. Boss, I care, I support you to be the 4th generation Tsuchikage, early the day will replace the old guy Onoki. At this time, the young boy Zi, who came out with Yu Guan, stepped forward excitedly and expressed his willingness to support this boss to become the 4th Tsuchikage. He has been beaten up a lot during this period, so it is natural for him to recognize this big brother. Although he is younger than him, his strength is really beyond words. He recognizes this big brother wholeheartedly. You have good vision. Giving a gratified look, Shimura Gento is very satisfied with this little brother who has been accepted for a short time. This is his future team in Iwagakure, and this guy left Iwagakure in anger because he was dissatisfied with Onoki's actions in the original work, so there is a basis for winning him over. Boss, I also support you to be the 4th Tsuchikage. The young man following behind the young Zi couldn't help but speak sullenly, expressing his willingness to support this big brother. You all have good vision. Come to my room tonight and I will transform your acupoints and meridians for you. He felt even more relieved. Shimura Gentoi recognized these two lackeys more. They were all heroes who knew the times. Of course, he could not pass down the complete version of the 2 sets of secrets. Instead, he would make detailed adjustments based on the physical conditions of the 2 people and create an exclusive version that could not be applied to others, enough to prevent Onoki and others from copying it. Unless the old guy is willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of lives to try them one by one, after all, he died millions of times in the Black Cauldron space in order to create and perfect these 2 sets of secrets. This is enough to be the best anti-theft method. Unless someone can reach the 6 paths level, it is impossible to see through the secrets inside. Old man, your eyes are very wrong. Suddenly, he sensed a strange gaze, turned his head and found that the old guy Hichu was staring at him fiercely, and his eyes were quite bad. I didn't expect you to like this. A strange look lingered between Shimura Xianding and the young Zi. Haitu said that you are really strong, and you can attract both men and women. Don't use your dirty thoughts to pollute our purity. I am just helping them practice. His face suddenly darkened, and Shimura Gentoi just realized that his previous words were a bit ambiguous. After all, it was really weird to call 2 men to his room at night. But he really just wanted to assist the 2 in their practice, and there was no other intention. Even if he wanted to copy the two, he couldn't do it. If he was asked to touch the feet or even the vital parts of the two men, he would rather chop off his hand, otherwise he would have nightmares in the future. But then again, there is indeed a goal that must be copied as soon as possible at this stage. Thinking of this, Shimura Gentoi looked at his teacher. He has been coveting the body of this teacher for a long time. Not only is she a high-quality sponsor, but she may also master the practice of dust escape, so he must get it as soon as possible. What's wrong? Realizing that his cheap disciple had a strange look on his face, Yu Guan looked down at his own dress, and raised his eyes in confusion. Teacher, you look really good in a skirt, but this style of skirt is too old-fashioned. Come on, let me show you what a real skirt is today. Looking at the extra coarse cloth skirt of his teacher's sister, Shimura Xianding waved his hand and signaled to go shopping in Uegakuer village. He had walked around Uegakuer village before and found a clothing store that specializes in selling all kinds of clothes and the illustrations of those pornographic masterpieces. Although it was not opened by their Shimura family, it was the agent they found in Uegakuer village. My skirt is very comfortable to wear, no need to change. She refused with a cold face. She didn't demand much in material life, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed in that dark underground space for 21 years. Besides, she didn't like wearing skirts. The reason she wore it today was mainly to cover up the extra ponytail, which was too embarrassing. What woman doesn't like beautiful skirts? Let's go. I'll pay for it. Grabbing the white palm of the teacher, Shimura Xianding dragged her towards the hidden rock village without saying anything. Yu Guan struggled instinctively, but found that the power burst out by this cheap disciple at this moment was amazing. Unless she was willing to burst out, it would be difficult to break free. After hesitating for a while, she finally stopped struggling and let this cheap disciple drag her into the village. I knew it was a mistake to bring that kid to the hidden rock village. Looking at Yu Guan being dragged away by Shimura Gentoi in such an intimate manner, Hichu covered his face in frustration, feeling that the boy was still determined to become Onaki's elder. Ditai, you don't mind having a stepfather younger than you, right? The young boy Ziya looked at Shimura Gentoi dragging Aunt Yu Guan away with a strange expression, and poked his teammate Ditai beside him. Although he is not yet an adult, as a loyal fan of Master Yin Zhongniao and Yaiwei Dujiang, his thoughts have long been mature. I don't care. It doesn't matter if there is another stepfather, as long as my mother is happy. Shrugged indifferently, Ditai had no opinion on this. His mother had been in that dark place for 21 years, sacrificing her best years there. Because of suppressing the two-tailed beasts many times, overloading the chakra, her body was hollowed out. Seeing that she would not live for a few years, he, as a son, felt very uncomfortable. Why did he develop the explosive clay secret technique when his body was half disabled all these years? It was to make his mother happy and at ease. As long as his mother was happy, he didn't care. Little Ditai, your father. He too frowned, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Ditai shouted coldly. Don't mention him to me. Staring coldly, Ditai coldly he smiled and said, he is indeed a good ninja, and even a good Tsuchikage, but he is not a good father, let alone a good husband. He did not have much good feelings for his father who died in battle before he was born, especially when he saw his mother staying in that dark place for 21 years. Didn't all the men in the hidden rock village die? Why did he let his mother suppress the two-tailed beasts? You. Alas! It is indeed the village that owes your mother. With a sigh, Hai-Tu also knew that the hidden rock village owed too much in the matter of Yu Guan, but it was a helpless move, and everything was for the village. You mean, that guy is pursuing Aunt Yu Guan? At this time, Bai-Tu just reacted, and his eyes widened. This is too incredible. Not really. After thinking about it, the young man Zi felt that the hand holding just now was nothing, at least it could not be defined as the word like pursuing. That means he has that intention. Does he really want to become the elder of the third-generation uncle? Biting her fair and slender fingers, Bai-Tu felt that this matter was really difficult to handle. After all, it was the elder's business, and they, the younger generation, could not intervene. Why think so much? If there is a headache, it should be Onoki who should have it. Let's go and follow the boss to get some free clothes to wear. Without further delay, the young man Zi waved his hand to signal everyone to follow and chased after Shimura Xianding and the others. He had been envious of the clothing store that was the agent of the Shimura family for a long time, but unfortunately his funds were limited and basically emptied out by those pornographic works, so he could not afford the luxurious services inside. Since the boss was going to pay for it this time, they, the younger brothers, naturally had to follow and get some. Even the big lowly Bai Tu hesitated, and also pulled Huang Tu's sleeve to follow. She had also been envious of the exquisite dresses in the Shimura clothing store for a long time. It's great to be young. Watching the little guys leave happily, Hai-Tu smiled with relief. This is the future of their Iwagakure village. Is that kid so generous? After being relieved, he remembered that Shimura Gento promised to pass on the secret method to Zi and Han, and he couldn't help but feel more worried. That kid doesn't look like a good person at all. It's impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. Is there any other plot? Or is there a trap in that secret method? Forget it, let Onaki worry about it. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Hai-To could only give up. Anyway, Onaki was the one who had the most headache. 200. Chapter 199 Night Meeting with Teacher Sister. Yu Guan always believed that she was a ninja with a strong will, just like the stone wool of Iwagakure village. Because of this, she could stay there for 21 years and spend her best youth there. She didn't have much demand for material things, but she soon found that she had overestimated herself. Looking at the clothing bags that were about to bury her cheap disciples, Yu Guan felt a little embarrassed. Or, forget it. Looking at the clothing bags hanging on the cheap disciples reluctantly, Yu Guan felt that she was too greedy. After walking in, she wanted almost all the exquisite dresses she saw, and she couldn't control herself at all. Prepare a set of all the dresses in your store according to my teacher's figure. Greeting the shop owner who smiled apologetically behind her, more than a dozen female shop assistants immediately took over the clothing bags for the final packaging, and packed one of each type of dress behind. Master Xianding, Master's Hikan Suangsu has come over and ordered that as long as you come to buy clothes, they will be free. The shop owner said with a smile. He didn't dare to offend this big money owner, not to mention that the people of this Hikan family had come to order it specifically, so he didn't have to lose money himself, and this Hikan family would be responsible for this matter. First, send these clothes to the mansion set up by the daimyo. We will stay there temporarily for the time being. With a casual order, Shimura Xianding was very satisfied with the owner's approach. It seems that he has to mention it to Sister Keiko after returning to increase the investment in Iwagakure village. I'm so sorry to let you spend so much money. After opening his mouth, Yu Guan finally did not refuse. Those dresses were so beautiful that people could not stop and could not refuse at all. It's okay. These clothes were originally made by our clothing factory. The cost price is not high. Waving his hand indifferently, Shimura Xianding really didn't care about these. They were just some products of fabric mixed with metal. The cost was really not much. The expensive part was the patent fee, that is, the design. That was the core, but the problem was that these were made based on the clothes of the characters in the illustrations in those yellow books. He copied the patent fee and design, which was completely zero cost. The cost is not high, but you are still selling it at such a high price. The big lowly Bai Tu who was following behind was dissatisfied. These clothes and dresses were indeed exquisite. I used to think that those kimonos were exquisite enough, but who would have thought that I would be dazzled when I came to this store with my mother. The kimonos in the past could not be compared with them at all. The only annoying thing was that the clothes here were too expensive. Even my mother hesitated for a long time before buying a set, and hid it like a treasure, and was reluctant to wear it at other times. You are still young. These clothes are not sold for fabrics, but for design concepts. Moreover, such high patent fees are not earned in vain. Part of them need to hire people to fight against those pirates and protect our own interests. After all, this was designed by Master Yaiwei Dujiang Yinzong Niao himself. Why let those bad vendors take advantage of it for free? In response, Shimura Gento firmly defended his own interests. He copied it with his own ability, so why should he share it with those merchants? The most important thing is that those bad vendors actually want to make money for free without paying any patent fees. How can we tolerate this? Teacher, you don't have a place to live yet, why don't you follow me to the mansion established by the daimyo mansion and live there for a while? After the hospital and academy outside the village are built, I will build a villa for you to live there. By the way, I want to invite you to serve as the vice president of the Ninja Warrior Academy. I don't trust others. Ignoring the still angry big lowly, Shimura Gento took the opportunity to invite the teacher sister to stay over and see if he can find a chance to get the sister's physical data. No, I have a home in the village. Shaking his head slightly, Yu Guan missed the old home a little. It has been 21 years since I went back to see it. Don't go back. I moved out a long time ago. That place is too deserted. At this time, De Tai suddenly spoke up and disagreed with his mother's return. Since he entered the ninja school, he moved out of the deserted house and rented an apartment. He even dismissed the servants at home. After so many years, it is estimated that it is overgrown with weeds and there is no way to live there. Okay. After a moment of silence, Yu Guan did not insist. She was not a fool, so she could naturally see the resentment in her son's heart. It was indeed her and her husband who had let her son down. Finally, Shimura Gentoi brought the teacher's sister back to the mansion. Now only the envoy from the daimyo's mansion and Huangyan were left in the mansion. General Tishi and others returned to the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Earth 2 days ago. Some things required General Tishi to discuss with the daimyo of the Land of Earth in person. However, with the envoy from the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Earth and Huangyan present, the Anbu ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village did not dare to approach. No one dared to violate this taboo. Okay, the two of you keep running chakra according to this set of trajectories until all the meridians and acupoints are transformed, and then I will teach you the left and right raise Nan Jindan secret technique. At night, after Shimura Gento designed a special meridian acupointment reconstruction circuit for the two henchmen, Shizu and Han, he let them practice it independently. This was specially customized according to the physical conditions of the two men, and it was only suitable for the two of them. Anyone else who practiced it would die. Although he could not leave an extremely obscure spiritual imprint in the chakra as a backup like the six-path sage, he could think of other ways to control those ninjas. As long as these two people condense the rays Nan Jindan in their bodies, life and death will be controlled by him. If they really want to be stubborn and hostile to him in the future, don't blame him for being cruel. Where are you going? Seeing Shimura Gento get up and open the door, Shizu asked curiously. I have taught you everything. Can I miss Yu Guan? My future position as the fourth Tsuchikage cannot be achieved without the strong support of Miss Yu Guan. After replying casually, Shimura Gentoi closed the door and walked straight to the room of Miss Yu Guan in another courtyard. Big brother, do you really want to become the cage of our village? The young man spoke sullenly. He really couldn't figure out what the big brother was thinking. Could he really become the fourth Tsuchikage? Maybe Konoha is not as harmonious as it seems on the surface. With a serious expression, the young man spoke solemnly, with some guesses in his mind. He had read the information about Shimura Gentoi, especially his experiences in the past year. There must be something fishy about him being abducted to the Kingdom of Wind. And the 2 letters sent to the Hidden Rock Village at that time must have been written by someone in Konoha. Obviously, the internal struggle in Konoha was much more intense than they imagined. It is possible that Shimura Gentoi came out to seek refuge, and even wanted to leave a way out in their Hidden Rock Village. If that were the case, he would probably become a member of their Hidden Rock Village, and then he would not mind supporting the other party to become the fourth Tsuchikage. Of course, the premise is that the other party must have the qualifications and the belief. Let me see the difference between the chakra operation trajectory that the boss gave you and mine. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, the young Zi placed his palm on Han's chest, and the chakra flowed into it, sensing the chakra flow trajectory in the other's body. It's basically the same, but the subtle differences are very large, but it seems to be more suitable for our bodies. It's really not easy to learn. After carefully sensing and comparing, the young Zi gave up the idea of a learning this set of secret techniques and turned to the idea of a handing it over to the village. He could see the danger in this set of secret techniques. If it's not done well, the acupoints will collapse and the meridians will melt. If that happens, the whole person will be useless. Obviously, the big brother is also guarding against this, but it's also true. If they don't guard against it, the two of them will have to worry that this set of secret techniques will really be a pitfall. Not to mention that the young Zi and the others are practicing their exclusive acupointment meridian reconstruction technique here. On the other side, Shimura Xianding came to the door of the teacher's sister's room under the stars. Knock knock. Teacher sister, are you asleep? The door is not closed. A cold and noble voice came from the room, and it was obvious that the teacher had not slept yet. Without delay, Shimura Xianding pushed the door and walked into the room, and found that the teacher was kneeling in front of the window, looking up at the bright moon in the night sky, wondering what she was thinking. The silvery moonlight sprinkled on the beauty, making her look even more cold and noble. Can't we ninjas really have a good future? Yu Guangzhen sighed faintly, and was worried. Since she met this disciple, she has thought a lot, and she is more confused and worried about the future of ninjas and ninja villages. This is your ninja's original. The conflict between the daimyo mansion and the ninja village is irreconcilable, and there will inevitably be a war, either you die or I die. The failure of the ninja village will naturally result in the elimination of the ninja, but the victory of the ninja village will not have a good result. Can you imagine what it would be like if there is no daimyo mansion in this world and it is all ruled by ninja village ninjas? Sitting cross-legged next to the teacher, Shimura Gento said helplessly, feeling distressed about the existence of ninjas and ninja villages. Although there were ninjas in the island country in the previous life, they were not the mainstream, but the ninjas in this other world are almost becoming the mainstream. Can you imagine what a world dominated by ninjas would be like? It's like a world dominated by a group of mercenaries and killer organizations, which will inevitably be full of bloody killings, covering the whole world with dark elements. What future can such a world have? Not to mention ninjas, there are so many pitfalls in Chakra. Not only are there old silver coins like the Six-Path Sage brothers hiding in the dark, but there is also Otsutsuki Chenxiang who is secretly plotting. In addition, Senile Spot is also in the late stage of Chiyunibu, preparing to create a virtual world for everyone to dance together. There is also the Otsutsuki clan of the universe who are eyeing outside and may come to this world at any time. So Ninja Chakra is really too pitfall, and it is estimated that it cannot be filled even if the whole world is filled with it. So no matter which side wins in the end, we ninjas will not have a bright future. With a sigh, Yu Guan had no good solution to this situation. After all, the ninja system has lasted for thousands of years, and it is impossible to complete the reform by individual strength alone. And the ninja village system has been completely stabilized, and it is even more difficult to make changes. It has even further intensified the contradiction between the samurai group represented by the daimyo mansion and their ninjas, not to mention that the monks are also on the side of the daimyo mansion. She is not a fool, and naturally understands that any person in power will not allow uncontrollable forces to appear in their sphere of influence, just like their Iwagakure village cannot tolerate the two-tailed beasts not being controlled. In the end, either they will be sealed into the body of the Jinchuriki and used as they are now, or they will be killed by her with the gravity ninja tool. There is no third choice. Don't be so pessimistic, everything depends on human efforts. As long as we keep fighting, sooner or later we will be able to change the world, but if we want to change the world, powerful power is the foundation. Miss, you are still too weak now, and you don't even have the qualifications to touch the truth of this world. He opened his mouth to comfort her, but this made Yu Guan frown slightly. The truth of the world. A very cruel truth, and you ninjas are cannon fodder pawns on this cruel stage. After explaining casually, Shimura Gendo didn't wait for Yu Guan to continue asking questions, grabbed the young lady's white hands, and extended his own immortal energy thread into them. If you want to know more, you need a stronger power as a foundation. The secret technique developed by our Shimura family can greatly improve your strength. He wanted to struggle, but after hearing the words of his cheap disciple, he hesitated. Yu Guan let the other party grab his palm and penetrate that energy thread into his body for exploration. No matter what the future is like, no matter what the truth is, in short, strong strength is the basis for dealing with everything. Let me use this broken body to illuminate the way forward for the Hidden Rock Village. 201. Chapter 200. The hand of the traitor reappears. Crack. I really should have used dust release to kill that kid. In the sky, Dunaki crushed the monocular telescope in one hand, and he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He regretted it so much in his heart. Haito, who was standing beside him, put down the telescope in his hand, with a strange look on his face. Although he had expected that the boy had bad intentions, who would have thought that he would actually go to Yu Guan in the middle of the night, and now he has grabbed his little hand. What are you trying to do? Are you cheating on the second-generation Tsuchikage? What should I do now? Looking at Dunaki flying beside him, Haito asked. He had no way to deal with this matter. After all, their Iwagakure village owed Yu Guan too much, and they had no right or confidence to intervene in this matter. Go ask Ziaihan and Yu Guan's wife tomorrow to see what the boy's secret method is. With a dark face, Onoki raised his hand to dispel the shadow clone. He couldn't intervene in this matter. After all, he was a junior in front of the master's wife, not to mention that his teacher had died a long time ago. Even if the master's wife wanted to remarry, he had no right to say anything. Fortunately, the master's wife's health was not very good. It would only take a few years. She could bear it. However, the secret method passed down by the kid must be understood, at least to make sure there are no hidden dangers. After all, Zi and Han are now the tailed beast human pillars of their Iwagakure village, strategic existences, and are crucial to the next Ninja World War. Of course, if that secret method is really awesome, he doesn't mind stealing it and improving the strength of the village. What are you going to do, kid? Looking down at the mansion set up by the daimyo below, Haito frowned and thought hard, and really couldn't figure out what the boy's purpose was. Although it seems that he has no ill will towards their Iwagakure village at this stage, and even has great benefits, he always has an uneasy premonition. Not to mention Haito, who continued to observe secretly from high altitude, Shimura Xianding below used the immortal energy thread to explore the physical condition of the teacher's sister, and then took back the immortal energy thread to think. The teacher's sister is in a very bad state. It is a physical deficiency caused by long-term overload chakra refining. Even most of the cell separation times in the body are about to reach the limit, especially muscle cells and bone cells. If this state is not repaired as soon as possible, she won't live for many years. His next plan in Iwagakure village still needs the help of this teacher, especially since he is worried about leaving the Ninja Samurai Academy to other people, but he can't stay in Iwagakure village forever. So it is very important to extend the life of this teacher. Teacher, are you willing to become a half-energy and half-flesh body like Sun Wukong and King Mu's split body? That state should extend your life for a while. After thinking for a long time, Shimura Gentoi asked after thinking about a plan. Okay. After a slight pause, Yu Guan did not refuse and could accept this aspect. Anyway, his body is already like this, and it is good to live a few more years. Well, next I will focus on exploring. The horn and tail that King Mu's original power condenses on you may cause some impact, so don't resist. Delighted, Shimura Gentoi stretched out his finger and pointed at the small and exquisite horn between the eyebrows of the young lady in front of him, and the thread of immortal energy penetrated into it. The two different energies collided with each other, and the impact immediately acted on Yu Guan's brain, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. Miss, let's do a detailed check. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Zhikan Xianding picked up the unconscious teacher's sister horizontally and put her on the bed not far away, then asked her to be honest, and the hand of the traitor reappeared in the world, carefully copied the complete data of the sister's body, and finally restored the dress to its original state, and then walked out of the room with satisfaction. The teacher's body data is finally in hand. So fast. He too, who was watching with a telescope in the sky, was stunned. He saw Zhikan Xianding carrying Yu Guan in from the window before, but it was less than 3 minutes. Excluding the time for undressing and dressing, the remaining time is even less. Tisk. Turns out to be a quick shooter. Pouting disdainfully, he too was too lazy to continue monitoring, and lowered himself to prepare for a good sleep. After all, he is old and can't stay up late often. Shimura Gentoi, who didn't know he had been misunderstood by an old man, returned to his room and found that his two younger brothers were still practicing the exclusive Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique and had entered a state of deep practice. He didn't bother them. He lay on the bed and entered the black cauldron space with his consciousness. Looking at the new replica of the teacher, he felt more satisfied. Merge. Without hesitation, he used the power of the black cauldron space to extract all the data of the young lady and merge it with himself, including the memory. Sure enough, there is a codeword solution for dust release. Shimura Gentoi clenched his fists excitedly after searching for the codeword solution for dust release first. He was finally able to crack the secret of dust release and even the 3-attribute bloodline elimination. It turned out that it was cultivated with the help of external forces. No wonder there are very few 3-attribute bloodline eliminations in the ninja world. After using the codeword solution to crack the dust release cultivation method, Shimura Gentoi suddenly realized. The dust release of Iwagakure village was not cultivated independently, but with the help of a secret treasure, and that secret treasure was scrapped after the second Tsuchikage and Onaki cultivated it. However, that secret treasure was just a primer. The 3-attribute fusion of dust release was indeed very exquisite, which gave Shimura Gentoi a lot of inspiration, and even in turn, he gained more insights into the bloodline limit of 2 attributes. The fusion of magnetic release can finally be put on the agenda. After understanding the mystery of the fusion of dust release, he smiled with satisfaction. Without delay, he continued to study the body data of Miss Yu Guan, especially the method of semi-energizing the body with the original power of King Mu in her body. In this regard, there is precious data obtained from the two split bodies of Sun Wukong and King Mu. It is basically not difficult, and it takes a little longer at most. This is not over yet. After studying the body data of Miss Yu Guan, he will turn to study the Gravity Ninja tool. He didn't care about the outer shell of the Gravity Ninja tool. It was just a mechanism to activate the core inside, and it already had many cracks. It was estimated that it would be scrapped after a few more uses. Analysis. Using the power of the Black Cauldron space to disassemble the Gravity Ninja tool, he finally got a dark bead. It doesn't seem to be a simple material element structure. Looking at the dark bead in front of him, Shimura Xianding raised his eyes to look at the merit energy ball that was almost exhausted. It's not that he doesn't want to continue analyzing, but there is no merit energy. Although he earned a lot of merit energy during this period, the cost was even greater. Whether it was the analysis function or the ability to accelerate time, merit energy was consumed. Even now, with the improvement of strength, resurrection also requires merit energy. Although each time is so little that it can be almost ignored, it is also a considerable expense if it happens more often. Leak field, I need more leak field. Gritting his teeth, Shimura Gendo's farming soul burned again. He needed more good leaks. The development of the Ninja Warrior Academy must be accelerated. Consciously exiting the Black Cauldron space, as soon as he opened his eyes, he found a noble and cold lady kneeling in the room. Who else could it be but his teacher? As for the two lackeys, they disappeared and didn't know where they went. Teacher, you came at the right time. I have figured out the fusion ratio of King Mu's original power and your body. According to their half-flesh process, we can copy it once. Before the teacher spoke, Shimura Gendo grabbed her hand again and constructed an extremely complex operating circuit in her body with the immortal force thread. Mix the Yang escape chakra and Yin escape chakra to operate. He reminded that he attached great importance to this attempt. Unlike Sun Wukong and King Mu's split body, they transformed themselves from pure energy to half-flesh, while Yu Guan himself is a flesh and blood body, so he needs to be half-energy, which is completely different. Fortunately, the final state is half energy and half flesh and blood, which still has a lot of reference value. Yu Guan, who was originally suspicious about what happened after he fell into a coma last night, sensed the extremely complex operating circuit in his body, dispelled that suspicion, and even laughed at himself secretly. This disciple has been helping me find ways to prolong my life, but I am petty and think about it. Moreover, when I got up in the morning, I checked my clothes and found nothing unusual. Obviously, after falling into a coma last night, this disciple simply carried me to the bed and lay down, and then left. At the same time, seeing the coldness on the face of the young lady in front of him dissipate, Shimura Xianding secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although this teacher's sister is easier to fool, what happened last night was a bit hasty after all, and as a ninja, the young lady will inevitably be suspicious. Fortunately, I finally fooled her. The operating circuit constructed this time is extremely complex, and contains the use of Yin Dun and Yang Dun. It took a whole day and night for Yu Guan to memorize the operating circuit and slowly use the power of King Mu's origin and his own chakra to semi-energy his body. The progress is not slow. It will be completely transformed into a semi-energy body in about 3 months. Sensing the progress of the transformation of the young lady's body, Shimura Gento was quite satisfied with it. Although it is far from the progress of Sun Wukong and King Mu's split body before, they have survived for thousands of years, and they have directly inherited the Yin and Yang Dun from the God Tree and the Six Paths Sage, so it will naturally be easy to do. There is really no comparison in this aspect. Fortunately, Yu Guan himself has both Yin and Yang attributes, and has cultivated to an extremely profound level, which can be regarded as a certain foundation. At the same time, Zi and Han on the other side came to the Tsuchikage office and let Onaki and Haitud check their bodies. What is the effect of this transformation secret method? After carefully examining the two people several times, Onoki still couldn't understand it, so he asked in confusion. I don't know. Spreading his hands, the young man Zi said that he really didn't know. He only knew that this set of secret methods was very powerful. After practicing it, the strength of Sun Wukong and King Mu's split bodies increased greatly, and it became easier to provide natural energy to the furnace. As for the specific situation, he didn't know, and the big brother didn't say it, so they could only practice hard. Onoki, who couldn't get an answer, glanced at the dull Han and gave up the idea of a euro asking more. From the reactions of Sun Wukong and King Mu at that time, it should be an extraordinary secret method. Hichu recalled the ecstatic state of King Mu and Sun Wukong at that time, and could only preliminarily estimate that it was a very powerful secret method, but the details were not clear for the time being. Practice first, that kid shouldn't be stupid enough to do anything. Frowning and thinking for a while, Onoki could only let Zi and Han practice first, and then discuss it after the effect was achieved. Besides, that kid is now in their Iwagakure village, and he won't be stupid enough to do anything stupid. I think Boss Xianding can really try to make him a real member of our Iwagakure village. Speaking out a proposal that he had been thinking about all night, the young boy Zi felt that it was not a bad thing to let Shimura Xianding become a member of Iwagakure village, and whether he could become a Tsuchikage depended on his ability. You don't need to worry about these things. Glazing over, Onoki waved his hand to signal you two to get out quickly, the old man has something important to deal with. Without saying anything more, Zi took Han and left the Tsuchikage office. Hichu, you go and take care of this matter. Since that kid wants to become a glorious Iwagakure ninja, let's help him. Thinking for a while, Onoki sneered viciously. No matter what the kid's plan is, the Iwagakure village will definitely eat the fat meat at their fingertips. And this is their territory, how can they let a little brat like him do it? 202.